This is the Blast Open 2025, and this is the road to Lisbon. We begin in the beautiful Copenhagen studio, where 16 teams will be descending in the booth to find out which of the top 6 will be making it through to Portugal's playoffs. By we, I mean myself, Res Beers, joined by the ever-capable Jacob. But for the very first time, we got MVK on the desk. Thank you so much for joining us. How do you feel to be here?
Well, thank you for having me. It's a very good chance to just be here and talk about Counter-Strike. Like, there's nothing bad about it.
Yeah, has it been something that's been on your radar? I know obviously you're still playing, you've still got a French team that you're with, but you know, analyst work, has it been something you've always wanted to do?
Yeah, been at Casino Major Final for people that know 10 years ago. Been on some desk when you're knocked out of the groups and you're like, hey, why not talk about Counter-Strike a little bit? And yeah, lucky to be here now and to have it in a super great place and with very good teams. So, and with you guys, obviously.
Oh,
like
thank you so much.
Chance.
No bias, of course. This is the best place to be, right, Jacob?
It is a nice place to be. I'm not sure if it's the best place to be, given that you're here and James is not, but we're getting by for it.
Already starting off strong. Jacob, what have you been up to? I obviously saw you back in Katowice. You went over to Cluj-Napoca. What have you been doing?
I've been chilling a little bit, you know, taking some time off and soaking in all the Counter-Strike. We have a very hectic start to the year now. I think some of the teams have been trying to do the same thing, you know, had a bit of a break. So I'm fresh, I'm coming in recharged, and I hope that the teams behind me will feel the same.
Nathan, if you don't mind, let's take a little trip down memory lane. We've got the first ever picture of you that is on HLTV. Not the first picture ever in existence, but maybe for some you know, vintage Counter-Strike fans. Who is that to your right?
Yeah, to my right, there was a legendary Belgian player, Existence, that a lot of players maybe don't know anymore at this point, but everybody that played for like 10 years at least know him. Very vocal, very known guy, and yeah, he was very fun to be playing with.
Honestly, my favorite player of all time. I think when I grew up playing Counter-Strike, when I was playing Source against you, a little bit with you as well, Existence was the guy that at least people from outside of France were looking up to. He was a very vocal guy and a seemingly from the outside, a nice guy as well.
Now, just to name a couple of your accolades, MBK, you've won 2 majors, to be exact. One back in 2014, DreamHack Winter. Can you tell me about this experience and maybe name some of the guys for those who aren't familiar with the players at home?
Sure, yeah. So that was pretty old roster, probably a lot of names that people can recognize. To my left, there is Kiyoshima. Moment was our manager / coach. Happy, that is now coaching in Valorant. And Smith and Shocks, the very known French duo for a very long time. And yeah, it was very special, very unique, the whole atmosphere and playing there. And I mean, it's only good memories. There's only good stuff to be saying about that period.
And then just under a year later, I believe, 2015, you guys win Cluj-Napoca, this time with Envious. A couple of different players into the mix. One, or I guess both of the players, will be quite recognizable to viewers at home, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Apex without a beard, but now like fully grown up with a beard, with the muscles, and then being the best team in the world at this point. And then, yeah, pretty much most of the same players, Happy Steel and Kenny, that wasn't there in the first version. That I think there's no need to present him. He's a legendary opera for sure.
Which major was harder to win, 2014 or 2015?
Well, that's the hard questions, straight up. I
think a nice question.
Yeah, it's a good one. Both had challenges, and especially, well, okay, so the first major that we won, we obviously lost and then went back into the tournament and then went on to win it. So that was probably one of the hardest ones, especially mentally. Yeah, the good old stories. And then, yeah, both were challenging, but winning a major is something that is very hard to describe as how good it feels no matter what. Even if it's the hardest road, the easiest road, it doesn't matter. You win a major, and that's the most important.
Well, back to the action here. What it's all about for the teams in attendance is qualifying to the playoffs in Lisbon.
MOUZ.CET makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot, oh! And he spins around for the kill!
That's it, that's the dagger. Sundae Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sundae Young and Sundae again and again and again!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise! Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Oh yes, the vibe's set to be immaculate as we return to Lisbon for the first time in a long time. But question is, how do the teams make it there? Well, the answer is we've got 16 teams going to be descending upon the halls here in Copenhagen. Only 6 of them will be qualifying through to the playoffs. We've got 2 groups split into 8, double elimination bracket. Let's take a look at exactly how those groups are going to be panning out. Now, one of these groups is not like the other, and that's because the seeding was done to comply with Valve ruling back on the 3rd of February. So that is why you will find Vitality and Spirit in the same group here alongside MOUZ. Obviously 3 of the top 4 teams in attendance in that Group A. When we flip on over to Group B, we've got a couple of notable names there. That's going to be Na'Vi, 3rd place. Imperial, the lowest rank at number 34 in Group B at the very least. But with these groups, Jacob, there comes a little extra sweet prize, right? Because what happens if you win your respective group?
Then you go straight into the semi-final, which means you're skipping the quarterfinals on Friday, which is a pretty nice carrot to have coming into the playoffs. So obviously all these teams are going to do everything they can in order to make sure that they go straight into the semi-final.
And that is exactly what you can see on your screens there. The playoff bracket, we're going to be beginning on Friday with the 2 quarterfinals, progressing Saturday for the 2 semi-finals, and then culminating with that grand final on the Sunday. I think we should pay some attention to each respective group though. For Group A, if you don't mind, let's skip on over kind of the favorites. We obviously will touch upon Vitality, Spirit in that first game and MOUZ when they do come up. Let's talk about some of maybe the upset potential in that, because with this format, Jacob, obviously only 3 teams will be going through, and if logic were to dictate, that would be the 3 top teams. Any other names that you think could be, you know, in with a shot of making an upset there?
Yeah, I think overall it's a very competitive group. As you said, you have 3 of the 4 best teams as of right now. MOUZ obviously being the bigger surprise, playing so well. But if you're looking towards the likes of Astralis, Falcons for that matter as well, FaZe Clan, there's a chance that they could make an upset. I think Astralis is, for me, obviously being in Denmark, an interesting team always to try to quantify. It's been rough for them for a long time. It's hard to figure out, are they moving upwards? Are they stagnating? Are they getting worse? And I'm not quite sure what my take is on it right now. And I'm kind of curious to hear your take on them. Is it a team that's getting better, or have they just, you know, stabilized as being decent?
Well, that's the thing that is a bit weird with them, is that you have individuals that everybody knows and they had a very good period, especially with Kadian, like Stan and Yabi had a very good moment with them together when they were playing. And with the change of roles, with Kadian leading on the rifle, Device being on the up, it's like a very big shift, because if you play on the specific role, especially the up, for many years, and you have to change into rifling and leading at the same time, it's a completely different perspective. And so how do you activate the people with you? How do you enable them to like take more responsibilities or more initiatives? And that's maybe something that we're lacking, like the difference of player that Starin is between the moment of Heroic and how they're playing now is like a big game changer, I think, in how they're playing right now.
Just off record, MBK, did it make sense to you when Kadian was brought in to in-game lead and then obviously give up the mantle of having the AWP when you got the likes of Device on your team?
Well, that's the question mark, because Device is obviously the legendary player that a lot of people know. Some players, I mean, some people might have forgotten him a little bit because he was not necessarily very active on a very top team for some time. But the player is just proficient with every weapon, like rifle, AWPing, pistols, everything. Like, he's such a complete player. And for him to give up the AWP doesn't really make much sense. But then to change Kadian into rifling fully, it would take time, at least a year, maybe even 2 years. And that's the issue. It can work, obviously, if someone works a lot, but is it really what he wants? That's the real question mark. And so that's probably why there's not that much consistency in what they're doing.
And that's the thing, time is of the essence for Astralis. You're looking at a team that is not guaranteed going to the major. You're looking at a team that's missed the 4 past majors. So I agree with you fully. You know, all these role changes and all these roster changes, we need to give them some time, but time is one of the issues for Astralis right now because they don't have it.
Yeah, just like Astralis, obviously FaZe Clan as well chose to skip out on ESL Pro League Season 21. What's your take on, obviously, the headline news of them bringing in Elige? How do you feel like that has gone in the other tournaments that they did attend?
I wouldn't say it's been shaky, but you can definitely see there's some growing pains. I think Kerrigan said it pretty well when we were in Copenhagen last time, that just changing one player and bringing in Elige almost felt like you changed 50% of the team, because he's a very vocal player. He needs a lot of space. There's been some role changes. Rain has been, I guess, forced into new certain roles on certain CT positions, and the entire team have to accommodate for Elige. It's not that it's been bad for FaZe, it just hasn't clicked yet, but I don't think that's too big of an issue. I think when you're looking at this lineup, their big goal is obviously the major, and I think slowly but surely they're getting better. So I'm not worried, but it hasn't been perfect yet.
Yeah, there are still some things that, especially playstyle-wise, they still need to figure out, because Elige, I think, needs to take more responsibilities, and like, not that it was not given to them, but like they need to figure out internally, because Kerrigan is also someone that likes to take a lot of space in the game, right? Like he's the forefront of like the attack group and like just taking map control, and Elige also likes to do that. He wants to be into the action, and so they need to figure out that balance, and Rain is also someone that is known for it. So like you have 3 guys that want to take a lot of space, which is doable, especially in this era of Counter-Strike. But you need to be very clear into who is going in which area in order to have that balance, because otherwise, if you have too many vocal players in one side of the map, they're going to step over each other, and the ideas is not going to be there. And right now, if you look at Counter-Strike, everybody needs to be in the same direction in the team, otherwise it's not working.
The final team that we have time to be touching upon, let's talk a little bit about Falcons. Obviously, they made it to the grand finals in Cluj, which is one of the better looks we've seen of Falcons so far in terms of their tenure in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. Obviously, Cluj wasn't necessarily the hardest tournament out of all of them, but there was still quite a lot of competition within that one, and they played some decent Counter-Strike. At least they gave us a glimpse of what potentially could be the future. I think when you look at the lineup, there's a lot of quality within it, and obviously the addition of Nico as well, it's almost the way I describe it, MBK. When you sign a player like Nico, you're signing guaranteed success. It's just a question of time whether or not it's going to work out with this iteration of players, or if Nico is going to attract more talent into Falcons in the future. Again, it's not bad right now. Obviously, getting into the final at Cluj was great, but they haven't really hit the ceiling either.
It's a lot about consistency, right? Like the players have been going up and down in every game differently. So like sometimes Dexter is going to pop up, then Magis, then Tezes. Nico is a given. That's the only consistency. But outside of that, it's just they need to be good at the same time, and that also comes with playstyle, because you have Kixan that is trying to bring his idea and his version of Counter-Strike. Zonic, we know, is also very vocal about it, and Nico, I think, has been said on an interview very lately that he is almost leading every city side. So you have already 3 voices that, again, need to be united, and either it takes time and then it works, or it just doesn't work. So there is something to be figured out in there in order to get that consistency. I think that's the most important.
It's a 50-50. Either it works or it doesn't.
Yeah, very true. We love those odds. Obviously, the team that Nico departed from, that is G2. They're going to be gracing Group B. So far, Jacob, just a quick temperature check. Obviously, we know, or we knew rather, that Nico leaving, that's a massive gaping hole. How successfully do you feel like they found some filler for that?
They haven't found a success just yet. I think they have the quality. I think they have the player material as well. There's certain players, MOUZ.CET being one of them, who definitely have potential to grow better. Heavy Guard would be another one as well. Obviously flexing his big guns. Honda has been a player that's been, you know, brought a lot of attention towards in terms of him having a bigger voice now, maybe taking over on some of those CT sites. But honestly speaking, from my point of view right now, I'm having a tough time figuring out where they're going right now. What direction are they going? Obviously, it's not a secret. I think there's a weak link within this lineup, and I think Snax is still yet to confirm that he's the right man to lead this roster, because in terms of raw firepower, you cannot take away the fact that G2 is one of the best teams in the world.
They're excellent. I think when it comes to like individuals and firepower, there can be that team that can match the likes of Vitality, but that sharpness, and again, I just go back a lot to that, the direction. But when you have Nico that was most likely leading the city halves, most likely talking out on the T side and taking action and doing things on the map, I don't know if you find that in their game style right now, because Snax, I think, is very good at mid rounds and playing with the opponents and toying with them and having those Polish ideas in a way that they always play very sneaky, very special Counter-Strike, and he's excellent at that. But where do you get that sharpness? So like, we do that setup, I go in, you do this, you do that. MOUZ.CET is good at it, but he should be your star player, so you should not have that duty on him. Just listen to him when he wants to do something, and somebody else needs to take the reins.
Obviously, Na'Vi also going to be joining the fray in Group B. There, I feel like a tricky team to talk about at the moment, because obviously Nathan, coming out of 2024, crowned Best Team of the Year by HLTV, obviously lifting a major trophy seemingly out of nowhere, getting trophies at EWC, IM Rio as well. What's been the start of the year, though, for you? Is it the same Na'Vi as we saw last year?
It just looks like when they won their tournaments, won the major, they were all firing at the highest level possible for all the individuals. And when you look at the roster, when it got put together, I think not a lot of people were expecting a lot from them. They were not being expected to be top 3, even less winning majors at that point. And they just went on and they had a good chemistry. Blade is probably a good part behind it. And they all bit into the system that both Blade and Lexi is putting together. That played a big part because they had that same direction. And players like JL were like insane during a period of time. And again, it's finding that consistency and not having those up and downs that can really make you a top team consistently. And I think they have the voices compared to the other teams, so like have those sharp voices to be together and to go forward. It's just more this time the individuals showing up every time.
I'll leave you with a bit of a cliffhanger because we don't have too much time. But I think Navi's entering right now a state of mind where we are potentially looking at roster changes if they're not finding any success here or at the upcoming major. That would sound ridiculous to say just 2 months ago, 3 months ago, but it hasn't been looking great for them so far in 25. And I think the frustration and the body language coming out from the team right now is one of the main issues.
Jacob, I'm going to stop you there because I want to end on a high. I want to talk about some regional representation because we've got not one, but 2 Mongolian teams. We're obviously going to be talking about the Huns in the first game versus Spirit, which is going to be a tricky one. But obviously the Mongols, right, in recent Counter-Strike history, they've really put themselves on the map.
It's the raw firepower. It's the tenacity. It's the way they play Counter-Strike. It's the carelessness almost to a point that makes them so fun to watch. And it's a very young team as well. They can learn so much by staying more in Europe, playing more of these tournaments. They're gaining more experience. I'm a big fan of the Mongols, and I think they're very fun to watch play Counter-Strike.
100%. They have a real identity. They have Mzinho that is excellent on the rifle and Blitz that is taking a lot of space. And that's really the highlight for them. Really love watching them as well.
Jacob, I see you've got a very fancy watch on there. What time is it?
It's time for fantasy.
Time to get your fantasy teams locked in. You've only got, what, 15 minutes to get that locked in? Jacob, do you want to give them any advice? Was there any kind of headline player that you were like, you've got to go for this guy?
I mean, I have MOUZ.CET as one of my guys. I actually put him as a captain. I think MOUZ.CET is going to come in here with revenge. He wants to show off that he's actually way better than he's been the past couple of months. So a little sneak peek of MOUZ.CET making him my captain is what I hope for.
Well, we won't be seeing that go down until tomorrow, but we can take a look at what is on the cards today as we've got plenty of Counter-Strike in store. 4 best-of-3s to be exact. We're going to be rounding out the day with FaZe versus Virtus.pro. Not before Vitality take on Astralis. Second game of the day, MOUZ versus the Falcons. But first, it's Spirit versus the Huns.
CSGO, gone but never forgotten. Yeah, I mean, we will get to the point where it's...
Nope. I'm going to be in the old folks' home 50 years from now, Mohan, telling them all about... And then the Paris crowd said to me that I got them all riled up.
You're going to be in bad shape, eh?
And I said, we go out in a blaze of glory.
Just play the recording.
Why'd you have to say that?
2 players getting close. No one coming in from behind, and a shot in from Torzy. Great one.
Able to get out the path.
Right.
No way. Shuhei blinded. No way. No reaction. Shuhei, what?
I have no idea.
In what world does he get away with all that?
He threw the smoke.
Just sat there blind spraying and no one reacts. Concerned more so about Torzy and the players in sight, Shuhei gets away with daylight robbery.
4-8, Connor. That's bait.
Going for some spam as Magix gets the fight towards Dark. Trade frag out of Donk, still standing. Bomb being planted as he softens up a couple, but it's only Chopper to maintain control of this bomb site. Tees can peel back in the 3v3. Hell of a map coming out from Chopper at the moment. 12 and 6, man. And look at this deep position from WOXIC still inside of water as the other 2 players get fully smoked off. There is nobody that can disrupt this. WOXIC's nade has to open long because he's still... Oh, nope. Wakadia is going to have to try to flash through off the bomb defuse, and Zontix has got that cover. Oh, but Joda double spray through smoke. And this smoke soon to fade.
No, he
Shiro
got it.
spams him back and jumps on bomb with time.
He's so hyped. That game.
We have a noob tube on the field. Magix, who has struggled to get a single kill in multiple A-holds, says screw it.
What'd you call him?
Shotgun out. Looking to get tubular with the XM1014.
Let's shred the gnar, man.
Chop!
Spirit arrive in Copenhagen to kick off the Blast Open 2025 after what was quite an emotional exit back at ESL Pro League Season 21. Semi-finals is where they would finish there, and here, playoffs are truly a non-negotiable. But on the other side of the server, Mongolian CS, we just talked about it, Jacob, it truly has been on the rise as of late, and now we've got a new challenger to approach in the Huns. What do we know about them as a team, first off?
Well, to be fair, we don't know that much about them, especially not if you're centered within Europe. They have only played against European teams once before in a more so nationalistic tournament, IESF, I believe, in 23 or 24. So it's a team that is exposed now to European Counter-Strike for the first time. However, I think the big storyline for me is, as you said right now, you have the Mongols, who's been the spearhead of Mongolian Counter-Strike, very small region, very small country, and now they're able to foster another lineup. And what I'm thinking initially is, yes, the Huns are going to be interesting to watch here. Again, they're going up against Team Spirit. It's going to be almost impossible to imagine them winning the game, but I want to learn about these players. I want to learn if the Mongols have potential candidates to replace anyone within that team to make them better for the future, and to see if you can have this whole, conversation about almost like a foster team that makes sure the Mongols will stay on top, or at least Mongolian Counter-Strike will stay on top.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because especially in national teams, there is a cycle for every team, right? And then when the cycle ends, you need to change players, you need some youth or some freshness in it. And it's very important for them to have several teams. And I think they have a few now that are getting into Mongolian CS that is really growing and really getting better. Yeah, statistically, between the two teams, I think that's going to be pretty interesting. So the Huns are very scripted, strat-oriented, especially on the T side. And what disturbs that? Aggressive playstyle. And what is Spirit known for? Aggressive dunk. So there is that big factor between the two teams that can be a difference. But if they let space, if Spirit lets space, that's where it can be a little bit scary maybe for them.
Just the fact that you say that, right? Very strat heavy maybe, to try to play organized Counter-Strike. When you think of Asian Counter-Strike, and you'd know that as well from back in your days, it was almost, always just pure aim, almost relentless aggression, almost just going for the fights, going for the duels. But we've seen with the Mongols the past couple of years, they were one of the first Asian teams to adopt certain elements of European Counter-Strike, where it's a little bit more strategical, a little bit more organized, so to speak. And it seems like the Huns, at least from what you've been telling me as well, playing against them, watching their demos, that they're trying to be organized as well. And I think that's the way to go if you're Asian Counter-Strike, if you're Mongolian Counter-Strike for that matter as well. You want to compete against the European teams, you got to organize yourself just a little bit.
Yeah, let's hear about a little bit more on that exact fact, as I had a chance to catch up with Nine earlier on today. This is the first time that the full team has been in Europe, right? Can you tell me a bit about that experience?
Yeah, we have some two of our players. This is like the first international tournament for them, so I think this time it's really good for them to take in the LAN experience and grow as an individual.
How different do you see Mongolian style of Counter-Strike to what we have over in Europe?
Well, in general, it's not that different, but I think in Asia, or at least our team, we do a lot more micro decisions compared to most EU teams. So that's a difference, I think.
Obviously, you've got Team Spirit as your first opponent here at Blast Open. How do you feel about drawing them, and how tough do you feel they are as opponents?
Well, of course it's going to be tough, but I think if we can manage to stay calm under the pressure and manage to play how we used to play, then I think we have a chance against them.
How would you describe your guys' play style for people that maybe aren't familiar with you?
We don't really have any unique play styles or something different from other teams, but individually we have the capabilities to step up and win some rounds on our own.
Now, a nice another additional bit of trivia about the Huns is that Bartak used to be on the Mongols, and who was he replaced by, Jacob?
As far as I'm aware, his own brother in Messinio, right? So he was in that lineup, but for a very short brief of time. If you dive into his stat profile and player profile a little bit, he was in the Mongols for 2 months, so I'm not sure if he was standing in or he was, cut short very early on in the process. Sometimes you join a team and you thought you bought flowers, but you got something else. So I'm not sure what happened back then, but it is kind of fun that we have Messinio's brother playing on a different Mongolian team, and he was even part of the Mongols for a short brief of time.
Yeah, and we were talking about which players can get replaced when you have a national team, or just get them from your family. It's way easier, and then that's problem solved.
Keep it in the family. Let's talk about one other individual from the side of the Huns as well. The newest player, it was something that you were talking about yesterday, and we were talking a little bit about the Huns. Obviously, Yami just joining the team. He's only been in the squad for a couple of matches, right?
Yeah, I think for 10 days or so, officially at least. And so he's been looking pretty good. And it really fits their playstyle as well on the City side, where on the City side, they're going to be way more aggressive. So that's where we're going to find more that Asian Counter-Strike playstyle that is just disrespectful and just going into people's faces. They will push two sides of the map at the same time. They don't really care about the fundamentals. And I think having a new player can kind of enable you to do that, because you know you don't have all your fundamentals and your strats and everything. So just YOLO it, just go for it, and just go for a fight.
Yeah, he's off to a strong start, as you said. He's been there, I think, officially for 8 days. He's played 7 maps, I believe. He played a best-of-5 game with the Huns as well, where he's been the highest-rated player. So if you're coming in, you're joining a new team, and you're instantly finding impact, and you're instantly making the difference, must feel nice for Yami, and definitely a player to watch out for.
But it almost feels cruel. Their debut is against one of the best teams in the world, and undoubtedly the best player at the moment in Donk and Team Spirit. It's going to be a bit of a baptism by fire, right?
Yeah, what do you want me to say here, Freya? It's tough, you know, for the Huns. They're obviously looking at this game, and that's the way I would approach it. When you look at this lineup, when you look at Spirit, and when you look at what they've been able to achieve. Last time we saw them here in Copenhagen, they won the goddamn tournament. So obviously they are one of the best teams in the world. Now for the Huns, you go up against this team, you can only surprise, you know, if you can make one of the games competitive, maybe even steal away a map, that's nice. But if you're Team Spirit, you're walking into this game and you cannot win it. You know, if you winning is just a given, you winning is what's supposed to happen. But if you scramble a little bit, if you lose a map, if you allow the Huns to pressure you, then you've almost lost at that point. So I think from my point of view, and I don't know if you agree, Nathan, when you have some of these games where you're the heavy favorite, it feels a little bit uncomfortable sometimes.
Magic's just showing Donk how it's done, I guess. This is the secret to why Donk is so good. It's actually all Magic's, Nathan.
No, and it's also Donk controlling the mouse, and then Magic's having the keyboard. So it's like coordination and best team play possible. Yeah, there is definitely nothing to gain for Spirits. It's a matter of just, you have to come in this game and beat them, if not destroy them, otherwise it's going to be weird. But the thing is, they've been traveling so much, they can get into the game pretty slow, and against a team that is very strat heavy, very aggressive on the City side, some rounds can really slip up, and it can get very messy in CS2. But yes, it's still Spirits. They still have this consistency. They have the roles figured out. They have everything figured out. So it should still be pretty comfortable.
Well, gentlemen, I think it's about time to discover what maps we're going to be playing in our picks and bans. Okay, should we reveal the industry secrets? I think we already know what the veto is going to be. We had a couple of spoilerinos, but Nathan, you called it perfectly before we did know what it was. So no surprises here from what they're going with.
No real surprise. I expected Spirit to go with Ancient, but it ends up as a third map, so it's completely fine. So like that's kind of the catch for them, because I think it's the worst map statistically for the Huns. But Anubis is the best map of the Huns, and it's a map that is very notorious for Donk hating it. And so that's where you can slip up if they're not very comfortable, if they start getting messy. You never know what can happen on that map, but the whole best of 3 should be pretty comfortable.
We have seen Team Spirit have a couple of, you know, plumpers almost on Anubis. I feel like we saw it last time in Copenhagen against Eternal Fire, where they were leading, was it 12-4, and then they end up losing in overtime. We've seen it at other tournaments as well, so I think the Anubis pick makes sense. Spirit going for Dust 2. It's always been between Dust 2 and Nuke. Sometimes they pull off an Ancient as well, so it's a comfort map for them. And then, as you said, third deciding map will be Ancient. So should the Huns make a surprise, should they be able to take Anubis or pressure them on Dust 2 and force it to a third map, we're still in the territory where Spirit are comfortable. So it's hard to imagine a veto that couldn't be any better for Spirit.
MBK, I love that we get to talk a little bit about Dust 2. Obviously different from back in your heyday, but you guys you made a name for yourselves on this ground, right? It was kind of the French piece de resistance, right? Tell me a little bit about how Spirit handled Dust 2, and maybe obviously the meta's changed a lot since back in the CSGO days.
So right now there is one big dog on Dust 2, and it's Vitality. And so every other team is going to start to emulate what they're doing, which is a very simple game style of playing very slow and playing very packed. So like they would attack the B-bomb side, they would attack long, they would attack mid, short, pretty much always as a pack of 3 or 4. And therefore, it's very hard for the cities to hold angles with simple utility to break them. And so I think Spirit, especially against a team like this, should have also that simplicity of like not getting pushed early in the round and then grouping up and ending the rounds pretty easily. And that's as easy it is to play Dust 2 at this point, but that's how the top teams are playing it, and it's very, very, very efficient.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. It is time to be diving into the first best of 3 here at the Blast Open. And for the first time in quite a long time, we've got Alex and Chad here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, man, we are here, we are live, and it's a joy to be here in attendance. Intrigued to see just how much of a fight the Huns put up, because they've summarized it quite well over there on the panel.
They just brought me here for one reason, though. It's just to fact check Jacob. Now, we said Mongolia, small country. Denmark will fit into Mongolia 36 times, Jacob. So for comparing size of countries, well, we've got to be careful. Size of scenes, that's a different conversation. But another Mongolian representation, one that, as they touched on, Bartak, brother of old mate Mazinho over there. But there's more. You've got players like Yami, you've definitely got Nine, and they've played with these guys before over at IHC, the Mongols. You've got a whole bunch of names that are kicking around over in that part of the world.
Well, when I looked at their recent matches, I mean, there is a lot of Mongolian teams. They're playing a lot of the local head-to-head, so I'm sure there is a talent pool that's developing. Going to be interesting to see just how much of a fight they can put up, especially on Anubis. You know, the panel discussed it. This is going to be an opportunity. This is going to be a real platform for them to put themselves in the shop window, show them what they're capable of up against one of the world's great. Let's get this one started.
This is just another day at the office for Spirit, while it's a trip to Disneyland for the Huns. Magic's with a jump spot over towards B main, gets an awful lot of information, means they can focus fire. Donk has been gifted a smoke to help block. Quite a bit of utility on the CT side, but here they come.
Yeah, they're coming in. The flash may make things difficult. So will the bullets from Chopper. Magic's only one. Shiro still tucked on Temple. That extra smoke is going to prove very useful. Spamming with the dual Berettas. That's the swing he was waiting for. Nice from Yami. An important headshot posted to keep the man advantage for the Huns to take a strong start. A T-side pistol on Anubis would be perfect. For this underdog, smoke will not last forever. Still time on that bomb. Magix makes his way in from that platform side. Zontix with a smoke that could cause panic, but he needs shots as well. Yami somehow has rustled up a second, and nothing here for Magix. The Huns start off as they mean to continue.
Okay, well, T-sided map, T-sided start, and that has been gifted by Spirit, deciding to start on the CT side of their opponent's map choice. I expect to see Spirit bounce back with a force buy. I think you want to come into this match right here and really indicate that you are the better team. Well, we'll wait and see. I only see a flash invested so far, so maybe Chopper and the boys want to take a little bit more conservative. The interesting for CT is to have a chunk of utility. Not what they were expecting. Yami, one of those view model abusers. So hefty start over towards B. You can see Chopper's position. He's passive towards CT spawn. So likely to allow them to flood into the side before the flash comes through. At the moment, we just have a default spread. So the Huns are in absolutely no rush. Nine, Orpa for the team, will be taking this mid control. He will have the support of Bartak just behind him. Yami over towards T stairs, Cobra outside of B. And we're going with Vexel?
Vexel.
Vexel.
We asked the Huns staff just before we got in, Vexel, because I was looking at a Vexel. I could have said a Vexel, but
or even a vessel.
A vessel, perhaps. But we're going for one of each. A Vexel. Kind of sounds the best of the options, to be honest.
Indeed it does. And the A bomb site looking pretty damn good right now if you are the Huns. You've been able to route through middle. You've found absolutely no contact. They are actually investigating Temple, so spreading their wings as the pack heading over towards A. There you go. First contact found, and that was the flash. So if there was anything that could go wrong, that would have been it. Now the farm factory
lovely.
Out. Nine will get the double up, and I think they could piece this one together. That it is that B stack. So the best start you could hope for.
Yeah, risk averse, and your not MP9, excuse me, your Mac 10, getting a nice $1,200. Could be even more here as Magic's Crab walks into the Mac 10. He's just farming up some nice cash.
This is an ideal start for the Huns, right? The fact that you're likely to give away absolutely no bodies within this round, you don't need to reinvest, so you get a bit of a bonus coming into the next. You were hefty in towards the rifles. You know the CT buy is going to be lighter on as far as util is concerned when the rifles do come out. So we'll see how far they can extend this early lead.
Love some cash, but Magic gives more over. Another one. 4 kills with that Mac 10, so $2,400 dues into their bank accounts.
I don't think they'll be investing into the AWP for 9 just yet. He can just rock and roll with that Mac 10. Now, one of the issues that has been discussed heavily, and the desk even touched on it, Donk not a massive fan of this map, it's just the limiting options available for the CTs, and it's even more limiting when you light on the util just like this. So we're talking a handful of smokes, a couple of incendiaries, barely any flashes, and, well, 2 HEs. So right now, might have to be something aggressive out the gates. A mid-block smoke dropped. They're going for the B main smoke to lurk the Huns. You can see that on your radar top left. It looks like it may have been blocked. So vying for this mid controller, clear of the smoke, no spam, nothing battling back. And this is pretty standard these days with the top teams. You can throw a smoke, throw an incendiary early, but then you give up middle. It's a tough position to defend, and there you got pace to this.
Yeah, Zontics has got that incendiary, but that'll only buy like 6 seconds, and there's actually pushing through it, through their own molly, using that MAC-10's mobility to be way ahead of the curve. Already coming round, goes down, Cobra with a lovely double. Should be able to get the bomb planted. I say should, actually. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. He'll get the code punched. Likely to go down. Planted for Vexel from main. Swinging through to try and lend a hand. Chopper and Donk partnered up on this retake up close. Good shot from Cobra. And actually looking good. Cobra with impact. 4 kills and just 10 HP on Magic's the nade to ruin his day. 4 kills deep. Can't find the ace clutch.
Okay, well, the defuse will come in.
Oh man, that would have been a real like fire starter, wouldn't it?
Especially when you are talking about the 2 individuals, right? They're the ones without much international experience. He likes a Cobra, he likes a Vexel, so that could have been a great way to light some fire under them early.
He ran through 2 mollies. Okay, sorry, there was an extinguish on the incendiary. That's the team molly he goes through.
They've extinguished the CT, they push through and catching fire, but this is some nice shooting. That's what you want to see, the individuals on display. As mentioned, it was a bonus round, so will 9 bring out the AWP into the next? That's the question. Has more than enough funds to do so, but it's just going to operate with the AK, so keeping it rifle heavy. 1 player staying alive for Spirit. That's not great. It means that we have a Famis for Chopper and MP9 for Magix. More utility to work with this time around, and yeah, so that happened in the previous round. They blocked it again. So this is going to be a bit of a nuisance for the Huns. It's good, at least in this round, they'll identify that that lurk smoke has been blocked, and hopefully they can mitigate that issue going forward. But this is going to be a quick collapse onto B.
Yeah, 3 players here from Spirit. Magic's only an MP9, but puts it to good use. Traded out. Cobra down. Chopper falls. Or at the back of the site with Shiro. Do excuse me, the rotations come through. It is just Shiro and... Whoa, dear. Not for long. It's Yami. And just to clear up the site, bomb will go down comfortably. And yeah, you know, all that hard work from Cobra wasn't for nothing.
Yeah, whoa, shot there from Yami as well. The diligence on the clear, expecting a 4th man to be there so early. Spirit, they stacked the right site. They even had the opening incisions go their way, but a nice little double there changes the tide, and Zontix really has one choice. That's going to be the save. The question is more about how far will Yami get off the leash. He's already pushed through a temple smoke, so he's actually closing the door on this save. Zontix, not a defuse kit to his name, couldn't even be cheeky with this one. Yami's gone searching towards A. Now, 9 will note the presence. So at this point, the hunt will come quickly. Really would love to hold on to this one. Is that a pimp sticker on the Zontix gun?
I see.
There are some fans out there after all.
No, he's just trying to, you know, smooth talk the analyst.
He got rid of it and picked up a different one. So what does that tell you? Okay, well, first tactical timeout for Halley right now. First rifle round goes their way. They lose the follow-up, and now they're in some financial woes. The loss bonus going into the next is going to be of that 2,400 mark. So likely to see them just take the 1 rifle, try and get what you can get out of Zontix production, and then buy into the next. Magix would be able to drop an AWP. Early stages, CT side, Anubis. You just need to get yourself 4 or 5 rounds.
Question. Your star player, making no secret of his distaste for a particular map, is that vulnerable to criticism? Can one say that's not it's not wise to vocalize those opinions, or is it going to be transparent enough?
It's almost scene wide at the moment with the top teams, even though they don't play Inferno, so they're going to play Anubis. You don't really want to have to worry about having to learn the intricacies of the Inferno meta.
Yeah,
I think the thing is, it's okay to dislike a map, but they still win it, right? So you look at their record, they're only losing 2 other good teams on this Eternal Fire in that bracket. This will just be that saved M4, some light investments of whatever was afforded to the Spirit individuals to make sure they can buy into the next. So you got a 5-7 on Donk. It actually feels like Donk may have a little bit over-invested here, but there's a fair chance they can win a round like this.
Yeah, and these are the rounds that, for an underdog as extreme as the Huns, you know, if you're cheering for them, if you're in the cheer squad, you really want to see them handle this with poise. It's typically those underdogs, those less developed rosters, they can fall foul to a capitulation. They might overthink it. They might start second-guessing themselves and their best judgment. There's an M4 in the mix as well.
Yeah, and in the last 2 rounds where it was the lighter buys, they have just started very default heavy. So they're allowing the CTs to make any aggressive gambits if they are in play, and now they're going through their protocols. Last time, they went through middle and they split A. This time, so they are spending a lion's share of their forces through the guts once more. The bomb needs to be picked up at a certain point, but Spirit, have they gambled correctly? Well, that smoke tells them a little bit of no. That does leave the door open to head Temple towards B. Time is going to be the biggest issue right now, and information isn't really there for the Huns.
This is what they wanted, though. That's some information. A flash and 2 players. They know where 3 of the 5 are. And, ooh, Donk wants to get his hands on that rifle. I think the nade may have stopped the retrieval. Yeah, they are going to be pincering in towards A. 1 through mid is Bartak. Timing is good. Chopper just turned tail. Zontix has that M4 on the A main. Fine, gets the info. Cobra controls the spray. Vexel there as well, but that's the Zontix M4 causing problems. And now a P250 headshot. Bartak down, and it's a Spirit round.
That's going to happen. You're versing one of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams in the world. You didn't really get much information. You had some space, but you were trying to force from the darkness Spirit to gamble incorrectly, and they were already over towards that A site. So that's going to be a frustrating one to lose early for the Huns. You want to keep those type of rounds as clean as possible. Build up this massive bank of rounds. Now you're going to have some questions of your own. So that one will be frustrating. There's still money in the coffers for a couple of rifles. It'll be an AK, a Galil, and then pistols. But yeah, it's tough, right? You're looking at these 2 teams. There it is, blocked again. They blocked it 3 out of the 4 times it's been thrown. And the 3 times it's been thrown out the gates, it has been blocked. So hoping to use that to get some B pressure. Here they come.
Yeah, testing Donk again. They know he lives here. Come knocking on his door. And actually, Cobra finding Chopper's one thing, but Donk, oh, down to Cobra. That's more impact already. Will they get the bomb across?
Rotations here.
Smoke to facilitate. Magix edges closer towards that Ivy position. Gonna try to maintain that deep platform corner. Magix does spam away, connects onto Cobra.
The key right now is there's 3 smokes for this retake. 1 towards B main, 1 towards dark. That would be huge.
Okay, so there's the main smoke. Zontix throwing out a couple of cursory bullets. 9 with the Tech 9 up close. He is just hoping to be overlooked here. Ooh, Magix. The teammate threw a flash, doesn't get to profit off of it. Now, oh, completely owns them. Magix gets 2. On the edge of the smoke is Bartak. He just can't aim it. Would have loved both. So close as well. The crosshair just a bit flustered in the adjustment. Will be Spirit converting, and Finance is humbled for the Huns.
Yeah, it might have to be a partial buy. At this point, there is enough money for everybody to purchase on the Spirit side of the server. The loss burn is starting to build now for the T's.
It's a tough one to win out.
I'm surprised they get the opener there. And actually using that block smoke to his advantage to path into the site gave him a bit more vision than maybe he was expecting. So really nice shooting there from Magix. Didn't have the best finish to EPL. Quite frustrated with himself. Took the telegram. Had some emo sentiments he was putting out into the world. Oh, there it is again.
Damn.
So this is it, right? We've seen this with Madja once upon a time. And this is the tendencies. You go into the backlog, you take a look at what they do, how they like to open, and if you can unravel it, same as the game plan, they're going to pressure Chopper towards middle. We can see 4 players trotting through this smoke.
And as you've been discussing, again, vacating middle. You know, you throw that smoke and you will concede this part of the map. And ooh, a missed shot from the AWPer and a dink onto Shiro. Pressure applied to the A defense. Chopper, Zontix tested. Tech 9's up close. He does well with the limited magazine, but 9 has taken a double with that Mag 10 to make it interesting, to make that bomb plant a reality.
I thought it was going to be the eco, but it turns out the force. The bomb goes down again. Everybody through heaven for the retake.
Scavenged M4 could prove useful. Vexel.
Oh, that's a miss molly. That's going to delay 5 seconds.
They volleyed themselves. Okay, suboptimal. Miss nade as well. Doesn't do too much damage. Still got 70 HP. Just wants 1. Can't get it. Magic's good awareness. Ooh, 9. Playing up close and personal. He's going to get overwhelmed. There's only 1 with health. Does the remove. Donk needs bullets. Oh, the pistol. It could have proved useful. Can't draw it in time. It will be a Spirit round, but the Huns, they are competitive. They're getting into these bomb sites frequently. It just has been that close that's been quite elusive.
Yeah, they're keeping these rounds quite intense, aren't they? So with that plant, they could go for yet another buy. That round had a bit more behind it than I thought. This time round, they could get at 4 AK-47s, maybe 2 Galils or pistols. slash MAC-10s with Yuto behind it, and this is the second time we've seen them go for the same trick. The mid control, the molly coming in from the player outside A, the extinguish. Nine not too displeased with himself there. And this time, it's actually going to be the Huns into a tactical timeout. They've got coach behind them, NCL. That's another name from the scene that people might be familiar with. You just have to take a look, right? Over the years, we did have the Mongols back in the 2015s, 2016s. I used to compete against those guys back when it was Machine Gun and Zilkenberg. But Coach Mara was still behind them then. But throughout the, I would say, last couple of years with this team really taking to our screens, a few of the names in the server have played with the likes of Blitz and Techno before at the Mongols. So have tried out a whole bunch of players. Got a bunch of teams down there that seem to be very proud of the Mongolian heritage, right? The Mongols, that's the headline team. Then you've got the Huns. Well, it's very similar. Then you've got the Genghis Warriors, which apparently is the local way to say Genghis Khan.
Right.
Or Genghis Khan. Depends on who you are, how you want to say it.
It's like people that say Barcelona.
Yes, well.
When you've gone on holiday once.
We're going on holiday soon.
Yeah, baby.
We're going to Lisbon.
We're off to Lisbon. I'm going to have some pastel de nata. That's how you say it properly.
Ah, okay.
Think, actually.
Well, for sure, posted up. This time he gets to take a shot. Not initially smoked off. The deep one lands, and he's very brave, isn't he? Just staying and playing ahead of this, so retains a whole lot of information.
The whole purpose of that smoke completely negated by Shiro's forward positioning. So yeah, confidence is flowing.
This is going to be quick on towards A. Chopper and Zontix defending against this. Here they come.
Brisbane's pretty solid on the entry. That's a good bit of chip damage. Oh, double HE, but hang on, even trades. It's Yami removing Zontix, the A anchor down. And again, we might see that bomb plant. Might be in the operative word. They're yet to start punching in the code. Vexel on it now. And no way to disrupt it. Okay, Chopper lingers in that smoke, so if he's overlooked upon the fade, it's all about the timing of this fade. Vexel's holding. Down goes Yami. Trade not there. It's Chopper with two. Bartak fights back. Matches the output. I'm on their side, ticking away. Need to delay. Magix is on the warpath, charging at Bartak. 25 health, he's down. Up to 9. He's been close. And now he can finish off the job. A 1 versus 1 versus Magix, an even fight, a fair fight. The AK versus the M4, and it's 9. He does convert a 4-4 scoreline. The Huns, they've broken through once more.
Okay, very well done. Direct, immediate, in your face. One of the issues when you're playing rounds like that is the CTs haven't even started going through their protocol utility. You're not baiting it out. You can see there on the retake, a lot of nades remaining for that of Spirit. But the pressure of the bomb working against Magix there, had to find that duel, and 9 will connect the dots even after that beautiful double there from Chopper. Some donk frustrations early. We've all seen them before, but he's able to bounce back from absolutely anything. And these guys have had a cheeky or low-buy win of their own. Talking right now an MP9, a couple of 5.7s, AWP, and a rifle.
They're still throwing it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Unless you're going to throw it from a different lineup. This time AWP's on B. Another explosion.
Yeah,
5 players.
Direct. This is a bit old school. 5 players all committed to one side of the map early. Shiro's AWP starting B as well. Should being the key word there. Does re-peek into Bartak. A leg shot, but the molly's good. It's actually taking him down, and in combination, Vexel finds Donk, and yeah, the bomb should go down in a 2v2. It should. Chopper's still smoked off Temple. Zontix is right behind him as well, so default plant. Planted for 9 if he wants to play the post plant from main.
Well, we'll see what type of a duel Vexel gets in here. If you look at the stats for this team, he is the lowest rated player. Might have to just be up to 9 to close this out.
He needs one. He needs one. Gets it done. Okay, problem solved. And the last bullet onto Zontix as well.
Okay. Well, right now it is going to have to be the eco coming out of Team Spirit. They forced into that. They had, again, lion's share of their defenders on that site, but that executor had mollies, flames everywhere. It forced Magix in towards that fight. The initial missed shot from Shiro felt like it wasn't going to come back to bite them. You can see those mollies thrown in to deal with that pillar position.
You saw how much of a nightmare that caused for Shiro as well on that AWP line. Very good. I mean, Poppy punishing. Spirit probably going to be very frustrated because they're like, you know, as you're coming in as the favorite, you're going, oh, they're just 5-manning B? What are they doing?
And after doing the exact same thing over towards A. But that's the thing. When you are a team like this, you can get away with the gimmicks early. You're not having to do this week in, week out against the world's best. Now, this should be one of the easiest. Cobra straight through the guts of middle. We'll take 2 on the MAC-10 quite proficiently, if I don't say so myself. And just going to continue to farm them up. More aggression from Spirit. Donk's got a double on the Deagle.
Donk's Deagle is to be feared.
He's on 30 HP. Surely there shouldn't be too many issues. They know exactly where he is. They can go and plant over towards the B bomb site. Bartak makes sure that he can't traverse back. Cobra's going to head over and help that out of 9, so it should be good.
It's just funny seeing that Bartak is not even playing for the fight so much as he just wants to make... Yeah, okay. Job's a good one. Didn't want to let that one slip any further out of control. And didn't want to see that AK maintained.
Okay, well, missing one of the players from the server right now for Spirit, so we'll get them back in ASAP. But if you are just joining us, we got some cliff notes for this one. Reigning major champs, world's best player. Success so far in 2025, but not the consistent triumph and peaks that you would hope for. Knocked off the top spot Vitality in the early stages of the year. Going up against the runners-up of the Blast Rising Asia to Atox. Now, Atox are currently provisionally suspended by ESEC. So they're under investigation. We'll have to see how that one transpires. These are names, well, at least a few of them. 9, he's the AWPer. We've seen him before with the likes of the Mongols. Bartat, Mazinho's brother. Unfortunately, that's what you're going to be known as. No, but you need to maybe get yourself some hair clips. He's the older brother too, so that might feel even worse.
I think we've had that once or twice before.
Yami, he's also been a name that's floated around the Mongolian scene for some time. And a squad that's only really played at the IESF, which is like a second string World Cup style event. Yimpat
was initially Sergey's brother. Now...
Yeah, but Sergey's not even playing it.
Sergey's Jimmy's brother.
True. All right, another explosion.
Okay, Mag10, giving it a go. Donk's in the same spot for one, but traded. A very important trade. The bomb is already in front of Magic, so the rotation will be swift. Can they just fight their way through? Not the auto shotgun. No, the kryptonite of the all-in B. Up close. Oh, and pumping them full of lead. The shrapnel. It finds them all. Magic's alligator feasts. That is a nasty way for it to go down, but yeah, that's Spirit playing by their own rules.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you're going to come through one choke point, I can't quite think of a better weapon than the alligator, right? So Magic's there making a bit of a statement, making some funds.
Not even just that.
Smile on his face.
It's the fact that the bomb was the first spat out in front of him. It could not have been better in terms of confirming. Just stay here. Stand here and deliver. I love that he's doing the reload pump fake. Very cool.
Oh, well, looking at a 6-6 half now, aren't they?
He's only gone and got another one.
Oh, okay. Well, if B doesn't work, let's go A, shall we? So the Huns now going to group up again and hit this A site. So sure are going to be calling sector clear. They need to get their boots on to rotate over. Going to brave through this smoke is Cobra, just walking straight through. And here's the explosion behind it.
Okay, Zontic's to be tested. Chop takes first contact, and he's fully flashed. Good layering of those flashbangs. There's no counterplay to that. Chopper and Zontic's both blinded. Good supportive util. And we will see another bomb plant. No absence of those.
Well, you got to give this one a go. Final round of the half. Just like a dry run simulator on your site holds. 5 players coming your way. Explosion to utility. It's all there. Can Spirit retake 3v5 disadvantage?
Donk's going to give it a good go. More utility as well. That's the last of it. Molotov to delay further. Bomb over half gone. CT utility now invested, and it is working on the retake as well. How has the shotgun done that? Oh, Vexel gone! Donk destroys! Maybe 9 can step up and deliver the 1 versus 3. Isolates the Jaws, removes Donk, and that is going to be a lead at the half. T-side Anubis, 7-5. The Huns, they have the edge and smiles on their faces as they are pulling it off, playing their way, their game, up against one of the best. So Anubis continues. The second half underway, or about to be. We got the Huns versus Spirit. Is somewhat of a David versus Goliath matchup, but right now, yeah, David's got some sharp stones and threw a couple of heavy blows, a couple of more direct approaches on their D side.
Yeah, we just saw a whole lot of executes right there. So these bomb sites of Spirit being tested indeed. More often than not, they had the stacks in the right place, just couldn't get the job done. Only real fumble for the Huns was losing to that 5-7 saved rifle round in the first half, but I think it's going to get a whole lot harder for them now on the CT side. Individuals can be isolated. You can't just pack roll here anymore. As 9 steps into Zontix, his life given over, and now the round can simmer in.
And he was the highest flyer in that first half as well. 16 frags, but kept to 0 in the start of our second half here.
I think if we're going to be looking for the firepower department of this team, it is going to be through 9, Yami, and Cobra. Nice flash. Yami blind. Backs off silently.
Yeah, he knows he has to play for one. Unfortunately, Zontix is hitting every clock headshot he can. Combined it with the body to finish. And the pressure applied. Tucked on the pillar, not committing necessarily, but definitely forcing rotations. You could, oh, wow. Just Donk now delivering. A quick headshot to Cobra.
Site's clear, boys.
Job's done.
We'll take both bomb sites, shall we? They were heading back towards B to get the plant in. That's where Vexel finds himself.
It's quite a luxury on a pistol if you can just say, hey, Donk and Zontix, go see what happens on A, and we'll be ready to react accordingly.
One's all he's going to get, and there you have it. So pistol rounds exchanged on map number 1. Get a freebie opener there and just able to continue to click those heads. So beautiful work from Spirit. Let's see what the approach is from the Huns. Are they going to force, or are they going to go with the same approach as Chopper's boys did? Looks like they'll be going for the eco into round number 2. But at this point, this is where individuals can start getting exposed on the side of the Huns. If people remember Bartak's time within the Mongols, he wasn't the highest flyer in terms of fragging. He would play very similar positions, if not the same positions as what they have MOUZ.CET playing now, but didn't feel anywhere near as mechanically gifted as MOUZ.CET. And yeah, as mentioned with Vexel, his stats a little bit worrisome, I would say, especially when most of the time you're only playing domestic opponents or regional opponents. Against a lot of home teams as well as Chinese teams. We do find ourselves in Group A for Blast Open in Lisbon. 16 teams, 6 teams will be making it through to the playoffs, which will be going down next weekend.
Yeah.
It's not this weekend.
That makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, next weekend.
The weekend.
Not this weekend. Next
one after that one.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some dates that would coincide with that. It would be nice if I had them handy. Yeah, but it's interesting in Group A. Okay, the MAC-10's getting a little farm fest. Because the seeding was done at the same point of the invitation, I believe, that's why you right now have a group of death.
It does look rather deadly.
You've got top 3 teams from the VRS, all in Group A. You can even expand that a little bit more. You have the top 5, well, you have 5 of the top 7, which is Vitality, Spirit, MOUZ, FaZe, and the Falcons. The FaZe conversation's an interesting one. We didn't catch them at EPL. They've obviously been giving some time to Elige so that he can get settled in Europe. We'll have to see what their gameplay looks like. Carrigan took to an interview with HLTV. Nice little audio one if you guys are going to go check it out. Talking about there have been some changes in the details. So what does that mean? We'll find out. We'll be playing a little bit later on. Our next game is going to be MOUZ versus Falcons, which is the 4th time it'll have taken place in a month.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny how that always seems to happen where you have some teams that just end up becoming the nemesis of one another, whether that's a product of the seeding or however the systems do operate. But yeah, as you highlighted, I read the interview that Cajun gave to HLTV, just talking about how, you know, they feel like they play better against the best teams, so this group could suit them. But it's a very important event for Astralis, so conversation for another time. But yeah, opening game versus Vitality should be entertaining. That'll be today at 5 o'clock local time. Big round there. The guns come out and Cobra goes down. Yami was right behind him, hungering for the trade, and that's the power of that lurk smoke. Does look like Spirits goes a little wider. Limits your options. 9, he's got limited options right here. That's a good find from Bartak, but it's all Chopper right now. 3 kills on the entry into B. And Vexel forced to waltz through a main smoke. Brutal, convincing start to the T-side campaign of Spirit.
Wouldn't be surprised if this is a clean sweep from Spirit now before we go to their map choice, which is going to be Dust 2, and the third and deciding if we need to get there of Ancient. It's just so tough on this map. We already were talking about some of the issues. A lot of the top teams don't like it, and it's because the CT side feels restricted the best of times. Well, this aggression finds them nothing. The in-game leader standing and delivering, and just to kill back in. Traditional meta in this point would have been a save, right? You wouldn't have seen a team even going for that, but the Huns went over, they had a look, they got nothing for their troubles, and now they just have to take a partial investment going into the next. So, shouldn't be too much to note. Some more interesting facts you were talking about there with Astralis, obviously Virtus.pro as well. Yeah. I think G2 fall into that conversation. Na'Vi, even to some degree. The VRS outcome of Lisbon is going to have huge implications on if and how you're invited to certain stages of the Blast TV Austin Major coming up in June. The cutoff date for everybody playing at home is going to be April 7th, so this is the last big boy event that will have any real impact on what those invites look like.
Not me actually checking the date because I have lost all track of time. It's the 19th of March, everyone, in case you hadn't looked at the calendar today.
So April 7th is coming damn quick, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, well, here's the partial.
Cobra's getting a little flirtatious with the smoke. And the flash, yeah, Magix was reading that like a book.
It was a deep flash as well, right? The fact that Magix was already past that and going off in his peripheral vision up towards the right-hand side there. Attack forced forward by the Flames, and they'll just be sweeping this one under the rug. It is tough, right? When you come into these events, especially in consecutive fashion. Now, Spirit weren't in Cluj. There were Vitality, a couple of other names also. But this is back-to-back for them now. EPL straight into Lisbon. And you need to make sure that this doesn't just feel like another game of prac, but you also need to make sure that you're conserving your energy because you know that you're going to be playing consecutive days of Counter-Strike here in the group of death where only 3 teams make it to the playoffs.
Fine.
It's a big problem, right? Because, oh, nice shot there. If you do drop down towards the lower bracket in this format, it means that only one team from the lower bracket is able to progress. You want to just win your first 2 opening best of 3s. That will secure you a spot, whether that's quarters or semis, we'll find out with the seeding match. But that's the path of least resistance. 9 and Vexel are going to be having a little bit of a look, see what they can find. It is interesting as well with the Mongolian players. People in Europe playing some, I want to say around the 3K level of FaZe. They'll sometimes run into some of these players. The other day I was playing against a player from Eruption. I think his name was Side Effect. And they're playing on about 120 ping, but they're making it work. We're giving it its best go.
I actually got owned by the Huns on Anubis when I was playing CS in China.
Ah, okay. Well, there you go.
Hugo talked me into playing FaZe.CET on SEA servers in China.
Never be doing that again?
Nope, never again.
At least you tried.
Yeah, and they were very nice about owning us, which was kind of nice.
So you have a rapport with these gentlemen?
Well, in a way. They've beaten me on this map.
I don't think Yami was on the team then.
No, he wasn't. I don't remember him, but you know, you talk about the longevity and the fact it's back-to-back events. One thing I will say is that that doesn't really apply to Donk. All he wants to do is sleep, eat, and frag. And when he's not fragging in an official capacity, he's fragging in a unofficial capacity on the Pug Realms.
9 is very fortunate there. There's the clear of the smoke, he gets away, and Bartek bodyguards him for that opening kill. So a man advantage to work with, but Chopper gets to play Puppet Master from the grave.
Yeah, let's see how they turn. Well, I was going to say, turn this 4v5 around. It's just happened. 9 got a bit hungry for more there, but he was isolated with no trade potential and has given that one away.
Yeah, surprising considering what we just discussed. So this 4v4 now favors the T's.
Vexel has not had a great start to his CT side, and his woes continue. That couldn't be more textbook and comfortable for Zontix. Crosshair well placed, and now, actually around that smoke, Magix, he's going to catch him off guard, and Donk's found a gap. It's all happening simultaneously. Cobra goes down, Donk's got Yami, and it all just lines up beautifully where all these CT gaps, that was a 4v5. Why did it feel like Spirit had the advantage from the start? Crazy.
Yeah, I think that's also the series as a conversation, right? So this is one of the big issues when you do have an underdog team going up against one of the world's best. What did I say? That it's another day at the office for Spirit. It's Disneyland for the Hunt. Maybe it's just it's going to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how exciting Disneyland would be for them, but I see what you're saying. I do. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't think I can even... Actually, I can.
Maybe they're not Mickey Mouse.
I can imagine Donk with the little Mickey Mouse ears.
Maybe they're more Universal Studios.
Yeah, yeah. Or Legoland.
That could be it, yeah. Six Flags. One of those in Texas.
Yeah, true. Get Donk on a roller coaster. Yo, double. Lovely. 9 nades out Donk. Gifted 2 HEs and puts them to good use. And now a rifle falls into Vexel's hands.
I feel like you have to win this one. I understand it's only the lighter investment, but you get a free opener with util damage alone. You force a labored fight there for Zontix. Sure, you still have to take down Magix, who has 22 kills. But you've got 2 men to the good. Unless you completely gamble and over-rotate, you shouldn't be giving up a bomb site here without information.
I like the logic. Let's see. Gave away a 4v5 in the previous, convincingly. And now you are operating with some recovered guns. You can make that work. Kevlar as well.
I know it's not for free. 9's still here, and he's tucked in very passively. They're
One
going to walk in contact.
All it takes is a molly cake.
Chopper has one.
Yeah, it's coming. 9, you've got nothing. Oh, dear. Gets away. Gets away. Okay. Tuck's close, begging for backup. Where is the cavalry? It's miles away, and they gallivant over into the A site.
Sure has a smoke.
Triggered with an important kill. Bit of team damage there inflicted, but Chopper removed his important from the equation. Shiro missed AWP shot. Yami's back 7 fills the feed. Shiro looking to come up clutch, but there's Bartak securing it. Okay, they're fighting fire with fire here.
Okay, a nice little round to win there. That is exactly what Spirit had in the first half, right? A lighter buy round that they were able to get away with. This one, starting with that free double HE onto Donk, one of the absolute worst ways to die. That flank came quick. The shots were missed. Here's the nades again for everybody playing at home. Bang. And then the Mag 7 even has a fixture. At this point, Shiro fighting on all fronts. And maybe some slight frustrations being shown there from Spirit, understandably so. But they got plenty of cash to buy back in. So both teams into the full buy. Just a 2-round game at this point. Huns have to convert. You need consecutive rounds on the CT
I know
side.
there's a whole game happening, but I'm so focused on Vexel versus Zontix. I don't think Vexel's killed him once.
Back again.
Yeah. Let's see. I suspect that he might have to deal with more than just Zontix this round. Looking at Donk's positioning. He's up to Ruggs now, maneuvering back and forth, setting up his util. That smoke won't last forever. Vexel has support, though, in the form of Bartak, and actually he's going to have a flash he can call for. It'd be premature if he released it now, but actually going to jiggle for that info. Are they going to jiggle, block, and then flash through? That could be cool, but they're walking up close. Vexel's going to get a little bit of a jump scare. Okay, now it's the flash, maybe? Flash through! Donk's not blind! Somehow, some way, he's gotten away with that one, and the flash is layered nicely. Shiro flashing Donk in for the double entry.
Now, they should say, but the thing is, they're already looking quite boxed in. You can see the position of Chop Up. Donk hunting, just continues to take names. Yami will finally stop him. His position has now been noted. 9 trying to get away with this AWP. You've already got Shiro over towards T-spawn. So the bomb goes down and the hunt is on immediately.
This is not looking good for the AWP save. Oh, and Shiro, what? He's got eyes on his elbow. Guess that information owns him, and yeah, they lose everything. An AWP and an AK would have been so nice to bring through to the next, but Spirit, you said it. Spreading that net out quick.
The fortunate factor is they did win a lighter buy round, so they should be able to get another rifle round coming through. And you were talking about the setup there. So I think initially it was a miscommunication because there was the jiggle from Vexel with the smoke, and Bartek had a flash out. It's like, well, why would we do that? Like, you jiggle with the rifle, you take contact, I flash, you swing. And then he dropped back, which meant he was no longer able to take immediate contact off the flash. The flash took too long to come. Donk was ahead of it, so it would have popped above his head. Wouldn't have caused him any issues whatsoever, and then Vexel just looked silly.
We saw it from the over-the-shoulder cam as well. Donk actually had the presence of mind to be anti just prior to him exposing himself to the angle. He ran up, staring at that left side wall. Here it is again. Just that momentary pop. He just has that presence of mind. The second onto the cake player, and it looks very easy from his POV. So easy, doesn't that look nice? Instead of the teams I'm playing and just getting stuck on that fountain for the entire game, Donk's in, just like that.
All right, well, last stand right now for the Huns.
Yeah, this is a big round. Must win, must win. 9 taking his AWP for an aggressive venture. This is a hard shot to hit without the boost, and that's why he's been boosted. You dare overextend, Magix. You just get a bit lackadaisical. You start faffing with your nades. You could get caught out. A little strafe out to try and spot him on the minimap.
Okay, fun little way to try and take some information. Spirit have all the advantages in the world in this one. Sure, the guns are out. There's no defuse kit in play if we do find ourselves in a post plant.
Vexel has no utility to block A. He's just throwing out his smoke, so that won't last forever.
They are going to have to do some type of an aggressive move. Now, the AWP is here to help him, so he can tuck in towards baskets. The AWP can focus on the line. Through middle right now are Spirit. So they can start clamping down or at least applying pressure towards this mid to B. Bartek also has nothing to block with. Magic's heading back over towards that bomb over at T stairs, so they'll pick that up. Shiro posted towards Temple. Chopper.
There's a chance. There's a solid chance with the setup. Becoming time sensitive. And that last block utility will force a fight. Vexel, you've got to be ready. Sontics bests him. There's 9 on the trade, but the AWP goes a bit too hungry for that. Looking for that second, looking for that multi-kill. Now Bartek getting pressed from every direction. Donk is on the site already. Chopper gets the info. It's going to have to be a retake, a labored one at that. As the bomb goes in, and the round is on its way. Can Cobra do anything? Partnered up with Yami coming in from mid. Now just dumping his util, buying time. Yami throws a couple of Hail Mary spams through that smoke, now starting to aggress. Donk has got his number, though. Oh, and yeah, just too comfortable for Donk. He'll collect, and he'll leave with another. Triple kill from Donk into A. Feels like the multi-kills are coming his way very comfortably. In fact, he's caught Magic's up.
Yeah, exactly. He's chased him down quite quickly, hasn't he? This ferocious nature that this kid has on the T side is on full display right now, just running in, bopping domes left, right, and center. For Nine's decision-making there, because they had lost middle as well, he kind of feels like he has to fight, doesn't feel like he can drop back in. I think the multi-kill would have been hugely important, but you see the way that Donk just crouches into that angle. Grabs himself another 4K. And the max loss bonus. Oh, okay, there's another auto shotty out in play. Yami's doing his best.
Oh, that
Magic's cosplay.
And Spirit are doing a Huns cosplay with a all-in B.
Oh,
that's gone well.
Well, the execute didn't need to happen before the opening kill. I think this is it.
I think you're right.
Dust 2 up next.
Cobra. He times his spams. Could catch someone on the cross. They need an equalizing frag. Yami with that shotgun. Oh no, it's not the range. It's not the range for that kind of exchange. Nice bit of util from Yami. Will facilitate the shotgun to start pumping out something. Zontix has his exit, and this one is done. Nothing here for Yami. Giving it a good go, though. Nice to see him trying the magic strap, but it has not resulted in much. A 13-8 first map. Dust 2 up next. Spirit wrapping things up nice and easy on the second half.
Competitive start from the Huns in the first half, but unfortunately falling flat when we move on to that CT side. I know, obviously, objectively, Jacob, it is a loss for the Huns, but I was quite impressed with what they were able to bolster in the first half, at the very least.
I very much like the approach in the first half. I think they did a good job applying pressure towards Team Spirit. They came in and they kind of grasped the one chance they had, and that was to create a chaotic game and a fast-paced game in the beginning. So yeah, I agree with you. First half, way more competitive than the second, but I'm left with a positive feeling despite them losing.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to carry on the other maps because Anubis really suits that playstyle. Spirit didn't go very aggressive early in the round. They were giving A main control. They were not really fighting for those areas. And that's really what helped the Huns get those strats in. So, like, they could do those A strats, those B strats. And I think that was the main part of why they got that many rounds. And like getting the pistol round also helps in getting the economy. But yeah, it was pretty controlled in the end for Spirit, especially on the T half.
We got to see some of the individuals coming alight in that first half, which we will be diving into in a second. But I think we should start off with some specific rounds, Jacob, because the pace out of the gates, it was a nice, fast-paced game of Counter-Strike.
Nathan spoke about it, you know, some of these A executes, B executes, and we noticed the pace coming out as well. Round 3, we may as well dive into it as well, because I loved what I was seeing from the Huns. Again, disrespecting the smoke in middle, walking through it, you know, applying pressure, getting in towards a very fast execute, in towards the bomb site right here, where obviously Spirit are in a decent position to shut it down, but they're even willing to walk through the Molotov. So it was a clear plan from the get-go that we want to apply pressure, we want to play aggressive Counter-Strike, and they came very close winning this round. It comes down to this final USB hit, and you can see there's only 1 HP left of Magic's. Then we dive straight into round 4. You lose your first round, and you may think, okay, let's slow down things again. No, disrespecting a smoke and straight into an execute. Look at the time up there, 1:30 left of the round. They're not wasting any time whatsoever. And they end up winning this round as well, trading their way out the problems. And of course, if you Team Spirit at this point, you lost 3 of the first 4 rounds, you got to take a timeout. You got to, you know, drag out the pace a little bit. And for my money, Nathan, I absolutely love the fact that the Huns were willing to come in and dictate the pace of the game against a team like Spirit.
They brought their playstyle, and that's very good to see. Like, they just came in, they were all smiting, they were just having fun being here, and they played exactly the way they want to play. And especially on Anubis, it's very hard as a CT to counter that, because it means you need to take gambles, you need to make pushes, and if they start playing slow, that's when you're going to get punished. But this whole half, on the CT side, those 5 rounds they got, thanks to Magix, because just with him, he saved them in like the 2v2, 2v3s, those kind of scenarios and the situations. If it was not for that, the Huns could have had a 10-2 first half, which is insane, right? Like, no matter what, it is insane on T-side Anubis. And yeah, it went close to that, but yeah, there were some saviors on the Spirit side.
Yeah, we got to see the round distribution just to see exactly how it was going down in that first half. It's an answer I always hate to hear in interviews, you know, oh, we're just going to play our own style, we're going to play our own game. But I feel like the Huns actually did display what that own game was. Obviously, it was a bit of a tricky situation when we got into the second half, though, Jacob.
Yeah, it was. You know, they played their own game of Counter-Strike. They had a couple of players who stepped up for the occasion as well. I think 9 is a great example.
Yes.
Obviously, someone had to counter Magix, who had a fantastic game, as you described before. I think he individually had a couple of cool moments, I believe, in the very last round of the first half as well. He ended up winning a 1v2, 1v3 clutch where he was the one making the difference. So for 9 to be playing so well, that's also good to see that it wasn't only about them catching Spirit off guard. It wasn't only about them maybe playing fast Counter-Strike and coming in surprising Spirit a little bit. There was also some individual powers between the players, and 9 was one of them.
I think we can bring up some 9 highlights from that first map of Anubis just to talk over a little bit. What did you learn about him stylistically, MBK, and how he likes to approach that T-side?
Well, for the Huns overall, like, making strats helps you get into the bomb site and plant the bomb. That's the main point of a strat, is you just deny every one of these here, and then you want to play that bomb planted scenario of like a 3v3, 3v2s, and that's when the individuals can show up and just play Counter-Strike on a pretty simple way. And on Anubis T-side, it's very hard to get the up, but for confidence, getting into Dust 2, you need to have a good upper. You need to be ready, and you need to have that guy that would make the plays in the mid doors and take the long angles. And even though we haven't seen that much of this kind of style on Anubis because it's not suited for it, I think it's going to be very valuable getting into Dust 2.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, the T side, when we're on Anubis, though, it's the more favored side, it's the easier side, if you will. So when you move on to the CT side, you know you're in for a tough time, particularly when you've got Spirit throwing themselves at you.
Yeah, me and Nathan were discussing it in the green room. You know, one thing is playing good on the T side. You get to dictate the pace. CT side Anubis, you're kind of fish in a barrel. You can only do so much. And we spoke about, you know, at least you told me about the fact that the Huns likes to be aggressive on the CT side. They like to gamble a little bit. And we saw Spirit punishing that. Round 17, great example as well, where Spirit is a little bit more defaulty on the T side. And you're getting to see in this highlight package from this very round that every single time the Huns are going for a duel or doing something, after they're getting the opening pick right here, Spirit are slowly but surely picking them apart. And that was more or less the story of the second half.
Yes, they started very strong in their playstyle, pushing A, pushing B, being aggressive with MP9s, with pistols, even the weapon rounds. The first weapon round, they double push cave, instantly get shut down. Second round, on a force buy, they did the same, instantly get shut down. And after those 3 rounds, you saw that they completely changed the game style. They went more passive, more gambly, and just letting the T's come to them. And that's when Spirit is going to be at their prime. Because if you give them that space, Spirit will take it, they will, and then they can do whatever they want with you. They would execute, they will make you spin around the map by just doing fake executes, going left, right, center. That's what Anubis is made for. If you have the space, you would win your T side. And the Huns were forced to go back because their aggression was not working, and then it was the playground of Spirit.
Just because we have the luxury of, you know, having a relevant player on the desk. Sorry, Jacob. When you say default, maybe for viewers at home who aren't familiar with that term, what is a default? How do you define that?
So you define a default by taking control of neutral areas and using utility for it without really thinking about the end of the round. So like the CTs especially want to contest those areas by having several players, because especially in CS2, holding an angle is hard, if not impossible at times. And so if you add to that utility, so flashes and smokes, it makes it even harder for the CTs to like hold those angles in those prime positions. And that's what you want to do on the T side when you're defaulting. You're pretty slow, you're just trying to analyze and to get a picture, like paint a picture of how the CTs are playing. Did they take A main control with utilities, so like a smoke, a flash, and do you hear someone in there? Same for mid, do they do counter utilities? Same for B, do they smoke, do they push? And so by talking with your team, gathering that information, that's how you want to build your default. You will take areas that are weak, what are seemingly weak, and that's when all the mind games start playing.
Yeah.
Are they actually weak? Can you go there? Can you walk in there? Do you need duty, etc.? And so it's like a game where you're just playing against a blind area. You're just trying to explore it little by little. And Spirit are very good at it. Navi are masters at it. And so those are the kind of things to look out for when people are defaulting.
It's very map dependent as well. You know, some maps are, it's easier to run a default. We're getting into Dust 2 later on in this matchup as well. Dust 2 T-side, it's a map where you can allow yourself to run default every single round. There's also different iterations of defaults, right? Where you're sort of conditioning your opponents, where you have a default where you're spreading out as you normally would, but then slowly but surely you're transitioning into a predetermined strat into your default. So again, we could have this conversation for probably 20-25 minutes, but for players out there, the most important thing in order to gain just a little bit of consistency as a team is to make sure that your default is working properly, and then you can always build on top of that as well. And that's what you said, you know, with Navi, with Spirit, there's teams who are doing it just slightly better than everyone else.
Just to wrap up the conversation on this specific map, obviously the pick of the Huns coming into this series, you touched upon it earlier, MPK. Magic's looking great, which is obviously lovely to see when you're on Team Spirit. It doesn't always have to be the dog show, right?
Yeah, and especially when the Huns are running strats on B side on Anubis, which is maybe the hardest bomb site to hold on the whole of Counter-Strike 2. If you get just flashed, molly, naded, it's very hard to get multi-kills. And you see he was kind of prepared, aiming out of the smoke. And from that, that was just a 1 kill and 1 and done. And that's, even Dawn cannot do magic all the time. And so it was just about getting that refrag, and that's mostly what they were doing.
And I think the context for this is that we saw Magix having arguably his worst series ever for Spirit, at least a series he took to heart at Pro League, where he did not play well at all, and he was very harsh on himself. Now coming into a new tournament, getting off to a good start despite it being against a team that, you know, on paper maybe not that strong. It's a confidence boost for Magix, and it's good for him to get back into the groove straight away.
Well, Anubis does wrap up 13-8 in the favor of Spirit, and their map pick does await. We're going to be diving into Dust 2, not before a short break. Spirit ending out Anubis on that T side, and that is exactly where they're going to be starting their show on Dust2. That is their map pick. So MBK, considering they are starting on the T side of things, is there anything the Huns can do to be countering them on that defense?
Well, to be fair, Dust2 is a bit much more primed for aggression on CT side, and that's the style that they want to play, so they should do it from round to 12, just do it the whole half. But it can go as fast the other way as well, like where they just get shut down and then nothing is working. So I don't know, from what we have seen, skill-wise, there's no match at the moment, and so I expect Spirit to be pretty comfortable.
I hope the Huns will come out and be aggressive. As far as I'm aware, they're starting on the CT side, and I think the cool thing about Dust2 aggression is that on certain maps, take Overpass as an example back in the day, when you're aggressive as a CT, you could always fall back. You could always, with the AWP, you know, be aggressive, take a shot, fall back, take another shot, fall back. With Dust2, if you want to be aggressive, you have to commit to it, right? Yeah. If you're pushing out Catwalk, you're committing to that fight, and you're either going to win it or you're going to die. There's no falling back. If you're pushing on towards lower dark or pushing into B tunnels, you're committed to the aggression. So I hope the Huns will do that to give us a fun game, you know, maybe a game where Spirit are going to sweat a little bit in the beginning as well. But I agree with you in terms of raw skill, in terms of how these two teams are matching up. There is no match at the moment.
How's the AWPing going to be going down, or how do you anticipate it going down? Obviously, Shiro wasn't exactly needed as a prospect on that Anubis. Where does he like to be roaming around the map?
It was very hard on Anubis because of all the strats. They're made to eliminate AWPers. But on Dust2, it's very, very complicated to eliminate completely because just of the size of the map and the utility you can throw. So Shiro would be much more proactive, I'm guessing, and on the T side, he would just have to hold angles. If he can hold angles, and that's what he does best, and kill people in his crosser, he's gonna have an excellent game.
It's also a game of utility in that sense, right? You gotta make the shooting gallery a little bit harder for Shiro. If he's just holding angles and he's not flashed or not Molotov, they're not smoked out of position, it will be a nightmare for the Huns to go into Shiro and walk into his crosshair. So again, I'm curious to see how they're gonna approach the CT side, and I hope they get enough rounds just for us to get a sense of how they will approach the T side as well, because I hope they're gonna be able to do some set execution, maybe run a couple of defaults, as we spoke about, into some B splits, into an A go, whatever that may be, and then we get a taste of whether or not the utility usage is on par to maybe make work condition for Shiro a little bit harder.
Well, this is going to be a hell of a tough mountain for the Huns to be summiting. Dust2, the pick of Spirit, going down.
Going down indeed. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. You saw that stat that came up at the bottom where the only team they've lost to is Vitality. If their big brother in Mongols couldn't do it, if everyone else in Counter-Strike other than Vitality couldn't do it, I don't feel great about their chances.
No, realistically, Alex, they're going to get slammed.
Yeah.
So I prepared some Mongolian trivia that we could go through as this game is probably going to be a whitewash.
I love trivia.
Yeah, so we'll see how that comes in handy or not. But yeah, as the desk have mentioned, T-side start for Spirit, CT side for that of the Huns. And the bad news is for the Huns, when or if they lose this series, they have to take on the loser of MOUZ versus Falcons. So it doesn't get better from here.
Important to see this pistol start with a bang, right? You know, we got to see a rather
His
competitive
aggression.
first half, and here you go. Straight out of the gates, Bartek challenging middle. 9 escorting him there, and of course it facilitates Cobra to get himself tucked in towards the lower tons.
Takes 2 to tangle to a tango. Takes 2 to tango, not tangle.
You could tangle a
degree.
tango.
You could. If you sit extremely defensive on the T side, well, the CTs have to push even further. Now they take the map control. Molly to lower, flushes Cobra forward.
Oh, wow, he's done well. He's actually pushing further forward than they were anticipating, and it's resulted in an impactful double. 2 pistols, 2 kills from the dual elites. Just can't let this one slip away. And I think Yami's frag has confirmed it as well. Spotted out the bomb on the back of Chopper.
I don't know. Do you remember the Chopper race on Nuke, just the DPL?
I do. That's
and
true.
they were in a similar situation. I think there's no vent to slide down this time.
And it looks like the conversation has gone, Shiro, go kill.
You got the P250, mate. Give us at least one.
Yami tight attack as well to pick up anything he leaves. And Shiro will jiggle out. The P250 doesn't connect, and neither does the USP. It's actually Chopper that will win out that one.
Labored.
Good word for it.
They have to clear out Yami over towards Pit, but 9 with Overwatch from the car position. Now it's just going to be Shiro, the last man standing, absolutely locked in. And Cobra will grab a 3rd kill on the dual Berettas. So another pistol round for the Huns.
2 to 1.
That's a good stat to have.
Yeah, you're winning in the pistol department. Right now, anyway. But yeah, I like this forward position. He actually reacted to that Molotov fast enough so that he could in front of it. Zontic and Donk going down to Cobra was high impact. If you can start doing that on the rifle rounds, we're going to have a conversation.
Yeah, it's interesting that Cold Zero's long-lost brother has appeared in 2025.
Didn't know Dad Zera was taking a trip to Mongolia.
Obviously, Cold Zero and Big U Zero, as well as Venom Zero, and then the littlest of the brothers, Cobra Zero. Venom Zero, Cobra Zero, they have the same type of lore, both venomous. Cobras are not constrictors.
That's right. And they've got really nice collars and hats, whatever you call it.
Collars and hats?
Well,
the frilly bits around their heads.
Is it a hat?
I don't know.
I think in the Cobra universe, it could be quantified as a hat.
I think if you Googled snakes with hats, you'd find some cute little pictures.
I would like to see a snake with a hat right now, like a little cowboy hat on a Cobra. Kind of cute.
What about a Mongolian hat? I don't know what they're called.
They probably have a very fancy name that's got lots of kind of Mongolian sounds in it.
I would imagine it would keep their ears warm.
Yep, yep. Traditional garb.
Which makes sense, Alex, because a fun fact about Mongolia, it has an extreme climate. Mongolia has one of the most extreme climates on Earth. Temperatures can swing from minus 40 degrees Celsius in winter to 35 degrees Celsius in summer.
Wow.
Especially in the Gobi Desert.
Gobi indeed. Chad, that's what they're doing. And they might actually do the road.
No. This isn't economical, gentlemen.
Yeah, well, they Gobi on the desert too.
You need to be winning that one.
Suboptimal, you could say. Maybe Yami can save them. Not anymore. Donk combines with Shiro. Oh no, not this early. Not like second round. You had a great pistol. Now you're retaking with no kit, man. A disadvantage, and Donk's alive. Go, I'll trade. No, you won't. No, you won't. You can't get anything done. Well, that's a heartbreaker right out of the gates for the Huns on Spirit's map pick. It's better than winning the pistol. It's a second round conversion. Oof.
Oh dear.
I believe that's how the youths would say it.
Indeed. Okay, well, next fun fact. Land of the Horse. Mongolia is often called the land of the eternal blue sky due to its 260 plus sunny days per year, but it's also famous for its horse culture. There are about 13 times more horses than people in the country, around 3.3 million horses, 3.4 million humans.
I know it's weird, but I did find it weird when I saw a video of wild horses. You know, they obviously it's an animal. It's not like purely domesticated, but they exist. They're just galloping around.
How does this make sense? There are about 13 times more horses than people in the country, and this is around 3.3 million horses to 3.4 million humans.
Well, the math isn't math.
Those numbers don't work.
No, but you did tell me that there's a lot of land, right? You said Denmark fit into Mongolia
36 times.
36 times.
Well, if you win a force buyback of your own,
okay.
It doesn't wipe the slate clean, but it feels good.
Yep.
You've got an AK. You've got the opening kill. It's on to Chopper. You just need to find 4 more of those. Short control has been taken by Donk, has the support of Shiro. Magic's top mid towards green box. Zontic's starting to leer in towards tunnels right now. And Vexel, you needed that, son. It's Alex whimpering on behalf of the kid having a tough time.
Yeah, because I see a lot of myself in him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the hair?
It might be. More the gameplay, actually. Just getting caught out. Especially on that Anubis.
Oh, dear.
Hang on. Never mind.
Still.
And the AK's retrievable.
Yeah, one in the flames.
Okay. Oh, spotted him.
Come on through.
Yeah, they know. Shiro fakes and Cobra Crouch is in. You know, this round had legs right up until it didn't.
Just like horses.
Yeah, they have legs. That's right. Most of them. The ones that don't end up being glue, I guess.
Oh, that's sad.
I don't think that's still a thing.
Do you?
Right? Like, I know chewing gum used to be made out of whale blubber. Like, I don't think glue's still made out of horses. It might be. I don't know.
Now it is an eco.
Yeah. This round brought to you by Prit Stick. Not really.
Is that a glue company?
It is. You don't have Prit Sticks in Oz?
Maybe. Is that the yellow one?
Like the ones, like the child-safe ones. You know, you're sticking 2 pieces of paper together for class. Little rolly stick like a
I think I don't know the brand names. I'm not really on first-name basis with those. I think Donk was 2 for 9 in the last map, ended up top of the scoreboard, and right now he's ferocious again. Deagle in hand, and there you have it. Okay, another 4K. They just keep stacking up, don't they? All right, well, it will be a gun round into the next. No AWP available for 9.
Donk smiling, guys. That's a very good sign for the Wait, does Donk have a fan club? What would it be called? The Donkers? The Donks? Donks Dudes?
Donks Dudes.
It's not... we're workshopping. But yeah, what's the Donk Stan Club called?
It's a great question. I've never really thought of that.
No, neither have I. We'll have to give it some consideration.
Heroes, I reckon.
Obviously, the
would be.
Heroes, yeah.
Well, here's aggression again.
Yummy.
Catwalk, walking.
Nice find. Shiro, cool. Creeps into the angle, gets the equalizer. 9 sticking around, maybe a little bit overzealous. That Molotov will limit his options, and so, yeah, respects it. Will allow it. And you guys, you are getting to see what Nathan and Jacob were talking about on the panel as far as defaults are concerned. You can see how that utility forced a decision out of those CTs and rather all or nothing on those aggressive maneuvers. You can see how he chose and elected the more passive of the two. And what's going on here? We're on top of each other. Yeah, literally, actually on top of each other for this boost.
Found.
DOA.
Yeah. Bit of a classy. You don't see it too much these days, especially with the way that the smokes play out. It was very common in 1.6. Which is where the team NOA came from.
We all know what it stands for.
I should do. I don't.
Norwich.
No, it's like
orange.
Something of
apples.
Anyway, look, just showing my age, aren't I? It's from a long time ago.
Before Donk was born.
Definitely before Donk was born. Well, maybe about the same time as Donk was born, actually.
Cool.
Did you know
that
traditionally in Mongolia, they didn't use surnames? People were identified by their given names and their father's name. Family names were only reintroduced in 1997.
Okay.
And they went with most people went with the clan name for Genghis Khan.
So what, my last name would have been my dad's first name?
Yeah, what's your dad's first name?
Sasha.
So you would be
Alexander Sasha.
That'd be you.
So to the Ruskies of the world, I'd just be called Alexander essentially.
Or Sasha Sasha.
Sasha. Pretty cool, actually. Sasha Squared could be my DJ name.
In Dota, there was an item. It was like swords. Was it like something in Sasha? Yeah, there was the 2 swords. You had to get the 2 swords.
I know the swords, man, but I don't write them names.
Dota's not my game.
Step too far.
Okay, well, that's rifle round number 1 under the belt. That's 4-1 for Spirit now. Ooh, is that? I thought that was who's going for a timer. Just going for fist bumps.
Quite the opposite of kind of the demeanor of the two teams. Like Spirit look like they're chilling, and for Huns, this is a very stressful endeavor. I mean, first head-to-head against a team like Spirit, it's a departure from what they're used to playing against. And as the desk and yourself have highlighted, for some of them in particular, this is their first trip, abroad.
So yeah, it's also being comfortable in the environment, right? I think Spirit, fortunate being the higher seed, they get themselves against the easiest opponents. A nice way to warm into a tournament like this. But for the Huns, everything being foreign. Exchange of flames. 9 does hang around on a little bit more of a passive perch. Nade in. 20 damage done to Chopper. The space will be taken, and they were setting themselves up for a B execute.
Let's go, Vexel. Let's go. Forward position, changes his mind. Actually, it's probably for the best. Actually, going to block instead. Buys time, forces a reposition, or perhaps leave Spirit vulnerable to some info plays. No one's pushing for anything anywhere.
I'd still, if I was Chopper, like my team to execute B, which is what they were lining up for. They've been blocked now, but as far as utility is concerned, Cobra has a HE and a flash. Vexel has nothing. So Chomper puffing up his chest, making it seem like there is this short pressure coming through. Has 2 smokes to do so, as well as a mid to B, but Spirit are still going to hit B.
Oh, I really like the simplicity of the call as well. Shiro does miss his shot, but it's not the end of the world. Vexel has help from Cobra. Cobra anti-flash now. Oh, you need to help him. Gotta help him. Vexel dead. Cobra double burns down to the Zontix flame.
Still so hard to retake. Look at this. Shiro and Chopper both dealing with mid doors and CT spawn. Good luck crossing this.
It's really quite beautifully put together by Spirit. You get Shiro towards the doors to hold the cross and throw the mid to B. Chopper uses that smoke to get across himself. Now Shiro will trade. Bartek did find Chopper, and now advancing, they are going to have to go quick. There's a kit on Yami. Needs to get close to that bomb site. 9 has swung through already, but very comfortable for Magix. And no health for Yami to really give this one a look in. He will remove Magix, actually, and if you can pick up that smoke, it's an AWP. It's not easy. It's a weird plant as well. If he could find a weird angle for it, he could perhaps get away with this little heist. Running at him, though, the P250 is well and truly destined. And now Spirit with 5 consecutive logo ablaze as they are making this a quick day on Dust 2.
Yeah, Hail Mary attempt there, wasn't it? And they really 2 ways to defuse that bomb. You either jump up on that wall, you try and pull it off in the smoke and time the pressure. It was there.
I feel like getting up on the wall was his best bet, but he's not to know.
And, well, that's the B defense falling. So opening kill does go against the Huns, but Cobra gets a double to keep it interesting. Chopper not getting anything for his troubles, and here it is from Yami's perspective. Just holding the defuse, hand off the mouse, knowing that he needs to hope and pray. They're going to take themselves a bit of a tactical timeout. Loss bonus is in play. They can get out the rifles. You can try aggression once more, but your options, other than pushing lower dark, trying to do fast cat, it's hard to push the long doors. So it's going to be limited as there is no AWP available for this CT sign at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there was that long doors gap during this whole early B into repositioning, faking A.
It's just so crazy to think about pushing long. Like, it's one of those things. It's like, okay, so do we really want to push through this tiny choke point when there's traditionally a player sitting outside the long doors and the easiest kill of his life?
And you're going to feel like such a tit if it does go wrong.
And then they do like a late long take and then you lose. So it's just really tough. They are going out long.
Okay, Donk versus Bartak. And they're ready into the pit, swings into the elevator fight and tames the spray for significant damage.
Yeah, the flames in front of Donk there was a missed incendiary from Bartak, so you've had a lot of pressure from those flashes.
This is promising. Magix isn't looking. He is now. Oh, had the aim been perfect, he timed it to perfection, just couldn't back it up.
Big issue for the Huns in this type of round is, and that's highlighted by JRaz right there, they're using their util very early, and they also didn't have a lot of it. They only have 1 smoke left, that's of 9. So sure, right now Spirit are boxed in and they have to go towards A, but take a look at their util. They got a couple of smokes, some mollies, some flashes to work with as well, and they're in absolutely no rush. So first smoke thrown out. Does Chopper want to go with this initial timing? The Huns are going to have to hit some bangers to deny this.
You don't even have like a couple of flashes to try and disrupt. Ooh, little connection onto Chopper, just 1 bullet. Finds him to 75. It's really going to come down to this 1-5 for Cobra. Has he got another in him? Not today. Not in round 7. Donk puts him down. The boost is nice. The smoke, however, actually makes life a bit difficult for Bartak. And now, oh, God. Oh, good God.
They know all the info.
Yeah, they certainly do. And it's still got a conversation to be had with the removal of Shiro. Magix fakes it out, spots out Vexel. Yami, position noted on Gandalf as well, so he's got a good mental picture as to where all 3 of those CTs are. Bomb plant would be nice, but he's more interested in winning the round, and so fakes it out once more. Distraction, Vexel caught walking. Zontix taps onto Yami and 9. He just unloaded his mag, so both players well aware. He's even opted for the AWP here, so Zontix should be able to guarantee. Oh, should be able to guarantee it on his next peak, is what I was going to say, but Magix beats him to it. And the 6-in-a-row run continues.
What else I got for you here? It's a dinosaur hotspot. The Gobi Desert in Mongolia is a treasure trove of dinosaur fossils. The first dinosaur eggs ever discovered were found, well, there in the Gobi Desert in 1923.
Do you know your dinosaurs?
Stegosaurus.
Okay.
T-Rex. Velociraptor.
That's at least 3.
What's the one with the long neck?
Brontosaurus.
That's the... Is it?
I don't know. I saw the skeleton one of them. It was a cool museum. That's the end of Yami. His neck broken.
That's tough, isn't it?
9's got one here.
Yeah, well, he's in the back lines.
Chopper's going to get a little bit of a jump scare. He's going to be throwing his nades, talking to his boys, and he's going to get a bullet to the face. Lovely. Oh,
the bomb.
That is the bomb. Yeah, Shiro realizes that about the same time that his opponent does. And they've still got Zontix in upper tunnels. Jeez, they're on A, and they've got a lurk. And Cobra's dead. Falling into place masterfully for Spirit. Here's that knife out. There you go. That's the embodiment of the amount of shock that 9 would have felt trying to save that AK-47. Vexel's got a new kind of mini quest here. Recover the AK.
Get a kill.
Kill Zontix.
Yeah, get a kill. Let's get a kill
Let's
first.
get a kill.
Worry about the AK.
Yeah, don't look at the AK yet. No.
You've got a good weapon for the job. Keep that out of your hands.
Wait. Yes! Vexel with a headshot. Takes down Donk. Take a screenshot.
That's what we want to see.
Massive. Get the juices flowing. Start feeling the game. 7-1, however, it is running away. This is a runaway train right now, and Just wherever Donk goes, wherever he pleases, headshots are being found. Look at that one. That's a stunning pixel onto Bartak. Just gets his ass handed to him.
Okay, well, another tacky timeout. This will be the second call by the Huns, and it's an emergency. You need to get yourself a handful of rounds before we swap sides to be able to put up a little bit of resistance, or we will very quickly be moving to our second series of the day. That is MOUZ taking on Falcons, as mentioned previously. 4th time they'll have played within a month, one of those being the Cluj Best of 5 Grand Final, where MOUZ lifted their trophy. Spinks in the roster.
Could be a banger.
Yeah, we'll see how that one unfolds indeed. Nico in his new jersey for 2025. Lots of fun conversations to be had in Lisbon. Well, in Copenhagen, then in Lisbon. Copenhagen first, Lisbon second. Lisbon crowd, Copenhagen groups. No, at least they got an ult. And Cobra's been tagged.
That is the new Vogue way to do it, isn't it? Saw ZywOo starting that. Like the central boost and just pre-aiming that close left cross, because a lot of players are getting closer to the doors to avoid the AWP angle.
Careful 9.
He started with some aggression. He's not shy.
He started 4A, so they could lock down long and also have short presence. So notes his presence. Oh, here we go. This is a long push. Surely, Yami, you're feeling it. You know you have to. You know you need to make a play. We're getting known to have to push long.
Held. Okay, that's enough. Gets away with his life. 16 points of health, though. Suboptimal. Chopper's going to throw that molly that completely nullifies Nine's position. Actually trading it, so unfortunately, his fades first. Still loses that ground. Or not. 6 around. Chopper not trying to punish straight away. I think they just missed their crisscross smoke, or maybe that was all by design. Right. Opportunity goes awry. Doesn't hit the
more
shot.
of those you're going to get.
Shiro's going to post up on that. Takes a pot shot of his own. 40 seconds, though. We'll say that Spirit are going to start feeling some time pressure.
It does make a B go a whole lot easier, knowing there's not an AWP in the back of the side. And if they can... He's rotated over towards mid doors, has 9. So Chopper will throw out a mid to B smoke. 9 will be ahead of it. And catches it on his noggin there, blocks it. Gives him something to play around.
Yeah, he can use this. Chopper, unaware of the angle. 9 had adopted, but Donk into the B side. Vexel, a real opportunity. And Donk's floundered it a little bit, fumbled the jump up. And keeps him humble, keeps him honest. 13 seconds, they still have not crossed this AWP line. 9 can win the round if he could just hit this shot. They're trying to bait it out. Nails it onto Zontic. 6 seconds, the bomb's not going to go down. Wait, 4. He's getting it down. Needs to be covered. Shiro provides, and with a second to spare, even less than that, a 2v2 retake forced upon the Huns.
1 bullet for Shiro.
It's an opportunity to reload. Buys time with the smoke down. Magic's low HP. No, I tell a lie. Excuse me, it's Yami with just 16 points of health. An easy way back in here, just a half a second in it. It would have been the second round for the Huns on their defense. Hawk goes in first with the low HP. It's just too easy for them. Shiro, important, crucial kill towards that window position to stop that bomb from being disrupted.
Yeah, they're not stressed at all. Some of these rounds are getting close. That's probably a good thing for Spirit, knowing that, as mentioned, with this format, you want to win both the best of 3. So today we'll see them play and then likely not see them play again until the 3rd day for the group stage. But it's key to, get the comms flowing, playing off of each other well, but you're getting away with murder, aren't you? The clock is ticking down. You can see how desperate it is. No smoke towards the doors. They're just being absolutely bullied at this point, aren't they? Another boost and another shot for Shiro. 9 down on this partial investment. 8-1, likely to be 9-1. So very commanding lead for Team Spirit. But that's what we expected. And I don't think anybody came in today going, oh yeah, these guys, the Huns, a replacement team, are going to come in and dominate one of the world's absolute best. You're looking for them to show some fight, maybe put some of their individuals in the shop window, see what type of counter-strike they're bringing to the table, maybe catch Spirit while they're sleeping in the first half of Anubis, exactly like they did. And some wobbles there, as it will just be Cobra. So that's a moment of aim. Not the same this time round. Chopper will get another. And those 9 rounds are now locked and loaded.
Yeah, it's definitely a bleak outlook for Dust 2. I think the main thing I've been focused on, and will continue to be so throughout their campaign here at Lisbon, is going to be the individuals in the shop window angle. I just think, let's see what other talent is emerging from this region. Mongols have definitely, forged a path that others can follow. Damn, that didn't even look far off there on the pot shot. They're testing Vexel again. This is going to be a quick and poppy B. Yami's AWP in the right place. But their flash layering has been pretty damn good. He'll actually post up on the line, a close line, and Profit takes down Donk, block smoke out. This is solid.
Look at Chopper.
You're right, he has to slip down mid. Good catch. Oh, great headshot as well. Just catches Cobra completely unawares, and they're pivoting back to Bartak's site.
Oh, he's got another.
Oh, his Chopper's just taken down Vexel. Then the AWP will just slide into the angle, removes Bartak, and secures the round. There's always a couple of twists and turns, but I'm sure that psychologically very difficult.
All right, well, it's going to be 10-1, so we'll return to some of our previous conversations. We've got Gomez on the line. He's been WhatsApping in to me officially. He doesn't think it was ever confirmed, but NOA apparently stood for Norwegians of America. There was a mix. You had, some
Makes sense.
Executor was in there, had some Americans in the mix, and he's also said the Dota 2 item was Sanjin Yasha.
Dude,
so he's got it all
Gomez.
covered. If we have any other points that we need covered from,
it's like phone a friend.
Counter-Strike and Dota from 20 years ago, Gomez will be here. It's the manager of FlyQuest for those of you playing at home. Did have a bit of a roster change. They have brought Netic in, the New Zealander, and they've benched that at Dexter, ins over towards the in-game leadership.
He's always wanted to be an in-game leader.
Oh, hasn't he? No, he did it before. He has actually done it before for the boys. But 10-1, likely to be 11-1. Another fact about Mongolia, Genghis Khan, or Genghis Khan.
Or however you want.
The genetic legacy. Apparently 0.5% of the world's population, of male world population, roughly 16 million men, may carry his Y chromosome.
Why?
Well, Alex.
The Y chromosome.
Yeah, well, he got up to some things, didn't he?
Yeah, things and stuff.
That's all 3 tactical timeouts used within the first half. That can summarize the situation better than I ever could. See if we can add a few here. Dire, bleak,
rough, poor,
miserable,
tough,
unlikely,
impossible, implausible. Okay, you wanted to win the next round. Okay, I see.
Exactly, yeah, okay.
But yeah, I will say
look
that
at all the AWPs.
Probably a good one for...
Alex, look at all the AWPs.
Oh. Why are they doing that?
They're forping. They're dorping,
They're
dorping.
forping?
Now they're forping.
Okay, now they're thwarping. That's more reasonable. No, yep, yeah. Well, that's cheeky. That's not fun for Vexel. He's just been AWP'd as the solo B anchor. Oh, it could get worse. Did Magic's not catch a whiff of that one? Cobra walking in. Zontic's responsible for that fast flank, and yeah, they're just gonna run him down. Spirit. Oh dear. Making the Huns look a little foolish in the final round of the half. They had extra funds and decided to splash it for some fun and games. They're pulling out the AWPs. Oh, that's a painful way for it to go down. It's rough, it's tough, it is impossible. 11-1 at the half. Spirit keeping schedule fans happy. Hello and welcome back to Awesome Games Done Quick. This is Spirit versus the Huns first game group A blast on Open Lisbon. It's been a banger. Magic's actually spamming them out with the magic of the triple orb. Started as a quadra orb, but the Huns with nothing more than a single round to boast on Spirit's map pick. It's a good map for Spirit, Chad. That's my analysis.
Yeah, going up against the team that is well outside of the world's top teams. Spirit throwing down the gauntlet here, aren't they? This one is not going to happen. I'm just going to say that as a matter of fact.
How dare you?
I'm not going to keep any hope.
Biased caster.
It's pointless. Hope they say it dies last, but if there is some right now, I'd be very surprised. They won the pistol in the first half. They might be able to win the pistol in the second.
Okay, I like that. Let's focus on the pistols.
Well, that's the realism, because as people like to say, the pistol's a coin toss.
Allegedly.
So Flash at the ready for chop up.
Bartek's anti, he's ready for this kind of play, and Vexel's been tasked with the flashbangs for the T side. Flash to get them across into this fight still looks like it wouldn't favor them.
When's it coming, Chopper? Do they take contact first? Well, you have to throw it now.
He does. Oh, and everyone's doing the flashbang dance. Easy for Donk. Triple click out of the USP, and they're making sure this one is as quick as possible. I don't even know how long we've been in this map. Not long.
Let me have a look right now. 31 minutes.
Okay, but I think probably 10 of those have been
could
spent.
Been while they were warming up as well, so I'm not sure how long that is from live.
Oh, and they're having a cuddle. It's probably all you can do in times like these.
Keep each other warm.
Yeah, like penguins. Or horses, maybe.
Some more horse facts if you want.
We haven't got much time for your horse facts, but if you could find one for our last round, that would be nice.
Okay, my last Mongolian fact.
Okay, yeah.
The largest equestrian statue. The tallest equestrian statue is the Genghis Khan equestrian statue located near Ulaanbaatar. It stands over 40 meters. That's 131 feet. And was completed in 2008.
Ooh la la.
Visitors can climb inside it for a panoramic view.
Damn.
We all learnt today.
Ulaanbaatar. Oh, he's not far off the mark. He just gives Donk a little trim off the top. Vexel, close range D gets not the weapon for this kind of fight. MP9 heavily favored in this exchange. And, oh, poor Bartek, not even looking as he mantled up into the Shiro crosshair.
Donk 21 kills. Going to look great on the stats, isn't it?
He's taking this opportunity while he has it. It's not like he's, running up mid every round, but he is certainly ensuring multi-kills, searching for them when available.
Yeah, on Anubis, he was definitely a demon on that T side, just piling in, obliterating them. And well, this one is going to simmer out. We've got 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, but how interesting can you really make it? This force buy without the bomb going down. Deagle's scouts, limited utility, and Spirit are giving you some level of respect. They're not just running at you, they're allowing you to play out the round here, which will finish as we all expect.
You've got 2 smokes. You could do that little smoke wall, and Yami's actually got a pick onto Chopper, which will incite them into a bomb plant. Magix and Shiro from the long side, Donk arriving from CT. Cobra has a smoke. It'd be valuable to throw that out towards the site. Yeah, give them a bit of cover from that long MP9. Walking up on it, though, is Shiro. Does dispatch of another with Cobra gone. Yami's scout going to be pushed in. Shiro a chance. Donk comes in. Just going to get a couple of extra. Padding up those stats further. 23 and counting before the 9D connects. Oh, it connects thrice. What? How's he done that? Masterful from the 9D. Takes down 4 in 4 clicks of the mouse.
Oh,
Donk's actually real recognized, real.
Respect.
He's like, okay.
He wanted to make a play. They've said nice shot in the chat. Here it is again for everybody playing at home.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, that is a round Counter-Strike players dream of. That you're straight up dreaming.
Even his teammates know how dirty that was.
Holy.
Oh, that one goes in the highlight reel for life.
Oh, it does. Yep.
Capture like that, you get it on the TV. It's playing time and time again in your living room.
Put it on slow-mo, man. Wow. What a feeling that must be for 9. It was an absolute certain death for them in this best of 3. That was supposed to be the last round of play, but 9 decides it ain't happening.
All right, well, pissed around and a crazy dig moment. So that's your 2.
I need a minute to compose myself.
You can take a breath. They'll give you one.
Whew.
Let's see, from the highest of highs, how low can it get? P250s, a couple of digs, a scout. Exchange of util over towards A.
Good play.
Out long, that's what the conversation's about. All the space in favor of the Huns, so they can just execute up, and they're quite quick to this.
Get that shot, and you've got an opportunity. Magic is burrowed into that smoke. Zontix rotates over, actually does significant nade damage. And it's all lining up nicely for a conversion. Spirit down. Oh no, they've team killed, and Shiro's hit the first of the 1v3. Yeah, I guess technically 4. Before his teammate got to him, and oh no, 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 like that, jumping and wiggling, fortunately saved by 9 in back-to-back rounds. Oh my, that would have been one horrible way for it to go down. A team kill into a double scout body shot in a wiggling target. Yeah, would have been a yikes. And then the Yami death on top of that. Whew, got close. We get another round. Huns. Maybe he can get a couple of extra kills. Vexel's taking his long spawn into the USPs. Could get himself a couple here. A couple of much needed. Eco. Frags? Just the one. He's just like me for real.
I told
He's
you.
just like me for real.
Individually a little bit rough around the edges. And in a time where individuals is the conversation of Counter-Strike, you need to be able to step up to the mark. So they've extended play. And they're still smiling. They're enjoying themselves. And well, the rifles are now purchased by Spirit or for Shiro. 3 M4s and 1 MP9 for Magics to anchor down towards long. You can see what type of defense they're going for. It'll be the door smoke that's going to land. Magic's mollies the blue bin, and then he can play up close. Chopper starting over towards Catwalk. Zontix and Donk over towards B for now. Blow it open so that 9 can have a peek with his AWP, but not going to find anything, so they will have to reroute. You can't just head on in. Needs to come out top Cat. Newest addition to the roster. As the other 4 silently make their way in through the lower tunnels. They want to try and force their way out mid to B. Want to respect and get some of this short control. No exchange of utility. They will mantle up the Xbox. Chopper still has a smoke to block with. And as I say it, there it goes. Was that job done? Do they now turn their attention back to split? They want to execute in towards A. They've still got plenty of smokes for either of these options, Molotovs and flashes as well. If they do decide to go towards A, they will need to deal with Shiro's AWP, so these smokes and flashes are going to have to be perfect.
In the air now. Gotta worry about that Shiro AWP, and yeah, he's not blinded. Cobra goes down to the AWP. Oh, Shiro's just racking him up. Now the flash comes in. That's what Chopper peeks off, and that's Shiro ripping down 3 on the entry. This one is over. Bartak giving it his best shot. Bomb in front of him, but Body's hunting him. It's Donk to close it out, and Spirit a comfortable start to their campaign here at Blast Open Lisbon. High seed versus a newer name, the Huns. First game in, couple of highlights. 9, what a moment that must have felt like for him. He's going to be replaying that on repeat tonight in the prac room.
Yeah, mark that one down as potential player of the year, but we've got the Death standing by. We'll see what they think.
Yeah, of course, contextually, the Huns unfortunately losing out to Spirit. Basically the result that we had anticipated on the desk. What I didn't anticipate was that highlight from 9. Holy hell, he's going to be remembering that for a long time.
Yeah, I kind of want to see that again and again and again and again. There was absolutely insanity with the Deagle. Doing it with 4 bullets as well, you know, not wasting around, not wasting any time, not wasting any aluminium for that matter as well. That was insane from 9. Obviously, the game itself, it wasn't that exciting. Spirit were by far the better team. We kind of anticipated that coming into it, but at least they left us with arguably, as Chat said, you know, highlight of the year.
Yes, I think no matter what the context is, it's just like the pure skill of it, which is beautiful to see. And so it doesn't really matter whether it was in that moment, in that period of time, like whether you're down 12-1, it doesn't really matter, right? It's just beautiful, beautiful Counter-Strike.
Well, speak of the man of the hour, we do indeed have 9 joining us on the desk. Obviously, first of all, commiserations on losing out the series versus Spirit, but I think what we're all here to talk about is that crazy Deagle moment from you, the 4K. I believe we can bring it up on the monitor just there. Can you walk me through this moment? It was wild, right?
Well, at this point, like there's nothing to think about really. So, it's like just aim mapping. Yeah.
Where did that come from? Is that something you're doing in practice as well, or?
Not really. Yeah, nothing specific.
That is crazy. That is like we just spoke about it, you know. I know context matters, and obviously you were not close winning this game. I think that's fair to say, but that's a pretty hefty highlight. You know, that could be potentially highlight of the year.
Yeah, it was nice afterwards, but considering the way we were losing, it didn't make me feel that much good.
Okay.
If you don't mind, let's talk about Anubis for a moment, because first half from you guys, T-side, it did look pretty strong. Can you tell me about your own Anubis and how you feel like you fared here in Europe versus maybe what you're used to over in the Asia region?
On Anubis, it's pretty much similar, like how every team plays, because like you can execute into one side and there's pretty much nothing you can do about it as a city most of the times. Unless there's a stack. So coming into this map, I felt pretty comfortable. Like looking at their demos, I knew how I wanted to call, but we lost one eco round, and then afterwards few post plants, and that like cost us the map, I think.
Yeah, we had the conversation as well. There was 2 things we pointed out. It was the pace in the beginning as well, like you're running fast executes from the beginning of the round. I assume that was part of the game plan. And then the second one was, as you said, all the rounds on the T-side was super, super close. I know you only got 7 rounds, but it felt like, as Nathan said, you could have had maybe 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Is that the feeling you had as well, that you could have gotten more out of it?
Yeah. It felt like we could have gone away with like 10-2, something like that, but in the end, we keep losing these echo rounds, even on Dust to the second round against Clocks.
Yeah.
Pretty tilting as an IGL, but I guess it is what it is. We have players coming in. This is like their first international tournament, so you can't really blame them. It's kind of expected, but at the same time, it's kind of disappointing. So.
But that Anubis specifically, did you pick that because it's a strong map for you, or was it because you know Spirit don't like to play it so much?
Both, yeah.
Both?
Yeah.
Do you think that time in Europe, now that you're going to have a little bit more practice, can help you in those clutch, like more situations, like the 2v2, bomb planted situations? Because that's obviously where they got like the slight edge, like the 1 or 2 alive every time, and for the economy, it's massive, so you still had a good half. But do you think that extra practice can get you over that step? Because you could have won the map cleanly.
Yeah, for sure. At the same time, our players need to step up when it matters the most. So I think it's gonna give them like something to think about when we're losing ecos or post plants. Yeah.
Obviously, you guys are heavy underdogs here at the tournament. What is the goal? Like, what would you consider progress or perhaps a win for the team?
Yeah, we're looking to win. Like coming in Anubis, we knew like we can shoot. We don't have to be like scared of Donk or Shiro or like any specific player. We can just do our own things and then play around it. But yeah.
And final question from my side, you're obviously going to face the loser of MOUZ or Falcons. Do you have a preference of who do you want to be facing?
Not really.
You don't want to face Nico? One opportunity against him?
We'll take anyone.
Well, thank you, Nine, so much for your time. Commiserations, obviously. But yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys in your next matchup. I'll let you get off. You can pop your headset down, and we'll be seeing you very soon indeed.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Spirit. Obviously, it was a necessity. We predicted they were going to be winning. Obviously, it doesn't take a genius to be working that one out. Anubis, as Nine was just saying, you know, pretty competitive in the first half. Felt like they could have got more rounds. But you move on to Dust 2. It's a very comfortable ground. Donk doing Donk things. Aside from the Deagle moment, it looked like Spirit through and through.
Yeah, true. But I'll be honest, you know, I think the Anubis one, we just spoke about it again. I think the Huns could have... Winning the map is big words, you know, because sometimes you are prone to win certain force rounds. You are prone to win rounds you're not supposed to win when you're Spirit going against an underdog. But there was a world where Spirit could have gotten under real pressure on Anubis. And I think in isolation to this game, yeah, we were never fearing Spirit weren't going to win. But if you are one of the top teams at this tournament, if you're looking towards Spirit right now and you know you're going to compete against them at some point, let's say that you are Vitality, let's say that you are one of the top dogs in this group, I think you're looking towards Anubis and you're thinking to yourself, they haven't really gotten much better on that map, and that could potentially be a weakness.
But especially looking at the playstyle that the Huns did, like you can replicate that fairly easily, which is just doing strat and executes, which teams are very much used to. But sadly for Dust 2, the real thing that killed the Huns in the Hunt was like, they got the pistol and the second round. And that's something that is breaking every kind of momentum you want to build, and that's especially something like you're clean on the pistol. Your idea is, again, very aggressive. You contest those neutral areas, and they do it. They almost get a perfect round out of it. And then coming into the second round, after they get like the last 2 kills here, that was just very clean, nothing really to speak about. Against Glocks, it is even more infuriating because
we will see it right here.
That breaks momentum fully.
That's the thing.
You just get overwhelmed. That's the kind of things that happen when you're a bit of a younger team and you're like, maybe the bomb side is not used to be playing together, and you just get overwhelmed. You lose 1 or 2 duels, and then from that point, you had the chance of setting up the pace, especially when your CT is very aggressive. You will have the economy, you will have the tools to do that. When you lose that round, everything gets broken apart, and that's the real issue on Dust 2, and that's what's very sad to see, because it could have gotten so much funnier to just see that on that map, just like having those up duels, those fights that are just more in control from the Huns.
It doesn't sound nice to say, but I think we realized it in the green room as well. We're watching 2 rounds of Counter-Strike, and when you lose to a couple of Glocks coming into B bomb site like that, you know, even walking out of the most compact area of the entire map and still being allowed to gain all that space, we call it GG, you know, at that point. And I think Nine said it pretty well himself. It's disappointing as an in-game leader to see a round like that unfold, but it's a learning experience, and I bet you the 2 B players right there will never, ever again allow that to happen. None of them were peeking, none of them were getting any information, and none of them were hitting anything, you know, and trust me, it will never happen again, because you'll learn from that.
Unfortunately, I think you are indeed right. MBK, I didn't really get the chance to ask you what your expectations are for Spirit at this particular tournament, because I think we would argue now that Vitality are the best team at the moment, ranked world #1. What does Spirit need to do to kind of contest with that, if they do so, you know, face off against Vitality later on in the group?
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about Vitality specifically, it's they know their matchup, both of the teams, and Spirit just needs to show up at 110% for every individual, because there's no roster change that is really planned as far as I know. Like, it looks like they're just going to go to the major like this, and they are going there to win it. They don't want to be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, whatever. And so they just need to like find a way to adapt a little bit their individuals to be more proficient against Vitality specifically, because against every other team, they're still winning. Like, they're still mostly doing very well. They have like a 85% win rate for the past 3 months, and the only teams they're losing against is Vitality. And like, they're not even winning maps at that point against them. So they just have to adapt in how they can be a bit more tricky against them, how they can enable players more, and then make Vitality doubt. Because at that point, a team like Vitality, they know exactly what they want to do. They just go straight into your face, and then that's it. But for Spirit, you need to find tricky ways to disturb that and then establish your game plan.
Yeah, and we certainly will be seeing Vitality later on today. But before we do that, let's check in with Group A to see exactly where that leaves us in terms of that lower bracket matchup, and of course, Spirit progressing onwards. Now, Jacob, just 1 more win for Spirit, and they will be guaranteed to at least be in that quarterfinals position in Lisbon, which is it's a necessity. It's a requirement from them.
For Spirit, they have to make it through one way or another. But then again, you're facing either MOUZ or Falcons, a matchup we're going to see now. And honestly speaking, the way MOUZ have been playing lately, the way Falcons are at least competitive, it's not going to be an easy one for Team Spirit. So still a lot of pressure on those boys.
Well, speaking of that matchup, let's get right into it, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, it's going to be Falcons taking on MOUZ once more, a rematch of the grand final in Cluj-Napoca. Let's see how it goes down in Copenhagen.
Here we go. Oh, Counter-Strike. We're gonna play it, and we're gonna be focused for that.
It's time for some Counter-Strike, yeah?
I think I'm gonna try with... Sorry, it's not... But someone with a lot of major. This guy, okay, a lot of information now.
Okay, I will start with Mr. Ilya Monesi. Major appearances more, not the same nationality, not the same team.
I don't know why I will try Plovsky. I'm stupid because he's not from Europe.
Let's do Fallen then. I mean, I shouldn't do Opera because there is no Op, okay.
Let's try with Twist. Okay, it's close to 25, so it could be 26, 27.
Let's see, Bialy. Oh, closer, okay.
Oh, yeah, maybe Summer. Or just Summer, I don't know how old he is. He's 27 for major. So he's between 5, 6, 7 major. Maybe... I don't know how old is he. Okay. Exit, he's Brazil, 28.
Let's try Beat. Okay, Navi, Rifler.
FNX, I don't know how old is he. There's only 4 major?
Who's in the Navi, not the Ukrainian flag?
Any? It was Hearts. Obviously, it was Hearts. No, it's fucking obvious, but it's fine. I will go for my second chance because I need to get better for this one.
Ah, maybe it's the new Navi actually. Okay, I got it.
And let's start with Dunk. So, Rifle, close to 1 major, is not Russian.
Different player, yeah, okay, this time I start with Snags. Okay, close to Polish again.
Major? Maybe it will be the major. Let's try major. Okay, 3 major, Rifle.
Maybe Oscar.
I'm gonna try this. Isaac. Okay, it's from Europe.
Maybe Monesi actually. Wait. No.
And it's Rifle. Daisha? How old is he, Daisha? He's 27, okay.
Maybe Torsi? Brocky. But I was going there, Brocky actually.
Is that Messi? He's 26, obviously, he's my team. Actually, Quinix could be great. I am. Lost in both. Oh my god, I'm so bad.
I'm surprised that he only had 5 major appearances.
The Falcons next to be landing here in Copenhagen, and this series has got a bit of extra spice because it is rematch time from Romania, what was a best-of-5 grand final where it was MOUZ to be taking the edge, which, Jacob, is arguably a surprise within itself because not only do they make one of the most shocking removals of an in-game leader that we've seen so far this season, also adding Spinks into the mix, Brolin having to take on that mantle. I did not expect them to have so much success so soon into the season.
Listen, Freya, you and I were standing in this exact studio in the beginning of January, in the beginning of the season, at a tournament where MOUZ weren't even participating in the LAN portion of it. Yet they were still one of the biggest talking points at that very tournament, for the same reason you're mentioning right here. Shiro out of the lineup, Brolin in as an in-game leader, Spinks coming into the mix. We saw them in Katowice kind of waste everyone's time with a stand-in, and then they came alive. Then they came into Cluj-Napoca, and we got to see the real face of this new MOUZ lineup. Let's be honest, Nathan, I can understand why everyone was worried. I can understand why everyone was raising an eyebrow, myself included. Brolin coming in as an in-game leader instead of Shuhei on paper didn't make an awful lot of sense, but then you add Spinks into the mix as well, more firepower into a team that already had a lot of firepower. I will not say I'm surprised MOUZ are doing okay, but I'm surprised they're doing so well this early on.
Yeah, definitely. There is a big part of working with an old system that was kind of working and just changing the atmosphere within the team, right? Like they just have a new IGL that maybe leaves more space through Exertion or Torji, and that helps individuals getting better. And Brolin as well, because now he's free of doing more things, right? So ever since Spinks joined, especially MOUZ, one of the big things that they have is their support staff. So like coaching staff, sports psychologist, assistant coach being Zipnix, one of the biggest, most decorated player of all time, right? So having that whole staff together really helps them being in the right mentality and the right approach for the game and having every eventuality is ready.
And I just want to hone in on this point as well, because all everyone is talking about right now is how CS2 is dominated by firepower. We saw Dupree say it in HLTV confirmed. We hear all the players speak about it all the time. You play the game right now, you know it yourself, firepower is of the essence. Shuhei for Spinks, 1-to-1 in terms of firepower upgrade. You get an awful lot of firepower in 2 teams, so maybe even if Brolan is not the same kind of in-game leader, maybe a little bit inexperienced in certain areas, big stage games, etc., maybe firepower is just making up for that cut and that deficit. Meanwhile, Brolan is learning. Brolan is getting better. So in terms of where MOUZ can go from this, it's been the perfect start to this lineup. There's one player though that hasn't really felt that vibe and that change of pace. And for you, Jimfat, where the hell did he go?
I don't know. He was all but absent in Stockholm. It was a bit of a, I don't want to say one-hit wonder, one-hit miss wonder, I guess, because he's one of the players I feel like you can always rely on, Nathan, but it felt like something was off in Stockholm.
Especially when he's playing those areas of the map which are like the harder, more individual place where you don't really get that much resources thrown at you. When you have good stats there, it really relieves the whole map. It relieves the whole team around you because you know that this area is locked and you don't have to put any resource on it, and then everything can work around it very, very well. So to see him drop off, weirdly didn't really hurt them in terms of like win rate, but it can become an issue.
Yeah, apart from in that grand final versus Vitality, the B site on Dust 2, that was rough. I know Vitality are on fire. They're looking like in a whole nother league compared to other teams, but Spinks and Jimmy having to hold that bomb site was that was rough. That was so rough.
Yeah, it was rough, and I'm sure they learned a lot from that game, and I'm sure they've spoken a lot about that game, and I'm sure if we get to see MOUZ play Dust 2 and we get to see those two play together on that portion of the map, they will probably approach it a little bit different. Now, again, it was just one map, you know, and I know there's been a little bit up and down, and there's also still a learning phase where Spinks have to learn Jimfat and Jimfat have to learn from Spinks in terms of how they can work together. But it also makes me happy on behalf of MOUZ. We are looking at a team that everyone was writing off. Shuhei out as an in-game leader, Brolan coming in. We don't think they're a top 5 team anymore. That was sort of like the presence from everyone, and I'm like, calm the hell down.
You included, actually, Jacob.
No,
I wish we'd clipped some of the moments from here, because now you're going back on your work.
We can deep dive into my Twitter. I even said it coming into Cluj Poker.
Are you clip clapping?
I am clip clapping. Now, my point here for you, instead of you, you know, disturbing my thought right here, my point being that MOUZ still have room to improve. MOUZ is still a team with Jimfat playing the way he is right now, with him being young, with him being, you know, very seeked after from pretty much all teams out there. We spoke about him going to Vitality, FaZe, maybe even some better team out there, G2 for that matter as well. If he can still get better, and MOUZ can still get better from where they are right now, they are a legit contender for winning a trophy this season, which they've already done at Cluj Poker, but also at some of the bigger tournaments.
Yes, well, speaking of Jimfat, I did have the chance to catch up with him earlier on today, so let's check in with him. Jimfat, obviously, you've had a couple of changes coming into the new season with the team, but you've had some solid results since then, obviously lifting a trophy in Cluj Poker, getting to the grand final of EPL. Realistically, with bringing in a new player, changing your in-game leader, did this match your expectations, or do you feel like you've already exceeded them?
I think in a way it matched our expectations, because of course there was a reason why we made the change as well, even though for outside maybe it looked like a crazy change in some way, but we felt that it was necessary to do, and also that when we do this change, everybody's trusting it and everybody's putting a lot of work in, as we have done now. And yes, you said we recently had a couple of good results. Of course, we won the Cluj, and then finally in EPL, which was in the final we played itself badly, but we got there pretty well. We played well, but I think from now on, I think it's just time to always get better and better, and I don't want this to become our like honeymoon or something like this, but like this tournament as an example, I think it's a good showcase again, because there's so many good teams.
Yeah, there definitely is. Just looking at your individual form, specifically EPL, from the outside, obviously just looking at the stats, wasn't your highest rated tournament by any means. How did it feel inside the server? Did you feel like there was some room for improvement in your form?
Yeah, definitely. I think EPL was one of the first tournaments for me individually, because we as a team we played pretty good, but as an individual I felt not completely, but a lot like off, and I think there's some key takeaways from the tournament and from my stuff outside of the server as well in total. I was talking a lot with the coaches and about how can I improve myself. Of course, like one tournament, it doesn't mean that much of anything, but I still want to be consistently good as always. And yeah, I'm just looking to improve, and especially now this tournament again, I want to show myself again that I'm one of the best anchors in the world, and I'm capable of doing hero plays.
Was there any specific reason why you felt like things were a little bit off at EPL?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just some small things maybe that my brain was somewhere else, or maybe I didn't play that much as I usually would. But I think like all of these things are really easily to fix, and yeah, after that I think I will be solid again.
Finally, now you've had a little bit more time with Spinks on the team. What's his biggest attribute as a player?
I think Spinks' biggest attribute is for sure, like, of course he's really experienced. He's really great individual for sure, but also that he's really communicative and he's giving a lot of ideas for the team. And I think it's really good, especially now that we changed IGL and we have to kind of like everybody needs to fit in and like give some ideas. So I think Spinks is really good at that. And also I feel like in the game, like when you're playing, I think he has this like Hawkeye in a way that he can see like the map really well about the map, you know, if you know what I mean. And I think that way he always helps us to maybe with the rotations or pushes if we need it on server. And yeah, I think like that is his biggest strength, and I think it's also something we really need, so I'm really glad that he has it.
Just going back to the first question I asked Jimmy there, I was kind of surprised at his response that this was the match of expectations that they had expected since changing their in-game leader, since adding in Spinks. They expected to lift a trophy at the PGL Cluj Poker event. They expected to make it to grand finals. I would argue that's exceeding expectations, no?
I would so too. You know, I don't hold down a man for believing in himself or a team for believing in themselves, but in terms of outside expectations, as I said, the whole community were after them. They were debating whether or not MOUZ were even a top 5, top 6, top 7 team anymore after making that roster change. So for them to start off the season so strong, it's nice to see. And as we spoke about, Nathan, I do feel the MOUZ can only get better from here. It's not a given they will. You know, sometimes we do see honeymoon periods, etc., etc. But with Jimfat not playing at his best, with Brolin still getting better as an in-game leader, with Spinks still being integrated into the lineup, I feel like there's different rooms for improvement. So it's a scary roster to look at.
Yeah, and there is the point that he made that Spinks and him have to know how to work better together, which is like a part of every single team, and especially playing those bomb sites that are very heavily under pressure. So like beyond Dust 2, those kind of very fast-paced areas that you have to react very, very fast and very well together. This is only going to get better. And when it comes to Brolin, one of the big things is that Xertion and Spinks, that was just confirmed, have big voices in the team. And I know Torji, as well as an upper, he likes to do things, he wants to take control of some games. And so if they can share that very well without ego being involved, like I'm the captain, I have to lead, or I'm playing this position, I have to call, then you can find a balance that would work in the long term. Because they also have, again, the coaching staff. They have a very great coach in Cyclone. They have very good support staff all together that they can like bring ideas and make it work together. And that's the main thing. You can see their unit when they come to server, when they come into the game, when they come onto the map. They know what they want to do and they do it together and they do it well. And that's, at this point in Counter-Strike, it's pretty much all you need. Like that's going to be your biggest asset. And then yes, they would only get better because they would get used to be playing together, to the new ideas of Brolin and getting that whole group even higher.
Synergy is name of the game, and as we just spoke about Spinks and we saw his stats before as well, it's not like he's blowing it out of the water. It's not like he came into MOUZ and he's now the big star, the big rifling power, or the one making the difference on all the different maps, which I'm not sure if that should be expected from Spinks, but when he joined Vitality the first time around, when he was in ENCE before he moved into Vitality as well, he was a star player. Like we had him in the conversation about being maybe a top 5, top 10 rifler, in isolation, and he's had that star power. That hasn't been the Spinks we've seen so far in MOUZ as well, so I'm just going to keep building on this narrative where, listen, we are seeing a MOUZ who are playing super well. We see the synergy is somewhat okay, and yes, I know they lost to Vitality, and I know they didn't make a grand final out of that, but again, from outside expectations, just getting into that grand final was a good result. So Spinks is not playing at his best either, right? There's still room for improvements in terms of his individual output, so I would be scared if I were everyone else, going up against MOUZ as of right now.
If you would allow me to for a moment, Nathan, I'm just curious from your perspective, were you surprised to hear that Spinks wanted to depart Vitality? Because arguably you're playing alongside one of the best players to ever touch Counter-Strike in ZywOo. For me, it was kind of surprising to hear that he wanted to explore new pastures, right? For you, was it a surprise?
I think everything has to be taken with a grain of salt when things happen.
Yes.
Because there was probably he was probably 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and like he wasn't sure. And then of course there was that idea that he wanted to leave because whatever reason was happening internally. But once it's done, you're going to be like, oh yeah, I wanted to get out anyway, because it's like kind of an ego thing, right?
Sure.
So that's pretty normal. But yeah, in the end, I think it worked out for everybody because Vitality got better off of it, and Spink seems to be very happy with what's happening with MOUZ. I mean, they were playing very, very well. There is a little small thing with MOUZ though. Their results, especially in playoffs, are very close. So there's a lot of overtimes, a lot of 13-11s. If one round goes the wrong way, this is not the same story at all. And then you start getting, maybe losing that confidence, or maybe you're not doing as good, etc. So they've been doing very good in groups. Their scores are pretty good, except against like Pain, for example, it was 13-11 twice, like again, tight games. But again, that's that consistency that they're going to build by just playing better together and playing more together. And they didn't have time to practice much. All the events, you don't have time to practice. Like you can just talk about the game and then you have to apply it.
No, truly, they're really on the grind time at the moment. Maybe this is a $1 million question, right? But how do you get over those mental hurdles? Have you ever used anything in your career, or maybe with some of the younger up-and-coming French players, to make sure that they're not letting the nerves get to them when, you know, scores get too light, the pressure, or tight rather, the pressure starts to be kind of mounted on your shoulders? Are there any things that you can do as a player?
Well, there's one thing, which is the player as a person. Like the player as a person, everybody is going to approach stress differently. Everybody's going to approach pressure differently. And so that's a whole job. And that's why now teams are getting more versed and more full with sports psychologists and performance coaches, because they're the experts that are supposed to know what the profile of the player is. And then from that point, they will work on some stuff individually with the players. So from the outside point of view, it's impossible to say. There are things that you can do. And personally, what I like to do is to just focus on the game and just focus on every single detail and every just being in the moment with just that matters. If you're on a big stage, on an arena, or something is going wrong or right, you're just playing a game. That's it. Like just press W and go fight someone, and that's it. And then that's as simple as it can get. But for some other persons, you know, they need to look good. They need to be like feeling themselves getting into the game. So it's very dependent of every player. But there are ways to change that for everyone.
Totally.
So yeah.
You seem like a very level-headed person. Have there ever been any moments when you're on stage, like maybe I'm thinking possibly Cologne back in the day? I was probably like, you know, the cathedral, as we colloquially call it. Have you ever felt nerves in those moments?
No, I think.
What's wrong with you?
I think, yeah. I think excitement. Like, there's negative nerves that is going to be like, oh, I can't make it, or I'm not good enough to be here, or like imposter syndrome, all those sort of things. But for, I think a lot of players, especially if you start getting used to the stages, the studio arenas, it's like you just play Counter-Strike, you do your thing, you just play well, and then when you enter the stage, it's like, oh, now it's go time. Now the adrenaline comes in because you have that positive stress that is coming in and makes you go into fight or flight mode a little bit more with the crowd, the energy, and then that's when you feel the most alive on that stage.
And that's the thing, it's about quantifying that as well. Some players, they thrive being a little bit nervous. Some players thrive feeling that adrenaline. You know, we look towards guys like Kerrigan and Cadian, who's always playing with the crowd. You know, I bet you, even though that you from the outside would think that they're not nervous at all, that they're not excited at all, or not having any adrenaline, just watch Cadian whenever he's winning a big round or doing a big clutch. Obviously, he's exploding with all those feelings, right? And he uses it, he hones it, he harnesses that energy and uses it to his advantage, even when the crowd is against him, which seems to be the case for the vast majority of the time right now when it comes to Cadian. So it is, you know, it's about quantifying, and as you said, you said it beautifully well, right? It works differently for every single player and every single team out there.
Now, we obviously already talked about Jimmy having a little bit of a downtick if we're comparing his stats to the tail end of last year coming into this year, but somebody who's looked incredibly consistent, Torzi, I didn't necessarily have that on my bingo card of being, you know, directly correlated to a change in in-game leader.
Torzi is just, I don't want to say on and off, but I think he is a very human person, and therefore he has to click with whoever he's playing with, and especially the IGL. So he had very different phases while being in MOUZ, and that's what can be seen, I think, even stat-wise for him, because when he started playing again with Shui, so there was the Dexter period, and then he started playing with Shui again when he was playing excellent, and then weirdly, when the whole team apparently started having like mood issues and trust issues and that kind of stuff, Torji was dropping down. He was non-existent. And then now Broden is back on the lead by changing a roster, and Torji is fitting himself, and he has that space, and he's playing well, and he has that impact that we expect him to have. And he's often seen from the outside as maybe a non-impactful upper, non-impactful players, like there's been those kind of things, but he is very solid overall, and he is also an engine when it comes down to the mood of the team. He's someone that is very human, very present, and he likes to joke, and he likes to just be around people and that kind of stuff. And so that's very valuable in a group. And so it's a little bit overlooked, but now he's combining him being an excellent player and him bringing this.
Is there anything like tangible that we can kind of pinpoint in the server that's shown that? Do you feel like his game style or fluidity or positioning or anything has kind of changed at all? Or is it just him feeling more comfortable?
I feel it's fair to give him the credit, you know, that he's been around now for a long, long time. And I think part of the conversation when he broke out, you know, came from the academy team was that he was easy to read. It was a player that was a bit of a one-trick pony. He had a couple of tournaments where he popped off. Then he had 3 or 4 where he was figured out. And then we sometimes see our players, you know, burst into the scene, they get figured out, and they're never able to re-innovate themselves. They're never able to get over that next hurdle. However, Torsi has done that now. He's a more, I would say, he's a more moving AWPer in the sense that he's also a little bit more versatile than he used to be. I wouldn't classify him as a one-trick pony AWP player. He can be aggressive, he can be defensive. He knows when to do it, he knows when to back off, and overall he's just a very complex AWPer at this point, where had we had this conversation about Torsi a year or a year and a half ago, I would say that he was a little bit more one-dimensional. So he has done what all AWPers wants to do, which is, I guess, innovate themselves and become better at more aspects of the game, and that also, you know, sticks out in his consistency.
Just a minute before we touch upon Falcons, obviously their opponents in this game. Would you say that Torsi is currently a top 5 AWPer, a top 10 AWPer? Like, if you had to rate him versus the likes of Azai or Shira, etc., where is he on that metric?
So there are 2 things. I feel like pure AWPers don't really exist anymore in the state of CS2. If you're only good with the AWP, you're not gonna make it. That's it. You need to be good with AWP and rifle. There is no other way in CS2, and that's, I think, one of the part where Torsi also came back up that strong, is that he's a very solid rifler, and he can exploit that. He's allowed to just play with the rifle and then just go for it as well. But when it comes down to, as a player, as his role as an AWPer, and so adapting on whether playing with the rifle or the AWP, yeah, I think he's right there as in the top 5. It's hard. I mean, you have the anomalies of Zaiwu and Monesi that are just the top 2 consistently in that role. But then he's definitely out there with like the 9-10s and Torsi in that range.
Shiro, he's in the conversation.
Shiro as well.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's flip the script to talk a little bit more about Falcons. Obviously, as we reiterated, this is a rematch from the grand final back in Romania. What were the takeaways from that particular series, if you can remember that far back, Jacob?
Yeah, it's quite far back actually. I've been doing a lot of fun stuff since. I think first and foremost, everyone was surprised that was the final in itself. It was a best of 5 final as well, and for Falcons being a relatively new team where they didn't get to play that much in Katowice, they didn't get to play that much here in the Bounty as well. So in that regard, they had to learn how to approach a best of 5 game, and they had to build on the map pool. They had to build on that whole experience. Same argument could be said for MOUZ. I think MOUZ were obviously the better team. That's why they ended up winning it. And I think Falcons maybe got a little bit under pressure in a sense, where it felt for me during Cluj-Napoca when Nico were playing well, where you could see he was animated, when he found impact, when he was in the center of things, that's when Falcons worked out the best. But when he was falling out from some of the games, when he wasn't playing well, that's also when Falcons looked a little bit shaky, you know, or looked to need a bit of that initiative that it comes with. So I don't want to make the case that they rely an awful lot on Nico, but I think it's a natural given almost that with the way he's playing Counter-Strike, with the way he's dictating stuff on the CT side, if he's having a great game, his impact is immediately shown on the server, and when he's having a rough game, it can be a little bit tough for Falcons.
And it's not necessarily a bad thing to say that they rely on him, because I think they 100% do, and that's why you bring a player like Nico. He loves to get that over his shoulders. And so, especially when you're probably the best rifler of all time in the game, you want to put him in those positions. You want to trust him fully, and you want to give him that control of like, do whatever you want. And so that balance then needs to be found with the IGL in Kixon and with the coach of Zonic. And once they start figuring out that balance, that's when that consistency is going to be there all the time. And when you have the best rifler, I mean, just let him do, you know, for the most part, like if he wants to do something, just let him go for it. But the big thing is going to be to manage that within a system where every player goes in the same direction, and that's probably the issue that we're seeing with Falcons.
In your opinion, MBK, because I'm sure you remember when Nico, you know, first started to be coming out in the Tier 2 Counter-Strike scene. I'm sure you played against him quite a lot.
Yes.
How have you seen his evolution as a player? From the kind of immediate moment that he hit Tier 1, he was on his first team competing at the highest level. Did you foresee him being, you know, such a name that would be a staple in Counter-Strike?
So he's an excellent, I mean, I'm going to say the obvious, he's an excellent player, but it feels like he is almost always working at 100% of his capacities. And that's what's very special about him, I think, more than any other player, is that I've rarely seen games where he gets demolished and non-existent in a game. This is very rare. Like, it's going to be circumstantial with like facing the up all the time, which is getting double naded and just like some unlucky things. Or like, but he has never been really absent. He's been neutral, but not completely gone. And so that's, I think, one of the big parts to why you want him.
Well, let's talk about one of the remaining members of the previous Falcons lineup, because I had the chance to catch up with MOUZ.CET. See, you were kind of the sole survivor coming out of the old Falcons lineup into this new iteration. In terms of how you would compare and contrast this new version of Falcons, what are the biggest differences that you've seen so far?
I mean, obviously, I think we are a little bit more on the same page and how we want to play Counter-Strike. And in general, I also think, obviously, there's no doubt we can, Nico is Nico, and he is very experienced and very, very good at controlling the CT sides, and it's always been one of his specialties, and I think that's also something we lacked a little bit last year, to have this captain that can kind of control the CT sides and being the big voice. And then obviously everyone was also good at being the second voice, but I think everyone was used to being the second voice last year, and I think we needed that captain, and there's no doubt that he's probably the best at that role in the world, so that's obviously a huge upgrade.
In terms of your own kind of form within the team, being the last remaining player from that old roster, does that add any additional pressure onto your shoulders?
I wouldn't say so. I think it was very hard circumstances last year for everyone to kind of perform and live up to what you were expected to do. So I think it was a bit difficult worldwide, and I think also when you lose a lot of games, it's very difficult to actually put up the things that you're supposed to put up with. And I think the change here is that now I have a team that we can win a lot of games and we can go far into the tournaments when we're playing good CS. That's we need to be a little bit more consistent, but at the end of the day, the more time and more comfortable I am with the team, the more I will also be likely to succeed in my roles. And I think also with the roles I have, I am also depending a little bit more than other people on the team's success to actually perform good in my roles as well. So yeah, I don't really feel like there's any extra pressure from last year. I think now is the time I need to get comfortable with the team and show that I'm still a very strong player.
And arguably, you guys have already shown some of that good form coming into this, the beginning of the season, because you will once again get a rematch of what was a grand final, Inclusion Poker versus MOUZ. Now you've had a couple of other games against them as well since then. What's going to be different this time around for you guys?
I think the last time we played them, we didn't really have the correct mindset, and I think we kind of gave the game away a little bit in some way. We made it a little bit too easy for them, and I think that's something we're going to focus on today. But the reality is also that even if we have a good mindset, we need to play good as a team, but also as individuals. It is a strong team right now, and they are playing some good CS, and they feel comfortable. So at the end of the day, we need to play good as a team, but also as individuals today. Otherwise, it's going to be a very difficult game.
Do you feel like they gave the game away in the grand final? Jacob, do you agree with that sentiment?
Maybe yes and no. They could have done better. I think there's certain ways they could have definitely remained more competitive in that series and maybe even won the final. Who knows? A player's always going to say that because that's always how you feel when you're losing a game. I just want to make one point when it comes to MOUZ.CET. Throughout in the entirety of 2024, the conversations were around who are we going to replace, who's going to come in, Nico joining, yada, yada, yada. MOUZ.CET was never on that cutting block. I'm just saying in 2025, just to add a little bit of caveat to this matchup as well, and for people to look out for how he's doing at this tournament leading into the major. That's no longer the case. It's not like he's safe in Falcons. The only player safe in Falcons right now would be Nico. Everyone else is playing to keep their spot in what eventually will be a great team because they're going to keep reinvesting into better material. So if MOUZ.CET is not playing well or getting more comfortable in his roles, as he's described, then maybe he's not going to be part of the team after the summer break. So he needs to perform.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about, Jacob. It is time for the picks and bans. Obviously, we've had a rematch since that grand final, which was a best of 5. It was Train, Nuke. We didn't need Mirage because MOUZ, they took it in 2 at EPL. Anything different on the cards today, do you anticipate, gentlemen?
Not really. I mean, Anubis not being part of the map pool makes an awful lot of sense. In terms of the picks, I'm not quite sure where to go from here. It will be the Train pick. Okay, Falcons have been trying to hone that in. We've seen them play an awful lot of Train at LANs and officials, and seemingly they like it more and more and more.
Yeah, Train and Mirage are like their go-to maps at the moment.
Yeah.
But the main problem is just inconsistency with Falcons. They can be good on every map and they can lose on every map. So even there with the pick of Ancient of MOUZ, which are very consistent and very solid on it, Falcons can win this map. We don't know, they can, like, it doesn't really matter what they pick and what they don't pick. It's just they can win any map at this point. and lose on any map at this point.
That's true, and we do get the decider that is probably perfect for both of these rounds. Mirage being the third potential map, and I think that's where I want to leave this conversation as well. It is a matchup that on paper, obviously MOUZ are the favorites, but as you said, Falcons have shown they can beat pretty much anyone on any given map if they hit the day. So personally, I'd expect that we get to see all 3 maps.
Do you like this new train? MBK, not to get too existential, but thumbs up or thumbs down at the moment?
Oh, I hate this map.
Oh no!
No matter what. So, no, I mean, it's a very personal thing. I think the remake is good just to change the map and how it was and just add something new to the game. That's what we need. Like change maps, add new maps, just change more to keep everything entertaining. So it's a good change, but I just don't like the map.
It could be better.
Yeah, could be better. More trains. I think that's a consensus, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel like, obviously we've been saying, you know, Falcons obviously picking into this, trying to make it a staple map for them. Last time they struggled versus MOUZ at EPL, so maybe some learnings there?
I think so. They've had a lot of games on train. I remember one against Eternal Fire as well, where they were struggling. So maybe they are getting better and better on the map. And it is one of the few teams out there willing to have it as a perma pick right now in the map pool. So maybe it's a way of trying to force it into the map pool against opponents. And we're yet to see if MOUZ can consistently deliver on train. And I guess we'll be smarter in a couple of minutes.
Well, 2 teams are very familiar with each other in 2025. It's time for MOUZ versus Falcons.
Now, typically, the Falcon, a predator of the MOUZ, but in the last 2 head-to-heads, MOUZ have definitely slain the Falcon. Chatty B, what's your kind of read of the situation coming into this another quite common head-to-head as of late?
Yeah, so this is the 4th time within the span of a month. What I like about the veto this time round, as opposed to 10 days ago at EPL, is it's the ban coming out in the first phase from Falcons of Nuke. It then forces the pick from MOUZ to be something different, which is Ancient, which I think is probably more of a comfort ground for that of Falcons, or maybe something that they could be more comfortable on than that of Nuke, because we've seen what MOUZ have been able to deliver on that map. It's against Spirit, that opening game, they were able to hold Donk to only a couple of kills. We're about to get this one underway. Freeze time ticking on down. And Exertion trying to bring some energy. Let's see if they can run with the confidence that they picked up at EPL, regardless of the final.
So another trip to train. Let's get this one going. As Falcons, they are starting to try and make this home soil. We'll see if they can get the pistol to start this campaign off on the right foot. T-side train, not necessarily the easiest of the sides.
Interesting start. Torji, the AWPer, starting over towards B. He's going to pick out high ramp.
Oh, and he's already taken a heavy brunt of damage, down to just 7 HP. Does peace out, tucks oil.
It was only one player that he spotted because the late pack was coming the long way around. They didn't drop through the window. This is forced to rotation. Brolin's come to join Torji towards B. Exertion with Dual Berettas was close towards Pop, but he's pivoting towards T main, so there was a bit of a gap to work with. That also makes the rotation point a little bit further away. This will be a deep connector smoke thrown out. Here they go.
Yeah, Brolin gets perfectly flashed as well, so Torji with low HP doesn't really want to take this fight. He's just hoping to catch this one on the side of the head, but what a lovely layered flash there from Gigson. Nico onto Brolan, the defense crumbles. I mean, that is, yeah, it's beautiful to watch. A well-structured pistol, manipulating the CT's rotations, and hang on.
Hey, we're back on.
Yeah, Jimmy has made a case for MOUZ to give this a go, give this a proper look in. Jimmy, bit of a dip in form starting off this season, but does seem to be trying to get back on the horse here. Last open Lisbon. Another one from Xerxes. Dexter kept level.
Play the bomb, boys.
Jimmy's down, playing time. Not the plan. He's on it. He is on it. Covered by Spings, holding that low ramp. 4, 3, running out of chances, and MOUZ will steal it after such a fantastic way in. Jimmy's double, it reignites an opportunity to retake. Xerxes holding that 10-second defuse. Nico, an overextension.
That's not the Falcons that you're looking for there by any stretch. You can see the connector smoke in play, the deep CT smoke, they push up sidewalk, the flashes, they're great to do with Torji. Jimmy's double is beautiful, but it still shouldn't get out of control at this point. Aiming for the jewels, not playing the bomb, allowing them to enter in towards the bomb site there. The plant potentially making things a little bit more awkward than it had to be. But Falcons, this is a team that's very up and down. You heard it from Magic in the interview. They need to be more consistent because they can definitely contest. There's no question about the pedigree of the players anymore, or if it makes sense. This roster does. But you can't be fumbling moments like that.
Yeah, that will sour the mood in the camp right out of the gates.
This is the thing. Right now in Counter-Strike, we're still trying to work out, you know, in the early stages, trains seemed a little bit more CT-sided. And, well, at EPL, a lot of the maps are actually T-sided. There's a decent lick of damage done with the jumping MP9. So you're still trying to work out the meta, and especially with the newest map in the pool, it's always going to chop and change a little bit more so than the others. We can talk about the CT setup that you will be expecting to see from MOUZ. You got Spinks as that inside anchor, Torji as the AWP. He'll be here, there, and everywhere, traditionally starting towards back 6 or over towards the camera position. He's got a scout in this one. Jimmy will be tasked with helping that of Torji to deal with Ivy, and then you're going to have the combination of Brolin and Exertion, the aggressive 2, up towards Ebox, T-Main, and Pop. We'll talk about the T-side defaults when we do need to get there, but testing their luck on B again. Flashes at the ready, need to hit some bangers on these digs.
It's not going to be easy for Falcons flooding into the site now through upper. Spinks does comfortably remove the first. And
you take the plan.
Yeah, and for, ooh, you will get the plant now. Yeah, Kickson's actually going to get naded out just before he punches in the code. Good work from Xerxes. He saved them now in back-to-back rounds. And Nico's D keeps the conversation alive, but only for a moment. Well handled in the end. It's Xerxes with impact once more.
Okay, well, decent damage, and a lot of players got kills on the pistol. Able to get out the rifle round now. So you're going to see Tesses on the default round to be working over towards Ivy. Nico will be the team main player. Dexter obviously with the AWP. He'll be picking here, there, and everywhere. He'll have a combination of Magisk and potentially Kickson taking the brown walls and Pop Dog control.
That's where that damage came from. You saw Kickson getting HE to deny the plant. Nice shot out of Nico's dig, but quickly dealt with.
Now, this will be a tone setup. The first rifle round getting underway, and well, there you go. Nico posts up, deals with the E-box push. That's what you want to see. Team talking about his proficiency on the CT side, but he's also going to be able to contribute a lot on the T sides, especially if he's finding opening picks in a key area like team main. So number advantage now, and it was a heavy stance over towards brown walls. So they've been able to entrench themselves right now in towards Pop Dog. Kickson up close and personal. Tessus on that Ivy lurk. Nico's completely foregone mid. Doesn't want to give away a bit of a bozo death. So happy to play the number advantage now, and even trying a wall bang. It was over towards Pop. Looking like they want to do a 2-2 split. Kickson able to smoke off camera from that position, and Incendiary that'll only buy 5 seconds. 2 players towards Yard right now, but it's only Exertion ahead of the smoke wall. Torji over towards Ivy. If you're Tessus, you want to play late, you want to play on the lurk, and you also have that of Dexter coming over to join you. So a 2-1-2. A vintage little maneuver on train as I'm not believing the bluff are MOUZ. Now going to rotate a third man over towards B.
This is the flash. This is the fight. Xerxes just turns his back to it. Stop. Actually, no, just returns his face to it. The second he looked. Screen fades to white.
I'd say you shouldn't have a shot in this one, MOUZ, but you did win the pistol round when you were down several players. That was due to a Jimmy double. And now that you are all over towards B, this one has the writing on the wall. 24 seconds. 22 as the bomb starts to get punched in. So we'll throw the 40 onto the clock. And right now in the early stages, I'm not sure you want to try and give away too many bodies if you are Falcons. Don't give them AK-47. Sure, they're going to save, but you need to start establishing your economy on the T side as well. So that's how easy it can look if Nico's able to get himself posted and get a kill over towards E-box as easy as you like. So a little round there. Moving into the next, it'll be 1,400 as the loss. Torji will be able to drop something in Spinks as well, so should see them contend into round number 4. But I think if people are looking at the Cluj final and the EPL match and they're sitting and thinking to themselves that, oh, okay, yeah, this should be MOUZ's every day of the week, I think Falcons are in touching distance. BK touching on this during the death segment before, saying, you know, a lot of these matches for MOUZ are close, 13-11s. Maybe not in the head-to-head with Falcons, but I think they can tend to be the issue of their own fate, just like we saw on the pistol. And those 2 kills, that's all you needed. Simple, but team-based CS.
Still adjusting to the view model change of Nico. He has joined the Funky View Model Club.
The dark side, I think we're calling it.
Yeah. He's going to give it another go. So this is a very common way to disrupt that very push. Perfect catch from our context. Does it make you pay a heavy price for this setup? Something Eternal Fire have been doing an awful lot is demonstrating the importance of CTs. Whoa, 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 that spread more than he was bargaining for there.
Yeah, so the connection point between your B player and then if you do get that pop control, you can see Spinks behind the high ramp smoke ready to swing out and join the 2 of them. But because they've been able to get past and force them back, a rotation's been needed over from the A defense. Torji again joining Spinks on this site for a bit of a bait and switch setup. Takes to breaking windows. Executed on its way.
Oh, that's a very well-placed smoke. Completely nullifies Spinks' close angle, but he could, if he was brave. Here's the reload, does go walking through it, pokes his nose out, man just caught a whiff of him. Takes him down, hang on, Torji's got a chance here by removing Magisk, but quickly traded its Tessus, that forward position, just charges forward in the site, gets the job done. Falcons set to collect their second. Jimmy can do nothing more than resign himself to the save. That's whether or not Falcons find him. SS looks like he is starting to investigate that Z position. Looks like Nico as well. Gonna wrap around, and it doesn't look fantastic for Jimmy to maintain this.
Yeah, if he can hold on to something, we could start having a conversation into the next. But with it only being 1900 lost, they lose this. They're going to be working with absolutely nothing. And then you need to start considering how long does it take for Torji to get out his AWP. Well, they've had it around him for now. Spinks accidentally speaking in all-say. Yeah, it was okay. I think your setup was fine. You just got caught poking your big beak through that smoke. Badgers must have spotted you.
Yeah, I think it looked like the Torji flash was thrown for him to try and make a play off of it, but he had no idea like the parameters of that smoke, so his head poked out. Yeah. Really powerful lurk smoke out upper.
And the fact that all those kills happen so quickly, you could see the emergency call, hey, it is the BXQ, let's get ahead of their U2 wave, but then you're just in the open, and the AKs at those ranges taking some confident duels. We'll see just the eco coming out now from MOUZ. USPs are plenty as they all trundle up Ivy. They're out of position as it is a yard execute. They don't even have a flash to help initiate this, so attempt to boost over the camera smoke.
That's not gone to plan either. Best case scenario, you take an AK through?
I think if Torji can get a kill, that's where I'd be saying is best case scenario, because 2400 loss bonus into the next.
Yeah.
Now, I'll let you do the math. 2300 plus 2400.
He needs a kill.
He needs $50. So if someone could donate, that'd be great.
He's playing for one. You can see him just having his teammates kind of almost bait for him as he plays the Ivy side. Here comes his opportunity. Oh, and a nade right between the wickets. That's not going to work out for Torji. Nico puts him down.
Oh, very positive sign now for the T side. You have 5 players staying alive. There's a whole lot of residual cash to work with. You're talking about a couple just under that 10K mark, and that's even after reinvestments. So there will be no AWP available for the CT side defense. It's going to limit their options. No defuse kits in the mix either. What a Falcons hedge for early. Hard smokes to keep up this conditioning. Sandwich lands. You can see teams going for this wider one that is forcing the fight. Nico ahead with the extinguish, and this time can't deliver it. Brolin just zergs straight out into the crosshair, gets the opener.
This might be a bit quicker than he's ready for. Torji looks like he's anticipated that close walk of Tessus. Will throw out the incendiary, but he can still slip. Oh, good adjustment. Finds Tessus, keeps that man advantage for MOUZ. Kixon, however, is advancing. Trying to slink towards the back, drags back, turned and profits. Gets the Torji down. Magisk could have Xerxes in his sights soon.
Oh, needed that one.
Yeah, you did.
But he had the jump on him there. 2v3, still a winnable round. Bomb over towards team mid. As Kixon has to make a play. They know he's entrenched in towards the back line because of the kill that he picked up on Torji. They're aware, if you take a look at Spinks' position on the radar, you can see that he's dealing with the slip all the way through CT. Jimmy's actually coming to join him so they can trade off of one another, and they might get a perfect timing.
Yeah, Kixon's just turned his back. You want to talk about perfect timing, Chad? That's a perfect example.
Now Dexter left in a 1-on-3. Not unwinnable, but definitely tough considering this push that's coming through above him. Unlikely awares that Exertion has gotten this audacious. So time now, 34 seconds left on the clock. Dexter, as he sits, parks up and waits for a reaggress. He's also going to catch a bullet in the back of the head. Nice little round started by in-game leader Brolin, swinging out and winning that fight against Nico. And you can understand why Torji might not be expecting the second player to be there. Tessus is the Ivy player playing ahead on a tempo, but Kixon's the one who finds the gap. This is the opening incision. Dexter does draw one back throughout all of this, but Exertion, the hero. There's plenty of cash. I'm curious now to see if the AWP comes into the hands of Dexter, and yes, it does. So you right now have a weaponry advantage for the Falcons into round number 7.
Dexter actually opens up the account with a nice pick-off, catches Brolan and confirms the presence of Xertion. T-smoke thrown out, but on his retreat, Magisk, he'll extend their advantage. An important catch holding from the main side.
Right now, you may as well pause. You're not connected. If you're grouped up, you go push into one choke point, that could be a little bit problematic as well. Allow this utility to simmer through, reset, wait for CT re-aggressors, then make a call. You've got Brown Wall's control. You've got a player over towards Ivy. Now you've got 2 towards T-main. Dexter also starting to shuffle back. The util that you can work with, 2 smokes, a bunch of, I'll make that 3 smokes, a bunch of flashes, mollies as well. If you want to play for information, Magisk can dip his toe in the water of this B bomb site, see what's home. Well, he's definitely confirmed at least 1 because of the nade through the windows. Spinks, he actually pivots back off of that and wants to stack yard with Torji and Jimmy.
Yeah, their positioning does look quite effective for the call out of Falcons.
It could be a strong crossfire, all things considered.
Yeah, like Jimmy draws like contact and attention, and then Torji gets a couple.
They're so committed to this now, there's no point. They can't drop back, so they will be committed towards yard.
Yeah, Torji, he's going to receive Tessus comfortably. Then Jimmy will activate as Kixon's distracted. They've managed to claw it back into a 3v3. It could be a 3v5. In fact, it probably should be. That bomb still lies idle. Dexter with the AWP is tasked with retrieving it. Jimmy could overextend, but has taken that elevated angle on the barrel in heaven. 15 seconds, lads. We've got to get a wiggle on. That smoking Torji, problematic. Good angle from Jimmy, but hang on a second. There's no time for the plant. He needed it. He waited for it. Magisk needed the double. Doesn't deliver. Look at the health left on Jimmy and Torji. But yeah, that round, that's one that we'll be discussing in the review, I'm sure, for Team Falcon.
That's 2 crosses next to their name in the early stages of this first half of play on their own map choice. A pistol fumble in a 3v5.
Yeah.
And a very perplexing 3v5 gun round. I'm having a tough time being able to piece this together yet, with both kills on the aggressive players. So these are the players who you know are going to be playing close main and pop. They're dead immediately. And then you allow the clock to go all the way down to the final 30 seconds before you take any other contact. You didn't search out a site early to see where it was stacked. You called from the blind. You could have thrown 1 player to the Wolves. You would have had information. Still got money.
Oh, wow. Spinks, this...
Jeez, that's hot.
A little hotter than I think he realized.
That smoke activity he was hoping for. Torji's AWP sounds off. Block smoke in play, and that might be it over towards Ivy. Dexter now having to reroute.
Oof. Wow, Bron winning out that head-to-head now in back-to-back rounds. Thank you very much. Takes the AK.
And next round is going to start to get a whole lot more problematic for that of Falcons. The loss bonus for them is going to be of 2,400, sure, but that residual cash they had has been whittled down pretty quickly now that MOUZ have been able to get consecutive gun rounds. Staying active on the CT side. Fought mid, they won the exchange, now they've taken pop control. Is allowing them to play 2 over towards BFed. So like is Jimmy. Okay, he wanted to tussle with that lurk smoke. It's actually cost him his life. Levels things up. Brolin with another.
Does he expect a second upon the fade? He's definitely looking for it. Magisk going to be the most valuable asset to Dexter and Tessus. Pincer maneuver through main and pop.
Strong spot for the AWP though, isn't it?
Torji should have that shadow advantage as well. Nails his first onto Tessus. Magisk, his next victim, commits to that deep pop cross. Oh, Brawler, he's having no trouble at the moment. He's keeping good tabs on that as triple kill in the round and nothing for Magisk to do.
Yeah, these mid rounds have been very limp from Falcons. Just walking out one at a time, doesn't seem connected. They're not using the utility. They're just kind of waltzing in and getting shredded apart. So this is fantastic recovery for MOUZ within this first half. Scoreline about to read 5-3. Going to be a 2-round gap accrued. And the money woes that I was discussing can now quickly be taken stock of. You've got the ability to get out the AWP again if you'd like.
Torji doing a lot of talking at the moment.
What did he say? I didn't quite catch that.
I didn't.
He's a little bit quiet. If we could, you know, a little bit more. He can get out the AWP again. Magisk saved. Kixon can buy. Tessus can buy. Nico's the one who's going to be operating on something a little bit lighter, maybe a Deagle. But the mid rounds have just been quite poorly called.
Yeah, I'm sure if there was anything out of Zonic's mouth, it's like, boys, you're getting advantage.
Yeah, you're doing the hard work. You've done the hard graft. Just let's come up with some stronger finishes within these rounds. But one of the problems that can come from that is you think that, oh, well, why don't we just do something aggressive, poppy as a team, when that wasn't the issue. Now you're not working with a full gun round. Tessus Tessus is taking the sacrifice. He's actually given the AK to Nico and taken the dig. So Nico needs to produce in a round like this. Now just kicks in, heading over towards Brown Walls. Nico T mid, Dexter with util to set him up. They're looking for a fight.
Yeah, it gets forward right on the jaw. That nade does 48 damage to Nico. Hamstrung and then executed. Zertian removes that AK-47, trying to be the playmaker, but hang on, wait. A free frag back. Yeah, Zertian thought it would be clear. Didn't anticipate Tessus to have immediately taken the place of Nico. Pushing the smoke, he leaves us into a 3v3. It's about time the Falcons can find a way to actually close out these mid rounds.
Maybe this will be the one. They started with a disadvantage, then clawed back into an even situation. So less utility does mean they likely will just contact out again. Don't have any smokes. You're really just working with those flashes and heading over towards Ivy once more.
It's felt like Torgy's been pretty consistent in this Ivy hold.
He's going to get one here for free, surely.
Presumably. I mean, you could try and flash, but you're going to get jiggled out. He's actually missed his opportunity there. One bullet hits him. He'll throw out a smoke, and then accelerating. Lots of pressure. The flash fades. You'll hear the stabs. Tessus tries to bait the shot. Lovely strafe. Forces Torgy down. 2 missed AWP shots, and now a man advantage. They've got 40 seconds to find the finish, and they're searching. Roland, yeah, suboptimal. Oh! And he turns around. Gives him a sound cue, gets timed on his relocation as well, just perverts his gaze.
They're worried about B. Spinks is the B holder. Right. Like, where the hell is he? Well, he's gotten a little bit pushy. He's taken a lot of space. They could be worried that he's still poking his head up over there and towards the box holes. That won't be the case. The bomb will go down. Spinks might want to go and try and find this AWP, which isn't there anymore.
Would have been nice.
Yeah, would have been nice. You see Brolin immediately shake his head as he misses the movement off the tippy top of that box. That's where the AWP was.
Yeah, and then you kind of it changes your whole internal dialogue, right? You had a whole plan, you had a whole game plan. Now you know that they know if they're there, and you start second guessing yourself. You can see him kind of worried about relocating, jumping back up, and yeah, it all kind of fell apart for Brolin after that. But a one-round game, Falcons rectify.
Yeah, and at least the issues that they've shown so far within their mid-rounds haven't got into the mental, and players aren't making heroic moments on their own. That was a thrown together buy. They didn't have everything they needed, and they pulled that round off. So trying to reset the mental. That's because of the close nature of a few of these. Finances aren't brilliant for that of MOUZ. This is going to be a close finish to the first half of map number 1. Ancient up next. Mirage is the third and deciding if we do need to get there. It's all about this. Torgy felt like he was good for one. That's that shot.
That's heroic Tessus. You know, he was always that wiggly, jiggly. He was the guy jumping with his bum out first on the Glock pistol round. You know, he's got the movement. Just be aware. Oh, they tease us. They tease us.
Be aware,
I will be aware, actually. I don't know what I'll be aware of.
Wake up every day and just be aware.
It's a good advice. Now, of course, on the tech, you aren't allowed to talk, which is probably why Magic's sentence stopped, actually.
No one could hear him. All right, well, Freestime's starting to trickle on down. What are they able to piece together? Well, an MP9 for Brolin. The rest are going to have the rifles. There's a whole lot of util to work with for Jimmy, Spinks, and Exertion. We're just juggling that in spawn. Who needs what? How heavily we are blocking main. Well, Brolin can get up close pop or towards T-Con, so either way.
Who's up for the brawl this time? No Nico. He's got a different plan. Going to take it a bit more passive this time. You can see Exertion extra cautious of that corner this time, after getting caught out by the jump scare of Tessus.
Already a lot of early pressure towards B. So they're not playing aggressive pop. So Spinks has already felt the fury of a flash down low, which tells him and the team that they are quite forward in that position. Now, what's behind it, you're not to know. You've exchanged some util over towards T main. You can't see what's going on towards Ivy because of a lurk smoke that's now in play, and it's forced that pressure for you to drop a smoke of your own. That's up for 20 seconds. So at what point do we see this thrown out? Maybe about 55 for the deep con. And we've seen them have successful executes towards the side. It's been more about holding on to the side. This nade's good.
Yep, bang on the money. Well timed. 50 damage again. Kicks and stomachs that.
Now, they don't have to follow through with this. They can throw the execute and they can still pivot through pop.
Yeah, well, that's what Brolan's currently occupying with his MP9. Good block util, but they're going down that low ramp. Tessus accelerating. Who can stop them? Torji's tucked, not going to be spotted. Good hard clear for the teasers. Yep, Torji is overlooked by Tessus. Nico's actually going to slink into the smoke, and that's an important kill from Kixon. Torji's position noted. Kixon's going to try and test him. Trade available. Magic delivers. A 3 versus 3. Nico in Z. It feels like a certainty.
They just have to live. Nico can win the round right here, right now.
You're not ready for this, are you? No, Jimmy, back turn, bullet to the back of the head. Jobs are good and well structured. Oh, gosh, Dexter jumping to keep his toes out of the line of sight of Brollan. Interesting axis to be taking a fight upon.
Brollan wants something a little bit better than the MP9, right? It feels tough to be saving this when there's so many rifles on the deck, but I don't think he's going to get anything for his troubles unless Nico wants to fight, and, well, apparently he does. So Brollan gets an AK. Nico trying to make sure he doesn't save anything, ends up giving over a big gun. It will be Mr. Magis to stay alive to confirm the 5th for Falcons. So this is a very decent T-half indeed. You see Torji adjusting against that B execute. He had to deal with it on the pistol round. He was caught up towards the high ramp and the flash. The second layering was perfect. It destroyed him this time round at the bottom of the ladder. Those ladders can be quite difficult as well in this. You don't automatically link onto them.
Yeah.
And that can, especially when you're talking about maps like Nuke where you do. So it's interesting that it's different between Train and Nuke and other maps with ladders, but that's a conversation the pros need to have with Valve.
Yeah, whether that's like an intentional design choice or just an oversight.
So Brollan's traditionally an aggressive T-main player, and they've gone heavy Ivy. That's where Jimmy and that of Torji would be, so hoping they're up against something lighter. And
I like the idea.
Brollan's around. He's in the vicinity.
Boosting over the sandwich smoke. It's not a bad idea whatsoever. Spinks. Ooh, audible.
Hello.
Very noisy. What scared them there?
I think it's just he didn't see anything outside, so he was assuming it's going to be B. Trying to stay ahead of the rotation, and having 3 players power walk Ivy as they're just going to peel them apart one at a time. Rifle now on the ground, quickly in the hands of Jimmy as he puts up a bit of a fight, but kicks it into the trade, and it's just Torji, the AWPer, with the dig. That's going to be the half, at least. Confirmed at 50-50 for Falcons. So 6 rounds, not too shabby whatsoever.
And with a couple of slip-ups in there as well.
Yeah,
so
they're going to feel like they should have done better.
Yeah.
And that's a nice feeling. Right? Unless the score was, say, I don't know, 11-1.
Yeah.
You should have done better. This is, we already did well.
But we could have done better. Always good to have room for improvement.
I think it was the CT side that led the Falcons down against MOUZ last time they played anyway. So if they can get a little bit more of a buffer on this T half, then convert that CT side of pistol, they could be off to the races before they head over to Ancient. And as discussed, they removed that of Nuke in the first phase of the bans this time, which forced the hand of MOUZ into something a little bit different. 4th time in a month. This is the 3rd best of 3, and the other was a best of 5 grand final inclusion in a stage match. So becoming familiar opponents, the 2 of these. That is going to be the first tactical timeout called from Cycron. So wanting to make sure they do get 6 going into the halftime break. No AWP available for Torji.
That's a new strategy. I've never seen a coach go for that. Like 1 hand on the mic, 1 hand on the captain. You know, it's kind of like he's trying to...
really getting that vibe through.
Yeah, right. Sending the message through the physical touch.
It's a calming presence, potentially. Brollan likes he's got the support in that moment. I will channel my coach brain into the in-game leader brain, and then that will
permeate.
Head down the line.
Okay. Last round of this attacking half of Falcons, as you've discussed. Yeah, 50-50 minimum. An opportunity to have your, your head and shoulders above coming into your defensive half.
I wonder if you want to try something really aggressive and just force the hand, do one of these pushes, 2-man pop, and have Spinks with somebody else just taking B to completely collapse on that part of the map early. Do you want to send a beacon out Ivy, try and force a fight? Because they've been doing very good in terms of the head-to-head with Nico in main.
Oh, that's forward. That's aggressive.
There you go.
2-man Ivy push. That's a mix-up. That's a change-up. It's put Tessus down early.
And you can't react immediately and just swarm over towards B. Based off of that, you're going to make a lot of steps as you come through white walls. So the 2 individuals joining that, Nico and Kixon with Magis. So maybe put some pressure, see if you can get a player down low ramp into Thomas. But I don't think you want to fully commit to this so early into the round, and it's not done just yet. Dexter over towards Ivy. Does he feel pressured to make a play? Well, smoke fades and he's looking.
Yeah, Brollan is going to go and jiggle it out. Confirms presence. Confirms there are more bodies on Ivy. Not just Tessus. Dexter drawing attention, but a block smoke lands perfectly timed at pop. Walking through this would be a death sentence with the current angle adopted by Xerxen.
Dexter's now taking the AWP back to Ivy.
A boost? Do they get vision? Oh, you kind of do! Oh, lovely! What a pivot! Dexter connected as well with the AWP, found Brolant. Slips past that Z angle as well, so Torji doesn't have anything to report on Nico's position and whereabouts. Now the util sails in to get the rest across. Flash is good. Bomb to be planted. Heavy comms here, they got the information as to where more than one of them resides. Nico a clean tap as well. Multi-kill here from Nico up to 10. Jimmy a hard clear, that full 180-degree sweep. Nico doesn't overextend. It's Magic that peeks in and confirms the round. Falcons, T-side, their map, and certainly looks like it off that T-horse. 7-5. MOUZ needing that pistol to get the ball rolling into that second half. Continue into train. Second series of the day, first day of play for the Blast Open Lisbon. 7-5 half, T-side train especially. Got to consider that a very good haul. And as we were discussing just before that break, we were talking about how it could very well have been even better T-side out of Falcons. But Chad, you were saying still you're going to be very happy with 7.
Oh, for sure. It was the T-side, however, that Falcons struggled to defend against last time these two teams met. There was a lot of harassed utility of Molotovs and HEs towards that pop position. So I want to see how they've adjusted, what the solutions are. As speaking of pop, Torji's going to grab this control quite quickly. It's just Magisk over towards B for now. He does have fast rotation. Look at the radar top left. You can see there was 2 players on the bomb train for a moment. Tessus has just pivoted over towards camera. So Kixon now rotating over to assist. Tess has to have late utility as part of this. And speaking of util, Brolin with a molly and double flash. Jimmy to late lurk Ivy. This is classic. It's one of these positions where you're either going to have the round-winning impact or none at all.
Yeah, well, Magic's going to have impact for sure. Unloads the jewel. Berettis gets more. Turned around for 4. Magisk launches Falcons' defensive campaign off with a bang. How about not doing anything then with the lobby, the lurk?
Yeah, there you go. So you'd love it if they get the bomb down. It's a tussle. The CTs are slow on the retake. You come in late CT spawn or connector. You put a bullet in the back of the dome and you convert it. Right now, you're just walking around aimlessly. And do you want to tee Magisk up for the ace? Do you want to give it to him? Well, why the hell not?
Let the man have it.
He's right now over towards high ramp. So
Jacob's gunning for his job.
Yeah, look, jeez. Early in the season, the new roster.
Let him cook.
He's not towards the top of the list, I would say, by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got the pedigree.
I think, yeah, anyway. Magisk, you might get this one. You might be able to finish it off. You got the jewel breakers at range, and Dexter will steal it.
Big smile. I mean, didn't he say in the interview he wants to just show that he's still a great player? I mean, that's his like internal.
4-time major champ.
Yeah, right. 4-time.
3 of them with Astralis, 1 of them with Vitality. That flash not doing anything whatsoever, just unloads the Berettas and spinning on the dime for this final kill towards the side. That one's beautiful onto Spinks. Well, 1 kill, no plant. That means that 9 feels like a certainty as far as Falcons are concerned. It will just be 1 deagle in the hands of young Jimmy. Just to talk about the CT setup you're expecting to see coming out of Falcons, it'll be the likes of Tessus and Nico, your pack up close and personal towards Popdog and T-Main. Degster working alongside of that, a kicks in to cover off Ivy, play some of those longer lines as well on the early exchanges. And then Magisk, well, I don't know if we need to introduce his position, you just saw it. He'll be anchoring down that B bomb site. MOUZ don't have as many officials so far on this map, so as far as their T side is concerned, we have some ideas as far as their head-to-head goes, but in terms of really how much they have in their playbook, only 2 games is not really enough to tell. Tessus might get an opportunity to farm here, set up a crossfire with that of Nico, who's in Olaf. That's that. What did we end up naming this round?
Well, Vampire was discussed.
Henry liked that. There was something else, though, wasn't there?
Well, you do keep talking about the milk.
Yeah.
I think bleeding utility does sound better than
bleeding
milking.
Utility does sound better than milking utility.
Yeah. But this, I would
both work, actually. You could milk utility and you could bleed utility. I'd say they mean the same thing, but it being a milkman round, no.
That's when you lose.
Because no one's bringing any milk.
There's no delivery of milk.
But you are milking utility.
Yes. But what's
from those tasty CT udders?
Yeah. What's like the job of a milker?
To get the milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, does it have a formal title like lactation withdrawal specialist?
Well, the vampire sucks blood. So at the same time, you know, you're sucking the util out of him.
Yeah, it works. We're workshopping. We're open to interpret, you know.
Maybe not interpretation.
No, not interpret. Please don't actually interpret anything we're saying, but you can give us suggestions. Machine Egg on Twitter. Let me know.
Well, Exertion teammate missed his molly. They were unable to harass. That's what I wanted to see. Harassment towards Pop. That was something that was a key feature. Molly missed. Problems ahead.
Okay, Brolin is starting to kind of probe out of Pop. It's the responsibility of Nico and Tessa's trade. Not available. He's done very well there. Gets the kill, gets away with his life. Dexter throws out a smoke that really encouraged Nico to hoover up this space in main. A head-to-head with Xerxes. The re-smoke looks good. Audacious reload in the open there.
As far as Smoke's concerned, they just have 1 more on Kixon right now, and he's actually gravitating close towards main as well. HG to clear, and Nico had an opportunity. That would have been a cheeky way to grab a frag, but he's going to back off out of team main. Bomb in box halls on the back of Torji. The T-side execute. They've got plenty of smokes of their own, the flashes and the Molotov in play. Are they reading this, Falcons? Do they start to hedge the rotation to help out Magisk? He's actually dropped back into quite a passive stance over towards Z. He will be out of the play if they execute in.
Oh, it's all about when you choose to send down that ramp, and they've timed it to perfection. No one holding. Job's done. Round 1.
not perfect from MOUZ in any regard. So there was a couple of pieces of utility that could have been used more efficiently there. But still, if the rotation is away of you, you are going to be grabbing this one. So some details there. That missed Molotov from Exertion was one of those features I wanted to look out for the harassment of Nico and Tessa's trying to take that early pop control.
It's a contrast to Falcons, who were very rarely electing to molly and more commonly and frequently electing to fight and nade. Just taking the best spawn of Nico primarily to those early fights, but got put in his place by Brolan. Cancelled that halfway through.
And not trying to jeopardize their economy early, Falcons. So by going for this save, they will maintain their 3-round lead and also be able to get another rifle round into play. Now Dexter, with that loss bonus coming in, has 4.750.
Ooh, isn't that the magic number?
It is the magic number, and he is going to equip himself with the AWP. He'll drop his gun across, and that means that right now there will be that weapon discrepancy between the two squads. So if this save nets them a nice return, they will need to win consecutive, consuming bomb goes down.
Sir?
Yes?
Where would you want your AWPer to go looking for trouble if
you want to go super aggressive, right? I think that if you get a good spawn potentially heading over towards B, you could peek them as they come towards the low ramp. But more often than not, you're going to start over towards back 6 Ivy.
Nailed it this time.
There you go.
112 that is. And the flash, it didn't seem to have enough of an effect on Tess as he's playing a very forward position. And he's gone away with murder there, removes Xerxin. An advantage for Falcons in pursuit of the double digits. Main taken now away from the T side. Torji and Jimmy just waiting outside.
Rotation of Dexter, he's left Ivy. That nade a little bit limp there. He's going to rotate over to bolster this B side defense. There's so much more utility for MOUZ to work with, even with the player in the grave. 2 players coming in through pop, 2 gravitating outside of T main right now. What type of finish does Brolan want to call, as we can see that Falcons are starting to pivot back into more of a defensive stance? If there is utility, which there definitely will be, they might be playing from behind these smoke walls. And the CETs are still working on some form of an aggressive maneuver of their own.
Lovely util set there at Torji. You can see where that smoke lands as well. Oh, and then there's more layers. Actually, wait, Tessus has found a perfect safe haven. It doesn't spread. He still has the angle, still has the info. Oh, Jimmy caught a whiff.
Spotted.
Yeah, he has been spotted. Torji removing kicks, and suddenly an equalizing frag has arrived. That's a big flank from Nico. Torji late to the arrival. Planting can be denied, but covered by Spinks. Gets Jimmy off the bomb. They're worried about Nico's flank. He's actually piecing out. He's going to try and wrap back around.
Well, Dex is lost in the maze here. Brolan could flank him at any moment.
Oh yeah, looks like Dexter's dead. Oh, just considered it in time. Great find. Will he opt for the Galil instead? He has picked it up.
Nico's got the kit for this.
2 to find. Jimmy actually going to bring the fight to Magic because he's clearing the left side. That's important proactivity out of Yimmy. Hang on though, Spinks. Again, both of them have caught perfect timings on their peak. The back exposed. Nico looking to come up clutch. Needs to get this now. Spinks denies. High impact from Spinks to get MOUZ off the starting mark.
You might expect some frustrations from Nico there because he's the second flanking piece towards T main. He gets the trade kill and then he's flanking pop, but you can't wait for him that whole time. He's taking so long and he's being quiet about it. This is how it opens up. And this is where it started to get a little bit out of control. The fact that Kixon misses, we didn't catch that in the perspective. That's quite poor. And then the other 2 players coming in from Connector as well as Camera. Like I said, you can't wait for Nico. He's flanked main. He doesn't want to go main because he knows they'll be watching. He's taking too long on pop. You don't know where these 2 players are. You need to try and unravel them. So that is a round that could have been a great opportunity for that of Falcons.
Great timeout called immediately.
Yeah, and that one is actually called by Cycron. So, it's a T-side timeout.
So that's, I will use my nets on B, Lude.
Okay, Lude is Brolan for those of you playing at home. And it is apparently going to use his nades on B. So we can see that it is going to be the 4 spy coming out of the CT side. 3 M4s, an MP9 and a Deagle. I feel like you have to do something coordinated and aggressive on the CT side with what you've purchased in with. Ivy walk for 3 with the bomb.
Ooh. Kicks in after his fumble in the previous. This is another chance for redemption. You get one, you get away, you get the info, but you could also just peek into an AWP and die. Okay, there's info.
They're so quick on this.
If he flashes for them, he's going to be dead. But no, just gets a head-to-head duel with Brolan, but too precise is Lud there. Smokes off to Wrap. Around the maze and back into Nico and Tessus. Tessus in that powerful position, all off. Xertion might catch a little whiff of him if he steps just one step further. That's the spread Nico was worried about. Forced into the fight. Last second spread. Gives him a 2-man advantage here for MOUZ to make this a 1-round game. The diligence on Xertion. He has not given Tessus anything.
Spinks might end up finding Tessus here. He's already on the bomb train right now, so see how much they want to clear. Tessus fortunately still alive, but this is not the weapon for the job anymore, as Xertion will get his man. Now as Deagle, as well as an M4. You might just want to hold on to these. Lost bonus into the next to the 2400 mark, and the game getting out of control. So those little issues you had in the first half, Falcons, are coming home to roost.
I will say that's 2 rounds so far on the T side of MOUZ, where Brolan's opening kill has dictated the finish. He got that pick on Pop that led to a 4-man save, and he's only gone and found that head-to-head with Kixin on Ivy as well. Very precise in that head-to-head duel.
Well, going to set themselves up a nice little plate right now, a MOUZ. Looking to keep all 5 alive. Shouldn't be too many issues as far as that's concerned. One will go off. Round will be secured, 9-8. A couple of frustrating moments there for Nico. Obviously, that last-minute molly spread over towards Hell.
Yeah.
And the flank-on-flank situation in the one before. This is the opener. And the whole round's already
You can see him looking at it and just kind of like...
Please don't. Please don't.
Oh, no. Nightmare. Yeah. Yeah. It is... No, actually, don't quote me on that. Never mind. Is the spread random? Like sometimes it can... I've seen it before when I was practicing. Like, sometimes it would spread, sometimes it wouldn't when I'm throwing exactly the same lineup.
Yeah, look, random's one of these words that we love.
Yeah. Probably not random. I feel like if you ask Volvo about that, they'd say, well, not random, but it is a logarithmic.
I'm sure there's a couple of factors that probably play into how it's thrown.
Yeah.
And is it on the fly? Is it... Ivy push. They've got a lot of space.
Actually.
A lot of space.
Actually.
Don't miss in the back again, son. He's going to be too late to it, isn't he?
No, he's... Yep, yeah. Yeah. Headshot onto Xertion would be cool. Not gonna happen.
It's plenty available. Oh,
not
just
again.
Observer, can we not be on Kixin? I feel that we're jinxing him.
Yeah.
He's in these
So it's
really...
our fault. It's our fault.
It has to be, because
Yeah.
it can't be his fault.
No.
It's our fault.
Yeah.
Tough. Okay, well, now we're all tied up. 9-9. Locked and loaded. What's the best that Daisy can hope for here? Maybe a rifle.
Terrorists win.
9-9.
Oh, okay. It's a full by now. It's a full by now.
That's what German Falcons fans would be saying about now.
Well, Spinks has identified what type of purchase they're going to be dealing with, and he is more than correct. Zonic with an opportunity for him to get on the mic. Second tactical timeout called for the Falcons now. And with the pistol, the conversion, it's been one-way traffic ever since. 4 consecutive rounds now for MOUZ to tie things up. So Cyclone's going to be very happy with how his team have been able to get back into this game. First half was tough indeed. What's the change going to be? There is a kit on Dexter and AWP as well.
One thing I want to say is that if they take Pop, I need MOUZ to be ready to fight. That's something I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, I'm curious. So does that mean that Xertion's not going to throw the util to that position to harass and slow them down? Is he aware that they might want to play ahead of it? Well, let's find out. 3 players through main. Kixin is going to throw out util to help B. Miss the nade. So are you ready to fight?
Oh, Brolin always is. Straight into Nico, though. CT Molly forcing him wide. Straight into Nico for an opening. Falcons have been given a gift.
He's out. He's out.
He is out. Overlooked by
What a gap.
But back turned and kicks an ounce of revenge. Removes Xertion, a 2-man advantage. Chad, it's a 3v5.
We've seen him losing before.
That's all I want to say.
That's where you were going to go with that.
Yep.
Well, let's see if they can hold on to this one. Spinks alongside of Jimmy over towards Brown Walls. They know that there is this pressure towards Pop, so they want to deal with that first before they try and get over towards B. They might not have a choice. Torchi's AWP couldn't find the trade. And Xertion, a very audacious move, but looked like he had a gap, right? If they're playing 2 through main, maybe there's no, 2 through Pop, maybe there's nobody watching main. And he was almost right. There's no support just yet for Magis. So how quick does this come? And does it come with the tell of utility, or is it just a contact out and a surprise?
He is just now adjusting to that powerful angle for the Thomas walk-up. Tessus cheats over.
Tessus can't swing, he needs to jiggle. Yeah, look at this. They're aware the site could be overrun.
There's the sound cues now. There's the utility, and there's the bomb spotted on the low ramp. Torgizor squatting the bomb in. Spinks forward position does remove Magisk. It's getting awkward for Falcons. They need to get past Spinks. A second. He's equalized. Pulled them right back level. Pegging Torgi just looked away. Nico a step. It betrays his position, and Torgi will find him.
I feel like this has to be down to a miscommunication. Why is Magisk putting himself out in the open in like that? This is going to be the AWP ripped away, a one-tap right there, and a round that looks so promising. You said it, a 3v5, and they end up losing another. So these rounds that should be Falcons every day of the week coming back to bite them once more. So Magisk playing over towards high ramp. From his position, he must know that they can slip out high. They can also walk down low. Tessus rotates in. He says, well, I'm aware that's a possibility. I'm not going to play forward. I might get called from an AWP. Torch is still alive. They could be out high ramp, already trained on my position. So he sits and he jiggles. And it feels like he communicates at that point, or at least from my understanding, for Magisk, hey, they can be in the site. We're both acknowledging the same thing. But apparently not. That is a massive blunder. Look at it. It just looks so silly. He's completely caught in the open. He was parked.
They were, I mean, they knew he was pushed up. They knew that that was a potential vulnerability, but it's cost them.
So what's that, 3v5 losses? 3. Pistol rounds, a rifle rounds, and now a rifle round on the CT side. How are you meant to win a game like Counter-Strike like that?
Oh, well, you're doing it on hard mode, that's for sure.
Yikes.
Oh, and now, due to the absence of utility, Zersh has taken some liberties. Straight out deep all off Tessus. Oh, a golden opportunity there with a messy spray from Jimmy. And in the back of the head, Spinks times him out. Oh. What was that from Nico? His scout has taken a head and another one into the body. Spinks limping. Kixon and Dexter up against the world, though, after Nico's been cut down.
Yeah, this one should be done. So I feel at this point, these two, they can hold on to that AK that Kixon's got. That's the best, right? Because right now, as far as this is looking like it's going to be max loss bonus into the next, they were already going to get out the full buy. It's just you can't buy an AK. So you'll take that. You'll likely drop that to Nico. Dexter is going to want to get out an AWP. But this half has gotten away from them in a big way. And it's not that they haven't had opportunities. They just haven't been able to convert on the ones that they've worked so hard to get. So Falcons with some classic Falcons moments.
Which, you know, a lot of people perhaps held their breath that these roster changes would be the antidote to these classic Falcons moments.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? We can't understand what happened in that 3v5 situation right there on the CT side for Magisk to get caught out in the open and be that first little domino to fall. But especially when you're talking about so many skilled individuals, you feel like you have to put it down to an understanding of the situation, and then that probably works in with communication. So, look, they've had decent approach. Their T side was the better half. They should have won the pistol round. They could have had both pistol rounds, all things considered. And now you left the big man, the boss man, with the final 30 seconds to try and set you straight to, first of all, draw this back to an equal game of 11-11. You've taken the partial to make sure that's a possibility. You got yourself everything that you'd hope for and more. Just need to start converting these rounds. Some momentum switch in a very big way. Ancient coming up next. That is going to be the map choice of MOUZ. Oh, that's fair enough. I think they're going to try and... was he talking about the smokes? Is he talking about the HE to do with... Well, let's see, because right now, this would be the perfect time to do a yard all out, right? Just get the smoke down towards Sandwich, one towards Camera, get the molly down 6 lane, flashes and go. And just go for a knockout blow.
Yeah, one insta smoke.
Oh, they're going. They are rushing.
It's just a straight biff, a straight brawl. And Dexter's trying to get audacious with it, tries to get it to pop. He's not even looking at main, but fortunately Nico steps up and delivers. It's a huge double. Jimmy rectifies, and just like that, they disintegrate. Good find from Kixon on the spam. The smoke gets out. 2v2 right at the start of this round. We've got 90 seconds on the clock, and it's a 2 versus 2. This is going to be interesting. Jimmy and Torgi, peace out. And pivot into a completely unguarded Ivy. In the meantime, I presume the CTs are going to partner up and start searching.
Yeah, both teams with the same idea. Let's group up, let's go and try and take some space, and if we do find a straggler, we'll be able to trade 1 for 1. Now the question is, do MOUZ just walk into yard sunny side? Or do they go dark side and try and go around towards CT? Either option right now looks pretty damn good. You're going to get some good fights. You know where the biffs were coming from. So they've made good time about this, have MOUZ. Already out towards the back line. Jimmy now clearing out towards Hell. Sector clear. Smoke on Torji if they want to cotton off one of these choke points, and a Molotov as well for Jimmy.
I like the way they've positioned, like they actually split up. It does mean that Kixen and Magisk, if it does go down on A, can kind of do a pop main retake.
Does Jimmy decide to plant safe back of the bomb? Can't be disrupted. Magisk. Kixen. Connected now.
That's the fight, that's the fight, that's the headshot. Clean from Magisk.
Winnable for Torji.
It certainly is. However, a smoke on Kixen could make it awkward for an AWP. Magisk is getting hunted. He's actually on the ladder, and not to note, that flash did fully connect. He still had a chance, an opportunity, missed his first.
No, why?
But Kixen's going to get cheeky with it. Torji up and over, needs to take a smoke spam. It looks bang on, but saved by the train. An important clutch for Falcons. And the all-out straight gas into yard.
Crazy in that situation to take that 1v1 while your teammate is running towards the bomb. You know that he's stuck towards Hell. He can either pick sandwich side or run around the back way, but either way, you gave that fight quite quickly. So almost blundered that one as well, did the Falcons.
I thought he was going to hit that smoke shot, to be honest.
It looked damn good, didn't it? You must be bang on. It must have been the train just absorbing that bullet. Nico does great for the double. Dexter just steps out. Everybody dies, right? Nico's like, well, boys, I just got 2 kills.
Where are you?
Can you just get 1? Well, this time not the all-in. Trying to do the momentum shift. It didn't work for that MOUZ. Played heads-up counter straight into Nico. He said, no, no, no. Pop, this is quick, though.
This is very quick. Nico completely unprepared. The desertion drop slipped out. Oh. Now Dexter's very low. The volley can finish the job, but Tessa Sousy got 3. Okay, we have changed the entire plan. We're just going to fight. We're just going to fight as fast as we can.
Yeah, finally, he gets himself something.
Mr. Madsen.
And that's because they've been pushing the issue. Now, money, not an issue at ever for MOUZ. That because they won 6 consecutive rounds, they are dealing with so much cash. Torji, before investing, has 14.6k. So there's not going to be any dramas as far as their buys are worth. They can have whatever they want, but we are tied up. And I imagine if you're Cyclone here, you say, hey boys, let's just go back to what we were doing before. We don't need to force the issue. We don't need to do a 5-man mid-rush. We don't need to go for a 2-1-2 split of yard with everybody coming through main and not a pop dog. Let's take our time. Let's default. We're going to beat them in the mid-rounds. And even if they get a 2-man advantage, let's just 3v5 them again, shall we?
Oh, what, for a 4th time?
At this point.
And Testus, when he says finally, I think he's just referring to individual multi-kill. I think he's just finally gotten multiple kills in a single round. They're bigging him up as well. Nice Rene from Nico. That's going to be an attaboy that feels awful good. Torji's trying some Aggie. Didn't get the memo about that, but the flash from the CTs has completely quashed any aggression.
More nades.
Oh, he's low. 18 points of health for Torji.
Well, during all of this, they've been able to get full brown walls control. Smoke from Kixen helps Nico push up Pop, Magisk push up low ramp. So this is going to really constrict the movements of MOUZ. The fact that they've been blocked towards main, they can't get out Ivy right now. This is looking very good for Falcons. The problem with a setup like this is, if you don't get a kill in the early stages, you can't overstay your welcome. Eventually, these smokes will fade. Nico has another one that he can drop on those stairs. So they're actually just going to leave him in Pop. Magisk will drop back to join the yard defense.
Does he insta-smoke like before it fades?
I think you have to. Right, because it's so quiet on the rest of the map. If there was pressure elsewhere, maybe he could hold on to it, but because it's silent, there's no spamming, there's no nades, there's no Ivy pressure, where are they? Those questions need to be answered.
He's going to get mollied though, which is going to really force a quick reaction on Magisk. Molotov back, Magisk rotates, and they're accelerating. Magisk in the open, drops down, spotted out, and accelerating. Xerxin just holding W, charging towards the Z connector. Magisk goes down, Xerxin's ready, and the round falls apart for Falcon.
You have to save. You have to play for overtime. You do not have an option. I love that call. That was beautiful stuff.
It was like they had the minimap. It was like they knew exactly how to play it.
Hey, look, let's give them the control. Once they take it, they're just going to leave one player here. He's in a position where we can just molly him out of position, and then once we scout in, we're going to beat the player on rotation. That's Magisk. See him caught out of position, stuck back of the Z train under so much pressure. And it leaves no option but for Falcons just to hold on to their goods.
And there's multiple times we've seen MOUZ, like as soon as they get down that ramp, they are just beelining it to try and be there, catch that second man, the second rotation in. Mad just typically going down to a surprise by the progression. This time not so much, but rotating into that B bomb site can be a death sentence once they have control of that Z connector.
Exactly. It's just not a comfortable position for him, right? He would love to be back of oil or back of bomb or high ramp or somewhere where he can set up and he gets to dictate that first fight. The fight's coming his way. He has to react to it. He has to calm what he's seeing. So there's a lot on the Danes' plate in that situation. So they do save. They are able to buy into the final round of regulation. We're either going to overtime. I agree with the general sentiment. You've had a couple of blunders, but we'll forget about that if you win this one. I think it's a Abyss T-Smoke, huh?
Yeah. All by design, potentially.
Maybe to lurk out of?
Oh, Dessus is playing on very fine margins here around the pop dog position. FaMAS v AK, I mean...
He goes open. He was throwing nades.
Climbing up. Didn't have his gun out. Brolin, another important opening. Only 9 frags total, but that sound is clear for Xerxen. Another body drops and MOUZ 3 frags away. Can Falcons save themselves with a reversal? A 5 versus 3 of their own. Numbers disadvantage. Kixon would need to do something crazy. It's not gonna happen today. Degster, he was gambling on a pick on the brown holes, but his teammates have disintegrated on that A-bomb site.
Yeah, well handled here from MOUZ overall. A 1v4 that's not going to happen. Torji over towards Pomp. Degster just going to get swung upon, gets the kill, sure, but this is going to have to be one for the ages.
Yeah, he'd have to hit every single shot. Upgrades skin, and down he goes. 13-11 Falcons pick. They flounder multiple opportunities to have had a couple of extra rounds. MOUZ making it look very comfortable in the end. Prepare themselves for Ancient, their pick up next.
Yeah, this train once again falls off the tracks for Falcons. The second time they've brought this in as a pick into this particular head-to-head. Things got close in the end, but no cigar.
They were looking like the better team for the vast majority of that game. I'd say first half, it looked somewhat decent for Falcons. Coming into second half, I had the feeling that, okay, they're going to close out this matchup. They have a good idea of how they wanted to approach the game. It felt like they've learned a couple of things in regards to playing against MOUZ, but then slowly but surely MOUZ were grinding their way back into the game. And I think we saw the last couple of rounds that MOUZ took it very slow, very methodical, and they made Falcons sweat an awful lot on that CT side, which at the end of the day, they couldn't cope with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was really two very different sides from Falcons, especially. When I had kind of an idea of what they were doing on the T side, they were winning some rounds, even though they could have won way more, because there was several 5v3s, like especially the pistol round. There was this kind of things. And on the CT side, where was the plan? Where was the plan? What was happening? It was very hard to decipher what they wanted to do on the CT side, what they wanted to achieve, and it was just individuals playing together.
Yeah, let's attack this one chronologically, Jacob.
Yeah.
Should we go back to round number 10? Obviously, this is the T-side start from Falcons. We were kind of curious as to how they would attack this particular side of the map. What did you learn about this?
Yeah, I mean, Nathan said it pretty well. It felt like Falcons were on top of it on the T side. They had a good idea of what they wanted to do, especially with this inner execute as well. The more they simplified the game plan, the more they could just rely on a set execute where everyone knows their pathing, they know their routing, they know their utility. That's when Falcon looks the best on the T side.
Yeah, definitely. They don't even really need to control the map. It is okay to play like this. We have seen it with the Huns this morning.
Yeah.
They won 7 rounds against Spirit, the second best team in the world at this point, and they were looking clean. And that's when Falcons was looking pretty clean as well. They were just playing simple Counter-Strike, they had a plan and they just executed it properly. They were getting the bomb site, and that's where you saw them trading properly. That's one of the big points about Falcons. They need to get that way more often. And it's easier to put it together on the T half and way harder on the CT half.
I agree, and I think, you know, there's something beautiful sometimes in simplifying Counter-Strike to a point where not every round has to be about you outplaying your opponents or causing a rotation or causing disturbance in the game plan for them. Sometimes simplified, you know, if you know that you have a great inner execute, you know how you want to throw your utility, you know what kind of pathway opens up with that Molotov or that smoke, and you then execute it to perfection, that's when you're looking sharp, that's when you're looking good, and that's when Counter-Strike is not that complicated. Falcons were able to do that in the first half. However, Second half, not so much.
Yeah, very much a different story when we move on into that. Let's take a look at that, in fact. MOUZ, round 16, their T side. What was different from maybe the Falcons' approach here?
I mean, Nathan said it as well, that the CT side from Falcons felt like it relied a lot on the individuals to actually get the kills and close out the rounds. Round 16 is a great example here as well. An individual in Tessus playing up front right here, winning his duel. You think to yourself, that's great. Then we get into a little bit of a dicey scenario right here where Falcons are very, very close winning this entire round. Nico obviously coming in with a flank, and then you see it right here. Unfortunately for Tessus, he does not get the bomb planter right here. Had he gotten that kill, I'm quite certain MOUZ would have lost the round, and it would have been 10-6, maybe another save for MOUZ, and the conversation we would be having right now, Nathan, would be completely different. So I don't want to say we can cook down this entire game to that one specific duel, but it changed the course of the game.
Yes, that is one part of it, but what you see very clearly in the clip is that the Falcons player are doing actions one by one. They're not playing off of the other. Nico pushed, great. I think earlier in the round, kickstand maybe failed someone from behind as well. So there are some things where, yes, if you just do that, if you just do that a little bit more, then you're going to win the round. But it's not happening because you're relying on the individuals doing this. And it's not only this round, it's many rounds in a game. And it was just one player is pushing here, the other is not here. Maybe they're going, MOUZ is going inner, and then the player is alone in the back. And it happened time and time again. Even when they were up thanks to the individuals that were getting the openings, 5v4s, 5v3s, and then they were losing because MOUZ was just getting together and doing the same thing that Falcons was doing on the T side, which is play it slow, play it simple, have one plan and execute it. And if you're not on the right page on the City side, that's where it all crumbles.
Potentially this is getting a little bit too existential, but do you think that kind of individualistic approach from Falcons is more symptomatic of them as a team, or is it map specific, right? Can people fall into that trap, in particularly on train, considering it's a new map or newer map into the pool?
Right, I think it doesn't help because individuals are going to be less prepared on that specific map, obviously. But I think it's overall a lack of planning, it looks like, from the outside, because they were talking about how Nico is super active on the City side and like calling a lot, but sure, it's great. You should give him the space of like calling as much as possible for his areas and what he wants to do, but incorporate that into a general game plan. So like knowing the strengths and weaknesses of how you're gonna play that City half, because how it is in CS2, you cannot be super passive in horn angles. You need to have plans beginning to the end of the round of how you're gonna use your utility, where are you gonna be strong, where can you push, where can you get info, etc., etc. And you can do it in many ways, but you cannot rely on one area of the map of doing it. And that's what we saw on their City half. It was just, okay, they have maybe early plans. Okay, let's take this control, this and that. And then it was like, it's mid-round. What are we doing? And it's just everybody's like holding an angle and just dying one by one.
Just to contextualize it a little bit, think of where Nico came from. He came from G2. He came from a team that had the strongest individuals in the world. He had MOUZ.CET by his side. He had other great players. MOUZ came into the late edition as well. Nico felt that he could trust the CT side decision making. He felt that he could trust the individuals to play like that. And we do know for a fact that Nico is the one calling the vast majority on the CT side of Falcons. So maybe we're finding ourselves in a scenario where Nico is slowly but surely realizing that I don't have MOUZ.CET next to me. I don't have the quality of MOUZ. I don't have Hunter next to me. It's different players that maybe needs a different way of approaching the CT side. I think that's why we're seeing Nico being super, super frustrated as well. We heard a lot of desk slams in round 24. Not once, not twice. I think 3 times he was just slamming the desk. I think if you're Nico, right, you're used to having players around him that he trusts to make the right decision or trust to get that final kill, as you said. You know, you're describing that you just need a little bit more to win the round. Right now, he's not getting a little bit more from the players around him, and I think that's frustrating to him and maybe a bit of an issue for Falcons.
Yeah, it's a very valid point with all of that, and it would even make him worse as a player because you get more frustrated, therefore you're less focused in a game, and then you will try to overcompensate. You know how good you are, like you're Nico, you know how strong of a rifler you are, so you want to make the difference. In one of the rounds, you just poop straight up into Pub Dog, gets the entry, and then it's a 5v4, and that's a good situation. But then again, where's the mid-run plan? How are they playing with their strength? And then he has to compensate. So that means he's going to play even more aggressive or more passive, and that's worse for him as a player and therefore for the whole team. And that's kind of where they're falling of you don't have the answer to close those kind of games that they had in control.
And even worse considering that this was their own map pick, right? So Jacob, tell me, what's the tail of the tape when we move on to round number 19, another T round from MOUZ?
Yeah, it was again a round the Falcons probably should have won. They get into a decent position, they get the entries, and they can convert, and that's a bit of an issue. I feel like we're sounding like a broken record, but I think this illustrates it pretty well. You said it yourself, Nico getting the entry right here. MOUZ are, you know, they have an idea of what they want to do, but again, they're poking around a little bit, and then it goes down to the one by one, and you can see right here, for Falcons. They're nowhere at all to help each other. No trade frag potential. They lose control over the inner bomb site, and everything is just falling apart.
And even the start of the round was good because they get the entries thanks to the individual, so you should keep that quality. But then in the mid and late round, you need to have an idea of where your pawns are going to be placed on the map, and that's the most important. And that's you cannot lose a 5v3 like this. It's not possible.
No, that's true, but that's also where we got to give MOUZ credit, you know, because they found the loopholes. They found the weaknesses, so to speak, within Falcons. So in that regard, as much as I agree with you, Falcons on the CT side, it felt a bit disjointed. They left too many gaps open. I also do want to give credit to GymFed and the rest of MOUZ for actually utilizing that, realizing the gaps, and exploiting them to the fullest by then ending up winning the matchup. Especially around 23 and 24, that's when we saw MOUZ being in control.
I know that his performance at EPL was one that left a lot to be desired, but I feel like he looks way more comfortable here already, Nathan.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially when you're playing on the T side against a team that is a bit disjointed and just playing off angles, when you have the individual quality of a player like that lurking, he would have so much fun because he has the freedom of getting those duels where the CTs are not necessarily, like they're giving him the one-on-ones that he wants, and then he just disturbs the whole map. And that's the main quality that he has as a lurker. There is a lot of pressure being absorbed by the rest of his team, and then he will be that guy winning that one-on-one, and then the whole map falls apart for the CTs, and then you have all those trades that you saw MOUZ overall. They were very good at getting areas and then just trading with each other. Like when he was shooting the guy that was playing the bomb, he was instantly traded. And Jimmy is a big, big part of that.
Yeah, 100%. Well, 13-11 is the final finishing score in the favor of MOUZ, and the odds looking ever in their favor. Their map pick of Ancient awaits on the other side. The Falcons map pick slips through their fingers as MOUZ do indeed wrap up train 13-11. Now we're moving onwards and upwards to Ancient, which is a very curious case when we're looking at MOUZ because new addition Spinks. How much did he know about Ancient prior to joining this team?
Well, it was a map that he played an awful lot back in ENCE, if I'm not mistaken. Then he got into a new team, Vitality, which was a map that didn't really play that much, if anything at all. So for him to be integrated into Ancient, having to learn to play that CT side, having to learn to play the bomb side he's at together with Roland and the boys over there was a bit of a challenge in the beginning. I think at Cluj-Napoca we saw him grow into it. He found more and more impact. He was a little bit more versatile. He has a good mixture of switching it up a little bit with Roland, so he's not too static. Obviously, Roland being the cave player, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, but Spinks being the backup, so to speak. It requires him to use that sharp aim. I think he's getting better and better and better, but still, I argue it's something that Falcons probably could have looked into and be like, we want to explore that. We want to test him and see if he's up to speed.
Right, yeah, for sure. And it's definitely a position where you need to have your more skilled player in this position because you have a lot of aim duels of just people just disrespecting you and straight up fighting you or like just going through smokes or like rushing and you want to get that 1-2 just before dying. And so that's why it's that important. But it's also an opportunity, I think, because if he comes in with a fresh mind, he will see what the meta is and what good best players are doing in these positions. And that would help him bring new ideas as well to a MOUZ that is very, very well oiled on Ancient overall. They have always been very, very, very good on the map. They have good fundamentals. They have a good idea of what they want to do there.
On the flip side, obviously, Falcons choosing to start on that CT side because MOUZ obviously chose this map. What do we know about their defensive setup so far?
Well, we know Nico is going to be a point of conversation every time we speak Falcons, and he's a player that always tries to put himself where the action is at. You know, he's going to be aggressive. He's not going to sit back and just chill and wait for the game to unfold. So I'd expect Nico to be proactive, aggressive, and I expect to see Nico and Exertion have a lot of duels in this game, or maybe Nico versus Spinks, and whoever gets out on top of that could very well win the match.
Well, it's going to be an uphill battle if Falcons want to push us through that third and final decider. It's Ancient, the pick of MOUZ with Alex and Chad.
An uphill struggle. I think that's kind of the sentiment from my my co-caster as well.
They let it go there on train, didn't they?
They really did, and I'm sure that's going to be...
do you want?
Well, 4.
A few more?
Yeah, a few more, actually, because they have to win Ancient now if they want to take this win up against MOUZ, and it's on home turf as well. I do agree that Nico Xertion's going to be an interesting head-to-head. You've been drawing my attention to some of his discomfort initially.
I'm hoping it changes, and they put him over towards B long, and
he'd be great there.
Into cave, and then Tessus towards mid.
That makes sense.
Wow, it
sounds good.
It probably won't change, but look, we can hope and we can pray right now. But we're about to find out how this one's going to go down. You can see the buy starting to take shape for both teams going into the pistol round. There's 2 sets of dual Berettas for the defense. Actually, as well as that, you've got 2 smokes and 2 flashes, so able to block across the map, as well as the T side who are looking at a Molotov, flash and a smoke, and a bit of Kevlar to work with. Make that 2 smokes. So here we go.
Let's get this party started on a Wednesday afternoon. Second map, second game, first day of play for Blast Open Lisbon 2025. Falcons going to be looking to receive what looks to be an A contact creep.
Okay, so smoke donut, smoke CT most likely. Molly towards back of the site to help them get the bomb down. Not too bad in Temple either if you want to scale for control. So you two are being thrown out from in-game leader Brolin. The deep donut smoke, so yeah, they're going to fight the initial choke of donut.
Ooh, that smoke is a bit suspicious, but the deep donut smoke has landed successfully, and now
they're going to jump through.
They're going to jump through into Nico. Horrible way to go down. That's a crazy play to make, and never mind that, it works. It may very well have just determined the pistol right there and then.
Well, just hold on to what you've invested, I'd say, boys.
Such a cheeky boy, isn't he, Xertion?
Well, you could see he also had Jimmy just behind him as well, so that was so premeditated. If we get that space, this is the fight we're going for. But speaking of fights, it's starting to kick off now. Tessus with 1, but that's all it'll be. Cleaned up, knocked down, and beautiful work as Cycron happy with that. So you get the open runway, right? You get your smokes down, you can see the deep donut, they walk straight in, they go, okay, well, we want this territory, and it's not what you're expecting. You're setting up, you're communicating, you're working out how you're gonna make this retake a possibility, and Nico gets absolutely deleted.
Just looks away, here's that step, that foreboding sound, yeah, and
oh. What are you mad about, Chief?
I think he's mad that he just got a jumping Glock to the face. Straight through the deep donut smoke, what a lovely textbook. And utility-heavy T-side pistol.
Well, Falcons want to fight. They're forced in, stacked heavy B.
I mean, there is a rule on Ancient, second round, avoid cave. But Brolin, he didn't get the memo. And he is going to die and give away an opening death. How about 2? There is a ban.
Now,
there is a ban on cave.
You're allowed to go cave if you have Molotovs.
Ah, okay, that's the right. I forgot that stipulation.
Stage 1, you get control. Then you do the second molly that limps in front and burns out both those corners. And if you want, you can have the luxury of the pillar molly, which also bleeds into cave.
Okay, so if you have 3 Molotovs, you're allowed to go cave on the second round.
I'll say if you have 2 Molotovs, you're allowed to go cave.
And 3 if you're being diligent.
3 if you really want to go cave.
Really want to go cave. Well, it is actually a little more threatening than MOUZ would have liked, given that double find in the cave. Jaguar position. Bomb's going towards the A site without much company. Jimmy and Xerxen going to be on their way.
Oh, rotation has left B, so Falcons are a step ahead of this.
Okay.
I get, I'll just go over towards Temple.
Ooh.
I wonder what Nico heard from that pushed up position. Was there any water steps made? Was he able to help inform them of this rotation?
Now, you don't really want to smoke. I guess you hope that they're going to walk through it, which they will, but with a flash avoids it. Oh, golden opportunity goes awry. Kixon, a huge find. He can't live.
Why not?
I think he was tempted.
Why couldn't he live?
Well, he didn't need to fight, I agree, but he couldn't resist the temptation to finish off Xerxen. And Jimmy will just shoot him on the wall through. Yeah. Well saved. Rectified there, MOUZ.CET. It got scary, got sketchy, but well recovered. Jimmy and Xerxen with a double kill each.
You get a 5-7, you're fighting rifles. You also just buy 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Just stay alive behind the box. They have to scale in. While they're scaling in, Nico's coming closer main.
You kind of, you poke your head up, you keep attention drawn, maybe he gets the timing.
Yeah, you might be able to use your teammate. Who would have thunk that's a good idea? Okay, well, it started brilliantly. And ended on the opposite of exactly that as...
This bit. This one there. Yep. Exactly what MOUZ needed.
All right,
given to them.
Underarm flash. Push. Oh, the flash was a bit premature. This is just going to be a farm fest for Xerxen and co. Blink and you miss it, everybody's dead.
Wow, not even... We're not vampiring around here. Just getting the job done.
Well, they will be able to invest. Are we doing double mid-molly? Are we doing elbow smoke? What are we looking for? Well, there's a Dexter AWP that has been facilitated. A4 for Tessus, A4 for Kixon, A4 for Nico. That's what we like to see. Red smoke being lined up from Torgy right now. I imagine it'll just be more of the standard openers. Starting 3 mid.
Okay, you run
double mid-molly.
No, just tucking double donut. It's always a pleasure to watch Xerxen take middle on this map. Bit of a specialist when it comes to these fights, and say from the flash on that elevated position, Magis does tame the M4A1S, controls it to the opener, but Nico got spammed by Broland there. Just caught out in red room on that smoke. Missed shot from the AWPer and aggression towards red. Tessus pulled away from B.
B is exactly where they're going. Quite quickly rerouting through cave. Dixon spots them out, does note this, but he's still under pressure. Smoke's going to bleed out. They can play around that as... Okay, well, Broland gets a whiff of information there, doesn't he?
He is their pivot point if they did want to pivot.
They have to fight him. They have to clear this.
Hard clears on this one if he can catch the timing. Just like that. Perfectly played. He's actually going to find another one. Oh, important from Tessus.
Should just go B now. That's a B.
Should. I mean, you know Kixon's around. And he's confirmed it with steps now heard. Peeks off the nade. The flash is perfect. 3 versus 3 retake.
It's a kid available.
And there was a Kixon till Sphinx found him.
Well, now maybe you save.
Yeah, it's probably for the best, but they didn't do that on the pistol for the Kev, so maybe they won't do it here for the guns. I think an AWP and an AK sounds pretty good, though.
I think MOUZ, once they get going, their confidence really starts to heat them up another level. Just even when Shui was in the roster, when they were able to get away with taking a lot of space and taking a lot of jewels, they put their individual ability at the forefront of their attacks. And obviously, we get the little snippets of their comms. That's quite high level. They have a good understanding of how to play off one another. But when they're playing confident, they're a different looking team. That's maybe why when they get to some of the more high pressure matches, they can also dissipate, right? Maybe they're not as confident as they would be in other circumstances. That's going to be a lovely little 4-0 start. They are making light work of Falcons early on and having a good time with it. So, Jimmy.
He's very lovable, is Jimmy.
Yeah, so it was a clear from Nico.
Okay. I always heard like an Apex Putain there. I don't know, kind of frustration is definitely visible. And the contrast between the demeanor of MOUZ right now on their home turf and Falcons in enemy territory. 4-0 start, T side flowing nicely. Xerxen, his mid-campaign continues, takes some chip damage. Will Nico win out on this mid-fight? Spinks flashed. Oh, God, he can't even catch a break on the flash. Good trade back. Kixon will deliver that and could have called lane clear. Nico playing this Spinks line. And Roland. Oh, dead. That's a big pick from Magisk. That was their prong on A. Gone. But so's Dexter. Orb falls flat. They're pivoting into you. Kixon again. These B finishes. He's just going to have to try and get at least one. And he does that well. Isolates the head. Finds another. No. Torji too quick. It will be a 2v2. And Magisk low. Nico, yet to really say much about his game here on Ancient. Maybe just patience is the recipe, but Jimmy, good God, see that from Nico's POV?
The confidence. The fights just keep coming their way. They're able to quite quickly just grab some territory and they're hitting these shots instantaneously. Now it has to be the save. Feels like the calls are coming pretty quick out of MOUZ as well. Redirecting very swiftly.
Yeah, whether it was like a conversation ahead of time or it's just been, you know, a coincidence, but it does see, you're seeing these kind of finishes into B when it's been Kixon, like they're forced rotations and it is just Kixon playing retake.
I think they're piecing the puzzle together quite quickly.
Yeah.
Right, so Tessa's dead. We know we killed him B lane. Kixon the defender. We know that there was a player up close towards A main because of Brolin's lurk. I think it was Brolin's lurk. Whoever it was that
you were right. Yeah, Magisk killed Roland.
So that flash was perfect.
Full flash, right?
It's like...
What?
Tessus.
Flip? What's this? Oh, he's just...
Well, that was a better reaction to the one in the previous.
Sometimes you can do nothing but laugh.
Held his frustrations together there. I think in the previous where he naded the smoke, you could see how aggressive he was. He was actually pushing up to fight down. I think his understanding of that situation was the T's were more pressed forward. And also just how many bodies. They might have just been doing that move to try and catch the 1 or 2 players that tend to take that control.
Yeah, never mind the whole team. Okay.
Yeah, the AWP was saved and given to Dexter, so let's see if he can wedge himself into the T side and try and really cause an issue. There could be light investments.
He is the kind of player, the kind of AWPer that will go for the risk reward in rounds like this. Like he's happy to go for the all or nothing play. Starting B with the boys, so it's going to be a 3-2 division of labor. 3 in mid for this mid fight. They fumble the boost. He spots them out. The flashes stop, and Xerxen cuts out Kixon.
Jeez, looks too easy, doesn't it?
Just like that.
There'll be 3 MP9 starting mid. They can't even get close towards the smoke. Number advantage to work with again. The biggest problem is walking into this AWP.
Kind of would have liked an elbow smoke if you're going for an MP9 run boost.
Oh, okay. You know where the AWP is now.
Wow. Power of a well-placed flash.
The thing is you can still go B. You just have to make sure you execute. Short and long smoke, molly in towards the pillar. Should still be something that they can work with. There's
the timing!
Hand. Spinks
Beautiful.
That's not Spinks. Tessus gets revenge.
Yeah, Deagle headshot just as he pulled out his nades.
This is the next fight.
Nico forced to block. Bombs maneuvering past this cave fight. Oh, and a very well-placed nade. 40 damage dealt.
It's just Nico.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, and this smoke will fade. Just an MP9 versus 2 armored T's, and there's more
steps
coming. He needs help. He needs help. Xerxen with the hard clear. Bring out his nades. Timing is everything on the fight. Ooh, nearly 2. Xerxen. Important trade. Tessus has a choice to make, an ops for main. Torji occupies the donut, planted for it. You give this one a look with Dexter's AWP. Like,
I think you may as well save the AK.
Yeah, right.
Right. I think if you want to hang around and try and do some damage and force the reinvest, that's probably one thing, and Tessus can do that. But otherwise, this is so tough to get back into. You don't have a smoke, you don't have a kit, so even if you get in towards the site, how are you even meant to win the round? And it will be calling it off, so MOUZ will extend. 6-0 start. They are running away with things on Ancient. Think, okay, well, they ban Nuke, we'll just pick Ancient. I guess MOUZ are like, well, we have a lot more maps that we feel more comfortable than the Falcons on. And looking to make this their third consecutive win against Falcons in a row. First time they tussled, Falcons picked up the W, but since then, best of 5 grand final at Cluj and then over in Stockholm for EPL. MOUZ make light work of them. So mid just looking messy, looking comfortable whatsoever. And if we get enough rounds to work with, you can see the way that Exertion alongside of Jimmy will make that position look. After all, it was a lighter investment. Now we do have the full guns. Something needs to give, Falcons.
Okay, what does the bomb being in spawn, but these 2 very clear extremity packs mean? It's just a kind of probe and then reset?
Well, I think, right, because you've been harassing mid so much, maybe you're expecting them to either force the extremities, right? Like, let's push, let's take the A main control because we can't win middle. So let's turn A into 180 degrees worth of angles if they do want to come in through Donut.
Right.
And that hasn't been the case. They've actually started in a pretty standard approach on this CT side. Dex is AWP towards Donut, Magic anchoring down towards A. Nico joins the B defense alongside of Tessus and kicks in.
Feels quite convincing, doesn't it, with the additional smoke? Magic's going to be hiding out in this, and it is Brollan committing as they are coming B. Magic's dead to Brollan's lurk, but the bomber committing into B, and oh my god, everyone's blind and everyone's dead! Tessus, he's managed to pick up 2, saving Falcons from red faces. Nico's there to support him, and Spinks is on his own. That smoke won't last forever. Throws out another one to be safe from the short side, gives him some options to play around. Tessus remains audible. Nico, the unknown entity, tucked on long. Dexter picks off Torji, but oh no, forced into the fight by the Flames. The flash, it was perfectly timed if you think about it. Nico just had his crosshair in the right place. Not going to be easy for Brollan here, and yeah, actually a nade to finish the job. Sonic, yeah, I mean, I think I heard him through my headset there.
Yeah, trying to will them into existence, isn't he? That fake worked, though. It drew the rotation. They were out of position. They're just so fortunate that Tessus gets that double.
Yeah, MBK was talking about it as well with Freya and Jacob. Just how you want to put your best players on B. Because of those kind of pace-changey, poppy, deception, angels up the ramp. Even at the highest level, players will go searching for them.
They're starting 4B on the CT side.
Ooh. And, I mean, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you frame it, it's only going to be Brollan taking lane control. So they'll kill him, and they'll call lane clear. Not to know immediately, but once that lane smoke fades from the extinguish, you'll know.
I think one of the keys of that is the assist and the kill came from the 2 traditional B defenders. So you might know there's more utility, but otherwise it was just those 2 that you'd expect, the usual suspects.
They are walking up on A, but looks like Falcons are ahead of the play. Tessus has a flash. He could call, if Magis calls for this at the right time. Instead, he's just ready for the, crouched into the AWP line. Torji ready for it. Molly back bomb, got to pivot out, get out of there. And all it takes is a well-timed flash, and Jimmy should have the entry. No flash available, doesn't matter. Tessus is dead, and the A site's lost. As easy as that.
I've started well. I've ended extremely poorly. Might just have to be another save. Nico's still worried about Cave. Kixon's behind red. Degs are smoked off. The bomb's down. That'll be that. So they tried to force the issue and change the flow of the game on the CT side. I liked it. You're doing something a bit out of the box. You're forcing the fight. You're going for lane control. You find the opening kill. It felt like you pivoted back in time, but MOUZ reacted. Get that opening frag. The second is the key, right? Tessus there. If he slows things down, then it gives enough time for his teammates to rotate over, but he turns out to be a bit of a freebie.
I just, yeah. Personal opinion, don't think a rifle in Temple is going to achieve much in a round like that. Torji's AWP makes light work of him. Had he been sat in that big box corner, Brokey kind of vibe. Flash from his teammate could have made a difference. It's a 7-1, quickly rectifying their shortcomings in the previous.
Well, if we continue going in this fashion, we will get a MOUZ versus Spirit rematch. That would be the semi-final from EPL. So that certainly took place in last weekend, which, when you think about it, was only a couple of days ago. Likely to see Falcons drop down to the lower bracket to take on the Huns, who got taught a lesson by Spirit earlier today. And then later on today, we got Scrawny Launders. They'll be taking over and bringing you Vitality versus Astralis and FaZe versus VP. I think most excited to see FaZe back in the server after a bit of a hiatus, but the same can be said for Astralis and VP, and an awful lot on the line for those two names as far as VRS major qualification with Blast.TV Austin.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been reading all the headlines, so I basically read the whole article.
Sure.
Kerrigan said that you might see some different things from us in the details. I also read Twists talking about how much he admires Kerrigan. Now he's moved to leadership. He appreciates when he's watching the game how much of those little tweaks to the details and the timings. So I'm intrigued to see what FaZe looked like today. Xertion takes a heavy nade damage, but it never really seems to deter him from getting out mid. And once again, he finds himself with mid under his control. Nico behind a smoke, and his teammate Spinks starting to sweep through heaven.
Look at this. He's already across towards red.
Yeah. Kind of limits your rotations.
And what this does is you either have to come back and clear middle, which you would traditionally do with players pushing donut and red, but he just continues to waltz forward. So Nico's the one who's tasked with coming back at the moment to plug this gap. He's so far forward so quickly and so brazenly. The side, you take a look at the radar, it's split completely in the middle. If they just wanted to execute towards B and they take down Tessus and Kixon, they trade it evenly, you think the round's over.
Nico and Kixon are partnering up for this.
Yeah, but as soon as he gets the info, if they both push him, you hope they explode in towards B. They got 3 players in cave, 1 up the ramp.
This is what they're waiting for. Shadow spotted, headshot provided. He knows he didn't do that alone. Spots out the Shadow. Oh, he nearly had both. And of course they are, because they know that one of them was kept busy. Nico scarpers over low HP, spams away, but they're in. Oh, it's so brutal. It's so well constructed from MOUZ.CET and so simple. Feels like you can't let Xertion get that much space in middle. Hang on. With Torji and Spinks gone, Tessus and Dexter clawing their way back into this. It's just Jimmy and Brawlan.
Jimmy's only died once.
Yeah, and he's not going to go down without a fight. A swing into Dexter. Instantaneous double kill. And now up the ramp is Magisk. Brawlan seems ready for this fight. Just looks away. It's Magisk. They line up for him. An accidental second through the boards with a must-win round converted. God, everything was stacked up against them when Jimmy started having the hot hand. But yeah, second death for Jimmy. And a second round for Falcons.
Tough to replicate that, isn't it? So, look, you're happy that you get the round, sure, but you're not really doing anything at the moment that's showing that you can dictate the flow of the game.
Their game plan's so like well-founded.
It wouldn't be surprised right now if the comms start to dip a little bit for that of the Falcons and everything gets a little bit more quiet, there's less ideas. You're talking about, yeah, they can't really... he didn't even clock it.
Oops.
Yeah, you're right, he didn't even see you. I think one of the keys right now is you said, oh, hey, you can't give Xertion all that space in middle, but when they've tried to put a leash on him and fired him, they've lost those as well. They even had an earlier idea, which was, all right, we'll give them the space and then we'll catch them when they are starting to scale up, and that didn't work. That was the round where Nico got very frustrated on the clear of the smoke from red. So you are just going to have to fight for these rounds, Falcons. I don't think you can take control of the flow of this game. You are going to need to continue to react to what MOUZ are throwing your way. The biggest positive you have is you win this one, you might be able to break the bank and throw in a couple more rounds before half-time.
They're not that good in mid, okay?
Well, I don't think I'd agree with that sentiment. I think I would strongly disagree.
Oh, you would?
If this was a survey?
Strongly disagree. Here he comes again. Just the relentless Xertion mid-process. Break. Nico. Oh, wounds him, but traded. Brawlan slips past. He's going to be screaming at Tessus. I'm sure Tessus said, could be heaven.
Definitely said,
definitely said.
Could be heaven.
Definitely said.
As anyone who's ever played Ancient, your cave players always saying it. Your mid guys apparently are deaf.
Yeah, that's real. Too real.
What do you mean they were heaven, bro?
I said it 3 times.
Say it.
Spinks has gotten the AWP. Leg shot, all it costs him a little bit of health, and now Torji can peek into CT. AKV AWP, I think I'd favor the AWP at that range. He's fumbled the smoke. Oh. Break, and yeah, Jimmy will take him down. You approach this now with the bomb going down, planted comfortably.
Do we save again?
It's not a fun conversation when you're 7-2 in the hole.
Well, let's go fishing, shall we? Let's put the rod in the water. They're having a look. They're pushing through the CT smoke.
No, Spinks is low.
No nibbles yet. No, now you got one.
Has the audacity to peek first as well. Kixon presumed the low HP player would be baiting a little bit. And too easy for Torji. Collects. It's a comfortable start for MOUZ. They're just composed. No sweat on the brow. Just another day in the office. Clocking in to start off. Group A as well. It's a cutthroat group.
Group of death, I think it's safe to call that. I don't think too many people would argue that when you've got the top 3 from the VRS. 5 out of the top 7. Torji needs a molly from somebody.
And he's been given one. Good guy, Jimmy.
Brolin with a Mac 10. I think he might be rubbing some salt in the wounds right now of Falcons.
Yeah. They've just decided, screw middle. Screw mid. Let's just stack B, boys. They can't plant in middle. That's how the old adage goes.
Well, they started 4B and they're executing B.
So, how does it go? Magis delivers. Why is Magis there in the kill feed? Wait, why is he there in the kill feed? They might just commit anyway. They don't care. Nico traded out. Found Spinks, and Jimmy found him. Now, ooh, active Tessus finds himself an upgrade. Cheeky into Zertian, staying nimble on that SMG.
Jimmy's going to push this, surely. He's crazy.
He's not that crazy.
Just get into it, Jimmy. You know crazy things these days, mate. Okay, well, has been heard. Orp could deal with Magic if he oversteps the mark. They've been boxed in because of the Dexter push through T middle. You can see his Orp posted dealing with Spawn. So as they waltz in, they actually have a 2v2 on B.
Torji alive. They'll be cognizant the AWP will be sweeping through these angles, so it's all about the timing. Oh, gets it done, at least one. Would have liked to have found the instant head onto Torji, but they'll shy of the mark. Now a 1 versus 2 for Torji, who nails the first.
AWP v AWP.
AWP v AWP indeed. Bomb planted. Torji, what's your plan? What's the go? Good understanding that cave is a possibility. In fact, full focus on the creep up of Dexter. Now getting across that sight line, does spot him out, gets away. Dexter has a bit more utility in the advantage. The incendiary could prove useful. Goes for the flash instead. Torji tie on the line, baits out the shot with the shoulder peek. Now Dexter progresses, forced into the reload. Just gonna fake it out. Torji gonna call the bluff. Completely calls the bluff, says, I don't believe you, I don't believe you. Now Dexter forced to stick it. Torji has to hit this. Not going to be easy to do so. Spamming away with the Glock. Dexter finds the angle. Diffuses right under his nose. An attempted clutch from Torji. Comes up one short.
Did we get a yell again? Did they do the same play they did at EPL? Like,
did you hear it?
I felt like I heard something, but at the same time, he wasn't even...
Didn't
like, and also, if you just landed your util there, Dexter, it could have been a whole lot of an easier operation.
Yeah.
But should never have really gotten out of control. Highlighted Del there. That's a great shot. Find him on the defuse in the smoke. And, well, final round, first half, map 2. 4's all you can get.
This is to be tested, and oh gosh, that hurts. The attempt from Kicks, and Tessus does well. He actually pushes further forward, doesn't have the bullets, commits to the fight, the round is over. As easy as that for MOUZ. They're actually ahead of the util. Spam does connect a little bit. Oh, and the flashbang does too. Good supportive util. They're just chaining flashes, but Dexter still undeterred, does advance and remove Spinks. 2v4 now. Just 3, but Magic is so low, he's going to be screaming at his teammates to just try and play off me. Oh. Dexter can't do anything with that, and the flash is good too. Unfortunately, catches it himself. But clean finish on the close. 9, absolutely owning them. Falcons are in trouble. Good vibe tribe MOUZ cooking up a 2-0. stage continues our first day here at Blast Open Lisbon. We're going to be playing from Copenhagen up until those playoffs, and the teams will be flying out with us to Lisbon, Portugal.
6.
Hell yeah, top 6 teams will be securing it. And as you've been highlighting throughout the day, Chad, these opening rounds are incredibly important, especially in the now dubbed Group of Death that is Group A.
Yeah, look, you want to make sure that you win the opening 2 best-of-3s. That locks you in for a seeding match, guarantees you quarters or semis. If you drop to the lower bracket, only one team can make it through from there. And in this group, we've got big names. We've got Spirit, we saw them earlier. We've got Vitality, we've got FaZe.
And MOUZ, who are currently looking to start with a bang.
And Falcons, who keep talking about how they really like Nico's CT side calling. Well, the CT sides have been... What's a nice...
Have been...
They've been bad.
Ah.
They have been bad in this series.
Albeit.
Poor. Below average. Maybe they're setting Nico up for failure. We'll say he's great at calling on the CT sides.
Jimmy needed that from Nico. You can't allow one solo donut player to get more than one there.
Exertion is going to be relatively quick on the A main flank. Not swift, but relatively quick.
Relatively quick.
So he's going to be the late piece of this puzzle. Swings in through CT. Oh, no, he's noted. He's in trouble. He's dead.
That does limit your options for the retake, doesn't it? Just channeling out of Temple. Not
that where you wanted that smoke to go?
No, I think it was aimed for main, I suspect. But you've got 2 of them, so that's nice. Donut now gets a bit nerve-wracking.
Bet you wish you had a kit.
Bet you wish you had a kit, but I still think they might just stick it in front of your face.
Would have had it by now.
Magiska's running through. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Okay. Whew.
Oh, dear. Not even close.
And breathe.
Not even close at all.
Breathe. Everything was fine.
That was fine. It wasn't sweaty. There was not a moment that they could have sat a 10-second defuse.
I mean, was Magisk actually just running and jumping out of a smoke and donut? Yeah, yes. But they got the info and they got the kills.
Yeah, it's only the result that matters.
Yeah. Let's see this again. Look at this Magisk push. Panic over, as this was necessary from Nico. Phew, just enough of a distraction. They ensured that bomb didn't get defused. Got awfully close, though. Here we go, the mid-fight. Let's see if MOUZ can handle it a bit more gracefully. Oh, no. Oh, my God. He's...
Double A main push, however.
Ooh.
We like this. So if you think it's clear, you're oh so wrong.
It's so aggressive from MOUZ. Kixon. He's holding for it. Nico was ready.
Another one?
Oh, lovely.
Okay, well, this one should be swept under the rug. You can go either side. You'd want right now. You just have to get past Sphinx and Exertion. I do say just because really that's all it should be. This shouldn't be tough whatsoever. You have a 3-man advantage. You have a weaponry advantage. You have a light util advantage.
I'm not worried because it's a 5v2. Now, if it was a 5v3, there would have been concerns.
What if Exertion is able to go and pick up one of these SMGs? Yes, he's got a MAC-10. And then, oh, he's flanking A. I was going to say, he flanks B.
And then, yeah, they capitulate. They don't commit into Sphinx.
Wait. Kixon's calling A clear. So they're actually going to come back to A.
But Xertion's going to be in A main.
Now, fortunately for them, oh, do you do it? Do you do it? They're going to come through Donut.
Oh, I can understand the delay.
He also didn't have a fully magged up MAC-10 there either, so that was slightly pressure-filled. Kixon with 4. Go and have a look, mate. Get yourself the 5th. Go and have a look. Every fiber of your in-game leader body is telling you not to, but you know you want to. You know you need to get out there. Farm up another kill.
They should be the IGLs, really.
I think so. It's like tax.
Yeah, that's the IGL tag.
I will call every round. I'll keep us all together, coordinated, come up with the strategies, do the hard work, call who's dropping what for who. You guys just have to give me a couple of eeks.
Yeah.
And this was a 4-spy, so these don't even count. He should get all the kills in the next round as well.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and great awareness as well. Like, it's very easy to fall into that trap of not anticipating the fast A main push flank, but never mind that. He actually caught the jump through the smoke Brolan push. So he was on high alert there. We'll see it here. Yeah, I think he just caught a whiff. I don't think it was sound. There was too much going on. He just kind of caught it in his peripheral vision, and then the third was lovely.
Thing of beauty. Handles that one well, doesn't he? Okay, well, 9-5. 4-round gap. Will just be Sphinx with his saved head armor. There will be upgrades for couple of the MOUZ members. We've got 2 5-7s, a Deagle, a Flash, and 2 USPs. Rolling over towards B with the Deagle. The 4 of them currently trying to lock down A. 2 in Donut, 2 worried about main, and another Donut smoke will be limped forward. So as they work on this control, red smoke starts to fade and was slightly early. So for poor Kicks in there, he was hoping to clear out red. Right now he's got a couple of mysteries that he needs to be concerned about. Okay, wow. Should have been 400, turns out to be 800, but sometimes in life you have these extra costs that come in. There's everyone, oh, that bloody bill.
Fortunately, they had an emergency fund of Molotovs.
And they will just be executing in towards B.
Brollan. One would be great. And he had 2 opportunities to do so.
Yeah, we already had our Deagle highlight of the day.
Yeah, yeah, 9 kind of took all of that.
You won't be getting another one.
Kind of crazy.
I'm trying to think, who didn't? Now, Brollan, we just said we already had our Deagle highlight of the day.
That's the quota.
Excuse me, sir, we will not have another.
If you go over quota, they'll expect it every time.
That's true. And they'll pay you the same.
That's right.
Okay, well, dealt with now. There's 4v4, but the round is secure. It's now just about holding on to these AKs, 2 of which, if you Magisk, if you Kicks in, you can get stuck in, have a look, see if you can find a safe haven and find a couple of kills as they'll brute force their way through the doors, up against the pistols, and
don't lose too much.
That's all right. They just lost both the AKs.
Only the AK.
Only the
47s, they only cost a lot of money.
But this is how the comeback begins.
Is that right?
No, but we're getting into rifle round number 1.
I don't know. I'm kind of starting to believe a little bit, Birchall. All it would take.
What indications have you seen in rifle rounds that make you feel that way?
Oh, you're looking for indications? It's pure heart.
I see.
It's pure heart. My brain ain't involved in this.
All right. What did Magic say? They're not that good in mid, guys?
Yep, that's right.
That is exactly what he said.
Allegedly. Oh, what a lovely time flash push. There's an eco trade, keeps us level. A couple of pot shots towards Xerxes in red room. Damn, they've got everything covered. He's even got a nade from Cave for the player that crosses box. Geeky.
I think we might see them either regress Donut or A, right? Because you lose that mid exchange, you need to take some real estate back. But I love how quickly MOUZ have reacted into this. So shows that those comms are definitely flowing. Spinx and Exertion are going to double push A main. It's going to leave Brollan and Torji over towards B for now. They're pivoting into Brollan, who was on the jiggle, drops a smoke. Playing ahead of it, Tessa's thought about it. It's the brakes. And that hitting of the brakes allows this push to keep on coming.
And no one is tending to it. Perhaps, yeah, Nico did look towards the elbow position. They're aware that's a vulnerability. And Spinx is going to have a little look through. Nico and Spinx could collide. And they do, with an effortless headshot from Spinx into the B site hit. Torji peeks over, loses his head. A good catch from Tessus, and it's the Dexter AWP. But wait, Dexter's not ready for the split of the push. There was 2 of them, and Dexter just now starts to get a little nervous about the flank. Too little, too late. 2v1. Xerxes, what have you got for us? Lick of the flame onto Magisk. If he can isolate this duel, they'll swing off of each other. Lovely work. How about that for an indication on the gun round?
Okay, one of the best rifle rounds yet on this map. So that right there is going to be a bit of a statement of intent, as it does just become a 2-round game now. Likely just to be a partial behind that. Very nice shot here from Spinx indeed. Immediately brute force in towards that B side. Dexter catching Spinx, and then a nice double from Tessus.
Spinx, guys, is a B player.
That's true.
Jimmy's paid a heavy price to tug close mid. 10 HP in a dream.
Can't get out of there with his life.
I think he realized that the HG could accidentally take him down if they wanted to break. High flash, get themselves out of the doors. The cave fight, though, against 5-7s, historically not the play.
Kixon feels a bit isolated right now because Tesla's actually played behind that smoke. He doesn't have assistance through elbow. So do they want to try and clamp down? They know that he's past the smoke.
They are. Ronan pushing down the ramp. Xerxon goes looking as well. They know they've got him trapped. Kixon gets a necessary headshot, doubles up onto Xerxon. There's another where that came from, and he's not ready for Spinks. Shows up just in time to take him down, but in the meantime, they are walking into Torji's wide open A site, gets the info, and leg shot hit through the corner of the wall. Torji lives on with just 15 points of health, but a Falcons round all the same.
Okay, well, if he tries to get over towards B, they might be able to get that AK-47. Spinks with this M4, he can hold on to that. Torji can try and bring the AK through, and this might be important down the stretch. This was just a light investment, so next round we'll see the guns come out again, but Falcons are making a game of this. And map number 1, 13-11, it was a map where Falcons made an awful lot of blunders. It just started with the opening round of the game. A pistol round, they get 2 beautiful entries. It's a nice execute. They're unable to convert in a 3v5 number advantage situation. And then, well, more than a few 3v5 round losses in rifle rounds as well. So, somewhat their own worst enemy. But still fighting after being absent from play in the first half. If they're able to bring this back with such a dismal CT side, very impressive. One of the conversations that did come out of the EPL tournament that just concluded was how T-side a lot of the maps are. And with these 2 maps, well, we might have the T-side being the better showings from both of these squads. Sign of the times. A lot of factors that I'd say play into that.
Yes, please. Slips out. Oh, he has caught them in transition. Jimmy's nade finishes off Magisk. Is another head-to-head available. Xerxon thinks twice about it. Oh, he's just spammed out Tessus. Brolan perpetually occupying a forward position in cave and getting away with it.
Crazy. This is insane. Can't answer that one for you.
I won't even ask.
I think he's just trying to make a play. So he's assumed a certain reaction's going to come through. The devs did touch on this. They were also saying, hey, look, you don't have m0NESY by your side anymore, and that might put more stress on Nico to make plays. And that right there is exactly that. He's tried to make a play on his lonesome in a situation where, sure, you were down a man, but now you're 2 in the grave. So Dexter and Kixon will both trundle forward and grab this red control. Right now, the defense is split 2-2. Xerxon and Torji posted up in Donut. Brolan over towards B alongside a Spinks. And there's 50 seconds on the clock, so still plenty of time to work this one out.
I can't help but feel that, like, this Brolan angle is very susceptible to a walk.
I just don't think it's a standard clear.
That's fair. That is totally fair, especially with this kind of this blue wood on this angle. How good is Kixon's clears here? Crowd walks in. Dexter trades.
Dings for his trouble, didn't he? Spinks will have this one every day of the week. The bomb's getting punched in. Oh, it's a fake. Plays into it, but removes the AWPer, and there you go. 10 rounds. That'll be the first round on the CT side. So it's been a spree with the pistol, the conversions, been looking good for this T. 3 rounds, none of them consecutive. It's just not enough on the CT side, Adrian. I don't even... That's why I'm not humoring a comeback, because I'm a realist.
You're the realest guy I know, man.
Thanks. In this simulation that we all live in,
yeah,
someone's got to be.
Yeah, whoever coded you, or whatever coded you.
Or whenever coded me.
I think Lorb coded you.
Oh, the molly miss?
It looks like it, yeah. Dexter's managed to pick off
I guess it didn't matter.
Player, and they're accelerating into Brolan's site. He's going to have to play retake here. Has to. Wallbang wasn't far off the mark, you know. Dexter crouched off on the default site. Bomb late into B, but they've got full B control bar cave, and they are going to go looking for it. Brolan gets a... Brolan had the chance to get a free frag there onto Tessus, just completely overlooked the potential for him to be tucked on the box, but a fumble in the spray department or the crosshair placement has resulted in a Falcons comfortable B take, and it's a Dexter opening. Worth highlighting, T-side AWP delivers.
The molly being missed actually allowed them to scale quicker.
Yeah.
Because it didn't cover the top of the ramp, so maybe a happy accident there as they are triangulating their position right now. You can see on the radar, Nico's already in main, so they're heading over to try and rip away these rifles. This would be a huge haul. Torchi's orb now gives away the game. How many bodies do you really want to throw at this? I think you could risk one more at the very most. A one-round game again. They did start to leer in towards A, but they didn't press out of main, so very well done from Degster. Important if he's going to be able to find those type of openings, but this is going to be the second of 3 tactical timeouts called from MOUZ. Sacred feeling the pressure now.
Both teams with a single timeout remaining. As we get to the very serious and business end of this second map.
A pretty good team effort at the moment if you look at the scores on the doors for that of MOUZ. You've got 14 kills being the high end for Jimmy, but then at the bottom, Brolin at 10. So everyone else has got 13 or 12 kills. On the other side, Tessa is at the tippy top of the charts with 17, 11 apiece for the likes of Nico, Dexter, and Kixon. Here's the opener, a beautiful little one right there.
Completely caught off. Spinks was not ready for that. And yeah, Brolin's going to be kicking himself. Knows he should have had that one.
That was something else the devs brought up as well, right? The fact that Spinks, he didn't play this throughout his tenure in Vitality, did with Ents. He's also playing a position that can be quite aim-heavy. So just getting caught there for the opener. Never a nice feeling.
Starting differently, though. They're going to take the AWP to the B ramp fight.
Indeed. Well, fighting fire with fire, aren't they? So if they think that Falcons are going to try and isolate Spinks, they've... Oh, the spam.
What?
Held down mouse one there. And both. Look at that from Kixon.
Well, he's definitely done his own work.
He has no idea, though, that he's also chipped Torji down so low. That's a brilliant start for nothing, right? It's just essentially spam through the boards, and he may have just won his team the round.
I mean, yeah. Unless...
You have to over-rotate. You have to gamble stack. You don't have a choice right now if you're that of MOUZ. This is starting to get away from you. Well, they saw him. Orb shot sounding off. Jimmy, they know where he is.
Dexter forced off the box, drops down. B definitely feels occupied. Relentless spam. Bomb on the back of Magisk, and no one's like searching elsewhere. Like Nico, incredibly passive. He's waiting for a push that's never coming. Does start to make a move. Teammates probably vocalizing their need for information as to whether or not they're running into a stacked site.
Yeah, so surely Nico plays for some info. That means he just needs to jiggle and peek out on towards A. And look, if he finds nothing, we can see here he should get contact with Spinks. Oh, no. Is he going to push? They're still going to B. Is there a rotation? 20 seconds.
He's low. He's dead. 6 feet low now, and the bomb will go down on P with time. Zertian and Spinks just going to look to hold on to what they've got.
Okay, well, you don't need me to tell you the max loss bonus is in play. Holding on to these will get them a full buy into the next toys. You will have more than enough for the AWP, but we're all tied up. I can't quite believe that we're saying that, but we are all tied up 10-10. Next map is Mirage, and that's a map that I believe, let me just double check, Falcons have actually found success in their head-to-head with MOUZ on this year. So if you go back to the first best of 3 that was at Cluj Groups, MOUZ won Dust 2, Falcons won Mirage and Ancient to win the series. Then they met again in the best of 5 grand final. Mirage went the way of Falcons there as well. So Mirage is featured in 2 of the 3 series so far and going to potentially be 3 of the 4, and both of the previous ones going the way of Falcons. So there is a world. Boys, listen. And then 30 seconds of timeout, but here it is.
Chad, listen. Sometimes you just gotta listen to your heart, man. I know the brain tries to make everything logical and everything's a binary, it's a 1 or a 0, but sometimes your heart knows best.
Is this a kicks and pace change?
It could be. It very well could be.
This was a bit of an Apex special for him.
It is such a gangster thing for an IGL to start with, right, boys? Listen, we're about to do something a little, I know if everyone does this with full conviction, you fully trust my call.
Your way sounds a lot baller. His just sounded a little bit more like stressed. There's still a job ahead.
Yeah.
His was like, stop talking about the nonsense. I don't care about the cool kill you got in that round.
It's 10-10 and we need this map win.
We're just getting started.
One team gets out of the lower bracket and we are in a group full of Vitality, Astralis, FaZe, VP, Spirit. We really do want to start strong here up against MOUZ, who are in some sort of volatile position. Some deep runs, back-to-back tournaments, a trophy in Cluj.
Look at this goal. 3-2 start from the CTs. That means that A is under fortified. Exertion heading back over to deal with that Torji on the rotation, but they're heading in.
You are bang on. Straight into the A site. Headshot hit. Xertion's gone, and already that bomb is a golden opportunity to go down. Dexter starts that task now. Kixon's actually lingering in the B door smoke. Good patience from Spinks rewarded.
Back in though.
It is now with Jimmy contributing onto Dexter. They break the smoke on Donut. They throw things into disarray. It's getting uncomfortable now.
They haven't picked up the bomb.
Still not, and that smoke won't last forever. Magisk is tasked with it, finally finds it. Will he give it a go? He can't afford to. Nico finds Bronn elsewhere. What's going on in this round right now? That smoke won't last forever either. Jimmy trapped on Donut. Spinks another kill, and Nico, loud, now heard. They know exactly where he's coming from. And Torji's AWP is there to receive him. Just like that, MOUZ making 11th a reality. It was a good call, and sometimes, as an IGL yourself, you can attest it's not the call that's the problem.
It can be very tough there as well. When you do find the entry on towards A, the bomb was so committed, right? So they were always going to be finishing here, but you can see how many positions are exposed at this point of finding that kill. This one from Kixon, whether or not it was going to be the save call, I think he was playing for it, expecting that. So going through the smoke, trying to catch them, already getting their feet rooted over towards B. He gives away a kill, and then he entices that retake. This change of the smoke, it gets blown open. They find the kill onto the planter, and then that one falls apart. So Falcons falling short to take the lead in this one. Was this comeback been all for naught? Terrible first half, strong second half, but really won't matter, will it? Torji is so aggressive in main with his AWP. Yeah, and that's something that you feel that he isn't missing. So if there is the return to A main, oh, he's starting to push. Torji just pushed out and took down Dexter. He just pushed main, took the fight. Dexter dead.
Well, that's why he's going for... Whoa, an ambitious angle from Spinks that Kixon was unprepared for, unable to provide, and Brolin wins his head-to-head as well, with a little help from Magisk. Awkward, very, very awkward. Falcons, after all of this hard work on their T side, these back-to-back rounds have been sucking the air out of the squad. Out of their side of the stage, it is bleak. Magisk brought down by the Torji AWP, and now MOUZ just one round away from starting their Lisbon campaign with a comfortable 2-0. Yeah. Comfortable, perhaps.
Wow.
A little discomfort.
The scoreline's close, but a 2-0 is a 2-0.
Yeah.
Here's the opener for Torji. Just forces straight into that fight, preempting Dexter's position. Easy as you like. There's no money for this final round for Falcons whatsoever. Had their finances broken. That's what happens. You've been so successful that the loss bonus has only just started building in the last couple of rounds lost, so you have very limited funds to work with. MOUZ have you right where they want you, and they look like they'll be teeing up that match against Spirit.
Maybe sometimes you should listen to your brain as well.
Let's do A exec. I'll switch with someone.
Someone else is going to do the B lurk.
Well, that's if they even want to have a B lurk. Let's find out.
A blurk. It's an elbow from Torji. Starts the AWP on A.
Look at this buy. Tech 9, equals Khalil's. Torji's waiting on the site with the AWP. Did B lurk smoke. Brolin plays in front of it. He calls the coast is clear. That should inform Torji that there could be a fight coming.
Yeah, they smoke ramp though, so they don't have as many answers as they could have had. It is just Torji here. And that flash doesn't catch him. He's going to be set up for success here unless there's more. Falls away by the util. Oh, and just a tag. Puts Tessus on notice. They need to plant now. That was the problem last time. Just punching the code. And Torji does dispatch of kicks and Xertion spams away, but Nico returns the favor. A Deagle headshot through smoke and walls, and there's Magisk fighting tooth and nail to extend play. See that final round of regulation. This is the fight. This is the fight. Dexter with just a Galil up against his rival with the AWP, and he's dealt significant damage. Dexter nonchalant with the turn of the flash. He's ready for that fight. He knows he's done with lion's share of the damage already. That bomb still ticking. Late from Spinks, gets the frag. Up to Magisk, and he goes down. Brutal way for it to end. That little pause, that little bit of uncertainty, but MOUZ will make it comfortable in the end. closing it out 2-0. In this constant head-to-head between the two, MOUZ definitely have the edge.
That's 3 consecutive series on the trot now for MOUZ over Falcons, and that is a big win to set up a match for Team Spirit and the playoffs.
Truly a game of millimeters in those final few rounds, but MOUZ, they do manage to get it over the line once again versus the Falcons. As Chad was just aptly saying, that sets them up for a very nice upper bracket final, which is going to be versus Team Spirit, Nathan.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be a very interesting game. Two teams that are really in their good form, which is something that we can't say about every single team. But yeah, this game was all about the T sides. The City side were shaking on both sides, pretty much on both maps. And so hopefully they can fix that and get a little bit better, especially against Spirit, because they're going to be ruthless no matter what. Yeah,
100%. They're going to be tested to the very limit. When we talk about things getting, you know, down to the final moments, the fact that it hits 10-10, it looks like Falcons could be taking this one. I'm going to hold that thought, though, because we do indeed have our winner, Torzi, joining us on the desk. Congratulations, first of all, once again, taking down Falcons. Things got tight, though, right? Can you tell me about those kind of final few rounds on Ancient and how you guys had to adapt?
Yeah, thank you, first of all. I think they played pretty good. Yeah, on Ancient, we lost some gun runs, which was pretty important. And I think we were getting into good situations, but we just couldn't close the runs out. I think also Nico had some good lurks on some good runs. And yeah, that's it.
Were you surprised to see them picking Train into the series again? Because I believe that was the map they picked last time and it didn't bode so well for them, right? Were you surprised to see them doubling down on it?
Yeah, to be honest, we didn't expect them to pick Train this, because last time they did it and it didn't turn out good. So we expect something else, but it's fine. We won their pick.
Yeah. You take it. Was there anything you prepared specifically on T side? Because they have obviously an approach that is pretty individualistic. You probably saw that. So did you prepare a little bit a slower pace, playing together, or was it just playing your game?
Yeah, we prepared to play a little bit slow because we realized that also on Train, also on Asian, that every time we get to mid runs, we thought they are not playing it correctly, and every time we got into mid-run situations, I think we outplayed them. I think Luda had some, Brolan had some really good calls, and also Surgeon has had some really good mid-rounds, and I think it led us to the victory.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it, for sure. And for you as well, because you had up and down last year, and then at the end with Shui, and then now coming with Brolan as a new IGL. Knowing you, obviously you're a very human person, and you like to joke around and stuff, and the atmosphere seems very, very good, right, with the team right now. How does that help you coming into the games and then performing, because you've been playing very well obviously lately?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean it helps us a lot to have a good environment in the team. Obviously, I think it was there before, but obviously with a new player coming in like Spinks, I think he brings new vibes, you know, a different personality, and yeah, I think he brings a lot of experience, and he also is really like, he likes to have a lot of fun, so we click together, and yeah.
Sure.
In terms of your history versus Falcons as well, you faced each other, what, like 4 times in the past month, it seems? How much does that benefit you? Because obviously, as much as you're getting tape and experience on them, they're also simultaneously getting the same for you, right? Like, what's the give and take there?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we had a little bit of pressure, but we knew that they really want to beat us because we beat them like, 2 times before this game, and they really wanted to take revenge, obviously because of the grand final we've won, and we also beat them in Pro League, so we know that they will bring their A game, you know, but I feel like we stood our grounds pretty well.
And final question, now you're going to be progressing onwards to face Spirit, because they obviously beat the Huns earlier today. How do you feel like them, first of all, just their form at the moment? Because I would argue that Vitality, probably the strongest team we have now, Spirit second for your money?
Yeah, I would say Spirit or us.
You, MOUZ.
Yeah, it's either us or Spirit. I mean, last game we beat them in Pro League, right? Which gives us a lot of confidence going into tomorrow or in 2 days. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a great game. But I know that, you know, Donkey, if he's sharp, it's gonna be a rough game. But we will try to prepare as much as we can and try to beat them again.
Have you learned anything from, you know, past confrontations, or from perhaps watching the Kato Grand Final? I don't know whether you watched it personally, but it felt like Vitality, they really had Spirit's number. There were obviously a couple of holes that they showed there. Do you feel like Spirit are I don't know, I don't want to say an easier team to read, but are there holes you feel like are showing?
Yeah, I think you can definitely say I think they are a easier team to read than Vitality, but still they are playing really good, and I think we have some ideas how to play versus Spirit, because they are a pretty young team, and I think if you get them in their head, you know, I think you can have a really good chance.
Yes.
So yeah, we have some ideas how to beat them, and yeah.
You will show it, yeah.
Chauzy, very much appreciate your time. Congratulations once again on the win. But we're not chatting to just Chauzy over here, because I do hear Jacob has Jimmy. Where are you guys at?
Yeah, we're sitting close to you guys, but not too close for you. We're a little bit of distance. Jimmy, from one winner to another, I want to talk to you about your experience, obviously playing this game and coming into this tournament, but also in the consideration of the context that you just had a tournament at EPL where you individually were not playing at your best. So my first question would be, obviously a great game to start off with right here. You played great individually as well, but how do you reset in just a couple of days after EPL?
I mean, first of all, thank you. After EPL, I mean, I didn't have the best performance, as you said. So after EPL, I was actually really looking forward to come here in the Blast, because I know that there is many great opponents here, and I also knew that what can I fix personally. I had some problems, I would say, but I think now I'm trying to go back to my old self, and I think against Falcons, of course, I played pretty decent. Maybe they're not the best of the best team, you know, but I think slowly we are like, after we win, we play against the better teams, and in 2 days we play against Spirit. So I think it's time to show again that where am I standing at. But yeah, I think overall I'm not really worried about my performance. Of course, it was only one tournament.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just looking forward to play Blast now. It's a good tournament.
Well, I had a video guy, you know, prepare a lot of highlights for the people at home they can watch, and I think you're being very modest when you're saying that you had an okay game today. I think you had awful lot of impact, and you did well for yourself. I'm curious, because you said to yourself it was just one tournament, right? So as a player, when you're having a rough tournament, when you're coming into EPL and things are not working out, are you changing anything then coming into Blast, or is it just about accepting that you cannot always be at your best?
I think it's a little bit both.
Yeah.
At first you need to reflect, like if you actually did the right things, you know.
Yeah.
And if after that you end up on saying to yourself that you did right things, then I think you need to keep doing it and keep maybe grinding a little bit more, and then it will be better. But I think in my case, like after EPL, I found some flaws in my routines maybe, and some stuff I could improve on for sure.
Anything specific you can invite us in on? Like what did you change in terms of routines?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just that I didn't play that much CS maybe.
Okay.
Maybe now that I came here, I played a little bit more, and I like put on my routine that I will grind a little bit more.
Yeah.
No matter if it's aimbots or FaZe or retake, whatever it might be, but I just want to play more because I know that maybe I let myself down a little bit in EPL. Of course, it's a bit sad because we really had good chance. I think, of course, in the final, I mean, it was what it is, you know.
Sure.
But I hope in this tournament I'll get to showcase again who am I, and yeah, I'm looking forward.
You did speak to Freya coming into this game as well, where you said that you wanted to be the best anchor in the world, that you wanted to show the world that you can be the best anchor in the world. How close do you feel you are to claim that position right now? I sense you to be a little bit modest, but you're also aware that you are arguably one of the best anchors in the world. So do you feel like you're getting closer and closer to be able to claim that, or do you think there's still room for improvements?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is still room to improve. If I compare myself to someone like Bit, or maybe Sondix, Robs, I mean, Bit is, I think, the best right now, arguably. I think he's playing really good and having a lot of great success and great results as an individual. So I always like to compare myself to the best, of course, and I'm looking what can I do and improve. I would still say that there is a little bit of gap between me and Bit. But that's what makes it more interesting, because I'm always looking to improve and get better. And I think, yeah, I mean, I think at some point I will become the best anchor for sure. I say it to myself because I trust myself and I trust my abilities. But right now it's Bit for sure.
All right, and you mentioned his name, right? Sondix, a player that you're going up against in a couple of days against Spirit. Now, do you look forward to that matchup in particular? Is that something that you know fills in your mind, that you're going up against one of your, I guess, opponents in terms of claiming that role, or is it not a factor, more so that you just want to beat Team Spirit?
I mean, I think it's more about beating Team Spirit and actually more about playing against Donk.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like even though me and Donk are not playing the same roles, but always when I play against him, it's such excitement because you know that he's the best player in the world. You know that he maybe is the best player individually, and he's coming for you. And I think that's what always makes me feel really interested, because I just want to play some good chess and have fun. And I think against Spirit, we always have a good chance. I think they're a good enemy for us. Of course, they're really strong, but I feel like every time we play against them, it's not like we have a hard time reading them. So yeah, I think just playing as Spirit and Donk in general, it's really exciting for me.
It is exciting, and I guess you've been asked before, and we always speak about it, but going up against Donk in particular, like, is there any way you prepare specifically for him, or is there anything you mentally try to cope with before going into a game, or is it just about accepting that sometimes he will do some things you just cannot stop?
Yeah, I think it's just that you accept that he's a world-class player, of course, and he can have these rounds where he just goes and kills people, and if you just after the round think that we played good, he just insta-head. Just have to reset, you know.
Yeah.
But I think there's some stuff. Maybe I want to go into specifics because then I will leak, you know. But I think there's some stuff. But mostly, of course, he's a world-class player, and you have to just expect that he will come and he will destroy you if he's feeling it, and you have to reset.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, MOUZ.CET, for taking your time to chat with us. We'll throw it back to Freya at the desk and round off this game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What an insightful interview from MOUZ.CET there. And I love that he goes into some of the details about the clash that will be upcoming versus Team Spirit. Obviously, that was a semi-final of EPL. And I think I was pretty shocked to see the fashion in which MOUZ took him down. Sure, it was a 3-map affair, but they started off so hot on map number 1. And the fact that they got the better of Donk, super impressive from MOUZ.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a player, though, like Torji said just earlier on the desk as well, that you can have an idea on how to counter them and how to play with that, because they're that young team still. We're like players that are still lacking that depth of experience. Sure, they're extremely good, but if you look at a team like Vitality, for example, they figured out a way on how to counter him. And so other teams can look at those demos and be like, how did they do it? And then just start diving deeper and deeper into that. And for Donk, there are 2 ways. Either you're very disrespectful towards him, so you peak faster than he would pick you, which is not always easy to do, but like you have to just fully go for it, and then you get that advantage. Or you just send a lot of resources into shutting him down. Like that's a big part. Those are the 2 main things, but then if Donk dies, then there is Shiro, there is Magix, there is Chopper, like they all have very good players, right? So it's going to be interesting what MOUZ can come up with. They really come with specifics getting against them. But yeah, the game is going to be very, very cool to watch.
I kind of like what MOUZ.CET was saying in the sense that sometimes you just have to accept that if Donk wants to kill you and if he wants to come in and do crazy stuff, you know, it will happen. And I think there's a very great learning in what he said, that is, if you're playing the round correctly, and you know that as well, right? If you're approaching the round in a certain way, or you have a great read, but Donk does something that is going to mess up that plan, it's a very tricky task for a team to isolate that and be like, listen, we did the right call, we did the right thing. It just happened to be Donk who did something extraordinary, right? So let's continue down the same path, where some teams will be like, oh, we lost this round, so we're not going to run this strat anymore. We're not going to do this default anymore because it didn't work out. So I think being aware of that, and sometimes being able to distinguish between when are we doing the right thing, when are we doing the wrong thing, and when is Donk or someone else just doing something extraordinary. So for my money, it was, you know, great to hear from MOUZ.CET that he's aware that's a factor, and I think that's helping them against teams like Spirit.
I love that you also got the specifics out of him in terms of like how he rates himself versus other anchors, who he feels like his biggest competition is. Not to put you on the spot, Jacob, but if we were doing a temperature check right now, where's that top 3 lying with? I imagine it's, you know, Bit, Fat, and Zontix within that category. What order are they going in?
No, you're missing the best player in my opinion out of all of those. Rups is number 1.
Oh, of course.
He did mention Rups.
I think there is no argument that Rups is the best anchor. Like the things he's bringing, like he's creating the meta on his positions. That's as simple as that. The way he uses utility, the way he's positioned. And then after, it's pretty much open, because I think they're also very, very good players and excellent, and not just because Vitality is the best team in the world right now. Rups has always been world class, and he's showing it even more now.
He's had a resurgence in Vitality, right? Yes. In the later stages of FaZe, he was actually struggling quite a lot. I think there was even conversations, should they get rid of Rups, you know, and obviously you don't kick a player like Rups, but he had a period in FaZe for 4 or 6 months where he couldn't really get it going. Then at the major, he came alive again, and ever since he joined Vitality, he's back to his absolute best. I do agree with MOUZ.CET in the sense that I think when I look at the raw role as an anchor, I look towards Bit and I think to myself, who would I want on the CT side to be in a you know, an anchor position, to be in pit on Inferno to get a double kill, or to be in a position where you're pressured into a corner, where aim has to bail you out, I'd argue that BIT is the best at that right now. So I think it's very steep competition. I think Jimfat is in the mix, and I'd probably have Rubs, BIT, and Jimfat as the top 3 right now. And then obviously he mentioned Suntix as well, who's also a great player in that role. So there's a lot of quality anchor players right now around. And you know, just a couple of years ago, we're talking about Perfecto, we're talking Shoes. That's not the case anymore, right? There's coming more and more great anchors, so it's a steep competition for everyone.
On the flip side, obviously, we're talking about the MOUZ versus Spirit matchup that we'll see one of those 2 teams at least qualifying for the arena in Lisbon. Then we've got the Huns versus Falcons in that lower bracket match. Loser, unfortunately, will be going home. Obviously, the Huns had baptism by fire. All of the, you know, superlatives you want to throw at that one, they fell this morning. How do you think they're going to fare versus Falcons? Do you think it's a quote-unquote easier opponent?
It's easier to play Falcons than it is to play Spirit, I'd argue. And I don't want to beat around the bush. You know, Falcons have to win that game, and anything else would be a massive disaster for Falcons. But I do like what I saw from Huns, at least on Anubis. The fact that they were able to, they tried to dictate the game. They went in against Team Spirit with the right mindset, the right idea, and they executed it pretty well on the T side. Now, it was just 1 half out of the 4 they played where they showed that they were competitive. So I don't expect them to beat Falcons or take a map away from Falcons, but I would love to see just a little more of that to get it confirmed that it wasn't random, so to speak.
One of the big hurdles they're going to have to go over is that Falcons is banning Anubis. And so that's going to be very hard because that's by far the best map of the Huns. They showed really a lot of good things. And I think there is a big part of there is time now for Falcons to analyze the Huns, and that we know what's coming at them. That we know the playstyle, how they play on T side, how they play on CT side, and that would play into the favor of the Huns. And that's where I think it's going to be very hard for them to take a map of Falcons.
Well, of course, plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards today, as we do have 2 more games coming your way. After this break, it's going to be Vitality taking on Astralis now. Jacob, you're Danish. Apparently, there's been some traffic, so we are going to be going on a 20-minute break whilst Jacob hopefully calls someone, sorts out the traffic. You've got those hookups, right?
I got it covered. I'll go beat someone up for you. Yeah.
Well, we are going to take that extended break, but when we're back, we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Maui, Vu, and Bax.
Oh, that's a
flash through. Nade on the smoke, rather.
Oh.
Zantares.
I think he missed the nade.
Yeah.
I mean, it landed behind him, so it's not doing damage, but didn't see it from Tess's POV.
That's
it didn't look
so
good.
awkward. And that's Tess's top performer, top fragger, the guy who's been able to multi-kill in so many a swing moment for Falcons. Knocked out of the round first. And of course, it's Zantares to find him on the other side.
Actually, in retrospect, I don't think it was a missed nade. I think it's meant to land behind him and open up his vision, but they're holding it anyway because of the deep smoke.
So Eternal Fire 5v4 on this route to overtime. Dexter levels the playing field. They've lost their captain. Madja has to call from beyond the grave. Nico deleted! Zantares versus Nico. The head-to-head that keeps on giving. And it's all giving in favor of Zantares. He continues this tear. 3 kills deep on his way to the overtime. It's all about Zantares as the ace is laid up right ahead of him. There is no doubting Zantares wants this one over in 2. 5 rounds straight to lock in OT as Zantares puts up 4 to take Eternal Fire into extra time.
Now I'd put less. A little bit. Now I'd put a little bit back. Now I'd double down.
Honey, I lost the house.
Honey, I shrunk the kid.
Honestly, but they're coming back into this scout. Are you kidding? You just lost 2 players outer and you all want a piece of this action? You know who this is, right?
And they can't seem to kill him.
Oh, you
that's
know
not the
who
way
this is. You signed up for this.
Has just sort of been left alone here to stew.
And Modesty's over towards the long corner.
This is a great opportunity for utility, but MOUZ doesn't have any.
No, he doesn't. Modesty comes over with a smoke and incendiary.
Yeah, impact grenades are where it's at in a moment like this. And this smoke is meant to really try to confuse them.
Yeah.
So
let's MOUZ locked into this side of Gandalf.
Oh, this one could get real ugly for bait. If they haven't tested long thus far, and Heavy God's committed on the left side of the door.
Plus Modesty's here to help.
If they're going to go long, they should make it sort of an afterthought.
25 seconds. We'll see whether the timing comes down from the long players first. Here comes the cat hit. MOUZ locked in behind box. Looks like it's going unnoticed. Everybody's going unnoticed. We've still got this Gandalf position. MOUZ goes deep, but it's covered. NPL finds his. Modesty's on the ramp.
barely any time. Bomb has to be planted. Head trick comes off, and now he needs the kill.
No blood. Oh, what a shot from MOUZ.CET and a clip.
That is what he's there for.
Legacy makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
And they absolutely do live and breathe Counter-Strike. That arena is epic. You saw Archeron hyping everyone up, but it's just a little bit of time away that you can still get your tickets for. And some of these teams are trying to book their spots in order to make it to this fantastic arena. We've got Astralis taking on Vitality. It's one giant of a team in Vitality going up against an Astralis, still with quite a lot to prove, but this is certainly the place that they can do it. It's all a bit of a waiting game right now, though, because we still got a lot of unanswered questions of what will be shown from this Astralis. But Vitality, it's a known quantity. It's a dominant force right now. Probably the best team in the world, and just one roster move seems to have brought all that positive change in there. But I've got some positive change for all the viewers at home. It's not about me. It's not about me on this desk at all. It's Big Vu's back with us in the house.
I was thinking someone at Blast hiring must hate Maui, but they're like, oh, but we can't not hire him. So let's just stick him on a desk with James and Vu and just make him look small.
These guys are really tall. Like, I'm kind of normal. They're just really tall, okay? Everybody needs to get that through their heads.
Well, I'm going to let you know a little secret, Maui. Vu actually said that he would only come back to work if he was put on the desk with you.
Jesus.
True.
The 1 foot difference. 1 foot difference.
We got to get the front page Reddit post.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's all we're looking for is the Reddit post. So make sure you screenshot this right now.
And I think we should do this, right? We should take a picture of Vu and you together, screenshot it right now, and for every 10 likes, we'll just make Vu bigger and bigger and bigger. And maybe we'll make you a little bit smaller. We'll just see how it goes with that. We'll work some magic in there. But we've got to talk about this game that's coming up, because right now, it's looking at this Astralis, looking at what they can do, because they've had the time. They've got the full roster back together. If we look at, say, Cluj as an example, that third place was good, but the elite teams were missing out.
Of course, and that's why there's still question marks about the Astralis. The problem with this lineup so far is that there is simply disparity between some of the individuals. Despite the fact that they had some blockbuster signings in Stown and Yabi, Cadian brought on board to unlock those pieces, it's still one of them in Yabi doing well, but Stown has to catch up quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how comfortable they are with Cadian's calling. Stown almost feels like he's kind of like sabotaging Cadian at times. Yabi's doing great. Device, he's Mr. Consistent, but he hasn't been 100% consistent in every game. And we need to see, I think if they're going to do well in this series, it has to be Stown.
If we're looking at KD in particular, though, right? We look at his performance. We're saying, okay, he's had to move over to the rifle, but he's had this time now to get used to it. I know last time around we were saying, okay, now he needs to really be able to deliver a bit more. But looking at his leadership, have you been satisfied with that on that side of things? Because that's what I'm really looking at, not the numbers.
On a map-by-map basis, there are bright spots for Astralis. For example, I actually really do rate their Inferno calling. I think their T side uses the full extent of the map. The mid-rounding is actually quite strong there, and Ancient as well. But then a couple of other maps, sometimes it feels like they're trying to do too much, a little too much lurking, individuals poking and prodding when they could center themselves. So in some ways, I think Cadian, I think it's really just more map dependent than anything, which is why the veto is going to be so important today.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, how much time do they have? I mean, they took a little while. They got 13-0'd by Vitality on Inferno. Then eventually they get a good Inferno. You're thinking after the month break, do they have a second map? But I mean, it's been 4 or 5 months with this roster. How many months before they have a 7-map pool, or at least 6?
Wow, okay. Well, yeah, it takes some time for them, and they have gone through some moments where they've not been able to work as they would want as a full team. Another player we put under the spotlight, especially when it was back at Cluj as well, was Stown. Because this is your star, but he's maybe not putting up the star performance that Astralis would want right now.
Stown has looked questionable as a star player for Astralis in the last handful of months. For a guy that was reaching top 15 in the world on HLTV rankings with the heroic core to now, in some ways, look like just a completely average player. This isn't what they bought. This isn't what they purchased. Astralis were looking for a superstar duo in Stown and Yabi, and they've got one side of that looking pretty sharp, but Stown has yet to catch up. I dare I say even in CS2, because it feels like it's been quite some time since I've seen the heights that he was reaching when he was on heroic.
Yeah, Stown looking questionable. I would go a step further. I'd say Stown has looked downright bad quite often. CT sides especially, he gives up at least one unforgivable death a half, kind of guaranteed, and he's had a few good games. I think Cluj is where he did actually fairly well in a few series, but if Astralis are going to do anything other than be kind of gatekeepers of the top 10 with a win once in a while, Stown has to return to his CSGO form.
You mentioned it though, Maui, right? That the positive light is the other half of this duo, but Yabi right now, he is the star, right?
Totally. For my money, Yabi's been the most impactful player for the team. Device has looked excellent on top of that, but really, Yabi is the X factor in certain rounds. When he's on his lurks, he'll pressure one extremity of the map, he'll get that one pivotal kill that opens up a bomb site, and then it gives Cadian a luxury. It gives him an opening, gives him a way that didn't need setup. He didn't need to throw some utility to set Yabi up. Yabi just finds the kills from halls on apartment, and then suddenly they're just pivoting back to the A bomb site because Yabi weakened it. So Yabi has been a ferocious force for this Astralis team that Vitality's going to need to keep in check today.
The only concern about Yabi, Cadian in an interview recently, he even said it himself, Yabi overperformed at Cluj. He overperformed, it wasn't his normal level, and not only that, but I mean, when you look at it, he was the reason their Inferno was so good. He was a major part of it, and Vitality's going to be, they have seen that. Can he continue against a team like Vitality?
And when we're talking about Vitality right now, they look like the team that can do no wrong, right? This is even Apex having games where he is completely taken over the server. He can do no wrong. We're looking at them just have so many strong maps. It's one roster move that seemed to open up this Vitality to be something that I don't think many of us could have predicted it being this good.
It's the most complete roster that we have today in Counter-Strike. Whereas Spirit looked like an incredibly top-heavy force, carried by Donk, carried by Shiro, the rest of the supporting cast trying to just push those guys forward. And Na'Vi, on the other hand, being a team that's so well-rounded, where everybody can step up, everybody can find entries. They have a great tactical system. Vitality's got it all. They're the most complete team, bar none. Every single player is top 5 in role, and you have some guys that are looking like maybe they're top 1 or top 2 in their role.
Wow, it's a lot of high praise coming in there. So I want to find out some more information from Apex, who I caught up with just a few moments ago. Apex, things are going incredibly well for Vitality this year, but the first thing I wanted to ask for you, like, we've seen your performance improve, we've seen your calling improve, the read of the game. How much of that is also from the extra voice that you get from Rops, and what's that changed for you as you've developed now more as a team?
Well, I don't know where it comes from, but obviously Rob's addition has been great. He's been helping us a lot in a lot of regards. I'm not going to go too much in details, but the guy is really good. And yeah, I think it also, as I told a lot of time before, we got a lot of extra motivation with the year we had last year, and we want just to do much better, and we're all working hard to achieve our goals and our dreams.
Looking at your game you've got today, I noticed Astralis picked into Inferno. Yes, it's a map they're regularly going for, but your Inferno looks insane right now. Obviously, you guys look like the best team in the world by far. Were you expecting them to pick Inferno? Do you think they've got something where they're prepared for it?
Well, with the egos, some of them have, yes. I mean, I expected it. No big surprise for me. Well, Astralis have been playing better, so we have to be careful. Mostly after winning 2 events, sometimes you can just sleep a bit and go drop a bit down. But for us, it's just giving our best today and trying to get the win.
You mentioned that you could sleep a bit and drop off a bit. How are you feeling? Because you are coming straight back in from EPL. Where's the energy at? Where's the hunger at? You still want this?
Well, yeah, we tried to have a talk yesterday about how does it feel for us to go to a 3rd event like that. We had a 2 weeks event before, and we are pretty tired. Not gonna lie, we didn't take a day off in Stockholm. We practiced. We tried to give our best because also our main goal was the Grand Slam, and is the Grand Slam. Sorry. So yeah, we come here, but I told the guys we need to give our best. It can go either way, but we need to give our best at every event because we are confident right now. We like what we do. We're pretty good at what we do, so we need to keep our confidence and try to do our best wherever we are.
And you feel like you have the momentum still?
Of course. I mean, I couldn't. If I say the other way, it wouldn't be true. I mean, we have I think 11 games in a row or whatever. So of course we have the upper on many teams, but you know, you know how it works. You can lose one and it can happen. So for us, it's just the hope it's going to happen as late as possible.
And he certainly wants to keep that streak alive, but he certainly looks confident. They look like they're smiling the whole time. We just saw him now get huddled and hyped up. This is a Vitality that is just scary if you ever have to face it.
All in all, there's just only so much you can do in the server when they are so loaded with talent. Apex, on top of that, has put this team together to be more than the sum of their parts at times. Rops is one of the best anchor extremity players. ZywOo is one of the best players in the world. But when you have 3 guys on this team charging you onto your bomb site with great flashes, great executes on top of that, you're getting the absolute most of all of their abilities at the same time.
There's just not enough positive things you can say about Vitality. I mean, Apex is one of the best callers, arguably the best caller we have right now. Rops amazing, ZywOo amazing, Mezzy amazing, Flames amazing. What you can't even, there's nowhere to stop.
Well, let's get ourselves into the veto, because we did say it's oh so important, and Apex did touch on some of it coming into this, because for now, right, you look at how strong the map pool is for these guys, so let's have a look at it overall. As we watch it go down, this is what you expect coming into this, right? To start off with, no surprises are going to be thrown at you.
Should just be the permabans for both of the teams here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Astralis, other than everything we've already outlined, they permaban Anubis, which is a map where maybe you have a chance against Vitality. Their best map, Inferno, and that's Vitality looks unbeatable on Inferno. Yeah. So like, where are you going? What are you doing with this?
But Astralis still believe in theirs because it's maybe the best one they have out of it all. But would you have liked to see them try something else?
See, that's the thing. I kind of was curious coming in after a month off. Yeah. Are you going to rework things? Are you going to try a different map to throw Vitality off? But at this point, just play to your strengths, because there are so few weaknesses. For Vitality, I expected them to go with Dust actually here, because they're either going for Nuke or Dust in practically every single series. Yep. But Nuke has actually been probably Astralis' second or third best map, depending how you want to look at it.
Listen, I'm going to say I didn't expect them to pick Dust, because I didn't expect them to give this team enough respect to pick their best map. I thought this was going to be one of those ones where they might pick Train or something.
Yeah.
Put in a little
Some
practice.
testing.
It's not like a single elimination, you know. If they go down to the lower bracket, they could keep going.
I like your viewpoint on it, but they're taking no risks. They want to keep this match streak alive, and then we will see the decider be Nuke, which you said could have been even one of the picks, Mount.
This is practically the exact veto that I actually wrote down. I mean, it's really just Inferno, strength of Astralis, Vitality going for the punish pick and one of their strengths in Dust 2, and then Decider is a bit of a handshake for both of these teams, but Vitality still heavy favorites.
It's fine though. We're not going to need the Decider. It's going to be Inferno for Vitality, Dust 2 for Vitality, and if Astralis get 10 rounds, that's a win.
All right, Vu. Okay, yeah, you're deciding it already. You say it's going to be 2-0. What needs to happen for them to get the win though, real quick, if Astralis can do it on Inferno?
At the very least, Astralis play a bit of a gambly style, so they could move in. If they can frag out on the first 1 or 2 picks when they play their 4-1s, then they actually have a chance, but it's a small chance.
All right, well, let's see if that small chance can come to fruition. We'll have to wait and see. And we've got our amazing legendary commentator standing by. It's Scrawny and Launders.
Oh, amazing and legendary. How kind of you, James. You're okay, I think. Welcome back, everybody, to the second half of day 1 of Lisbon, currently going down in Copenhagen. Mohan, an 11-match win streak is on the line with Vitality in the server this evening. That's something, I think, like James just said, you want to go all in on. You want to ride that wave as long as you can.
I think it's a little bit suspect, though, the way that Apex has been talking about it, because he's been on Twitter. He's like, yeah, we need to beat them. We want to win, but we're really tired. He said, I'm really tired. Then in this pre-match, it's sort of like, yeah, we're going to bring it every day, but we're a little tired. So we'll have to see how strong Vitality come in. I think they are the team now that are going the deepest, winning a lot, and everything like that. And Astralis are the ones that get a month off. They are coming off of actually 2 very solid wins back at Bucharest.
Yes.
One over the Mongols. They have some solid maps to look back on and tons of time where they could have gone back to the workshop. Also, that was a tournament where they were not all 100%. Now maybe they'll feel a little bit better. Vitality is going to be the hardest competition they can prove themselves against. But on a day 1 versus a team that is citing tiredness, I would say that this is sort of a couple of the ingredients that you want in an upset.
Well, not just that, I'll throw in another ingredient that you definitely want. You want to talk about going back to Cluj-Napoca and that Mongols win. They essentially secured enough VRS points to get themselves to the Austin Major off that upset. This versus Vitality would be another huge moment where the value behind the win means so much more in the bigger picture of this season of Counter-Strike, let alone just Blast Lisbon. So Astralis, man, given another great opportunity, a meal that lies ahead of them, and one that has to go down on Inferno first and foremost. We get the banana fight. We'll see what the Danes can do about it in the face of the oh so tired French. So tired of winning. Tough life. 5v4, Vitality, comfortable in the pistol, getting contact from that CT wraparound. Bomb still sitting bottom ramp, so where you going, Astralis?
One of the most difficult positions to be in here, actually, on T side. Even though you've got all the space, you don't have a lot of solid spots to sit in. Flamesy's coming to look, and he does a very careful job of approaching Device. Device, oh, he's getting peppered down to nothing.
There we go.
And that's the bomb and that same kill. That's very awkward here for Astralis.
Oh yeah, long trip back to the depths of which you came.
This actually didn't make, too much sense when there was a potential for a B push with only one player holding. Device probably should have got a kill, but there was even one to trade. But at least Stair will be here to answer back.
Yeah, headshot like that. That definitely piques our interest for a second. ZywOo gonna hear the rumblings of grabbing that bomb. Cadian sprints back over. At what point will ZywOo attack this push to the A site? Because if he takes too long, Cadian gets around the corner and he's got safety. But ZywOo, ooh, times it correctly, doesn't land the shot. Now we've got the crossfire in sight, 15 seconds. Back turn to the pit player. Stair's got another. Jabby clears out pit. And we've got a recovery here from Astralis. Labored effort.
Okay.
ZywOo Apex dead. Oh. That is the 3v5.
It is, and they couldn't hit a shot. There was a lot of good spots. I think ZywOo times his flank just fine. If you go too quickly, there's a chance it goes back to B. They really don't want that outcome. They have two players ready on the A site to catch this, and Apex on rotation as soon as ZywOo confirms he's going to push. And they even have the first 2 kills of this round. This one should have been the most damning, of course. But the fact is, they could not hit a shot. This was pretty much the hardest fight, I think, to have taken, but ZywOo couldn't get it when he peeked off the flank in the first place. Player in pit had a back turn going onto the site.
Oh, careful. 5-7. Dealt with quickly. No immediate pounce into that, even though bomb site is clear. Not that they'll know it. Stair. Looking for a little more, and ZywOo will take his sweet time. No insta pounce. They go through the motion with the utility, and while smokes remain up, they're now going to challenge that site, and all seems good.
Nate should be in a great spot. No one's... Oh, no. Jabby looking to the back of the site.
Doesn't throw it.
I don't think he heard it.
Okay. Oof, another couple missed ones. ZywOo. Not the start he wants, but we'll wait for the recovery, as you'd think what's left of this one's just going to disengage and save. So early kill, that fast move from Astralis into Banana, despite Mezzi's best efforts. 1 kill, not enough to deter the follow-through. Astralis go up 2-0.
It's a great start, man. It's exactly what Astralis want to see. We saw a couple of 3v5s earlier today, but in this situation, Astralis know they're going to be in a lot of losing positions to start rounds off. They know they're not going to get the opening kill a lot of times. They're still going to have to win. And to be honest, they can be one of the most fragile teams when it comes to their own 5v4s and things like that. So winning from low numbers position is going to be a key to victory here for Astralis. And at least Vitality walk away with something. All these saved guns. We're seeing maps obviously skew a lot T-sided right now, most that they've ever been. And I think you have the CT utility to thank for that. The Molly nerf has made it just so that it's easier to disrespect it. And it's harder to sort of reliably peek behind when you're on, you're doing lineups on TD side. It's just too small now. It's a Molly for ants.
So easy to disrespect them. But hey, man, the FAMAS is cheaper.
That's true.
And And that MP9's still basically untouched. Ooh. Apex. I love an Apex scout shot.
It's a great shot.
Feels like we only get them on Dust 2 more than anywhere else, but I'll take one on Inferno.
It's kind of a scary one for Astralis, so they're going to pause.
But at the same time, Vitality won't. We get this 3-player expedition going down middle.
Oh, what? He even turned a little bit.
Unreal.
Prescient.
Then the Fomis. Triple from FaZe off the cross. Couldn't have timed that any better.
Man, Apex still had gunk in his eyes. He woke up to that kill.
Did he adjust for the second?
I think he moved a little bit.
A little bit?
Just enough.
Device. Dude, he doesn't even... I mean, that's a Hail Mary and a half, and FaZe. Perfect lineup. Cadian doesn't know what he's doing in the background. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Well, don't be asleep at the wheel. You just said it the round before. Like, oh, Astralis, you know, they're the kind of teams that are going to throw away an advantage. And round 3, there we are.
Yeah, there we go.
So, you know, par for the course, perhaps. Vitality going to show us a bit of promise. The ZywOo Rops conversation, Mohan's one that's got me excited for the rest of the season. Just the duo to be at the moment. And, well, if FaZe is going to post a strong 5-1 start and tap into the potential we know he has, that is why Vitality are simply winning.
I mean, it's great to see Mezzi even benefiting from the move. He's clearly playing his best CS as well.
Speak of the devil in the corner. Going to be critical to this play on the cautious approach. Device, ooh, was watching for that peek, so at least he gets the trade, and ZywOo doesn't swing it. Lets them come to him.
Wow.
And if you try it, you're going to pay the price. ZywOo, easy cleanup on Arch side to drop bomb down in front of him. There's a world where short goes the way of Astralis, but that isn't looking likely with Rops leaning back in pit. So this one, full control Vitality with a nice little setup on Arch in anticipation of that trio of Astralis players.
Device had to go in for that swing, but couldn't guarantee it. That was the problem. It's down now, goes down. 2 straight for Vitality. Very clean one here. Timing is absolutely perfect from ZywOo, peeking out of CT at the same time. Mezzi is about to peek from the cubby at the same time as Stairs got his back right up against the corner. They could smell it. Some more great crosshair placement on display.
Do you anticipate the trash talk version of Apex that we have seen in recent weeks back in Sweden coming through in this environment for the first week of Blast?
Yeah, I think that's automatic at this point.
We begin our run here in the Blast Copenhagen studio. 6 days of action to whittle down us to the playoffs and everybody on that plane to Lisbon. In the comfort zone, it seems. And it should seem so for another round. Versus Pistols, Apex gonna make mincemeat of the 2. Bested by Cadian's Deagle, and everybody else still trying to get up into Banana. We'll see if they can grab a gun or maybe even the site. But dropping Util on the fallback. FaZe flirts with them for a second. And then lays down Utility to just guarantee what should be that early Vitality lead.
They're clearly trying to keep these rounds dead simple, going for all of these full B attacks. But Vitality know how to take the space.
Nice move from Rops. Didn't waste a moment getting out ult, and now should reap the benefits of this one. Yeah, there they are. Sitting ducks.
No problem.
All right, the AK starts running. He doesn't know about Cadian up close here. This could very well catch him off guard.
Oh my God, it's gonna work.
Sure.
Oh, yo.
For sure, he said.
For sure. That's a Connor for sure.
Sitting ducks for sure.
That's 100% right, 20% of the time.
That is 0-2 on the call, and they're still going to clean it up. So
that's a Connor guarantee.
Dude. Call that the Gervin guarantee. For sure.
So, something's got to Gerv.
Oh my goodness. A couple slower moments mechanically from these teams at the start of the game.
But it's Astralis who need to come in super sharp and
very true.
Take advantage of early momentum, but it's already been stuffed. Rops just never dies like that, does he?
Yeah, it's true. Down the halfway point of middle goes Rops immediately. Flamesy signing up for this fight. What is this game? Where are we at, folks? Both players jumping over half wall, taking rifle duels.
Tell me Rops doesn't die here somehow. Okay,
thank goodness. Stair obviously climbing up from underground. That was a zany start on both sides of the mid-pressure, but it's Astralis to come out 3v3.
Now this is a good spot for Astralis. They've got all the map. They know the CTs are playing retake positions or committed to the A site, and they need to go get the bomb. I don't want to see them. Oh, they're throwing their smoke already. They didn't get their bomb. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, they still don't know.
Yeah.
They're using their utility.
Executes here. Hello.
What?
It's a running dink. Easy cleanup for the two, and there goes Stair for the bomb. Yeah. Oops.
Sometimes it looks on purpose. If you got someone running back at the same time you're throwing your utility, maybe you turn it into a fake. That's super sick. Instead,
winnable.
Oh, very winnable. Stair, good awareness. Now in the one-on-one. Bomb plan, ZywOo miles away.
Oh, and it was all the master plan.
Okay.
All about that Stair fadeaway into the 1v2. Love the reposition here. Full wrap into the arch play. Yeah, I love the activity here. Stair is going for the round win, and he will indeed nail the shot to finish. So 1v2 from Stair, a 3v5 for the pistol. The clutch factor is coming out of Astralis for the time being.
And why is ZywOo smiling after that? They still had fun that round? Yeah, I guess the fun was on display.
That's real.
It's great from Stair, man. His contract just got extended, 2027. Yeah, there are some moments from him where he looks like he doesn't, he draws from his own intellect and makes some really creative decisions.
Man, the aggression Vitality are setting out middle these last couple of rounds. I mean, undeniably signing up for these early fights, but Rops isn't able to find contact this time, so he'll peel back. It was only Jabby out there. This 4-player pack ready to hit B site by the looks of it. ZywOo to be tested. Op scoped and an easy reposition into oranges if need be.
I don't think we're going to get a Coast Flash. Yeah, they probably actually just sack one here.
Oh, dives.
Yeah.
He dives back, gets away.
Oh, they don't kill Flamesy, though. The molly comes down.
Yeah. Not able to capitalize on it. They're able to throw down more smokes.
Ooh,
easy
and the
climb
T's
up.
running away, but they can hear this as well.
Yeah. So on the departure, Rops gets active into the apartments. Now suddenly, if you are Astralis, you know you've got a problem up close. Yeah, and the longer you let him set here, the more likely Mezzy is to try and help out. So it's bomb in the front on Cadian, now dropped ahead of an incendiary.
It's sloppy, man. Sloppy calling right now.
And all of the grenades that end up popping out middle just continue to carve control for Vitality's favor. Mezzy will plunk himself on top of that bomb, and these final 30 seconds for Astralis are going to be used for a save instead.
They're skipping too many steps in a position where, like, was the A site a gimme? No, they didn't have any of that information. So if they were going to run back in a late spot like we saw from Stair last round, then you start running. But it's a position where everyone's still alive for Vitality. At the point of contact on the A site, there was still 40, 45 seconds left. They had Jabby up in halls, but he wasn't even at the end of halls yet. Normally you'd have him setting up a lurk smoke. There was no second fake or small moment to cause doubt for Vitality. And over on the B site, I mean, they established control. They couldn't get either kill. They had to stand behind a smoke. There was an op there, so maybe they thought for sure there was 3, but there wasn't.
Also a missed chance as well, right, to punish ZywOo when we get that close flash on him.
Yeah, and yes. And the flash didn't fully blind him, but they had him in vision as he was running away and missed a shot. They just had to, at least with the 2 guys who are at the top of Banana, have them walk, you know, because there's 2 players who are on the site. You know exactly how much they can hear. So don't rush it.
It's just all so exciting, you know?
Yeah.
Jumped the gun and paid the price. Maybe that's all set up because of Jabby's a little bit of approach inside of the apartments, but the fact Robs blindsides him right before they get around Boiler.
Jabby's an interesting guy to bring up because I think it's his performances that really made a huge difference back at Cluj.
Okay.
Some of the maps that he had, he was pretty unstoppable. His aim was incredible. Looking like 22 heroic Jabby.
I'll take it.
Perfect. Marks 3 of them. His only support will fall back, however. Now, FaZe again is a guy who very rarely gets caught off guard when he shoulder peeks. Great shoulder peeks. Has played B-side his whole career.
He offers Astralis a smoke, and they will reposition behind this. Apex still leans back, so no real support. Pistol goes in first and falls. FaZe doubles down. And then Apex is able to mark 3 more with his nades. So indeed, some chip damage done. But a smoke grenade, he's going to disrespect this. He sees that as a chance to push through. You want to talk about people who've been playing well lately. Well, Jabby may be on that list from Cluj. Apex back in Stockholm.
He knows that they can't play for that smoke now. Device went to throw it in deep so they could get behind it, but they got spotted. They got enough utility for this retake.
Blocking off Stare from Banana. That's going to leave the 2 players inside Pit instead. And then they hear that retake coming in from Coffins, trying to dodge the flash. Device moves the crosshair, ready for the approach. Loses his teammate first, pops up, and only finds that one. Now, Apex on the bomb. Can the spam? No. Not even connect, because Mezzi finds the head through smoke for Vitality's 5th.
It's really well played. Tempo-wise, lots of time left on the clock. They had the material advantage. They have enough utility because Astralis, they haven't been working the map a lot in every single round. I don't think they come in with the most this one, so that's fine. Still a good thing, all things considered. FaZe gets 2 frags. The fact that they still get a bomb plan in this spot, make it competitive. It's a slight confidence win.
No, it's not me. No one is me, but who's me? Apex is who?
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, he would just talk about himself in the third person. I could see that.
You know who is great? Apex is great.
Apex. Sometimes I say, Apex, you're the man.
And he is.
Yeah. He really is.
He really is.
He is right now the only reason that we believe in players who are going to switch roles drastically.
Yeah.
You know, if like Twists is going to become the IGL that he's looking to be, you know, we know that we could give him potentially years, and something like Apex could happen with a player like that, someone you'd totally not expect to do it. Brolin as well. It's all because of Apex. Without Apex making that happen, winning a major, getting to a team like Vitality is today, after being one of the best entry fraggers in the world and of all time, and one of the top individuals in the world back in the 2018 old French teams, we would have no patience for anyone trying to switch to this role. But he is now one of the most venerated IGLs in CS2 for sure.
It's hefty grenade damage on Jabby, so we're going to get this Astralis pistol pop. Double for ZywOo on short. That's easy. And then we're going to get what's left of the Tech-9s trying to charge through. So a tidbit of desperation here in round 9 for Astralis, but again, on the half buys, you understand why. They have the 1v2 clutch from Stare. They have the 3v5 pistol and the conversion that came with it. That is the entirety of this 3-round T-side we've seen so far.
If Richard is listening, maybe if they win Austin, Paris will count.
Okay.
Nice! What the fuck, bro? The molly hit your head and just... Hey, it's the same.
They always leave a little room to get silly before the round ends. Another push down mid.
Fast one here for Mezzi. Again, we've seen tempo out from the defense, and FaZe able to recover with Rops. So it's a pinch on both sides of Banana, but if they write off this third player, Cadian had a chance.
You gotta get that.
Past tense, dead now, of course, with a smoke to go on top of Bomb.
What? Oh, okay.
ZywOo cheating. No, goes for his mid pick. Team kill happens. Excuse me? FaZe was worried that someone comes out through the smoke, so he ends up shooting Rops in the corner, maybe? Are there gonna actually be ramifications from that? Jabby takes the nade down to 50.
Okay.
That felt like a Exiting B, don't shoot.
Sorry, Corey. Would he play this close?
Oh, come on. Jabby, 1v3 queued up. It's 100 health. ZywOo.
I would know he's here.
He's got him locked in, and so he closes. No third clutch coming forward for the Danes.
That's pretty great zoning from ZywOo in the end. Molly's just guaranteed he can't run through without taking damage, and then picks the best angle to fight him in.
How does this team kill go down?
Yeah, what happened there?
Oh, he runs into spam.
Okay.
You know, as the guy who does that sometimes, I also blame the guy who runs into the bullets.
Sure.
You know, don't cross the street.
It's a dubious position.
Don't cross the street without looking both ways. Fast pistol push towards top banana. You got a corner player in Flamesy, but he drops the ball a bit. Mac-10 able to best him. Stair gets ahead of that fire, taking damage. Easy challenge from Cross.
Oh, these can't
nice
get through.
final little taps here from Mezzy, keeping it clean with the little that he's got left in that mag. And Apex signs up for further pressure to keep them on the other side of that smoke. This is Astralis simply getting bested by utility, unable to follow forward with the momentum of that opening Flamesy frag.
Not just that, but we're seeing how many times Rops has unlocked this exact flank. You normally don't take this many timings in one half. But because Astralis have been so predictable about doing full B hits every single round, he knows he can go a little faster. In a previous round when they wanted to go back to A, Jabby was so late to halls that Rops caught him off guard. More rounds where there are defaults where Yabby's working the halls, at the same time they're working B, keeping options open. We aren't seeing that at all from Astralis. Again, the game plan's been a little lazy today.
And we kind of alluded to the fact that they've had far more time off coming into this matchup.
Take a month off and rush B.
And then don't even commit.
Yeah.
Ring rust, I think they call it. But you got to be careful because that ticket to Austin isn't guaranteed.
It isn't. I don't actually like when people are saying the, you know, their sort of VRS points are solidified.
Yeah,
and
they're not,
fine.
man.
Because there's other teams that will surpass. There are teams that will lose points. You might lose a few too many matches in a row.
Oh! You baked again! You fucking dog mate!
Well, that's to the point.
Yeah.
Did! Woo!
And there he is.
Who's that with 2 kills that he's talking about? Oh, it's Cadian.
That's
yeah.
Cadian.
Yeah. IGL to IGL.
It's allowed. It's like in hockey when goalies fight.
Yeah.
Everybody cheers.
Yeah, that is a special thing.
Yeah. Oh! You baked again!
He went to check his kills.
Fucking dog mate!
I've never heard Cadian said with such a French accent.
Yeah. Oh, did he say Cadian?
Cadian! Oui, là, Cadian, man! Chris de chien. That's funny. Classic. Well, I say classic. It's really been on the uptrend. He won the ESL Pro League Trash Talker Award.
Yes.
For the season.
That's sort of a category of his own.
Yep.
Hard to compete with him there.
And, you know, listen, give Cadian a clutch. He'll rip his headset off and yell right back, but we got to get there.
Yeah. To be honest, Cadian's not even as mean.
That's true.
As Apex is just calling him a straight up dog right there.
He did call the Mongols noobs.
Noobs. Yeah. Dogs?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
It would be going on to Ulaanbaatar after that.
So a nice, comfortable 8-3 lead on this CT side. Vitality's defense looking pretty much untested. And in a lot of these rounds, they've really set early tempo with the pressure that we saw out of middle. It felt like Vitality, I think, come into this defensive half ready to fight, ready to take a swing at Astralis and have connected more often than not. Couple weird moments.
God, this map.
So be it.
The CT side is so strong because Flamesy's just been so reliable on B. This one bad round, he gets full flashed. But he hasn't died playing solo. And that's been 80% of the rounds here for Astralis is trying to get into the site.
Yeah, the one time they almost got him down when he played it solo, that was when we get this push out from the cross out of Mezzy, just so well timed.
You see 12 rounds in, they finally respected the fact that Vitality are too good to simply run into, so they're working the map.
All right, well, better late than never, I suppose, but it is still very late. 30 seconds, perfect time off Rob's triple for the apartments. Going for the quad kill, drop from short side, still a couple defenders up. They swing in because they know they've got this. 6 straight for Vitality. It's a comfortable 9-3 lead. Launders, do you like silver linings?
I love silver linings.
I've got one for you. Last time they played this map in a head-to-head, Vitality whooped Astralis 13-0.
13-0.
So it's already an improvement that we sit here on this 9-3 lead. Again, pistol, conversion, and a singular 1v2 clutch. That is the entirety of what this Astralis first half is made of. But it's still an improvement from their last head-to-head.
We say it sometimes. There are close 9-3 situations, but this was not one of them. Astralis, I don't think they did put their best foot forward to start the day, so they're going to have to make up a lot of ground here on their map pick.
The face of a heavy-hitting Rops this evening. Clean 14-6 first half.
And they had chances to kill him.
And we get the Berettas ripping forward. Okay, can take those. Device doubling down on it with the Berettas. Jabby in behind the pillar, killed by Mezzi on the run by. And now that bomb plant should be uncontested. The cover of the fountain will provide. Oh! That's something that just happened.
Ninja through the smoke.
Running through a smoke.
Okay, put a pin in this. Rops 14-6.
This is the kind of level that Rops is putting forward. Oh man, and he's made the right decision here to flank around CT Cross. He's gonna have multiple backs to him. They're gonna be thinking sight first, but he's gotta strike down the banana player, and he misses. That miss critical. The illusion and element of surprise all falls apart around him. That's both pistols to Astralis now.
Oh yeah, true. Both pistols.
Running Cadian baloney headshot. Do it up.
From one smoke to another.
Yep.
We'll take that.
That is what it is. And of all the shots that Rops has hit tonight, that's the one he misses.
That's the one he misses.
You take it. Good defensive half starts with the pistol. They've got it. They converted the last one. We'll see if they can do that twice.
Yeah, I mean, it's the big story again for me this year is Rops and the hold that he leaves in FaZe, as well as the strength that he adds to Vitality, and how important this guy is in all of his positions. He's just made now both sides of each map so incredibly strong.
They pop through the mid-smoke, then Device eats the second one as well, so he really has to concede a lot of control of Arch. Good utility to get them out, pop forward like that. Snare tries to recover, but because that Arch side fell so fast, well, the site player dies. Challenge out of the Arch from Stown as Library also bested. And what do you know? A couple Galils able to puncture the A defense, put that bomb down, and demand a 3v4 retake of Astralis. Looks like they're walking.
Man, this is amazing. Yeah, this is hard to get back in. I don't think you can go for this.
Chabby goes for the save for sure. Arcadian and Stown just setting up for the exit kills because they don't even have a kit.
It's just that, yeah, Stown's gun's too good.
Man, really the tempo there. Those two flashbangs and the fact that Device ate both, that just allows Vitality to swarm.
Yeah, this definitely be a round I'd take for my own team to be like, okay, how did they exec this so well? Because they wrap Arch on such a timing that I am not surprised the Astralis weren't ready for that. I don't even know how they could have been unless they were fully ready for brackets in the first place. So, I mean, perfect call, perfect execution, and excellent awareness. I mean, even trading out Library, then you even see them watching the CT smoke on their way out while Moto gets smoked at the same time. There's just very small gaps, right? Perfect flash here. They're 130 seconds. He's already scaling Arch. 120, they're turning the corner on Moto. It can't get much faster than that.
Also, small detail, but only two Galils come into that round for Vitality. Yeah. Both the Galil players on the Arch wrap. Right. So total emphasis on those fights, and each of them delivered.
And all the Tech 9s were holding the util, so that's right. I mean, there's no other word to use. That was perfect.
Flash for top mid, Stown able to best the one, Device traded out, and that's all the 8 defense has to offer. Nobody else nearby to stop Vitality from pushing in.
Now they can basically win a round however they want now, right? This is a fine setup here for Astralis. They come through a smoke, they don't even eat the flashes on the way in. But it is a 3-on-3. And the bomb is still in pit, so this buys a little bit of time for the CTs to get involved. There's really good retake utility, actually.
They'll start that with a smoke towards pit. That cuts off ZywOo's support ever so slightly. He's got the last piece for Vitality in that Molotov, but behind that smoke, nothing moves. Astralis wait for the second volley. It's the Incendiaries up next. Frag grenades try to throw themselves forward, and you've got damage done, but no kills. Not a single death on the side of Vitality in the 3v3 post plant. Everybody hangs on to their line in the sand, and that'll be Vitality with the 11-4 lead. And a bottomed out economy for Astralis is a dire straight to the finish line of map 1.
I think there was one good counter flash there from the T side in that post plant, if I'm not mistaken, or the peaks came out at the same time as the utility. But either way, they could not take advantage of all of their set nades on the A site. I mean, it's pretty tough to be like, all right, you know, we have this setup, we still lose. Last rounds, we just get run down on an Arch split. Like, they are so far ahead right now of Astralis on a few different levels. I'm not even sure what you do.
This 11-match win streak that Vitality currently stand on only has 3 series where they've even lost a map. That's 1 to FaZe, 1 to MIBR, and 1 to the Mongols. Doesn't look like Astralis will be adding themselves to that list. Not on Inferno anyways.
Oh, Shark can do it if you want.
And again, Force Buys.
They're also not grinding out rounds and situations. Vitality playing pretty quickly, pretty fun CS. Like, it's been excellent to watch.
Good damage out of the gate for Cadian and Jabby to have to stomach. As they get closer towards Banana, it looks like Cadian's going to try to set his MP9 player up for a little swing. Jabby goes around, and with the smoke in front of him, nothing for the time being.
I don't think this is too intimidating, though, for Vitality. And, of course, with the guns here for Astralis and no rotations, both sides are takeable. Second smoke comes out a little early.
Cadian leaves, and now the T's are going to challenge.
They found that gap right away.
Yep, perfect call in terms of the timing. It's just a matter of...
Oh, see you late. I mean, you don't even go for you don't even pretend to go for a retake here. Oh my God.
Beautiful.
I mean,
beautiful.
That might have been a tell. That early smoke, and immediately you see Cadian running away to the A site. This is low friction attacks over and over again. Like, we're not even getting into 2v2s, 3v3s.
No, at the start of the game, we had
some
some
bomb down and full control.
You know, the zaniest round, obviously that 1v2 from Stair, but that was almost one of those situations that's like so unpredictable if you're Vitality, just because Astralis forgot the bomb, that it sort of catches you out. You know, they're trying to play textbook, and Astralis are just running through the reads.
Reading them like a picture book right now.
Mm-hmm. Green eggs and ham up in here.
It's a pretty disheartening situation if you're Astralis. 2 pistols in this map.
Yeah. 2 pistols, converted 1, and the Stair 1v2. But Device has got an auto shotgun, so cross your fingers and toes. 8 map points for Vitality.
Oh, he made noise.
Shoddy's where it's got to be. Second player there, though, puts it in the dirt. So a trade back from Rops in an instant. He'll scoop up his dead teammate's utility. That's Jabby this time leaving Cadian, so yet again, we could get a moment where it's just going to be 1 defender on this B site, but there is that bomb still down. Over on the ramp. Someone will have to scoop it up. You'd anticipate it to be Rops.
Yeah, it's another round where, again, there's no stack. They only had the Halls play.
It's a little bit delayed in terms of grabbing bomb. If Stair can stop Rops, then suddenly Vitality are in a bad position, but Stair's going to go for that arch rotation instead.
They're like, where is this plant?
Yeah. It's a little bit late, but at least they had somebody allocated to it. Apex holds flank for Rops to run that bomb in. Smoke still up as he tries to jump over. There's a bit of spam. And a frag grenade with his name on it. Double nade, but
stops it.
Bomb has been stopped in its tracks. And then they go for the double incendiary on top of that. There is still going to be time, but now the smokes are up. This is effectively making it awkward. Astralis, has to be said, have made things weird at the very least. Apex catches one along the tree. Stair's trade, he goes down. Flood from the backside, and it's a numbers game. No! Vitality trade out effectively despite the Danes' best efforts. Easy 13-4.
Yeah, that's pretty clinical. I think it's unfortunately not what you'd expect from Astralis watching Cluj. For some people who've been watching Astralis in general in the last year, they might say, okay, it's not, it's kind of what we expect, but we've seen some better performances from them. So for this veto, they've got to play their best, and they did it today.
Good luck on map 2, folks. You're gonna need it.
tougher from here. Maui, I'll just say, when we came into this, we were not expecting maybe too much on this Inferno side of things, but this was even more lackluster than what we expected.
And I'd say that that's why during the veto process, I felt like they were going to pick Inferno. It's their comfort pick, but you had a month off. You wanted to work on things. Maybe they improved some of their tactics. Maybe they improved some of their protocols, but they were unable to show it because Vitality right now, they're just steamrolling. Every team that faces them just gets completely obliterated.
Yeah, I mean, you're expecting us to sit here and go, oh, I can't believe Vitality. How did they do it? Astralis just got destroyed. Oh my God. This is what I said. They would be good if they got 10 rounds. But I think your point was the best. I actually think your point was the best, that they had a month off. They should have had something else other than arguably Vitality's best map to pick into. It should have been something else.
Yeah, and the streak continues. The great routine continues for Vitality. The trash talk continues for Apex as well. It does seem like they can do no wrong with this. But even at the beginning, right, they can falter and they can just bounce back in such a good way.
It doesn't matter if you lose the pistol if you're Vitality, because you're so good on rounds 2, round 3, any kind of half buy, force buy. They always have an idea. We've got round number 3 to show just how the firepower of this team almost looks lucky. It almost honestly looks lucky, because when we roll this clip for this round, Apex, I want people to pay attention to his webcam, okay? Because as this starts right here, look at what Apex is doing at the beginning. He's looking at his teammate's monitor back and forth, and as soon as he looks back, he gets a headshot. It's like, how do you stop this team? Like, you can catch them in a moment where they're not even looking at their screen. And the thing is, Apex, you know, last one he was barely looking at a screen. This time he doesn't need to see anything. He's smoked, he's blinded, then he gets a second kill.
Yeah, and then Flames comes through, finishes it off. I mean, the thing about this game is Astralis did, well, first of all, Stayer had a 1v2 that got them their 3rd round, but nobody remembers that because what did it even matter? It didn't even matter. But I mean, the problem is Astralis, actually, they called a good game, and that's what you were talking about before. Cadian has actually given Astralis a pretty good system. The problem is, it doesn't matter if you walk into the site with only 2 players, with a Scout and a FAMAS, if it's Vitality.
Am I right to say, though, we can't be so harsh on Astralis because they are facing this Vitality that are just so insane right now?
It's tough for anybody to find answers for this team. Even Vu made a great point there that they were actually choosing the bomb sites that weren't the most defended. Like, they were finding the weak side bomb site defense, and yet they still just can't penetrate it. So that's just credit to Vitality right now, the form that they're in, the firepower that they have. Like, people want to break down macro elements of Counter-Strike, but sometimes it really is just the micro. And if 2 guys on Vitality can take down 4 members of Astralis, I don't know, 2 shouldn't be greater than 4, but sometimes it is.
And they don't even need ZywOo. I mean, ZywOo was like the cherry on top. Like, they didn't even need him.
Well, they have Robs, and Robs is, you know, this is what's crazy right now is Robs is the star in his own right. Then you've got ZywOo. The follow-up to this every single time is insane. But Robs, he was just having a field day. He looked very comfortable once again.
Robs is just an elite talent. I mean,
was that talent right there?
Yes, yeah, that part. Maybe not that part. But I mean, honestly, Robs, in terms of his defensive acumen, he's just so well versed in so many situations, and it's clear that he is helping on his side of on the map. Like, he's helping out Mezzy on his side on some of the maps. He's helping out Flames on other times. His ability to just form crossfires doesn't lead to losing conditions, and in the kind of like the pinning him against Spinks, Robs is just such a more solid defensive force.
But he was only 15-9, right? I mean, if you want to watch a demo where someone is a perfect anchor, it's that game. He had, what, 2-3 rounds where he was flanking, plus he had rounds where he just held his spot perfectly. Like, that was optimal anchor gameplay. He absolutely won that game for his team, if they even needed it. Okay, I lied. They didn't need that. But if they needed him, he would have won the game for the team.
It's a beautiful read of the game. It's a beautiful understanding of it, and that's what Robs brings to the table. But I'm always going to come back to this because Apex is still motor-mouthing his way through all of this. He posted on Instagram, right, that he was working on the Trash Talk book. It continues to deliver. He continues to give us some more on this. And if I'm him right now, I'll just be going ham all day.
I mean, that's what he did in this game. You know, he's against another loudmouth in Cadian. So in this one, I think I want to hear all of his quotes, actually.
I think he's just saying you're bad. I think you suck. Like,
I mean, he gets incredibly animated, and I think that Apex. Okay, wait.
Let's go!
That's a good one. Okay, so we had to mute some of them. I think probably some swearing going on there.
Okay,
I think that's
that
probably
makes
why
sense.
they were a little bit quieter on those ones. But, you know, he's just fighting the good fight because Cadian, let's just think about it. He trash-talked the Mongols. I think Apex is just a Mongols fan.
He's just defending them all this time later.
Defending their honor.
I think he did have something against Cadian because in the pre-match interview we saw he said something about their egos. They wanted to pick Inferno again after they got 13-0'd. I think he's got some pent-up, you know, doesn't really like the Astralis guys. Or Cadian specifically, maybe.
Yeah, maybe he's going to give it to him even more when it comes to the next map as well. But I want to come to one point that we were speaking about in the green room. Is Carragher made a tweet just a couple of days ago. At this point, to counter Vitality, you must be to eco and pistols because their break rounds after a pistol loss is insane. And they did that again in the second half.
We saw it on the first half on round number 3 with the save guns from round number 2, and then we see it on the round number 14 after they lose the pistol. Yeah, they're just phenomenal on those kinds of rounds. Like any kind of half buy, they always have the right idea. I think that one thing that I give them so much credit for is that the calling. Like Apex is he's such a good strategist when they have limited buys. He knows exactly what needs to be done, doesn't overthink it. He doesn't have to go for the entire push and pull of the map. It also doesn't rush things either. He knows that he has good players, and so he can fan out the offense. He can go up the arch side. He can wrap into A from the porch side. Trust his Halls lurker too. Like they can really stretch the map thin for the defense, even when they're on limited weaponry and limited utility.
Yeah, there's been questions. Is the stacks from Vitality, is it game planning or is it just Apex's reads? Is he actually that good with it? And I think he's actually that good with it. He's got the reads constantly, and in the final they had against MOUZ, the back-breaking moment, they had a Dust 2 game, and then two rounds in a row, 4 spies, they're stacked on the right bomb site twice in a row. It's like, I don't know what Apex has going for him, but he's got like the Zywoo radar hack in his brain thing going right now.
He's already knows where you're going to go before you get there, but this success we see from Vitality, this is what we expected, right? So there's no real understanding of like, okay, we need to say Vitality is doing this well the whole time. I still got question marks on Astralis because you've had so much time to prepare, and 4 rounds isn't good enough. I don't care if you're playing Vitality, 4 rounds isn't good enough.
Let me say one good thing about Astralis. We're talking about the stacks, we're talking about the reads, but Astralis, as you mentioned, we were talking about, they were on the right bomb site most of the time. So at the very least, in a 13-4 loss, give some respect. They were doing the right reads before the part where they just crumbled completely.
What are you seeing that is maybe the glaringly obvious problem?
Stoun's just not killing people nearly as well as he was in the previous years. I feel like the setup for Stoun is not as he's just not as comfortable for whatever reason. In some of the fights that he's taking, it's almost too head-on. He was so good before when he's getting to trade off of somebody, but if he has to just take that head-on duel, I feel like he's like a 0.98 rating type of player now, and it's very strange. He's still good at playing in a unit, but in terms of like if it's a head-to-head fight, him versus Mezzi, I'm actually taking Mezzi nowadays. That's really concerning to me.
Can we blame CS2?
Mezzi adapted.
Okay. I mean, Stoun he was never the greatest aimer, right? So you look at CS2, you question if maybe his playstyle can't adapt, but I feel like last year he was maybe not himself, but he was at least shades of himself. Now he's missing, he's gone.
Well, hopefully he can come back when we go into the second map. It's Dust 2 coming up next, but it will be the pick of Vitality, and it's tough times ahead for Astralis unless they can get it all together. We'll wait and see. That's right, you can find out more about the next major as we're heading to Austin for the Blast.TV major, where the first Counter-Strike World Championships begun many, many years ago, before a lot of you were probably even born. But coming into this, we're going in to see what this Astralis can do. There's some already cheers and shouting in here before we've got into the game of it all, but it's Dust 2 coming up next. It's Vitality's pick. Vu, you touched on one thing of like, you would like to see them experiment a bit here, but they don't want to let off the gas on anyone. They don't want to give anyone a single chance.
I mean, Astralis is experimenting with getting height. Maybe they got a kill in pregame or something. Like, that's probably the best they've done so far. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see the Astralis experiment. I would have liked to see Vitality pick a different map just for purely disrespect reasons. That's,
okay.
I
get it.
That's the best trash talk you can have. You don't need to be yelling across. You can say, we picked a bad map. We picked our worst map.
Yeah,
we picked our permaban.
I actually kind of vibe with that sentiment that I feel like Vitality could have gone for some kind of train here or maybe Mirage. Just flex your map pool a little bit, because right now Vitality are 100% win rate for the last 3 months on this one, and Astralis are on a 3 land map losing streak on Dust 2. So it paints a very different picture.
Yep.
So it to me just says we just want to get this done and get out of here and get some s'more broad.
And everyone wants some of that, man. That stuff is tasty as hell. But we're looking at the individuals and the players that I want to see be able to change the circumstances here. And yes, it's all positive for Vitality. You touched on Stan, we already said about Yabi. Device when it comes to Dust 2. When it comes to an AWP and what he should be able to deliver here, surely it's all eyes on him.
I would say that it's definitely going to be up to Device to try to upset the balance. But for me, I think that the extremity players, Cadian and Stare, are under a lot of pressure against Vitality. And for me, that's where I think this defense will crumble, unfortunately.
All right, well, let's see if they do crumble. We're about to get into it. It's Dust 2. Is it going to be 2-0? Or will Astralis be able to fight back? We'll wait and see.
I think Maui just said it perfectly, that 100% win rate on the line, and a real indication that Vitality are simply not losing at the moment. They are 11 matches in a row, 7-0, 7-0, 100% win rate on both Dust 2 and Inferno. I mean, Mohan, this is a Vitality that is on the run to setting records.
From 22 to going into 23 from that past Blast World Finals where G2 won, this is where they started to build up on Dust 2 and Inferno. They set some land map win streaks and became the best team in the world. That's sort of how they started off their year too. So an interesting parallel there to a team, obviously, that was back in CSGO. But Vitality, they looked sort of impervious on Inferno. I would say, however, again, you have to highlight also that Astralis could have had way better play. I think they had more answers, they could have more looks. They basically only won pistols that game, so it wasn't a very impressive Inferno, which doesn't inspire confidence here on Dust 2. The only thing they have going for them is they know that this is one of the most likely picks. And they've had a lot of time to prepare as the opening map of the tournament for them. So let's see what you've got, Astralis.
Desk wants to see maybe a little difference, or not Desk, excuse me. James wants to see maybe a little difference from the Opper, perhaps trying to highlight Device coming into this. Unfortunately, in the 5 maps that we've had from Astralis on Dust 2, he is down in the depths with Cadian and Stare. You know, Javi with a 1.14 rating on Dust 2 specifically, he's like the glimmer of hope.
Yeah,
you know,
he's like the Ferrari in the hood.
Yeah, of all the losses that they've had to stomach, at least Javi's putting up that 0.14.
Little higher, but yeah.
1.14. And if I was Vitality, I wouldn't be trying to flex my map pool any further either. I would just be getting in and out.
Agreed.
Get in and out. So the travel team can book those tickets to Lisbon. Because we're not sure who is going, but with the Counter-Strike that's been coming out of the Vitality camp out of late, you gotta say odds are likely. Device gonna blindside one with the jump up. It's a ton of damage, actually. Ooh, for Flamesy and Mezzy to have to deal with, but ZywOo offers up a nice tap. Mezzy comes back with 2 kills of his own from sight, despite being low. And from that ramp, he's looking for a little more blood. Little jump spot up, crossfire set. This is perfect to try to deal with them. They get just fed to the meat grinder that is that CT cross, so it's Vitality's first pistol of the series.
Yeah, they're just like every dimension of Vitality's game at the moment, it just looks like it's perfect. Their chemistry in that 3-on-2 is beautiful. Their confidence right now, their aim is better. Their utility's been great. We saw and referenced so many of their pocket plays and execs they used on Inferno that were very clean. I mean, they look like, You know, it's funny because Vitality didn't even exist when Astralis were the best team in the world, you know, back in 2018. A lot has happened for this org since then. And it started off pretty good. I mean, they had ZywOo come on, #1 player 2019 right away. But now they're much more well-rounded.
My favorite thing about ZywOo is just we've never seen him in anything other than the Vitality jersey. And he has really shown no desire to go anywhere else.
He's going to end up on NIP one day. That's the device path.
Oh, God.
You know, Astralis for.
That's well, if NIP still exists.
They could use him.
We'll see how Fragadelphia goes.
Yeah, true. Yeah, people clown on teams for that, but like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, go get those points, man.
It's a tournament, you got to play it.
Yeah, you want some
great
points?
For Frag too.
Just go beat up some North American noobs. FlameZ. Quick work with the back 10 on the double kill up along the wall. There's no resistance offered. And you can keep those Desert Eagles for the next one, boys. 2-0 Vitality.
Vitality are a team right now that are going to make Dust 2 look like a map that you can improve.
Sit your ass down.
Getting caught off guard in Playground. One tapped in Playground on a save. Sure thing.
Okay, buddy. Come on, one for the road. Not looking like a fun day for a Dust 2 game. All right. Man. Fun to see Vitality emerge so successfully at the start of 2025. Because obviously, you know, Cologne in 24, their big trophy lift moment. The trophy's so elusive, despite playoffs not being so. It was all about just winning a damn event last year. And obviously, they did that with one of the biggest elusive trophies of Apex's career. But since 25 has begun, well, now you got that Kato win too. And you had to win Paris, which you did. You've got a major around the corner, and it looks like before that major starts, people are starting to really keep a closer eye on this Vitality team.
Better start watching your Rops demos, because he is his own problem.
Best CS2 player early days.
Yeah, good point. Like, what's his upward potential individually for Vitality as well? Like, we talked about ZywOo and Rops as a duo. Well, Rops was the best player in this game in the first few months.
Sort of lost his love for it, to be entirely honest, right? I remember how excited he was to be offering feedback to the devs and to kind of be involved in the development and getting his opinions out.
He helped a lot.
Definitely waned, I would say. I feel like there was a period where he was a little bit frustrated. You can't help but wonder, like, are you frustrated still just because of the nature of the game, or was it also, you know, kind of combined with the struggles of FaZe Clan at the same time? But his enthusiasm kind of wavered. And I feel like sitting next to ZywOo and getting back to the very top of the Counter-Strike world, that'll make you fall in love with Counter-Strike again.
That's true. I mean, most of the problems with CS2 that still exist are online.
Sure.
With the amount of LAN matches being played, I think if you experience that, you realize there's not too much to complain about. I think one thing that definitely goes unnoticed with CS2 is just there hasn't been a LAN with some major game-breaking bug that's been spotted yet, which is actually pretty impressive.
Sure. Yeah, I'd say, you know, the last one, just for the sake of it, would have been like the Inferno crashing that affected the Copenhagen major.
That was pretty rough, actually, yeah.
But that's the last thing I can think of.
Yeah.
The last time a moment like that happened. Maybe an Anubis jump-up bug as well, trying to climb heaven. I think Fame got screwed by that once, but that could have also been Copenhagen.
Got no NVIDIA smokes. We got no jump bug.
Nope.
Bug clan. And some stuff will happen eventually, but I think it's still, for the fact that CS2 is so new, the fact that that hasn't happened almost every tournament in some major capacity is again, really impressive. So, game's pretty bare bones right now in terms of content, but at least a lot of stuff on LAN is working correctly.
Yeah, we've been playing Dust 2 for decades, though. What more do you need? Serve, KZ, danger zone. Stare. Nice boost up. Position's going to catch them off guard as they try to rally a little attempt out into long. Good dink on Mezzy. Will they fall victim to the silent Stown stick?
I
Hides it out in the corner. Here's them using their util. He thinks they have let their guard down, and he's right about that one. Doesn't get a double kill immediately. So a bit of a chance here for ZywOo to either escape or trade.
Yeah, he let him go. He did let him go.
And now if it's a successful cat challenge, thanks to a device miss, Vitality could still have something to stand on in this round. Stown is not able to hang on to long. Device, well, he has continued to miss these op shots, but Jabby has come up to help him and will take that second player off of Catwalk, but ZywOo's got bomb to push. 20 seconds.
Oh, the smoke goes behind him.
I like that, so that he can challenge in front, but Jabby's gonna keep this round clean. 3 kills to his name to keep Vitality out of A and post the Danes' first round win.
What was he doing with that smoke? I mean, ZywOo, so you give him credit, but...
I thought maybe he would hand it down so that it would create the possibility of somebody peeking behind car, and then he actually peeks shorter in front of it.
Yeah, but he peeks so early.
Yeah. Bambalang.
And there he is. The Rose in the Concrete. Yabby with this 2K on the cat cross.
From a heroic 3K round to having to play the MP9. Little limitation here for Astralis in the hopes to convert.
It's kind of wild that that round comes back to ZywOo still fighting Stown and Pit.
Sure.
Even though he's alone with the bomb. Like, he actually has to win that fight for them to have a chance to do it. And he's like, yeah, I'll do it.
I think it's also funny that he left, got into the long doors, and was like, oh, wait, why don't I just solve this problem?
Yeah.
Re-peeks and kills him. Speaking of problems, Apex walks right into the waiting crosshair of Device. ZywOo will not get a chance to return the favor through the doors.
This is a hefty B lean out of Astralis at the moment. No one watching the doors.
It's right off the mid kill.
And I don't know if they saw him, but I assume they did. So it looks like they might avoid this entirely. 4v2 potentially going towards Device and Stare. And Device in his classic position.
We saw 2 whiffs and a leg shot in the last one, or a wall bang. Jabby had to clean it up.
Ooh, he's getting pulled back. If they drop CT, he won't be able to re-aggress. They have to worry about this.
Gets back onto the angle, but the smokes make it so much harder. So yeah, he's just going to make sure to prioritize staying alive here. And it works. Post the kill to Flamesy. Rops drops empty-handed in middle. Mezzi's going to try to give him some wiggle room with that smoke so we can challenge CT, but with those smokes still up, he doesn't get the contact immediately. Stown's now been found out, gets the kill to sight. Mezzi turns, surrounded, and that is a nice protocol by Astralis to just disengage, let him have that plant, and make sure all 5 stand at the end.
It's a great round here. Device positionally, I mean, got his first kill on Apex and Green Box, and then obviously stayed alive long enough. Dodged a flash as they were trying to scale towards him, and didn't get fooled into participating into trying to fight that cross as much as possible, even though he dodged the first fight. I mean, that's the awareness, I think, that makes him special in that spot. And as Maui said, you know, he's the one who's going to have to be able to create imbalances on the map here.
Ooh, Rops into the corner quickly. 2 AKs on the field, and Rops and Apex. Limitation from the Tech-9s. Uh-oh, Rops gonna have to give up his spot, but he stops. So he kind of gets Cadian to miss. Luckily, Jabby's on the angle as well for Astralis, so 5v4.
That shot was crazy because he didn't even flick. Why didn't he flick? Oh, Apex spotted. Surely.
Yeah, flash
Surely he's dead.
100%,
okay.
yeah. Gets caught by the flash, his shoulder shows, and that's going to give him enough time to dive back into the B hit before anything actually comes through. So Vitality starting to feel a little squeezed. They'll try their hand to get past this offer. First shot was missed by Cadian. Can he connect on the next? You got Jabby on car, you got Stown just outside the doorway, and even Device starting to flirt over. Weird. Stown is dead. Mezzi clears out the car. Down goes Cadian. Triple from Mezzi. He actually kills the second rotator. And then ZywOo's able to get one off car. You've got the window challenge queued up by Mezzy. Bomb's got to get picked up. ZywOo's going to go grab that. Stair fixates in through doors. And does he bounce? Does Mezzy have that killer instinct? What a recovery coming out from Vitality. 3 versus 5, a single kill away. Stair toys with the doorway. Then that shot rings out from the top box. Stair tries to redirect, and it's all about piecing together separate duels. There's the head of ZywOo, and he won't be able to finish. Now the USP out as the gun goes dry. Chases it! Oh! Double out of the pistol!
You're joking.
And Stair still got time.
Oh my God. Mezzy gave him the beans and the sausage on that entry. I can't believe how crazy that situation ended up. But in the end, it should have been Vitality to win off of that. Another wonderful 1v2 out of Stair.
Sick triple kill from Mezzy.
This was a disaster of a hold, actually, man. If not for Stair, there's almost nothing good to talk about here on this round for Astralis. But he's the guy to put up the best clutches today. Got to be careful when such a big opening play gets spotted. Two running up middle, you know that the extremities are really light, but Device still has vision on the doors on long. They're working towards just pushing upper tunnels. I mean, this should be a good move. They're really forfeiting a lot of the map, but they're doing it on a good tempo. Robs, does he hit this? Cadian, what's up, man?
Rough day, huh?
Yeah, man. His second shot at that op, too, that looked, yeah.
You just reminded me, sorry.
It looked like his PC glitched. Well, maybe they run into 3B.
Jabby holds Humvee. Should find the kill on the walk-up on such a trick. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
that's why I said should.
Gervin guaranteed.
There's nothing guaranteed at the moment. Down 2 kills off of the window to at least cause some concern. ZywOo to the face. And we've got a bomb down in the B site yet again. Save called. They do it with pistols.
I mean, you're not wrong. It should have been good.
Should. Emphasis
Gabby was
on the
zoomed in. Okay, on Hummer. Great angle. But the thing is that Vitality were making noise in upper tunnels. So they were ready for people to be holding everything. They still got through 3 players. And like the last round, we saw the same thing. Mezzy had to kill 3 by himself, but it wasn't a great hold, even with a lot of players there from Astralis. So I think Vitality just sensed an opportunity. What's funny is both situations this round, Vitality have followed Astralis. When they saw 2 mid, they came back to mid to push all the way down. Then they saw the upper push on upper tunnels. Then they just went in for a B play. Astralis still almost benefited from that. But again, the problem is just that their B side hold doesn't have much cohesion.
Well, that's just a little ZywOo factor. But no,
Said, let's fuck them up.
You have a point with that kind of like chase of the point of contact. It just feels like Vitality throughout this series so far have been so happy to just sign up for early fights. We saw it in the CT side of Inferno with how aggressive they were down middle. Like moths to a flame.
I think ZywOo says that right now because it's just the turning point of the economy here. It's a very expensive round for Astralis. They're coming in with 2 ops. Excellent grenade.
That one on the money. Molotov's gonna pop. Okay, he left fast enough. I was gonna say maybe cuts off Device, but nope. Onto the catwalk angle, he'll walk in.
A B site hit when it's double op in a situation where your B site's been the weak point, and they have a feeling that there's a cat setup right here. This is the perfect call for Vitality, and it's a lot of responsibility here for Stown.
He's got Cadian in the window to come help him. Cadian still sitting on 0 kills so far this map.
And he shot that up a lot.
After a rough series called out by Apex. Looking for a chance to recover with some impact. This one could be it. 35. Here comes the execute. Incendiary ahead of them. Down, made awkward. Lines up 2 bodies, doesn't get more than the 1, and it is Cadian empty-handed yet once more. Still 0 frags on any of these defensive attempts.
He's foggy right now, man. He pulled out nades so late right there. You know, it's a spot where if you're thinking like you're
30 seconds,
you feel it's coming, you throw those nades preemptively. You got to get that scope out. That actually could have been a great hold because Down at least got his kill and some damage, had players turn towards him, but nothing from the ops.
Silver Lining is an instant transition to save 3 players up for Astralis still. Vitality take that 5th round in the first half.
Yeah, numerically they're still doing okay, but in terms of, you know, what's the solution over here, I don't know.
Yeah, the fact a player gets to Humvee and a player is climbing up boxes and we still haven't heard the op shoot, really a testament to how neutralized that op was.
I used to joke that Stown was the best op in Denmark, but he's at least the best hybrid.
Okay.
I think if it's going to be device, maybe Stown second. I don't think Cadian's op in CS2 has ever been good. CSGO for sure. He was near in top 20 opping full time, but hey, everyone's going to look bad versus Vitality these days.
That's kind of the reality of the situation, isn't it? 11 match win streak. Not only does Rops bring it to the table, but feels like everybody's gotten a boon from his inclusion. Shout out Mezzy one time. 10-4 at the moment. Real testament to the floor of Vitality rising as its peak grows ever higher as well.
Oh, it's a great gap here. It has been very light on mid in many points of the round here for Astralis, and look at this.
Not the prettiest shots out of
the only B player dead, though.
But at least Jabby gets popped by Rops, so that fight goes well on one front. Excellent challenge onto the cross smoke. Apex queued up to challenge, and the amount of time CTs get caught with their pants down. We saw one jumping off Cat and the second in the background holding a nade off the Flamesy peak. That goes unpunished, and that is a lucky situation for Astralis that his mechanics fail him. Otherwise, this round would be even flatter than it already is.
Yeah, they're just dressing this up in a new way, right? It's another B attack, but this time they actually use the mid gap as well. It's just very smart calling here for Apex. He's understanding what's happening because we have full info, and we've seen the mid gaps, but Vitality haven't exploited all of them. Rops hits another blinder. 2 players up, and do they even save this round is the question. So they've been doing a lot of. Shut up,
You hungry, Mezzy? Really looking for the kills here.
I would have got him now for the molly.
Apex will get a peek, but Cadian keeps the head down. So this one goes 6-3 Vitality. Apex goes for the jumping AK spam down long into pit at the end of that round. There's that window tap, right? Jabby, only player inside of the B bomb site, found out, goes for the window peek just to look and never saw it coming. Yeah, right?
Oh, surgery.
You got the whole team speak.
They're running out of joy. They've been winning so much.
On the edge of their seats. No, I thought that was to the Rop shot.
Yeah, but just how?
Okay. Just so tired of winning. Now we get that scout in the back of Plat, so Device trying to take up the mantle of the B site. Make it someone else's problem. That's the play.
That is always the play. Push blame onto others. No. Device dies in the background.
Challenge off of Cat, heard by Flamesy.
Yeah. Looks like the pop-up's going to ensue. Cat play going to get taken. And once again, Astralis, they run. So I think that's the only clue that Vitality need. The only invitation they need to see.
Cadian climbs up, gets a spot on the shoulder, but then still bested by the MAC-10. Nice dig shot from Stown. Could have queued up a little more alongside Stare, but it looks like one casualty only. Pistol's empty, and Rops capitalizes with the long walkout. So this will be the 7-3 Vitality lead in a Dust 2 map that goes swimmingly.
Cadians have just one of his worst games ever. Some maps are unlucky for sure. This one has been a lot of...
Yeah, we can go down that rabbit hole. Let's go look.
Yeah. All right. Let's add some historical context. Good couple of scout kills here from Yabby. For what it's worth, game's not over. But Vitality now have a meter stick, a yard stick, if you want to count Mezzi. A couple of stones in between him and Astralis at the moment. This is quite a gap.
Well.
Yeah.
He's on for having the worst series in the last 12 months. After that first map.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. But we'll see when we get there.
We'll see when we get there.
Still a chance to recover.
It can still get worse, actually.
Just like that. Stare catching the hold on long, trying his absolute damnedest to put up some kind of a wall to hold back this Vitality attack. He's got Device to lean on as he tucks back down into spawn. I like that Astralis keep it active, going for the double mid play at the same time. You feel like you've got Vitality corralled on long, and you wouldn't be wrong about it. Could boil down to timing as we start to see the offense inch forward. Device awaits the challenge, flashbang to allow that cross, and because the mid players went pushing, there's nobody to actually stop the cross on CT instead. Device now
here comes
challenging up close. Long fight goes well, his first kill of the map, and it offers up a 4th round for Astralis.
Yes, that's what they need. First one's the most difficult. Cadian gets on the board, Device holds on the A site. Trades look much better. And again, numerically, 4 rounds this half. Still some problems over on B. But only one more round to have to deal with it.
Exactly.
What's that mean?
I don't know.
Oh. There we go. Nice one. No second, but who cares? Those 2 spotted at long, 1 dead. No long control here for the T side. Best starting position we've seen from Astralis in a while. Cadian has not left lower at the moment. Double ops again.
Oh, he got his first kill, so he's reinvigorated with a new level of confidence.
Now he's looking for his first op kill. And all right, this might give him away.
Molotov behind him.
He
turns, misses. Oh,
how did he miss that?
He missed that shot on Mezzi in mid.
B site.
And at the same time, Zywoo plucks the play off of the cat push. Rops has found a cheeky position behind this smoke on the exit of B. Jabby's trying to throw himself into the fray, and he's trying to zone them. Nicely done, Jabby. Triple kill. Holding back on tunnels. Mezzi's recovery, low health denied. Device has got an op kill, and Astralis take 5 at the end of this half. 2 rounds sprinkled in when they need it most.
is what Astralis were able to piece together at the tail end of that first half. And so a little more hope is all that we can really offer them, Mohan. It is a tough go of it so far out of the gate versus Vitality. But like we have said, that's everyone as of late. Vitality hits hard. And on 2 maps in this series where they protect a 100% win rate since this roster's creation.
Yeah.
More or less. Actually, I don't know. That could be a lie.
For as messy as it is, there is a chance that Astralis could break the streak at the very minimum here. 5 rounds in the first half.
ZywOo's got a lot of support walking up along the wall. He's going to join them. There's going to be 3 players off the flash. Jabby wasn't blinded. Second flash finds him. No insta-kill. They're going to try to chase. Now Apex gets a chance to return it. 4 deaths against Vitality. They are laid out. But what if... As he goes up catwalk as this entire pack of Astralis players redirect through middle.
He doesn't hear. He just gets just out of the audio cone. Can't hear them. Gearing up for the B split. I'm wondering right now, just assuming that they're playing back on long, but I mean, how is he going to win this round?
Izzy brother on the wrong side of the map. Device is going to have him found out. Door challenge from sight as Jabby plants bomb. Cadian's got a crossfire with Device in a second.
He knows where they all are.
This should be all she wrote. Cadian going in for some stats, eats one to the head, and he will remain 1-9.
Yeah.
The first map of this series was the 9th lowest rating in the last 12 months for Cadian.
Okay.
His absolute lowest rating in the last 12 months occurred, well, Mohan, it occurred versus Vitality in a 13-0.
Wait, when's his last plus 0.10?
Oh, no, this is sorted by...
Oh, is he? I was like,
rating.
Jesus, that's crazy.
Connor, that's a year of red rating. No. Sorted by worst performance. The most offensive...
The hater filter.
The most offensive filter on HLTV.
Woke up extra early today to read these stats.
I like them red. Disengaged from the early boosts.
Apex with his hand off, walking away. Over to the B site. Yapping. It looks like a fake. I don't know if they're going to commit. I don't have anyone upper tunnels right now. Oh, no, they're coming out. There's 3 people here. No one in tunnels either.
Yeesh. Stare. That's a wild one. 35 bullets deep on the Galil. Apex pops up. Trade frags come through. Deagle out of ROPS even. They thought they had a pocket to play through out middle. Instead, 3v1 for Stown to have to deal with at half health. And as the CT smoke soon fades, all 3 remaining players of Vitality could be trying to get in on this action. He's going to chase the player down to lower. That could work. It opens up an avenue to leave, but he needed the bomb.
And ZywOo's actually right behind him.
He continues to make noise by changing guns. He really thinks it's going to be a CT player, but ZywOo repositioning behind him is big.
He has no way to get back to the...
And he's going to, completely write it off.
Okay.
He gets there.
Yeah.
It ain't pretty, but he gets there. ZywOo cleans up, and they do it with less.
I thought they were looking like they were going to avoid the stack entirely. And to be honest, they still have a good attack overall. But this shot from ZywOo, they get everybody blind as they're trying to hold, but they don't. They forget about someone outside the door. They only get the first kill clean.
I don't know why I expected this.
But it's still a 3B stack for Vitality. They put themselves in a better spot.
I love how ZywOo's intuition scares himself. Quote, I didn't know why I expected this. ZywOo AK out. Oh, he's got a double kill.
Oh, that was dirty.
Right into the fray. Stown's Tech 9 can't better than 1, and ZywOo's got a quad. Oh, ace out of the legend from Lost. As he throws himself into them on long and stops each and every one.
That was slick. How'd he stay alive that long, man? The second kill is awesome. He knows the blinded guy's going to be running up against the blue bin to get behind the smoke. Can't even see him.
Oh, shut it down. In the heat of battle, ZywOo thrives. And Apex has got one for Device.
What is that fight?
Easy suicide peek. Pack of pistols comes barreling down through tunnels, throwing caution to the wind with the way they're stomping around. And Rops ready as they fall back as well. So bomb sitting bottom mid.
They're just making too much noise, man. Rops just heard 2 people running back in the playground.
Yeah.
They're running in their default all the time.
It's like if you're not going to sweat out a round where you only have Glocks, then at least just run at the bomb site.
Mm-hmm. Or if you're going to use the run as a bait to try to draw someone in, be ready to punish the push.
Sure. They come up empty-handed with the P250s. Vitality touches 10. All right, production, we'll talk about it. 1 and 12.
1, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Whoa. For the record, in that 13-0 versus Vitality, he was 6 and 13. Good kills from Rops, top middle. Holds it back. And that's going to get the Astralis camp to try to redirect through into the B-bomb site instead. Apex, keep your eyes on your monitor. They're going to challenge him. He's starting to miss some shots, still gets damage out, but it's a quick sprint in from Mezzi, offering flashbangs on the approach, and a really good job from Apex, I think, to just slow that down. Even though it wasn't the cleanest shooting, doesn't get the kills like he would prefer, you really see how that kind of stuns the approach of Astralis.
Yeah, he knew that counter flash was getting loaded up from his teammate. He just had to
clean up.
Ammo to hold it off. That's well done by Apex. One timeout here for Astralis to try to get back into things. Unfortunately, has just been a lot of success with pistol rounds. The second half, I think, was always going to be the hardest one. I just think it's hard to see it coming, especially with Cadian's form right now, and Vitality really just haven't even shown their full playbook now on CT side. Plus, we've got the save. Half armor and a few grenades to pair with these upgraded pistols. Astralis, what's the idea?
It's an easy climb up mid first and foremost. And again, a couple steps bottom middle, so Apex is on high alert. Mr. Mattisclair repositions over towards ramp, locks ZywOo into Goose with the palm flash. Feels like this round, Vitality are happy to just let Astralis make a move. The fact that they're working with so little means they won't have much of a move to make, but still enough for a smoke into CT. Flash immediately behind it to, at the very least, take over close mid control. They threw out their second smoke at the same time, so left, right, mid smokes. And a flash to get through that one to try to just bombard into the B site. You got Mezzi and Rops to be tested in a moment. Jabby's taking his sweet time with Tunnel, so it's going to be Mezzi at bat first. He's got an assist out from Apex and CT. Spawn mid collapses down around itself.
Shut down.
And it could not be an easier round win for Vitality as they take their 12th.
That's been such a good duo as well. We talk about like Rops and ZywOo, but these two over on the B side is just like two incredibly smart players working together. I think Mezzi has had troubles in the past as the solo anchor, but now when he gets to play more opened up positions like this, I think his aim really shines. Rops is obviously the perfect guy to cover. He could play the site blindfolded upside down by himself.
You could name any duo on this Vitality team, make a formula of either, and it's just going to sound right at the moment with the form they're all bringing to the table.
Yeah, true.
Robs and Flamesy. Flamesy, ZywOo. ZywOo, Mezzy. Mezzy, Apex. Apex, Robs. It's good enough. It's good enough to take it to the top. And in a series where, again, you've got 2 maps with a 100% win rate, a team that has struggled on this map in particular. And add to that, if this round is the final of the series, the worst match of Cadian's last 12 months, it is a testament to the form that Vitality have currently been able to find halfway through the first season of 2025. With big trophies behind them and big trophies that await. T-side's down to a couple smoke grenades.
If you're tired, win fast.
Makes a lot of sense. Get in, get out, book your ticket to Lisbon. The faster you secure that, the more days off you have before you get to fly. A chance to just sit back in the hotel and practice. Apex on the other side of the smoke. Astralis have whittled this down to 30 seconds. They have just enough utility to try to get out, to make Apex's job a little awkward. He'll lock into Goose. Flamesy finds first blood on this one, so Long is now under wraps for Vitality. All attention soon to turn onto the Cat attempt. 15 on the clock. They barely have enough time to cross over, and that's assuming that they would have had kills with this. Finally an answer back in the 3v5. Now 8 seconds. Stare is going to have to commit to this plant. Flamesy can run him down. Device is dead. It's a 1v2 demanded of him, and he gets that kill towards Car first. Denied. Right before this series goes live, Vu rolled out the Elder Scroll of reasons why Vitality are simply better. That was a long list of reasons, and they've all come true. This is a hard-hitting Vitality, one with unquestionable form, and Astralis do not have what it takes to best them.
They do not have what it takes by any stretch of the imagination, because this Vitality, well, they just look unstoppable, in a good position at all times, able to do whatever the hell they want, Vu, in order to get this win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a, unstoppable force versus an extremely movable object, you know? I mean, Astralis, they looked all right? That's what I wanted to see to say it was a good game. They got 5 rounds on one half. They brought it to 6. They had a chance. I feel like they had a chance in the game. And it's crazy to say that is a good outcome, but Stown looked pretty good. Device looked okay. Cadian looked terrible, but you kind of expect that. And they made it competitive.
And this is our expectations right now, though, for Astralis, because obviously they are going up against the Vitality that are this strong, but it's going to take some time before we see them at their best.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is how long do you give Astralis before eventually people are going to say, I'm used to winning. We need to cut Cadian.
Oof, oof. Well,
I'm not saying it. I'm just
okay, you're not saying it. Just putting it out there.
They could be saying it.
Well,
Messi could say it.
Yeah, maybe Messi will say it. Maybe he's learned some trash talk from the Apex side of things. How are you feeling, mate? Because you were on fire once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's I'm feeling good. I think the more we're winning, obviously, it feels more confident playing in the team, and I think just the way everyone is inside and outside the game, it feels everyone with confidence. So it's just really fun to play as well.
Yeah. So since Robs has come on the roster, you've been unbelievable. Is this like a confidence thing? Is there something has he like taught you the secret code of the game, like how to play? Like, what's the deal?
No, I think I mean, obviously having a full year with the team, it helps, and like just feeling more confident in my own game and knowing that I do deserve to be in Vitality and know that I have the play style to do it. And of course adding Rops as well, I think he's a guy that's obviously positionally it's helped because he's given me a bit more freedom, but also just the way he plays with me, it feels is really easy to play with. And also, like, I think we play off each other very well. We can support each other. We give each other freedom in different ways. So I think it's really fun to play with.
It helps when he's just flanking T-stairs, all Inferno, and you're just like stacked on the right bomb site, free kills. Like.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps. Sometimes I'm in Inferno, I rotate to B, I'm triple, I look at my radar, he's T-stairs. Okay, round over, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
You just notice, and he's gone. He's off on his own world, doing what he does best. You said one very interesting thing there, mate. You said if you deserve to be on here. Was there a point where you didn't feel like you deserved to be here?
No, I mean, of course, it's always hard when you replace a player like Magisk in the year they had the previous year. So the first part of the year, definitely, it was pretty tough when I had some up and down performances. But I think towards the second part of the year and leading up to the second major, I think it definitely improved and my confidence improved, and I felt like I was doing a better job. Of course, it wasn't like EVP or MVP numbers and stuff, but I think right now I kind of feel like I found my game and found my confidence with the team, and inside and outside the game I think everyone can see the difference, so it feels a lot nicer now anyway.
So I want to move it away from you for a second, because we have a lot of talk about coaches, like which coach does what. We have coaches that are making YouTube videos and everyone thinks they're the best coach ever, but nobody really talks about Xtaz. Like, can you give us kind of an idea? Give him some good, like, sell him to the community.
I mean, first off, I think whenever Xtaz takes a pause and calls something, it seems like it will always work. I think he has a really good mind for the game in terms of, I think, the preparation he does alongside Matt, our analyst, but I think he does a great job of taking pauses at the right time. I think even at the start of the year, I think someone did some stats on how the pauses and the success.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think we were pretty high up, and I think Remy does a great job on breaking momentum for other teams, and also just he's always great and really calm in the pause as well. Gives us the confidence on whether it's making a call or maybe we need to take a breather, just relax a little bit, and I think he does a great job there where he's his pausing I think is great and also the preparation before the game. He gives us a lot of good ideas, switching up some things where we've done it a bit too much in the previous game and stuff. So I think a lot of this success is big from his side, because I think he does a great job in the game.
Well, we talk about things being nice, right, when you guys are winning, but I'll look at even series where you guys might drop a map, and it seems like you guys are resetting really well. Like, there's not the same level of frustration or negativity from any players in here. Where do you guys attribute that to? Like, where did that change come from?
I mean, I think we've always kind of had it, but I think this year especially, I mean, winning also helps with the confidence. Like, whether we lose a map or it's a close game and we felt like we could have won it easy. I think you see the confidence in between maps. I think there's a lot more voices in the team. I think obviously, of course, Apex is always going to give us those motivational words, but I think as well, Jack as well, our performance coach, he does a great job working one-to-one with us and making sure that we're prepared for these games if anything goes wrong. And we all know that if we go a map down, we kind of just need to forget about it. And like I say, last year we were still decent at it, but I think this year we've kind of stepped up a level, and I think it's, of course, Rops as well. Like, even though he's not going to be the biggest voice, I think he's also really calm in the service. So when it gets to these close games or when it gets to this third map, he's always going to step up as well.
Well, thank you very much for your insight, mate. I do appreciate it, but I have one thing I have to ask you, right? We got Apex giving all the trash talk. You're talking about your own confidence. When are we going to get some good mezzy British trash talk out there?
I don't know. Maybe sometime soon. I don't know. We'd have to throw it back to like a UK LAN or something.
Yeah, that's what I want to see, man. I want to see all the hype and they're just telling them, you get up and stand out your chair, give them one of them.
Yeah, maybe soon. I'm building my catalogue up. I've learned a few things from Apex, so maybe in the future I'll have to bring some.
He doesn't want to be mean to Astralis. You know, he's already getting destroyed on the server. He's trying to be nice, okay? And give him a break.
Yeah, it was bad enough against Astralis. We'll wait for another game for that. But thank you very much for joining us, Mezzy. We do have to keep things moving, though. And actually, we've got a special guest with Maui, if you're wondering where he is. Who you got over there, mate?
I got Flames. We got Flames here on the secondary desk. I've got some questions for Flames. Okay. Flamesy.
Yeah.
Okay, see, we've done this before, like.
No, but just today, Flames. Yeah, it's a mixing thing. Usually it's Flames, so it's okay. I allow you, but it's today it's Flamesy. This blast is Flamesy.
All right, I stand corrected then. Okay.
Yeah.
So I got Flamesy here on the secondary desk.
Perfect. Thank you, Maui.
The question I have for you, first off, is it's just a softball one here. What's the red drink you guys are drinking all the time?
Electrolytes.
Electrolytes.
So we just water with electrolytes, berries, I think, or I actually don't know what they put, but I think berries.
Yeah.
Before every game. Yeah.
Any caffeine in that?
No sugar, no calories, no caffeine.
Okay. Just curious there. Okay, want to talk about you, Vitality, at this point. So you've obviously had to make some role changes with Rops coming in. I'd say the notable one that I really keyed in on was Anubis. At the beginning, it felt like you kind of were between. You played a little bit of E-Box, but mostly in mid now. You settled over there too. Yeah. What's that changed like? Are you getting to be a little bit more active?
Yeah, I think I tried. We call it Cave. So I tried playing Cave a bit, and I think I was very bad on B. I felt like limited. There is not much movement. There is not much mid round. Well, there is a lot of mid round that you can do, but I just didn't find success in there. And we were like, Anubis is shit, guys. We have to do some change if you want to win.
Yeah.
And then the coach came up with the idea, maybe we try Apex plays Cave and I play more middle, and actually it fits Apex style because there is a lot of utility going around B and he loves these kind of situations, and then we tried out that I'm playing a bit more mid, and I think it worked out really well so far, and obviously we got 2 wins in ESL Pro League, so I think it was just like we tried out. Obviously we give Rops A, and then it was like kind of like finding our rhythm, and we didn't find it, so we had to like try some position changes.
Okay. all in all, I mean, this was a really convincing victory. But I want to ask, when your IGL calls to just hit B hit after B hit after B hit on Dust 2, do you just full send it every single time?
No, actually, I don't know. It didn't feel. It wasn't like something we planned. It was just like the opportunity was there in some sense. Like we just heard people doing the wrong rotation. Okay, guys, they're 3 on A. Okay, guys, you know, we did the correct defaults and we had like the good opportunities and we took them. And I think this was something that it was like just an opportunity to go B, but it wasn't sort of our game plan, I would say.
Okay. All right. I want to actually now ask about the pressure, because a lot of CS players talk about how if you're the favorite, it's so hard to play. It feels like you and Vitality are having no problem playing as the favorite in these matchups.
Well, so far, no. I think the one thing that is going really well for us is that we don't feel like it's sort of an honeymoon, and it could be, we never know, right? But it's something that we work hard for, and we slowly adjust and always bring new ideas. And you know, we won Pro League 2 days ago, and yesterday we sit and do, and we don't have a schedule because we do midday. We don't have practice, but we still put some time in the game, go through utility, go through some plays, recheck some things we did in the game. And I think this is something that is very valuable for us because we focus less on, you know, your top 1, top 2. We just focus on the game and trying to beat the next opponent in line. And I think this is something that just keeps us going for more good opportunities. And obviously this was pretty dominant, but I think we are gonna have close matches, and that's just gonna be a thing, and we're gonna try to clinch them, and that's it.
So I have an idea about what you mean when you say honeymoon versus, I guess, sustainable performance.
Yeah.
But how would you try to explain that to someone who doesn't really get it? What's the difference between long-term success feeling and honeymoon success?
So I would say that honeymoon is that some player joins the team, everybody feels fresh, everybody wants to work hard, and everybody is like, you know, just butterflies and candies, and in some sense, like, you get a lot of good opportunities, a lot of good games, nobody's complaining, everybody is on the right track. And I think we did have it with Katowice, like we had this kind of flowers, candy, whatever this shit is. But
sure,
what changed is that in ESL Pro League we had like tough matches, and we had like tough, like, you know, we had some rounds that we fucked up, and people were like aggressive with each other in this sense, and it wasn't all candy and flowers, but we still managed to get new ideas, to get into the game, back into the game, into the games that we lost the map, or it was tougher to win. And I think this is sort of the difference, that like sustainable is more that even if it goes to shit, you can rely on what you have as a team.
Mm-hmm.
And the honeymoon is just like, you know, everybody joins, everything clicks, everybody wants to play, everybody wants to grind, but it's not something that usually goes on. Long term, you keep playing and everybody grinds. And I think this is something that right now I can see with Vitality, that we did have it, but we still maintain some sort of work ethic to this sustain. Like from honeymoon, you can go and build foundation. So I think we went off it and built some good pillars for us.
Okay, so last question, more about individual expectations. Going into every tournament now, with how you've been playing for the last year and a half even, you're a top 10 player in Counter-Strike now. Does it feel like FaZe is one of the 10 best Counter-Strike players in the world?
I think for me, it's kind of weird because I feel like without my team I wouldn't be so good, because I've been put in a lot of good situations, and I really want to go first for my teammates. And when you really want to do it, like you get, I don't know, like some superpower, you wanna, like, you're gonna entry, you know, you're gonna do some good kills. And I think for me, I don't care. I don't care if I'm like top 10. Obviously, it's nice. Last year I got top 7. I was really happy with it. But it's something that for me, if I do well in my team and I do good, I'm gonna have this good placements and good stats and whatever this is. But it's not my job to right now. I'm enjoying some MAC-10s and AKs and running first, and I'm really enjoying playing CS right now. So I don't care. I don't feel like any high caliber rifler in some sense, but I do feel like I have a really good team around me, and they give a lot of help and they support, and all I need to do is keep focusing on the team, and it goes well. And it went didn't go well in the trophies last year, but it went well individually. So
okay, cool. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good one, Maui.
Candies, flowers, F-bombs, FaZe. That's what we got right there. A lot of insight from the young man, though, and he is one hell of a talker when it comes to these type of things. Bennett, some good insight, mate.
I mean, there's too many sound bites to really like get each of them together. And it's Maui had some good questions. I mean, FaZe being top 10, it's interesting because I think he's not giving himself enough credit to some extent, but also, I mean, that is the reality. If you're an entry fragger on a bad team, what are you doing? You're going to be like Flamus on VP. even if you're good, doesn't matter.
Sometimes it just be like that. But you know who's not very good right now? It is Astralis when they're going up against the elite teams. Vitality, though, I would like to get your opinion, Maui. Do we give them a wide berth because it was Vitality? Do we ignore this because it was Vitality and say, next game we expect better?
I mean, come on. I mean, 7 kills across 2 maps for Cadian. I can't really give a pass to that. As an individual performance, I'd be going in on many other in-game leaders for that kind of performance. Yeah, maybe HOOZ.CET. I'd go in on anybody for 7 kills across 2 maps, James. So even if it's the best against the best team in the world, Astralis are supposed to be one of the top 5 teams in the world. This is the Danish super team. So for them to have this sort of lackluster performance, by the way, off of a month break, that to me, we need to see a lot better, and we need to see it immediately at this event.
Yeah, it's not even about the 7 kills necessarily. He had kills where he's behind people, free kills where he just gets turned on. He had the round where they were 3 or 4 B and they walked in. He had an op window. You sacrifice so much to give Cadian an op, and then he just doesn't get a single kill.
Some ring rust, maybe. I'll be nice out of this side of things. I understand what you guys are saying, but we're going to take a look at the bracket and just see where we're at, as we've had 3 games go down so far today, and this is what we're dealt with. We've got one more match coming your way that this desk will deliver for you all, and it's FaZe, with Elise now finally in Europe, going up against VP after the break. Coming in to our final best of 3 of the day, we get to see FaZe and VP go head-to-head. Both teams skipping EPL. FaZe doing it by their own choice, VP not being invited in it. We spoke about what happened with Astralis and them not going to EPL, seeing if they can actually show a better form. Well, that's what VP have to do here, where FaZe might have a bit of a, I guess, a way out of this because their time was spent more on moving a player over, getting him adjusted to Europe. So let's look at this VP side of things. Overall, Electronic takes over the new IGL role, yeah? He's done it a bit before, but he goes back into it with this VP, and he brings in 2 pretty much rookie players. Flamus had his time where he showed up at the Shanghai Major, but for IC, this is a lot of new stuff for him in there. So let's look at Electronic overall. He's got a lot he has to do with this lineup, but he has got 2 pillars in Flit and Fame that he can work with.
Man, you could call them pillars, James, but it's a stark contrast from a team like we just saw Vitality, where they get a guy like Zaiwu, who we know is always going to deliver. The ups and downs of Flit and Fame both are, to me, they kind of strike the, they kind of tell the story of the inconsistency of the team as a whole.
Okay.
I can't really get behind Flit and Fame and say this is a top rifling duo. Like, I'm not, I would pit them against any team in the top 5, any team in the top 7, and they had to have a hard time holding their own on an individual level.
There was a time when Flit was, the rumor was that Navi wanted him and he wasn't allowed to leave FaZe, that they just said no. And I think it's up to Electronic, as I mean, he's the guy that needs to bring this back together, that to activate Flit, to show that maybe James just wasn't using him correctly and actually make the team work together in a way that they haven't since the Rio Major, basically.
But we've seen already some positives and negatives with this new roster, right? And you got to look at the way it's being led in this sense. When we do focus in on Electronic, Katowice, you make playoffs. Sadly, you then can't play the playoff game with the full roster. That's just something that happens you have to deal with. You go to Cluj, and the expectations are higher because there's no elite teams there. And it was super disappointing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they lose to 2 teams that make it to the playoffs to close their run out, losing to Pain, losing to MOUZ, and that's the last we've seen of them. We haven't seen them play for over a month now. And so, like Astralis, who we just witnessed, VP are going to have to go back to the drawing board and say, why did they lose some of those games? And for me, some of the explosiveness that they had from Katowice, where they were able to just take map control, go into an immediate finisher onto a bomb site, they kind of lost some of that spark. They kept trying to feel the map out a little bit more. Players would get picked because it doesn't feel like they know what's happening next in the round. And that's why I would actually point the microscope back at Electronic. I would say, why is it that at Katowice you guys look so ferocious, but at Cluj it looked like you guys lost whatever sort of, whatever you guys had there, that spark was missing.
Yeah, I think when it comes to VP, I think disappointment is kind of the word. I always get my hopes up about VP. I pick them in my fantasy, and then they just have a really terrible event right afterwards. And to the point that you were making, I think they became predictable. I think they're a little bit predictable. They don't have good balance. I think Electronic has not picked that up as an IGL yet. And sometimes they do these really slow plays where they leave part of the map open, but it's not balanced. So people just flank them. They just know exactly what VP is doing.
And that's not a situation you want to be in, and that's something they have to try and work their way out of, while also managing the 2 new players. Let's look at Flamus, let's look at IC, because Flamus we were so hyped about.
Yeah.
We were so excited about what he could deliver, and my biggest worry for him coming into this team was that he would be muted and not be able to have the same impact. And at least for me, Maui, I'm still seeing that, yeah, well, he has been muted. He's not being utilized in the same way.
I mean, on Gamer Legion, when he was really catching our breath and really stealing the show for them, he was playing spots like Connector on Mirage, outside yard on Nuke. Now he's an anchor. Now he's playing some positions where it's just, maybe he gets a little bit of cat control here on Mirage, for example, but he's kind of being forced into these positions that are just not quite as active. And so he's being sent on to entry routes where really the only thing that awaits him is death. And he's also on CT side having to fight with his back against the wall very often. So we're not getting to see that fiery presence that really started maybe showing a budding star, where that's really been quelled.
Yeah, even on the spots where he is active, you're talking about B short on Mirage, he was a connector player on Gamer Legion, right? Like he's still switching every role. He still has to learn all this new stuff. And one of the biggest concerns I had was he did an interview. He said, I knew nothing before I came to this team. They're teaching, they're showing me so much stuff. And it's like, dude, give this guy some confidence. Tell him he knows what he's doing. Don't,
Do you think, right, if it continues to go like this and he maybe doesn't put up those numbers that you want to see from Flamas, you just give him his spots back, someone else to try and relearn?
It's tough because we want to see this resurgence from Flit, and Flit's getting so many of the active spots, and he's not performing like a superstar. He's clearly the star of this team, but I use it in air quotes simply because by position, those are the star spots. So I'm right now really concerned about VP in terms of their firepower, and I'm really concerned about them in terms of some of the strategizing that Vu's highlighted already.
Well, let's turn our tables to FaZe, because FaZe right now, it's a big task for them in many ways, but we talk more positively about these guys because of what this team can do, what we know these players and individuals can do. Elise obviously coming in does look like a phenomenal player, but it's a very different looking FaZe because he comes in, because it's not the same one-to-one trade. A lot of change has happened here.
I think this would be a monumental defeat if FaZe were to lose this one. I think they have to come into this one and think, this is a team we're better than. They're on the downswing. They're not looking good. We can just frag out against them. We don't even need to be better strategically necessarily.
FaZe for me are reaching the 3-month point where I have to judge them harder. In a recent interview, Kerrigan said, you know, they couldn't get the best practice between Cluj and today. That was a month though. Like even if 1 week of that was dedicated towards Elige getting settled in Poland in his new home, I still think that's probably 2, if not 3 weeks of quality practice that should show on the server today. I need to see improvement because a 4th place finish at Cluj is beneath what everybody expected. Everybody thought it was grand finals or bust practically for them at Cluj, so that's already a disappointment. Losing today furthers that.
And I think one thing to keep in mind, the way we're talking about FaZe, it's as if they changed a whole bunch of things. They changed one player. And I mean, of course, that had impacts on many things, but it's one player. It shouldn't take 4-6 months to figure out.
What do we think about Elige overall, though, since coming in? If we're looking just focusing on him as a player right now.
Elige still has some of the bad tendencies that plagued him on Complexity, where he can be so explosive in the early round. He can be one of the best entry fraggers in the world, maintain above a 50% success rate. However, he sometimes bites off more than he can chew. Sometimes he goes for that extra swing. Even though he knows he has the capability, I think he needs to recognize that his team is much better around him now. Sometimes just putting your team in the 5v4 will lead to a round victory. We don't need the 5v3. It's like, look at who's beside you. It's Frozen, it's Rain, it's not Floppy and JT. Like, it's different. It's a different environment now. No shade to those guys. I like those guys, but they're different beasts that are now on the FaZe roster next to him.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at their most recent game, I think it was the one against Astralis, right? And Yabi got the better of him. That's not something you should ever be saying. Yabi bested Elige.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that. Maui's face definitely doesn't want to see that, but we do want to see some more of Elige. Elige, welcome back to a Blast event, and also you are now fully moved over to Europe, so just how did that go for you? How's it been? What's happened?
It's definitely been a bit stressful. You know, anyone that's moved anywhere would know that, but also moving countries is very, very stressful. So I've just been trying to focus on the game as much as I can, try to minimize the outside stuff, and I'm happy to finally be at a tournament, so now I can just play.
In terms of just playing, though, have you also been able to get a good amount of practice in from where you were at Cluj coming into this, or has it kind of been disrupted? How has FaZe managed it?
So we took some time off after PGL. Finn talked about it as well in his interview, and I think that was good for everybody, and we got around, I think, like 2.5 weeks of practice. So we had a lot of time to, you know, work on things that were going wrong, flesh out some ideas that maybe we didn't have time before. So it's been a good time off for us.
Looking at that, what you're saying with obviously changes you're going to be making coming into this event, do you feel like we've got a FaZe that's all on the same page now of how you guys want to play, the kind of the idea you have?
Well, so far, I think that we play much better in officials, and I think that it's very hard to know like what is actually like working well and what isn't until you get to the official, because you know that's just how it is with practice. Like you don't really know until you get there. Even you know when I started the season, I'm playing like Nuke at upper, and how it looked in practice was not how I was looking in the matches. So it's a whole different world, and we're just gonna have to see how it goes during the tournament. But we're as prepped as we can be. We put in a lot of work, and we're ready to show.
I'm looking forward to seeing it as well. But this event comes with a lot of extra points to it, maybe a bit of extra pressure for you guys because of obviously being the last one where you can accrue points for the major. How is that for you guys? What mentality are you coming in with?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we've put like extra pressure on that. I think that we're all aware of like what the stakes are for it, but we haven't, put pressure from like within the team about it. Of course, it is a super important tournament for us. We have a really hard group as well, and we're just gonna have to take it, game by game, do what we can. And I think that this is a good first matchup for us. And yeah, it's only gonna get harder.
it is only going to get harder because it's a tough group for these guys. But they do need these points. They do need to fight for it, and they need to show us why FaZe is still one of the very best.
My realistic expectation for FaZe in this whole group is that if they are able to even beat one of, I think they have Spirit, I think they have a couple, well, there's a couple really strong teams in this group that we watched earlier today. Yeah, MOUZ as well. Then they're progressing. That's a good sign for them. VP should be a stepping stone to that. So today's matchup, even if the odds look similar or like these teams in terms of strength are fairly equal, I'm taking FaZe all day. Like you need to show improvement. It said 2.5 weeks. That's more than enough time to see some significant improvement.
Yeah, I think if FaZe lose this game and then they get knocked out of the lower bracket against a team like Astralis, I think I'm ready to say this roster needs something else.
Oof. Well, let's hope that's not the case. We'll have to wait until after the game to see that. But we are going to bring you the veto and see which maps we're going to get. Now, really, do you expect any changes on this map? Do you expect any surprises, any wild ones?
Well, the thing is, I think we're gonna get the train veto out of FaZe. That shouldn't be a surprise. I'm not really sure where VP go for a pick. They've liked us too. They've even picked Ancient in the past. They've even picked Inferno at times. So this is, to me, what they've been working on for the last 3 weeks. And actually, they go for, what is that, Anubis?
That's what we wanted to see out of Astralis,
okay,
right?
That's interesting. That's a bit of a surprise, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to see that out of Astralis because you want to see Astralis, you want to see the team that is the underdog that had this time off. FaZe, they had to work on picking up, like working with the Liege. VP, work on your map pool. And I was worried about their map pool. Anubis is a great one for them.
Okay, and then this has been a tried and tested map for the FaZe side in terms of Ancient. It's a map where, even though there have been a couple role swaps, I've loved the dynamic of Elysian Frozen in the middle. I feel like that's just one of the best 1-2 trading duos that you could possibly see. Decider coming up here, we won't be seeing Mirage. I kind of feel like it's going to be Inferno, personally.
Yeah, I mean, both teams should be pretty comfortable on Inferno. I was worried VP were going to pick Inferno, and if they picked it, then, I mean, that's just a map that they've shown promise on, but they don't really look all that good on.
Okay.
So I think if this gets them to 3 maps, oh, it actually goes Dust too. Okay.
Dust, wow.
All right.
Okay, Dust2 decided. Not too happy with that, Maui. What's your thoughts? Your face is making something different again.
I just wish if these teams had been practicing for 3 weeks, they wouldn't just end on Dust2. Like, that's all. I just thought maybe they would try something a little different. They both showed that they like to play this map at Cluj. However, I just think if you have that much time, nobody's really reinventing the wheel on Dust, and so I would have wanted to see some significant strategy change, which could be flexed on Mirage or Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, VP looked good on Dust 2 against, who was it? Complexity and Wildcard, and they lost to 3D Max. It's not even, like, 3D Max is not a team that's amazing on Dust 2. It's like, they didn't look that good. They looked good.
Mediocre.
VP good.
VP good for what VP's showing us lately. Yeah, sure.
So all in all, right, this should be pretty comfortable for FaZe. Are we looking at that again, or could there be some worrying signs?
Anubis is a surprise. I don't know if Kerrigan, if Finn recognized coming into this one that was on the cards. I feel like they probably prepped the 3 maps that VP have been picking lately, none of which were Anubis. I don't think they really expected that in the veto. So maybe that sways the edge a little bit. The odds may be slightly more in favor of VP. I'd still have FaZe as my overall favorites for the series, though.
We talk about Kerrigan being a great, veto guy. He catches players off guard, catches teams off guard. Now this is VP being great veto guys until they get 13 out on Anubis. In theory, it could be good. It could be good.
It could be good. You
Results-oriented thinking.
Oh, yeah, look at that. He's just straight away 13-0 the whole way through of it. But for FaZe, we are still holding them to a higher expectation, right? That even if this Anubis is a surprise, it shouldn't be one that catches them off guard in order to take a loss here against VP.
No, not entirely. Unless the thing is that I guess VP macro style, like what was really concerning for them, for me watching them at Cluj, was that all of the synergy and the speedy plays where it's like, oh, they're shifting their tempo, they're playing more like modern CS. I feel like that kind of went away at Cluj, and I just want to see, can they speed it up again here at the Blast Open?
Well, let's find out if speed is what VP needs to get this job done and try and at least take a map from FaZe, maybe the series. Scrawny and Launders, it's your turn.
Thank you. Yes, that's up.
we're up, Mohan.
Who's up?
Who's up next? It's FaZe. Anubis, FaZe, you got any thoughts you want to get off your chest about that?
Yeah, I think there's nowhere safe for FaZe right now because even though like Ancient's their best map, their last 2 losses were on Ancient at Cluj. So the veto is interesting because I think Virtus.pro, like on its face, if it was prime FaZe, this would be great veto for FaZe. For Virtus.pro, they're taking a massive risk of trying to pick into Anubis. And even if FaZe weren't like ready for it, they're always ready to play Anubis. So I would say that on paper, it's suspect. I think like Vu said, this is something that could just blow back on them. But also, they've got to develop their map pool. They've got to do something interesting here. I think this is one of the more interesting routes, and I actually don't mind the Dust 2 finish as a decider. It's not the pick of VP. It's still it's a good map for them. So I don't know. I think it's just right now it's just about FaZe form. That's just the question today. FaZe were one of the best teams, right? And we wondered if they'd even be able to match up to Vitality when the roster moves took place. We're very sure that that's not the case right now, or at least it's going to take some time. So which FaZe do we get today is what we're going to find out.
This is a FaZe clan who Kerrigan, as of an HLTV interview just a couple days ago, said, you know, playoffs is the minimum goal, but they understand that they've got some heavy hitters in their group that they have to best to get there. He didn't list Virtus.pro as one of those teams above them. And, well, maybe they can make quick work of them in their opening game on the run to Lisbon.
That's
Liege,
exactly
one bullet,
what you want to see, right?
one headshot, and it's done.
In total silence.
Just a bullet for Electronic to chew on. 2 pairs of Berettas here inside of Temple. It's the Flit and Fame combo. Flamus catching Kerrigan with the headshot elsewhere. Caught on the corner. Oh, it's awkward from Fame, but he gets away. Able to move back. Ooh, yeah, they're going to come through that smoke. Tough one here for Icy. He hangs on for 1 kill, and Fame's able to chase with Flit behind that pack. So VP doing a good job of getting the bodies down. Rain fakes plant to try to get the fights out. Now he's going to get swarmed. He could win this. Fighting both sides. No, it comes down around him. Fame clears the board of the last, and FaZe Clan won't even find a plant in the very first pistol.
Yeah, somehow they don't find a plant. The split almost came in. Someone on the extremity died at the same time as they were trying to pressure through middle, and after this first kill, it looked like, well, FaZe are going to steamroll this. It's such a big opening to find, especially with a single player there, no one to trade, no info. But VP fracked their way back. It's a really nice find for VP in a situation that got incredibly precarious. So which FaZe, I mean, we're round in. Which FaZe do you think that we're going to see that? Because it's after a couple of tournaments that aren't as good as they could have been. A few maps that are still a little bit weak in the pool. Anubis.CET side's not totally figured out. But now they've had a break and they've had those tournaments of experience.
Yes.
Do we get better or worse?
We're gonna get better.
Better. Okay.
I think that the skipping of Pro League was a unique opportunity for FaZe Clan. It's one that featured Liege making the full-time move to Europe, right? Imagine it being a player trying to deal with all of the pressure and the stakes of high-tier Counter-Strike as you put on a FaZe Clan jersey, and then having to do that while moving your life to the other side of the world. That's all off of Liege's plate now. It's happened. And so I think with that and the chance it gave them to practice, we could be talking about a FaZe Clan all Lisbon long. It is a FaZe Clan that has found an entry down into the A site. And let's see if Liege can just rock him with the deke. Oh, he looks away at the unfortunate timing. We've got the double up inside camera. Frozen hands on the M4. Rain double deagle. Those are the shots he just couldn't connect last round. And so he makes up for it here in the follow-up. Flit's flank with just the MP9. These are unarmored M4s at the end of the day, but it's a perfect distraction offered up by Rain, who lets Frozen finish. Instant buyback and the win.
God, I mean, distraction, that is the round 1 in and of itself. Upgrade to an M4 with no one behind you as well. And unfortunately for Fame, after getting that, that's the 3rd deagle kill of the round out of Rain.
Wow. 3v5 and a 3K deagle out of Rain.
Better. And better is what FaZe are looking for.
Yeah.
Because potential is no question.
It's also just like, you know, we go back a year or so, even with FaZe, and we always said that the teams that make continuous deep runs at events get less practice than the others.
And that was FaZe Clan's reality. It's very, very rare that they skip an event, even for, let's say, Cluj-Napoca, an event that didn't feature all the top teams, but FaZe were there.
Mm-hmm. And you mean like boot camps and things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a feeling there's a certain level at which, like FaZe and stuff, like I'd be surprised if they really have real boot camps.
Also true. They just go to Kerrigan's house and have barbecue, for what I hear.
Yeah.
That's the FaZe special. But just a moment off, right? Just a break for FaZe.
Yeah.
And then, like I'm saying, you know, with Alicia's move, now it's full focus CS. And even then, Alicia was still offering up a certain level of impressive play out of the gate with FaZe.
Yeah, individually good. I think the one major thing that we want to see from Alicia is just not being too aggressive.
Sure.
Like he's already experimented a lot with how wide he swings on certain positions, like late game decision making and things like that. But he doesn't have to have that same like sort of savior complex that he had on Complexity. And if he does still keep overextending, then it's sort of an indictment on how he decides to play the game, because he's got better players around him. He needs to assume that there's trust with the players that he's trading for, that someone's going to come in a late round situation, even if it's 2v3, and help him win instead of him having to do it himself. And if he does continue to try to overextend, like a lot of the games are going to come down to him. The other player that really stands out in terms of conversations is Brokey. Basically the guy that nobody can explain. He's either the most important player on the map, or completely absent, or misses the most random shot that you could think of, and his form has definitely been not good lately.
As Virtus.pro grows some economy here in round 4, I just want to shout out another small bit of that interview. You know, Kerrigan actually said when asked about this initial opening map, he thinks this is going to be a really rough match. Quote, "I think it will be a rough match, actually." And he's saying that, you know, Electronic, who's been struggling a bit in the in-game leadership role, has had a month off to kind of perfect things in practice. And he thinks that was what was going to make them look a little more new coming into the tournament. So he's anticipating something new. Maybe that could have alluded to something like Anubis or a map pool changeup. And he said it's very important to start strong against VP, because they're a team that if you give them too much momentum will start to play incredibly fast and then suddenly slow down, and then you just can't really get both your hands on them to keep them pinned down. So I think Elige with that one tap in the pistol, give Electronic something to think about. Now a 3-1 T-side start on Anubis could also bode well, assuming that they avoid that 4-player B stack, and it looks like they'll get away just fine.
Yeah, this is already a good looking phase from how they're searching the map. The fact they've got the right context clues to pick this site. And it'll VP, who are playing 4B at the moment, on the search. As Fame is about to get surrounded.
No defense offered here by Fame. And so bomb plant goes down, and it is indeed converted. Go ahead and hunt, gentlemen. Get out there.
Pop-off players for Virtus.pro. I mean, Flamus has been a perfect addition to the team in terms of like the types of rounds that he brings and the plays. His confidence is sort of unwavering in any situation. And I think that with the calling style that VP are trying to do, which is definitely more fast because everyone believes that you need to go a little faster in CS2, Flamus is the right guy to kind of bring in,
for
right?
sure.
He was like, you know, what Yakinder was to Jame. So I think with his aggressive rifling, it's added a lot. There's still inconsistency, but I think the whole team right now they are still building their identity, right? They aren't solidified. Flamus is still a young player. Icy is still kind of only playing on a second real notable team.
Right. Only Virtus.pro criticism in that regard, like if we're going to say that they're still in a turn, like a period of kind of growing and reinvention, then yeah, it's sort of like, I just wish, you know, and I'm secondary English speaker, so you never criticize somebody who's speaking a second language, but I just wish there was somebody who kind of had control of the reins and explained what the ideas were, because that part to me is still the mystery. You know, you try to ask Virtus.pro, what's your game plan? Back in Cato, they go, oh, we can't tell you. You have to wait and see. And it's like, well, why can't you just tell us anything?
what's so special or so secretive about what you're cooking? And then you watch them in the server and sometimes they fall flat.
Oh, Rain heard that, pin pulled, I think.
Kerrigan's gonna try to pounce onto the opposite site. Flawless ready for the attack. And he's gonna put him down, saving Flit and his little 4 HP. Alige sees a chance to move through middle, and there's no resistance offered for him.
Yeah, they've confirmed site on 4 players, so they're almost certain that there's no one here. And Alige loves to take space inside of middle. Let's see if the rotations from Virtus.pro are correct. They are, but they're getting a little bit jumbled up in heaven. If a third player rocks over here, there's no space for him. And Icy finds that through the smoke. They still get out in the site. It's actually not a bad spot for FaZe.
Multiple players out from the closet. Alige gonna go down with nothing. Brokey fake plant. And a fast move from Electronic to get onto the board strong. Round 5 features 3 kills from the in-game leader. And they make sure to sweep away a FaZe clan that previously, in those last 2 rounds, had only gotten 2 kills throughout them. So, you know, this is just VP waiting to finally have some guns and making the most of it. A nice uptick in tempo mid-round to kind of put FaZe clan down for once.
The attack is actually, in my opinion, not bad looking. There's this 1 kill from Icy that is just perfectly timed through the smoke. That helps out a lot, but small moments here where VP don't have control of the site itself. They're smoked out of heaven. There's 3 players up there. FaZe don't capitalize. But I think they have the right idea.
Oh, you got a nade out.
Punish.
Flawless just swapping out to a piece of utility, gets peeked at the perfect moment for Brokey. Frozen finds the headshot to Flit. Blink and you'll miss it. B defense done. He pulled a nade out, exposed to the angle. Cardinal sin.
Yes. You got to bank it like it's pool. That's the other part of this. I think, at least for FaZe, the one thing that's better than ever is Frozen, I believe. I think he's playing his best CS of his career right now in this new iteration of FaZe. Once everyone else has everything figured out, he's got the most space. That's the same as, you know, what he used to have. And Alige has been given a lot of space as well, but he's got a brand new team around him. Frozen's just getting smarter and better and really living up to that sort of prodigy status that he had when he was a really young player.
Rain really wanted that one, but 3 stay up, so VP majority stand. Doing a good job of making sure they just call off and save and write their losses off with those 2 early kills. Here it is, look at the hand switch. Yep. And a Frozen headshot for the road. Did you expect Frozen to be one of the players that would improve with a new teammate like Alige?
Because I think it was not so much Alige, but I think no matter what Kerrigan says or anybody says, I think Frozen and Rob said something wrong there. That's why I think they're both playing better. Same with Spinks and Mezzy.
Okay.
They will never tell you that it's because they had some issues, but there clearly was something wrong, and both teams have surprisingly benefited from the trades. So I think there was something there. The really strange part, obviously, with Frozen and Robs is that they played together a long time ago back on MOUZ with Kerrigan, and we're a winning team. But that was so long ago. Everybody else on the team was, you know, not really notable.
You just offended 2 people, but I don't know who they are.
BMS, I'm sorry.
I can't remember who they were.
Chris J.
Oh, okay.
Still feel bad?
No. He's offended no matter what. Brokey, missed shot, and you've got 2 players up in front of you. You're stuck here if you're Virtus.pro. You are stuck into this fight.
Coming.
They're going to come in swinging out. Flit, that box isn't very big, brother. And you're going to get the quick pinch down from the other side.
Skinny ass right there.
Oof. Fame's not going to let Kerrigan get away with it all, but back-to-back B issues. This time Virtus.pro not sitting on site to get popped, but they sign up for a fist fight and get walloped.
I mean, look at the amount of utility. They could actually smoke defuse.
There's a lot of util. Yeah, you're right. Both players sitting on the kits as well.
They could smoke Both the choke point and the bomb.
And then what do you do?
Yeah.
No frag grenade for the T's. You have to, what, boost over the smoke? But they just try to cover it. They're going to both players spamming the jump in from Icy. That's awkward.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, the idea was there, but the execution? Well, the execution leaves a little to be desired.
Yeah. He jumped around the wide side of the smoke. Just kind of created that shot. They didn't know where the second player was at first, maybe, so.
I feel like also if you see a post plant like that go 2 players both long, it's because one of them has a frag grenade to open up a smoke. I feel like that's what you'd be expecting. So to tap the bomb once to try to get that out makes perfect sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
Instead, there's just 2 FaZe Clan players desperate to connect.
And also those CT mollies, man.
Yeah.
They're just useless. They're causing more problems than anything else. If it wasn't there, you'd clear it.
Just dinky little...
Tonka ass.
Fucking. Fucking. Oh, excuse me. I can't say that. Oh.
This guy just said fucking. This fucking guy. Yeah. Very small, very expensive fire grenades.
Leash burning out a little bit here as FaZe look for that 6-2 lead. Icy, gets just blown apart by Kerrigan, who's again just going to find a nice easy path around that incendiary. Fame's not able to sign up for the double on the FAMAS. Elige has already been able to cut a path down through camera, and the smoke ices out the rotation. FaZe Clan have a field day with the walk into that A site. And so many saves coming out of Virtus.pro. They continuously have the tools for the job, but they continuously get out positioned.
Yeah, one thing about the meta that's actually nice is, if anything, FaZe have gotten a more clear upgrade on T side than they did on CT side. That's the part that they're still figuring out. But with the map pool being more T side favored in general, like that's got to be nice for them. Thing is, there'll be 2 sides to the map. Even if it's good right now, they might need to win by a large margin to guarantee this victory.
This is one of those saves that's really not guaranteed, but FaMAS leans back and catches his hunter. 6-2.
Machine told you that you have to use some magic terms today while you're casting.
Oh no, he told me he had a line for stare, but I never got around to it because they were just losing so badly.
He got 2 clutches.
Yeah, I thought about it.
You thought about it. Damn.
You know, I appreciate Machine giving me his line so that I can also sound like a good caster. Well, what is his is his.
Oh, so you were never going to use it?
Unless it was like really big. You know, play of the year. Okay. Teamwork makes the dream work. But yes, Machine and I have been mastering the witchcraft as of late. Electronic 5-7 in the front of the peak. Oh, but the rifle gets popped, and the 5-7 succeeds. Easy pickup here for Electronic, says thank you for the gun, and fades away through the utility to make sure that there's something on that A site. It is going to elicit the push down the ravine, and that timing is good, but the P250 betrays Icy. That's going to let Kerrigan swing his head around. M4 finds another. Everything that's left of Virtus.pro trying to attack from the flank. Everybody turns. These SMGs could still thrive. And Elige is put into a 1v3 with no bomb in his possession. And he's so nervous about the other CTs, but obviously everybody's back there. They give him a smoke to work around. He's going to try to lead. Oh, double headshot and on 3. Easy for Elige.
Well, that's an uppercut. Head in the hands. Liege.
That one leaves a mark.
Yes, it does. Even the fact that that nade trail comes out after he gets the first 2 kills, so he knows for a fact There's the third one ready to swing when he was worried about a flank earlier.
He was so scared.
Very unlucky there. Also crazy that he just walks out through the smoke.
Honestly, that's the beauty of a Liege. Sometimes I see him walk through smokes and do crazy things like that, and it just kind of costs him. This is one of those moments.
Do it when you're alone is the best.
Exactly. You know, nobody's relying on you staying alive. You either clutch or you don't. So he'll go all in.
That situation was saved. Kerrigan's reaction time was put on display there a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think he also decided he saw the flash, but he thought it would maybe swing with it, so he didn't want to turn.
You know, you got a Liege in your back pocket. Clutch comes out from John. Missed shot out of Icy.
Yeah.
That could have been a nice first kill in round 10. Instead, the AKs get ever closer to E-Box.
Icy's always also quite streaky, man. Some days he's taking over the game. Some days a few too many misses.
Kerrigan was a little bit worried about the impact Icy would have, kind of alluded to his abilities ahead of this matchup.
Rain's approach was crazy. Like, he knows that the shoulder spot could be here. Let's see if he actually wins this, though. No, okay.
Fame, good timing is just when Rain's going for that deeper corner clear. Virtus.pro will take that 5v4. Kerrigan, he could cheat through that. It looked like there was a little pocket behind the incendiary. Fame comes in to double check. Electronic steps up next. And that is 3 corpses for FaZe Clan littering Long A.
I think they looked at that and they saw, why would they molly behind the smoke? And then it's also a CT smally, so it's not great. Okay. 2-on-5 becomes 2-on-4 with 30 seconds.
Oh my God.
Becomes, a 2-on-2 with 20 seconds.
And Frozen's got a good amount of space inside sight. That's an open bomb plant for Brokey. You are looking at a 2v5. And if you thought Electronic was distraught when that 1v3 happened, well, just hang on. Because FaZe finagle away back into round 10. Fame is in between the two,
and he
is sliced between them to wrap around the obelisk, back turn to the long player. Brokey is inside of that smoke.
How would he know? How would he know that he's pushed through the smoke in this situation?
But time is still against Fame. He's not playing with a kit. He's only got 47 health, and he's gonna walk away. FaZe pull off the 2v5 off of an Electronic walk through smoke.
Why?
And why were the other two leaving B?
I don't know. Because he got the kill towards A main, and then they don't have a strong enough position that they decide they both need to leave. If that is the case, right? If Electronic pushes through and dies, and your B site is so vulnerable, then it should have never happened. So in this spot, there should have at least been one that could have rotated sooner, so they wouldn't have to completely give up structure on the other side of the map. But this was the only way that FaZe could have won, and as we saw on the clock, it was too early to make that push. You were not hunting exits. They were even worried about people walking in through mid. So that's a map that does not feel like it has 5 players on it, because it would have more things covered with certainty.
I mean, I guess the smoke did just fade. They thought it had an extra second. Flip's gonna try to crank that dial, get real aggressive and make up for what was just lost. It is not too late. A 4-round half could be had, but a 4v3 could still be lost. We've learned that. Kerrigan's gonna go on the chase as he has to know where Flit's gotten off to, and he's gonna bring an assist in a Liege.
I want to say they're making a timing here because of how early they've come back this way. I feel like the CTs are going to have their guard down for this. And you see their spots are now slightly passive.
Grenade out again for Flawless. Kerrigan's going to try to jump on him, still keeping his eyes on back flat. Flawless is able to hang on to his position. Long player swings out and Frozen. Now they know about the second. Flit's got to have to do all, and Elige is in another 1 versus 3. Anticipates the temple rotation. And he can just go and grab that bomb if he wants it, but first he's going to try to clear the canal. While that smoke remains up on Temple, timing starting to play back for Virtus.pro.
Okay, Elige, he could leave the bomb for a second if he wants to. If they get a little nervous, they're going to move out early. They see the bomb out in the open. This is going to be a warning sign to them.
Elige sliding outwards, doesn't see it in the gap. Not sure where they're at, but they have
indeed spotted. Icy was watching his flank.
2 different sides of that Temple door. And Elige has a lot of information now. It's either long or it's Temple.
They are not still checking the bomb. I think he's sort of confused about that.
Worried about Canal again just because of how long it's been. Fame's gonna start to walk up on him now. He's up against the wall, and Fame will indeed put Elige down, but at least the bomb plant for the last round. Virtus.pro making sure that they play hyper passive to not let a second 1v3 slip away.
Yeah, it's 5 straight, and there are some crazy situations to get there here for FaZe. So it could have been a much better half overall. Still, a 4-round CT side wouldn't be the worst. And this flip push is fantastic. The tactic here to pair with it, and they even stop this tricky attack from Kerrigan as he keeps advancing his position as he sees nobody, wrapping around the right side of default. He just doesn't get the kill.
Unexpected map pick of Virtus.pro here. And Flit throws out the Hail Mary with the bridge drop last round just to get 3. Could have easily been a 5-round half for Virtus.pro. Not to mention the rounds that would have come with them. It's been a strong economy for FaZe. Most of this happened. The MAC-10 will be slapped out of the round. Rain quick trade. Still 2 defenders off that flash. Flamus finds a dig. Now the support's out from long. Flamus doing a great job of hanging on. He gets his 2 kills while his teammate drops with nothing. Fast flank out from Canals yet again. And as that bomb's going to be planted, the cover is offered here by Brokey walking down. And a fast headshot onto Fame. Icy's going to try to slip up, and he gets them unexpectedly inside of smoke. So it is a recovery on the half here for VP. The Opper will find them the 2.
What easily could have been a rougher half for the FaZe clan winds up being a comfortable-looking 8-4 lead. Queue up a second pistol round win, and it could be smooth sailing in the unexpected map pick of Anubis. A little recovery here and there looks good for FaZe after an event off and a rare break. But what should be a well-prepared Virtus.pro with nearly a month of time away from Counter-Strike. What's this T-side got up its sleeve?
Yep, that's the question. And that's going to be the side you put more effort into when you're especially approaching Anubis. I mean, CT side is obviously difficult, but you got to accept that you're just not going to win that many rounds versus a good T team. But if they're to make a comeback, it would happen here. FaZe, on the other hand, have had problems on the A site. This round, they start with 3. Kerrigan, interestingly enough, is actually playing over on B. I don't know if they made that full switch. Actually, no, they did. Rain's playing A now.
Brokey peels off with that flash that comes down from camera. Lige with Berettas ready to go. Only gets the one. Nice headshot back from Icy as well. It's Fountain being held by Rain, so each defender... Well, actually, excuse me, Brokey with an empty-handed round.
Kerrigan's not had a great map, and he goes down 2.
Yeah, Flit holding flank, so easy pickup. Virtus.pro looking for that T-side pistol. And it looks all too guaranteed. Frozen's been having a great map, but he's worried about somebody hanging around in middle. No kit for him. He's going to have to work quickly now, and you can see that long A insurance in Flit. Player confirmed, incendiary out. He's going to give it the old college try, but again, those little stinky fire bombs don't do much, and he gets hit back by Fame.
Tiny, weenie-ass mollies, man. They don't do anything. Not worth the money. Not worth the money, period. Virtus.pro, great on pistols, though.
Do you think CTs should stop buying incendiaries on pistol rounds?
It's a hard one, man. Because if you have a lineup and you know what you need to cover, or you're just trying to kill 6 seconds because you're getting smoked and you're playing a post plan outside the site or something, there's always a situation. But yeah, it's just like right now, it's not balanced correctly. It's not good enough for how much it costs. So situational tier is where it's at.
Well-timed flashbang to find the MAC-10 uncomfortably. Good track here by Fame, and supported, of course, by Flawless right behind him. Ooh. Taps him out of the round. That's 6 for Virtus.pro. This could easily have been their lead, if not for that 1v3, if not for that 2v5. But alas, here we are, still trailing by a couple rounds. Never easy to keep your head in the game with rounds lost like that, but it seems like Virtus.pro have.
No op for Brokey yet. It's going to be someone to watch throughout the series, throughout the event, honestly. FaZe might have very little prep, if not no prep here, to think about what Virtus.pro are going to try to bring to Anubis. One of their lowest performing maps.
And speaking of low performances, tough day in the office for some young game leaders. Kerrigan, 2 kills deep. Could have some critical importance here on this half of the map. He's going to try to go chasing out long. Dies to Electronic with a MAC-10. Oh, and a double out of Electronic, despite Frozen having that M4. That's a big moment for Virtus.pro. Fame tries to keep eyes on a smoke, sees a Lige coming, won't get the better of him, and Icy isn't able to instantly pounce on that trade, but they could instead, alternatively, just follow through onto the B site. With Brokey leaning this far back, it is theirs for the taking, VP.
VP just running right for it. Brokey just cutting him off, letting him have the default pillar to plant on, however. Brain's starting to work up. Looking to take the long way around, man. This is going to be a long retake.
Electronic heard that movement, so you see him call it for Icy, who's now worried about E-Box. And as he starts to clear that, it's going to become
Is this Rain
uncertain if Rain is going to wrap all the way around, but he obviously has to walk the approach. And you'd think at one point they're going to start considering it. Yes, Electronic clears out E-Box. Now they know turn towards Long instead. And that would also have to have needed something to go well for Brokey. Elige never wanting a piece of the action on such little health. Virtus.pro 1 round from tying this game.
They simply took a risk by having Rain go that far around in case it was a post plant that was situated outside. Then he gets the kills. If not, I mean, they knew that it was going to be a save because of the time investment there. So very solid round here from Electronic with the MAC-10. Holding for the main swing. When we talk about individuals, you know, I'm going to be more hard on Cadian than I am on Kerrigan because we see the upward potential of Kerrigan and his best. He can be a lot better, obviously. Kerrigan's average rating is obviously not very high, but in this game, there's been too many critical moments now. Lots of entries where he hasn't been able to get his kill. He's putting himself in front as well.
Yikes, in the fire. At least trying to make something of one of the 2 rifles they walk into the round with. He is very much alone on this A defense that's about to get jumped on by Virtus.pro. They're going to unleash some utility as he tries to go out towards middle. So suddenly, everything you hope to hold has to be offered over.
I couldn't figure out who would play this side of the map. A wide open.
And already smoked out of it is Rain, so you can't help but feel like this is a lost cause. Let it slide. Keep a couple rifles. And try to get back into the lead because Virtus.pro have effectively tied the game up. What a recovery. This is going to be 6 rounds straight now with the 2 at the end of the first half, the pistol, full conversion, and flawless T-side synths.
Spiritually, they're in the lead.
Spiritually, man.
Right. Literally, they're tied, but...
Brother, your chakra's leading.
Exactly. Their aura is leaking at the moment. They've got so much of it. With this tie on the T side on the map, that was a real risk to pick. Shots are coming in.
Terrorists win.
But this will be the first op of the half here for Brokey. We'll see if FaZe have a solution. Again, 8-4, but their CT sides in general have been an issue. We noticed the absence of Rops deeply and gravely over on the A site. It has it's just we've just noticed that he's just a player you simply cannot replace. You can put Rain there, it's going to take some time for him to learn a new spot. High peak, long sort of learning curve. Kerrigan couldn't hold it by himself. They've already tried that. So they're going with the option where Rain didn't want to do it at first. It might be the best option for now, but we'll see how fast it can be good.
Flashes out middle, but nobody home for Elige to get a look at. So privy to a bit of information that they're not all that close. Leans into camera. We see this Brokey rotation going down back around through storage. So that's obviously to put the op up in heaven, freeze up Rain. Does that mean we're going to get Elige going back at that open space to try to make something happen on their backline? Looks like it. And the timing. Oh, he gets caught and has to give up what it looked like he wanted, which was to go all in on that.
Even if he doesn't, though, they're a little scared. He has a good push. He gets a lot of information, and they're ready on this site.
Opens the rotation for Rain to join them on B, so this is all afforded an additional player here inside this site. Will it hold? Frozen and Kerrigan get 3 between them. Rain is already emerged out onto the platform. Gonna have to be recovery from VP, and now Elige is in the mixture as well. Electronic can't handle, and information plays out to the favor of FaZe to get that stack in place.
I mean, even if they got that kill on Elige, it would still be scary because Elige knows so much at 40 seconds. And in this spot, we obviously have Frozen playing this incredibly well. He could die from someone coming through their main smoke, but it's smoke. That's still his advantage. And then when he gets this is the kill you want, the fight you want to take versus Dark every time. It's not playing from the back of the site or on default. That's the fight that's favored for the guy coming out of Dark. Instead, Frozen finds a way to get that kill by going out first and shutting down the A push from main. Got one timeout here for VP. FaZe will use this time to talk as well, of course. This is a pretty structured attack that doesn't work out late into the round. And to be honest, even if it's 5v5 and you go for the B site, even if there's 3 people there, it can be misplayed and you can still win, 100%. It's just that Frozen and Kerrigan sort of knew exactly what was coming. They knew how to approach it. Very good synergy. Kerrigan's 3rd kill.
Ooh, yep.
Oh, that's about as good as it gets.
You like that? Rain did also burn his smoke immediately, though, on long to try to maybe keep them in that position. So it sets up the frag grenade, but it comes at a cost at both his smoke and frag. It's going to make you a little wary.
I like we're seeing the full defaults, though, out of Virtus.pro. As we can see, that's getting them something. Taking over mid space, they pushed them back on both sides of the map.
It is cool that mid, obviously, the realm of Elige, it allows them to transition into some more aggressive A plays as needed.
Oh, this flash, though, they've got the op on it now.
Definitely announces, oh my god, again, it moves away at the worst possible moment.
It's 30 seconds, though. They've got to go to the site. Now, the bomb is known. Thing is, 3 CTs have to go all the way around. Electronic wins or loses this round.
Oh, he's got to be quiet, though. He can't let it go. And Kerrigan, I love the position on Jail, but if he backs up, obviously he's dead, so he's hanging on to just the sliver, and Electronic connects in. Broky's going to know about him now, but it is a clean 2nd kill from Electronic, who just silently skates his way through that backline and guarantees Virtus.pro's 9th.
This is an excellent round and an excellent half from Electronic. Not only fragging, but the call here is a thorough default, and they work everything with just the right amount of pressure. The one moment that almost goes awry is the fact that Icy is holding the op, and then he has the bomb out, and he turns around. But at 30 seconds, that's where it almost became too late. The thing was, FaZe, they didn't have a Legion mid that entire round. So they have to be aware that that gap is open, but they weren't. So if the A push fails like it does, they miss that. That's the only thing they have going for them. And then they've got a mile around rotation back through the beach in order to go and help the B side out. It was sort of a done situation at that point, even though they saw the bomb because Electronic had taken so much space and not a single person had come to check on him.
I find it a real contrast because when you think around back where Elige goes for the aggressive bridge play, the rotation is Brokey to storage closet to hold A site to let Rain go help Elige. In this round, you get Rain pushing with Elige and Brokey, same rotation. He goes back around through spawn, up into heaven to also be on A. In my mind, obviously now with the flank, would have been more useful to keep him in spawn, just making sure mid doesn't fall. But they wanted a 3rd player on A site.
I think
you'd think you'd be aware of that gap in mid, you know? Hyper aware of it.
Yeah, but I think their logic is if the flank is there, we lose.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think their logic is like, if we just have to bet that it's not, because otherwise it's over.
The flank is there.
Yeah.
They lose.
Because like if they, let's say he came back around through mid and walked through temple and tried to flank the flanker, they wouldn't even have time to do that. So certain positions are sort of lost. I think Electronic knew that when he was coming in. They haven't checked on me, is what he's thinking.
Yeah. All tied up again. Still guns in hand for everybody. If you're looking for silver linings, but Elige gets double peek. Kerrigan goes sprinting down Canal. Should have been hurt, but I suppose Icy peeks in and just Doesn't get a chance to strike him down. Fame worried about the long A aggression. I can't believe Kerrigan got out of there, but he needed to have Brokey land that shot. Kerrigan goes peeking back in. I think that's one of those moments where somebody has to get a refrag. You either die and don't, or trade and keep this round alive. Now Rain's chance to catch somebody off. Everybody keeps finding these little minute timings, but I don't think the bigger picture of the round is very clear.
Oh, Rain knows that they're gonna try to take this back.
He gets on the angle in time. Electronic gonna give himself some flashes to peek with. Utility indicates both players' position, but it's all just posturing. And look what it's done. It draws Kerrigan all the way away from the B site, and VP don't waste a moment just sprinting Flawless in to try to set up Fame to plant. Kerrigan gonna come back in time, hears them, gets the kill on Flawless at the very least, and now you know Hand's busy, but by God, FaZe Clan far.
2-on-2 with the amount of, well, absolutely no utility coming in. Just 2 kits.
They go shoulder to shoulder, silent walk up. A flashbang to be picked up right there off that AK. Rain can do something with that maybe, but he's also tasked with being the front runner on this retake. And obviously that Molotov here for Electronic could spell disaster for FaZe. We are getting down to a critical juncture in that bomb timer. Excellent headshots from Electronic yet again. Spray control's good, calls are great, and the individuals deliver.
He has totally recovered his scoreline with this half, and obviously is out-calling FaZe right now, so it's a great sign for VP on a map that was very risky for them to go with. Kerrigan goes from 3 kills to 6, a 3K in 1 round, and ends up being the only one to get a trade. Everything else goes wrong. The rotations look awkward, the gaps are huge, and the firepower is missing for FaZe.
It's a non-existent Elige and Brokey duo at the moment as well. Kerrigan gets a round that he'd almost be proud of. Step it up now, because VP sit comfortably 10-9. Kerrigan's gonna continue to try to fight this out tooth and nail. Elige gets aggressive on long A, dies once more empty-handed. CT side not his ally. Fame versus Rain up close. Oh, it's the headshot as he has the better gun.
Switching this to A play makes perfect sense here for Fame. They just put pressure over on B.
It's difficulties for Brokey. Good challenge up from Kerrigan. That's going to turn them around. It's a good bit of a distraction. Oh! And then Brokey gets the guy on the other side as Kerrigan comes in with back-to-back impactful rounds despite his previous struggles. The Opper delivers. I just tried to highlight the Elysian Brokey absence, and they hear the call to action. Brokey kicks it up a notch. Tied game again.
I feel like Kerrigan comes in, he's like, I'm sacrificing right here because Brokey, I know you can create an opportunity. And he skewers them. He's on both sides. Another 3K here for Kerrigan, but this time with a 1 round. He goes from 3 kills to 9 in just 2 rounds.
Ties Elige just like that.
Wow. And it's still the same critical impact positions that he's taking. And you can see that Brokey's opened up right there because he goes for the swing. It's an emergency protocol as his teammate dies. He gets spotted, doesn't even do damage on this first swing. But he has to because they're out of position. That round is a gift. Virtus.pro is still playing better, and they honestly should close this out if they keep any of the same energy they have in these last few rounds. But it's a chance for FaZe to improve.
Elige still needs to learn that when you play for FaZe, it's always possible. Feels like he's still trying to hunt that moment, that big multi-frag that he can offer up to just keep Virtus.pro at bay. Problem for him is we've seen him in different positions. Problem for him is he's been empty-handed all the while. Down to 50 seconds, and we get this Electronic approach. He's going to be the 1 player out through middle as 4 go hard on long. That is Rain to try to hold this back. Him and Brokey dedicated to the site.
That's a great spot, man, for Electronic right now. And again, look at this. There's 2 people watching his push, but they're going the other side.
Yeah, Rain's trying to keep eyes on camera, but now he hears it running in from long as well. Electronic inside of that smoke. Perfect blind on the push, and Electronic back turn to him. Heaven play out for Elige. He's the only one of the 3 to get anything done in round 21, but then he gets popped out by Fame. A challenge out of camera with nothing, and Virtus.pro will fight their way into the lead again.
Yeah, the better team is in the lead. That's it. Even though this game is close numerically, Virtus.pro are the better team in this half for sure.
But my God, that round comes down to some devilish details.
Yeah, but everything lands in place, right? I think that this is the best version of Virtus.pro in the sense of small timings, right? One flash, one guy turning. Brokey eats the flash. He's completely blind as that attack comes in. And then Rain, well, he has to decide between watching a smoke or the position that Brokey just died from. Flamus could be swinging out right after this. You know it's Flamus. He's going to be running really fast. And yeah, he would have died either way. So honestly, there's nothing that could have been improved about the way that Virtus.pro approached this. It's Electronic getting into a winning spot outside of camera again, and then the full split coming into the weaker site. FaZe are just way too awkward here on CT side.
Such a well-oiled T-side in that round on full display. It really reminds you of the amount of time and prep that maybe Virtus.pro have had in between events.
Yeah, and the fact that FaZe still haven't solved their problems here on CT Anubis. How to replace the power that was Rops, who could just push baskets by himself, know exactly when to pull off flank timings. Instead, it's like cameos from Elige, cameos from Brokey to try to help, but the Brokey-Rop synergy was obviously really hard to compete with.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just not there.
Not for those 2 clutches FaZe had in the first half. This map is done. If not for that big impact back-to-back from Kerrigan, Virtus.pro already comfortable on 12. So the fact this game goes on at all right here, right now, well, that is the FaZe factor. Let's see if they can wield it.
I think ultimately Elige, he loves playing mid. He should have been playing here even more often because Electronic has been using that to win rounds. But I think they're just so insecure about the A site that he's always coming over to help.
Makes total sense.
But look at this, another totally open middle as they double up on this site.
Elige walks over. Better equipped now. And yet again, middle taken over by Electronic has absolutely been his zone.
How come they can let this happen over and over again?
Rain playing with no utility. And Elige has also burned his belt, so they feel like sitting ducks unless they go all in on the long control. Mid be damned if you can cut off this side of the attack, but obviously outnumbered. 4 versus 2 in their grills. Perfect timing with the back turn. Double up from Rain. Elige, a single kill. There it is. The flank out of Kerrigan to make the difference. Yet once more, stepping up in a critical moment to keep this game tied at 11-all. Electronics mid-play finds nothing this time around.
Yeah, he can't come in late, and he's not going to be the first person to attack, and all 4 die outside of A main. It's a great push. At least this time, it wasn't from passive positions within A. It still comes down to this timing on this push and those 2 players, but at least it's a different look. Electronic will at least save this gun here in terms of Virtus.pro's economy, but there will still be a buy behind it. FaZe managed to tie up 11-11, keep this thing open. Of course, it is FaZe Clan. It's never over until it's over, but I think the staging, again, is a little bit worrying. The fact the mid space is given up once again. So much comes down to these 2 kills.
Yeah. A little Liberty he gets there. Almost gives Icy a chance at the shot. Now everybody's well equipped for round 23. That's where every FaZe game goes. Drag them into the depths and see what this well-practiced Virtus.pro is made of.
You can already see them trying to stage the exact same attack.
And we can already see the same A aggression. This time it's just an op a little further back, but dedicated hard, 2 players in.
And Elige on mid. everybody in spots to be prophylactic.
For the fame jiggle that sits just outside this arch. It's going to be a walk up down to E-Box here from Flit to try to keep some kind of feigned presence over on the B site. Electronic to the tip of mid, and he finds that blind Elige, primed for the taking. Missed shot out from Brokey. Rain is here to help him, so at least they get the one, but he steps right back into the angle for Icy. Limited without an op, and yet still able to connect with the trade frag. Will Kerrigan disrespect this? Because Electronic seems to expect it. Bomb popped it. Oh, and he gets the better of Electronic to even it out again. How many times is Kerrigan going to be the guy that keeps you in these? Flash into long at 35 seconds.
Looks like Flamus wants to go into hero mode. He's just throwing utility, though.
Looks like Flit wants to go into B.
It's a fake. Frozen waiting for them. 30 seconds.
Ice right behind it with the bomb. Frozen just locks in on this corner. Don't you dare take that nade out. Looking for the headshot. Jump up close. And down goes Flit first. Sight cleared out. No support here for Icy just yet. Flamus going to have to run on over. And you've got Kerrigan thinking about testing those waters. But now for the time, he'll hold smoke in front.
Oh, that's tough. That actually draws a lot of time off the clock.
Brokey cuts the sight.
Kerrigan already used his HE.
Icy locks into this corner, and in doing so, just awaits their approach. Kerrigan has to go for the sprint to come out and join, and Brokey's remained locked in on this very same angle. Frag grenade's gonna do damage. Flamus dropped down to half, prime for the swing. Big jump from the offer down, as both players lock it in, and the VP comeback's real.
Oh yeah, it is. Fully. Everybody had a chip in there, but we couldn't get a little extra. The nade is nicely placed in terms of showing them he knows where they're standing, but he's got an op in his hand. It's got to be that shot or nothing. And this flash tactic to catch off Elige, they're prepared for something new out of FaZe. Unfortunately, it comes a little bit too late, and obviously, from their perspective, a little too telegraphed.
All that caution on the approach is thrown out the window at the start of this one. Elige has gone down with nothing. At the starts of these rounds, what, 5 of the last 6?
They're trying to meet him at different points of the round. This time it's early on, right at the top of middle, or last round it was halfway down. The rounds prior, they did nothing to try to stop him. They've just been so late to the ideas, FaZe Clan, in this game. And to Virtus.pro's credit, like every position they have tried to attack has been vulnerable. It's been either wide open or awkwardly held. FaZe are going to need a little luck to win this 4v5.
Can't wait to see what the desk makes of the opening deaths for Elige. I want to see how many rounds he is indeed the first casualty, because it feels like all too often. God damn, Rain, you are playing a dangerous game on full display. Him and Kerrigan a kill apiece. Flit finds the trade. They know the EGL is here. He's got himself another. Kerrigan is saving you again, but he's getting pressured. It's not enough. Frozen ends up clearing it from behind. Electronic into the clutch. Knows there's got to be another bomb to be grabbed. 30 on the clock. Flash to try and help him. It's so awkward, and so Frozen cuts him down, and we will go OT.
Okay. They do it, and of course it's because of Kerrigan.
Of course.
The 2 IGLs here in the second half that have had some of the best frags that you could find. Again, another round where Elige dies with nothing. Even though they're trying to set him up for different looks, it'll have to be overtime. Everyone will get warmed up now.
No head armor. Insta-kill Galil.
Yeah, true. They were broke, though. I don't know if he could afford it, but...
That's a nervous laugh. But the game goes on.
So many heads-up moves from Kerrigan, man. He had 2 kills in the first half, right, dude?
Kerrigan is the reason that this game is still alive.
Oh, my God. They ran through this fully. Of course, it can be heard, though.
Kerrigan gonna try again. Sees a sliver of Icy. That's the bomb confirmed, but you better get out of there. You've just punched the bee's hive.
That's nice, though. Got the op back and spotted for a second. It'll just be a reset. VP try to kick the tempo to say, okay, let's just go forward with the push a little bit farther.
Electronic really hasn't been stopped out middle. We'll see if this could be the round. Brokey gonna hang on to that with the op, opens Elige to come and join down inside a defense. Elige burned off bricks. Rain's gonna have to hold this alone for the time being. Elige wanting to get into that action, but just can't. And when he finally has a chance at the fight, he dies. Opera with one out from mid, but the double out of Flawless is great. It is just what they need. That little bit of pressure alleviated, but Kerrigan on the back line again.
Around.
He is gonna catch them off. How many times as he fights to the site and he hits Flit hard. 13 health for the player on site. Bomb dropped down in the open, but plenty of time.
Yeah, the molly delays. The T's spread out. CTs can rearrange.
Frozen has so much health.
He'll have to be the star here.
Yeah,
he finds his timing.
Everybody else combined can't meet Frozen, but Elige, oh, excuse me, Kerrigan sets up the distraction.
He does, man. He gets that kill again. Can't believe the comeback here from Kerrigan.
This man.
And also, this is the most successful A-site hold so far, and it's because Brokey's here to hold the lurker coming in through mid. That was the missing piece of the puzzle here for FaZe this entire time. Keeper 2 riflers on the A-site. Don't let Brokey try to defend the exec when he's playing in a passive position on the site. That's where he eats the nades. That's where he gets mollied. Instead, keep him in middle, where Electronic has been going on strolls. And now Elige as a secondary op.
You know, you go through the protocols, you find the solution for what's been a struggling map. You're gonna plunk them on the op.
This is honestly the boot camp for FaZe. They learn in overtime.
Yeah, exactly. And Kerrigan said it himself, anticipated a really rough match. We are in the nitty-gritty, and Brokey is locked into the first fight against Flit, who kind of beckons the opper forward, but it's being held by Icy. Great bait for the sniper to get the man advantage here for Virtus.pro. It's also the bomb, and Fame is going to keep some pressure up on A. You've got this 3-player cohort out mid for FaZe, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Icy continues to hold out through water, spotted by Kerrigan again, but he won't be dropped this time.
The bomb's late now, and they know that. T's get killed.
Elige catching Fame as he tries to get off from Fountain. It's a disengage at 40 seconds.
Options open.
Big push into B, gets caught. Flawless sits still in the arch on the entry, and it feels
They're
like...
gonna walk through this.
Yeah, it's the commitment that will get more FaZe players coming over, but still that bomb, however slightly, remains delayed. Elige knows he's got the cross on the guy from long, but the bomb can still go down uncontested. Frozen tries to tap out, but there's nobody there just yet.
This comes down to Rain. He's on the flank. Flamus watching.
2 positions fully known. Flawless versus Rain is a big fight. Dink first for Rain, and now the retake truly on. Gunning for that flawless OT. Icy takes the steps out into the pillar. He'll go. Great first kill to Frozen. Dropped off one side. Great distraction. Flit deep down in dark. Peeks out, lines him up, but he can't hit it. And there, finally, is Elige.
Yeah, we've got the new challenger emerging here for FaZe. The debutant for the team here. Finally getting his round, and this is actually a nice performance from both him and Icy. Icy getting the flick on his second frag, but Elige hot swapping to the AK, putting down 3 kills in the end, locking this up entirely. And FaZe Clan somehow just won 2 straight rifle rounds in overtime.
What do you mean somehow? It's FaZe Clan in overtime.
In overtime, yeah, that's right.
This is why we watch them.
The Elige op, did you train for that? Virtus.pro?
I mean, the fact that it's in this awkward of a position, I don't know if you'd want to be Elige.
Wait, how'd he get a kill?
Frozen goes deep into the smoke. Elige tracks split up from E-Box. It is a blunderbuss of util popping all over this site.
You could barely smell him. You couldn't see him, that's for sure.
But Icy gets the kill towards that A play, and that's going to send Brokey scrambling. The fact he delays for a little bit of util does open the door for Brokey to work out into sight.
And Kerrigan here.
Spotted. Kerrigan still successful. Up to 15 kills, as is Elige now. That is the floor of FaZe rising when the pressure is on.
Health bar is depleted here for Virtus.pro.
Fame stagnant out mid on a corner health with Bomb.
He doesn't want to stay and watch this, however. Bomb's coming in afterwards. We've got Brokey alone on the A site. This might have been the awkward move out of Kerrigan. He was in a really good spot. Now, Brokey might be forced to play passive. Let this bomb go down. It's a totally different round.
And Alicia has to go back to hold tempo with an op.
Kerrigan will take the scenic route. Bomb is coming through camera, so Brokey could stop this now.
I think the Molotov allows for him to stay posted on this. Doesn't have to worry about somebody climbing up until that fire burns out. Now he's worried yet again.
Fame's not crossing. Icy goes down first.
Icy actually comes up and peeks into this angle right from the left side instead of camera. Fame tries to get that heaven peek out. Oh, and he hears the approach, but that's good. Flawless on the CT side for FaZe.
I honestly can't believe FaZe are winning right now. After the comeback in the second half out of Virtus Pro, the calls were super solid. Electronic was also recovering, but he wasn't just recovering. He was like blowing away the server in terms of his scoreline overall. And now it's got to be 3 rounds straight just to get to another overtime. That's the full FaZe treatment for sure.
It's an 8-2 lead for FaZe. Then they lose the second pistol.
The second shot from the lead. What is this?
I don't know.
What is that?
And the fact that the final 6 rounds of regulation also go back and forth. I mean,
average FaZe performance right here.
That's just FaZe Clan. And my favorite thing about FaZe is once it gets to overtime and they clean sweep the first half, they just end it in 16.
Oh, I thought you said we're guaranteed a second. I really wasn't sure.
Not on a day like today. You let VP get close. You let those hopes grow.
It's Gervin guarantee.
Every single person has put forth a round now at this point for FaZe Clan. You know, they've created their highlight reel for the FaZe Somi team to make the days package. And then you pull the lever, the guillotine drops, and VP lose their map pick. 16-12. Virtus.pro are wiggling out of this bomb site, trying to go for the challenge. Frozen blinded, but now you've got a couple players stuck out here on an island. They will catch support in the background.
Oh my God!
Oh, Frozen keeps it clean as can be. Clean as need be, because in this moment, someone's gonna have to follow through to site, or do they? They choose to leave. Icy, oh, he missed his jump.
Yeah, he
Rain's gonna be on super high alert at this point. Kerrigan should also be cautious coming in. Flash goes forward, fully blind. The fact he missed that jump cues up the Rain climb, and now you have a vacant A-bomb site to end Anubis.
Seems like the prophecy will come true. Somehow FaZe survived it all, get into overtime, and make it look like they haven't broken a sweat. 2 players coming in on a 2v4 retake. Frozen ready to meet them at the pass.
He'll find Back's turn to him, and in doing so ends this. Flawless in overtime for FaZe, and you say somehow make it back in this. I say that somehow is Kerrigan. Steps up under pressure, the diamond of Counter-Strike.
Well, in classic FaZe fashion, a lot of back and forth and overtime for the opening map to come back into games after a bit of a break. And, well, Maui, maybe they just needed a bit of a warm-up. Maybe they needed those rounds to get their footing back into this one.
James, I'm not entirely sure that FaZe practice, because they have to warm up into these games so frequently. I don't know what they're doing right before the match starts, but once they get warmed up in the server, bar none, FaZe once again showing some of the most entertaining Counter-Strike that we have. There's not many things I enjoy more than a FaZe and particularly a Kerrigan individual comeback.
I mean, it's nicer when FaZe actually force OT, they go in OT and they win, instead of they usually, somehow recently it's been like force OT and lose consistently.
Yeah, this was a better showing, but it was maybe, you said about them getting warmed up into it, Mary. Maybe also a bit of them being caught off guard by this map, you know? Maybe they weren't so ready for what VP wanted to throw at them here.
And that's why in the pregame segment, I was saying that I would actually lightly just give a bit more of an edge to VP. Still, FaZe are the favorites, but this was a surprise pick in my eyes. VP in the last 3 games were picking maps like Dust 2, Inferno, Ancient. I didn't see Anubis on the radar here. No. So for them to go back to the drawing board in the last 3 weeks to practice it, it showed in many of those rounds, but they just couldn't quite get it over the line.
Yeah, and I mean, FaZe just showing that they are the more poised team. They are the team you're expecting to win, and they do need to get warmed up into it. Like you said, even before in the interview before the game, you had Alicia saying, "Oh, scrims went shit. They were awful, right? And then Kerrigan, we're 9-9. I asked production, like, hey, can we get some Kerrigan whiffs? Like, I really want to see that. And then next round, 3K. Next round, 2K. It's like, he ends the game 15-18, and that's why FaZe is so entertaining to watch, because you can have Kerrigan kind of be the reason the game was close, honestly. Like, he was calling himself into amazing situations and then just dying every time.
I don't know if I ever really said this about FaZe before. Kerrigan's the X factor. When Kerrigan's playing badly, yeah, they're going to start getting stomped by VP. The comeback's going to happen, or VP's going to make it competitive, take the lead even. But then when Kerrigan starts playing well as an individual, well, suddenly now they're in the driver's seat. It's such a night and day difference to see FaZe when their entry fragger in Kerrigan is able to get these kinds of openers. So it kind of paints a greater picture right now. Like, think of Vitality. They're on a huge hot streak because Apex is playing out of his mind as an individual, and it almost feels like you can tie the flow and ebb of a game to, is Kerrigan getting kills or is he whiffing easy ones?
Well, it's all about also getting into the game and feeling the game, right? You feel the game like that better, you start getting some more kills of it, you're cool better, but it can all come hand in hand. For Kerrigan, though, this was obviously very positive, right? That he was able to turn it around, but it just got a little bit too scary, maybe too close for comfort.
Totally. I mean, they were pretty confidently doing well on the T side there. A lot of that was spurred by people like Rain, for example, who did a fantastic job throughout this entire game. And for Kerrigan and some of them, like, he was giving up some 4v5s in dumb ways. Like, he was actually catching people off guard and not finding the shot. So to see him play back into it, it just warms my heart, okay? Dare I say that?
Your cold, dead heart, it warms it. You've hated snacks for long enough. Now you get to love Kerrigan. I mean, his calls all game were amazing. He set everyone up. He set himself up just to whiff several times. And then you also have Rain. I mean, Rain was playing good all game long. He had an insanely hot start. But honestly, I don't think this even gets into overtime if Rain isn't pulling off stuff like this.
Yeah, his impact, though, was huge. Rain was not only just putting up some numbers, right? It was what he was doing within these rounds, especially these later rounds, which was giving FaZe the chance even to be in overtime.
The Deagle clip that he had, some of the impact on just getting these A main pressure that him and Elige were creating, that was so important to get FaZe to overtime and even putting up that defense into OT as well. So much credit to Rain and also pulling off some flanks too.
And that's part of why Anubis is T-sided. That A main spot, it's not easy. You saw VP several times lost the initial player. Maybe they got a trade. Then you just have Rain there double killing and Kerrigan or Elige is back like, oh, I got one free kill. They only had 3 players here. You know?
Do you feel a bit bad, though, on the other side where Frozen's doing so much damage the whole way through, right? He plays a solid game the whole time, but it was like some of the times he's getting the kills, but they're just fluffing the rounds where it's been the wrong timing for him.
The way I would describe Frozen is that he got his. Every time they went to Frozen and he's tasked with getting 1 kill, he almost always delivered. He was so good on his site defenses when he was playing around the B site. And again, these can be difficult fights for him. He's rotating in sometimes, trying to make something happen. Of course, on the T side, he was getting some good trade frags, but really, I was most impressed by his CT side ability because the B bomb site, when your back's against the wall, it's incredibly hard to defend. You have maybe 3 positions you feel comfortable in, and yet he was also at times taking pressure towards canals. Like, him and Kerrigan both would sometimes fight towards E-box, towards Khan, and he was pulling off flanks, good rotates, good side defenses. Like, his defense was more stable than anybody's.
Yeah, I think the problem is anchors only get praise when things go well, when you win the game. And Frozen is consistently doing this for FaZe, even more consistently than Rain for sure, more consistently than Elige, but he's not going to get any credit unless FaZe can actually win something.
Yeah, that's it, right? It's about getting those wins, but at least they're a step further towards doing that, unlike VP. And we touched on Electronic in a lot of detail about his leadership, what he's going to do with this team, but sometimes we forget just how good he can be with the rifle because he was the one pulling VP back into this game when they were so far behind.
Sometimes it was mechanics, but I was even more impressed by the times when he was just slotting himself into middle, throwing 1 smoke either to camera or to temple, and then sometimes he'd lurk through it. It was very difficult for FaZe to read how Electronic wanted to run his offense, and you could tell that preparation was on VP's favor due to the success that Electronic found on his offensive side. All in all, unfortunately, a wasted effort because they weren't able to actually find the map victory, but it is great to see that Electronic is showing some life, breathing some life into a VP team that in some ways feels sort of moribund.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like, this isn't easy against Kerrigan. Kerrigan at Cluj, MOUZ won Cluj, but FaZe beat MOUZ because Kerrigan knows how to abuse a weaker IGL, put them in uncomfortable spots, make them make mid-round reads, and show themselves as an IGL. He can do that. Electronic did a very good job not letting himself get out called.
And good that he wasn't being out-called, but it's now looking at more of the other individuals. A positive still was Fame, which, okay, he was able to put up some numbers, but I'm still lacking the rest of the players on this whole VP side, right? It's always a problem right now that someone's not showing up.
I mean, the guys that we wanted to praise in the pregame, or at least, you know, shine a little spotlight on, people like Flamus, people like Icy, they weren't really able to deliver. They didn't really have the consistency that some of the FaZe players were able to show. Fame was able to find some good success, especially on the defense, especially towards A. That's a role that he's really been actually doing quite well on, some of those kind of harder site anchor positions. And I've gained a liking for Fame because when he first joined that Outsiders team, he was kind of a wild card, and it felt like Jame had to control him a lot. Now I feel like Fame is the most stable pair of hands on this VP roster. Like, technically, I think the stats show Flitz better over the last 3 months, but I actually feel like I've liked watching Fame more. It's just that, yeah, sometimes he's in anchor spots and you just can't do everything on the map.
Yeah, sometimes it can be very hard to try and do as much as possible, but there's still a chance for them to do it going into the second map. Vu, you had some moments for us here that you picked out, right? Where things maybe don't go as smoothly as FaZe would want it to go.
If you watch FaZe or if you watch G2, you know anti-ecos are the problem. And FaZe, very often, they struggle to get into games because, like round 9, they make tons of mistakes, just huge mistakes. Everyone on FaZe, I'm sure, would agree these are mistakes that just open up rounds. They just give so much opportunity for their opponents to win force buys, win half buys, win these rounds that shouldn't have no chance in. So we pulled up round 9. This is Rain kind of alone here, gets traded. They get the gun, they get away, and then they leave B completely open to the point, like, you can go A on this type of round, you just have to be fast enough, and then you don't leave Kerrigan completely on his own. They're execing B, or they're execing A rather, but Kerrigan completely on his own. Not only does he die, they can get the gun, and then it's Elige that has to do something to bring the round back.
Just not the airtight sort of default that you would necessarily want, and you look at those kinds of rounds for FaZe, and they're lucky to be alive there because Elige was able to just, you know, claw it all the way back in the 1v3 clutch. I think they're almost fortunate today because VP are just not a great team on ecos themselves. Looking at the stats from Cluj, I was shocked to see that of the 14 pistol rounds that VP lost, they only won 1 second round. They only had 1 break of those 14 chances. So I think today they're a little bit lucky, FaZe, but they're not going to get so lucky after this stage.
Do you feel like right now, though, going into the second map, FaZe just in the driving seat, this is all theirs, we're going into their Ancient?
Yes, I will say so. I mean, I'm much more confident about this one, James.
All right, well, the confidence is there for you guys. We'll come back and see how it's going to go down when we're back after a short break. We went the distance when it came to Anubis, and FaZe were able to take the map bigger VP away from them. But now we go on to Ancient, and despite maybe sometimes VP picking into that map, they were still trying to show their way forward on where they wanted to go as a home map. This is looking like the home map for FaZe. This is looking like where they should be able to dominate from start to finish. So do we expect any differences here?
I wouldn't really say so. They can be incredibly versatile on the CT side, but the guys that we got to highlight every single time for this map is how Elish and Frozen take map control. It's why FaZe are so comfortable starting on the T side of this map.
Yeah, if you have two of the best players in the world taking mid every round, holding mid on CT side, I mean, VP are going to have a very tough task working around that control. They're going to have to fight it head on. They're going to have to win it. And I don't know if VP have the firepower to do that.
Have they shown us any firepower?
They showed us some decent tactics on Anubis, but I wouldn't really highlight the individuals popping off here as a win condition for them. So yeah, that's why I have fairly heavy favorites for FaZe on this map.
I can highlight an individual popping off. It's Electronic. He doesn't do that. He's not, since he's been in IGL, his rating is like a 0.8. He's not dropping 20 kills every map. Coming into this, one of my notes is, one of VP's win conditions, Electronic has to play well or they suck. He's going to play bad this game. He's going to play bad this game, and they're going to lose.
They were able to get the win condition on the last map,
yeah, and they still lost.
Still wasn't enough for them. So, I mean, it's a huge uphill battle, James.
An uphill battle, and so it's FaZe up all the way? Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it.
I don't know how.
Why is it?
Oh, yeah. It's this one, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of there.
You got that. You're kind of there, yeah.
There we go. We take that. Big and little version of this all. For VP, we haven't been so positive, right? But there is kind of a reason for this all. What do you at least want to see that could be maybe a positive in this one?
I see more from Flamus. Flamus was completely silent there on Anubis. I never really even feel like I remember a round from him. Icy has to fight back against that rifle duo because I don't know if the actual riflers of VP can.
Oof. Well, you burnt the riflers. Let's see if any players on the VP side can fight back in this one. Maybe we'll get a bit of cinema again. Let's see Scrawny and Launders.
Honestly, it's always a movie with FaZe Clan, so stay in your seats. At the end of the day, Mo, I think that I'm still very impressed with Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
Even though they lost that, right? Like, they lost to the FaZe factor. Not the fact that their game plan let them down. Not the fact that they looked disjointed. I thought those executes, the util, everything was looking really clean. And I was ready to be convinced by an awesome Virtus.pro comeback until overtime happened.
They come in with a loss on Anubis, but if they pick it in the future again, I wouldn't be surprised. And I think it would be justified. They got a lot of rounds there versus FaZe. They made that close, and for a while, they definitely looked like the better team. They even had to make a comeback there on the T side. Unfortunately, though, that just really makes this veto so difficult. That was the risk. They lost it. Now they come into Ancient, and even though FaZe are coming off of 2 losses on this map, this is still the map that they look to win consistently. Otherwise, I think it was like 7-loss streak into 2 losses or something for FaZe, something like that. So they got to be happy about coming into Ancient, and for Virtus.pro, they got to keep a smile on their face as well. There was absolutely still a chance, and FaZe had shown some gaps. Now, the interesting part about this map will be, I think, more so, again, for FaZe over on CT side. I think it'd be strong in mid. I think they can be weak a little bit in B with Kerrigan switching over to Cave right now. Maybe there is still another opportunity here for Virtus.pro.
Raining up in the cave first, looking for the entry. Kind of half-asses those corners, but all good because nobody's home. They sit outside of this one. Smoke makes it weird. Flashes to try to get him out. What's the move here? Does he think he's out already? It felt like he was trying to push up through the smoke, the short smoke, but maybe I'm wrong. Either way, A-site full clear, barring Fame, who's not looking the right direction. Buddy. He turns around. He doesn't actually stop the bomb plant, but the fact they put that down with him ready there, smoke grenade in hand, pin pulled. Broky's going to clear out Donut, though, and that's big because it's Beretta's offered over. 3v3 left. Frozen's going to get dinked in the face. Doesn't even stop him from getting a kill, though. Flip back up, looking for the multi, and now it boils down to Elish into the cave in a 1v2 split between CTs that take their time. Nice headshot, fall back, and he can't finish. It is a Virtus.pro pistol. Or is it?
Yeah.
All good.
Could be good.
All good.
Wow. Elish just...
All good?
If he just had run the other...
All good?
Wait a second. Not all good. Not all good at all. Bad. Very bad.
There was a question on that, man. He tries to sprint it in. Good on Elish. Clutches out 1v2.
But delays it long enough.
You know what it was? It was the tagging that slowed down Electronic running towards the bomb.
Sure.
It was the bullet tagging.
It's also Electronic waiting for Flit to make the engagement. You know, if the trade comes out the other direction.
He was waiting out the donut smoke. Oof. So it's that awkwardness in the beginning.
Oh, little extra arm on that. Flies past Flit, hits Flawless.
Could have been worse. Could have been better. But stylish. That's what's important.
Hornet's Nest here on the B site with the MP9s all around. That Icy Scout won't find anything anytime soon. Doesn't mean it's not possible. You know, Lee's taking a little glance towards mid, but CT's sick of waiting. Are going to make their move to the base of ramp. But they kind of jiggle a little too close. Frozen given a warning. Capitalizes to the double kill. Flawless MP9 down with nothing. It is only Flit of the 4 to do anything in terms of defense. So bomb plant uncontested. Brokey knows what he wants. A frag and the plant. MVP guaranteed. FaZe Clan convert for the 2-0 start.
Not the way you want to start here for Virtus Pro, of course. But, okay, let's see. Icy running into his death. Surely. Unleash will take him out. That's a solid round out of FaZe to kick this off.
So really,
the rust in the first map, now it's just gone. Especially just the overtime. It just unlocks something. Another level, right?
Really sweaty for Unleash to reposition onto the railing of the staircase.
At that point of the round?
Like, bro, it's AK versus USP and you know, Unleash.
Just gotta rub it in, man.
You gotta practice like you play and play like you practice. Min-maxer. Jonathan Jablanowski. Gets found out by the pack of pistols. Frag grenade opens up the line for Frozen, who played lights out back on map 1 for the record. 1.42 rating on Anubis.
And Frozen's like top fragging performances are always sort of quiet in terms of their nature, but if you look back on some of the rounds, the way he gets kills, how he repositions, his combinations of attacking, then using utility, going into his next frag, like he really is putting on a 360 performance in some of these situations. Yeah, I think he just even has ways to go. I think this is going to be his best year so far.
Feels like he's almost tapping back into like his MOUZ levels of performance.
Yeah, and I think on MOUZ, I would sort of draw a comparison to where ZywOo was at a couple of years ago, where he was still like the best player on the team and whatever. But in terms of how much X Factor he actually had, I think it was more stats than X Factor. Whereas I think now it's going to be meeting that sort of intersection of like perfect play, which I think we're seeing from ZywOo as well. Obviously, it's just maturation. Like they're both so deep into their careers after playing so well since the beginning. So it's just felt like they've always been good. But players like Frozen and ZywOo, you know, maybe not hit their peaks.
Be a welcome sight. Also, I think great timing on your call. You mentioned it right before Anubis was kind of getting deep. Like this is my favorite Frozen, I think, and well, he gives you something to be proud of. 5-1 start here on Ancient as well. Picking up some freebies in middle. That'll be Alicia's responsibility moving forward. Kerrigan, in that same interview I referenced earlier, said keep an eye on the small details and expect changes within those. So we got to keep a real close eye glued to the FaZe Clan approach to Ancient. Right now they've gone down to the 4v5, still AKs in hand.
Go for the boost.
Yeah, but Flawless getting kills all the while. Electronics brought it back with one as well. That's total B control, and they ice out the 2 in elbow with it. VP, you just spit at them?
Yeah. We didn't get too many Flawless chirps, actually. He's, well, I guess we need a crowd for him. He's mostly like positive vibes towards crowd.
Yeah, also, I mean, you're in a team that's so incredibly quiet. Like, I wonder if that ever kind of drains you. No matter how many times you roar, nobody around you will. So it's got to be timely.
Never stopped Apex ever.
That's fair.
All right, quick one. Fake in A site, perfect time to do it. They're going for the mid control. The T's just needed to see it, and they got that glimpse. Now it just becomes such a difficult round to win.
Cha-ching, open A site. Bomb a little bit delayed. That could get weird, but fire at Icy's feet. He tries to bail back before they get vision. Frag goes too far to open the line for Rain to be caught. And so he'll stay here in the corner as bomb is planted. 5v5.
Electronics looking to punish this. Yes, great timing.
Great turn and also instant kill, right? It's got to be added. Didn't waste a moment, didn't lose his health, and now comfortably in the 5v3, starting to get a little bit desperate. We see that attempt from Elige to get out. CT Incendiary on the side of Tempo. Broky's going to be on big box. It's a great position to section off 1v1s, but Fame gets the better of him, and it is a Virtus.pro retake with conviction.
Man, excellent trading. Like a open A site on that timing. It's one of the hardest rounds to win back sometimes, even though you're 5v5. A lot comes down to Kerrigan, and something funny happened. A lot comes down to Kerrigan and Electronic on who is going to win on that lurk duel. Because if Kerrigan wins, then suddenly you can't even retake your donut. Suddenly it becomes scary for Flawless. He's distracted, and things go south entirely. But instead, he finds the perfect timing. And it's good to see Electronics' performance carrying forward as well, because they didn't lose Anubis because of him. He definitely did his part.
Six rounds into the half, we get a bottomed out FaZe and a very content Virtus.pro to continue with this aggression. How key has Electronic been kind of climbing up into lane and keeping the pressure on both sides, middle and B? To hell with it, even versus Pistols, they're going to go ahead and play for that forward positioning yet again. And in stark contrast to the rounds prior, very quiet, too quiet. Electronic knows what's up. Flash is going to find him. Full blind. Pistol can't capitalize. There's an AK here in the mix. You better be careful. Broky's still swinging with it, and Rain Steagle is going to find one. They signed up for that fight. They chose that battle.
They've got no armor to work with here. They just pick up a gun. They've now decided that they're going to go for a push. It's mid-control again. They're correct about it. How do they approach this, though? No flashes. Brokey could just get flanked.
They turn. They've got to realize the timing here. Brokey's going to get completely caught off. There's Elige to still be able to hold that top ramp. Icy's got that element of surprise. That's the two Kevlar players dead. Rain with a dig and no armor just keeps it skinny. Thinks thin, and he still gets popped. Icy on bomb. Virtus.pro close, but they won't let that slide.
Yeah, that's really great awareness from Icy. I don't know if he saw him, but it felt like he must have seen something. But again, no armor coming in. There should have been no plant at all in that round. So one good flash. You see how much it does for you.
Well, Brokey had Kevlar at least.
Oh, Brokey did, true.
And Elige had some.
Elige was holding a little bit too passively, but one or the other was going to be vulnerable.
Yep.
So they got the trade. Kerrigan says, we have this round. Don't worry.
Well, let's see if that's true.
Well, the price is very high here for Virtus.pro, winning with one alive. Still got a little bit left over, but not much. Oh. That would be such a nice find. Off angle here for Fame. It's been doing good. Oh, he goes down.
Kerrigan convinced they've got this. Well, it'll help if he offers openings. Oh, Icy sticks around on that. A little weird with the flash coming at him, but he's fine to hang on. And Electronic getting the better of the cave play. That's a simultaneous kill out mid. And the A main player dead in Kerrigan, so the only thing they've got left is this red room wide swing. Good trade back from Brokey, but it's a 1v4 demanded of him, and he knows that a CT had already pushed forward to the front of that cave.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is one of the positions Brokey's actually so good at clutching from. He doesn't have the op, but that actually might be to his benefit with the amount of players left over.
Fakes it once.
Draws nothing out. Assuming somebody's close by, they're going to be running in all together behind Electronic.
Damn, still nothing. Just lets that pack grow inside of the cave. Brokey, oh!
Okay.
No plant, well done by Electronic. Makes sure to play it safe, doesn't go down to the one player left up. 3 stand for Virtus.pro, and hate to break it to you, Kerrigan. Wrong.
They don't get it. Yeah, I mean, Kerrigan gets his. And this flash is perfect, too, but he sees somebody's shoulder, then he sees a shadow.
This is that kill that goes down at the same time as the cave push. You having fun, son?
Then if you're Kerrigan, you say, don't worry, we win this one.
And he might be right.
Yeah.
It's fully Kevlar'd. Tons of utility.
It's interesting. There's no window smoke and it's passive mid position, so this is really nice for VP because they're not overcommitting to a spot that's not being taken. And FaZe just tried to fake that they're going up for their V pressure again. This shouldn't be too much of a surprise.
One player ahead of that, Elige. Yeah, kind of taps through. That's just going to get Split's head turned around. Electronic under a bit of pressure, but everybody cleaning up where they have to. So for a round with so much invested, it's got to be said, FaZe really didn't get much footing at all. Really trying to hope that Elige would get the ball rolling out mid, but he's the only player ahead of that smoke, and Flit had support on both sides. Finally, something does go well, but a singular kill off the Tech-9 doesn't mean much when it's Virtus.pro on fire.
Yeah, this Icy hits 10K saved here in this half so far. CT looking very strong right now. Again, mid-control looking super solid, and even the round where they had A wide open because they've been so invested in mid, they win on the retake. There was some respect across the board when Kerrigan talked about playing against Virtus.pro. Said they expected there to be some trouble. This is that trouble.
Run boost attempt goes poorly.
Did they nade him? They did do those nades, didn't they?
Not sure. They took some damage though, so it would make sense. Ooh, but the boosts, will it catch a glimpse of Frozen?
Oh, no, it doesn't. And I don't know how comfortable they are with this info. And if they disassemble here, they do it quietly.
Yeah, at least do it silently. Frozen turning around just in anticipation. Flom is thinking about the possibility, but they're not that ready. Good trade frag back from Fame, but he doesn't seem to expect Elige. A second player in this position could peel Virtus.pro apart from the back line.
Flit walks up short. There's some nades on B. This opens it up for Elige.
Yeah, he comes sprinting over right now. Fame making a ton of sound. Elige is going to take a wide angle, wins the duel straight up, and there's no second CT to try to trade that back. They've opted for cave control, forfeiting long, forfeiting sight, and really just trying to hold on from these positions. Brokey's gonna give him a taste of his own medicine, sends a shot back through that wall. Flit activates with Rain out in the open, so it's now only the one-man disadvantage. But how will Icy ever get past this angle of Elige?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna take the peak. Elige is giving him openings per se, but at the same time, it's a very hard approach for Icy. This round should just be done. Flit's already falling back. I think it'd be worth to be a little aggressive, especially considering the sheer amount of money Icy has, but I guess that's counterbalanced by the lack of money that Electronic has, and Fame will have one buy left. Still early enough that saving is okay.
Saving is always okay, Mohan.
Not in London.
No save shames. Oh, that's true. The one crowd that booed every save.
Yeah, it is those nades, man. Those, honestly, I don't think we're seeing other teams use them. I'm not sure who else has been nading the run boost, but it's been working extremely well for FaZe.
Spirit, maybe? I thought there was a head-to-head where both teams used it that featured Spirit, but I could be wrong. My favorite part about that visually is just the fact that it really screws with the guy at the bottom. And then the guy on top just kind of jumps. It's like jumping off a diving board into an empty pool.
I hate getting naded when that happens.
Ugh. Makes it look so limp. You're just stuck out there, then the donut smoke pops. You got to scramble and run away. Such a fun way to make things awkward for your opponents.
And the boost didn't give them the information that they really wanted at all.
It's just a very panicked state to try to go for something so intricate when you know that the timings for T's to get out mid is also so deadly.
I think it's good we see FaZe not giving up on mid at all, even though I would say Virtus.pro did a great job of winning enough times to potentially condition them.
Really successful in this round, getting that walkout through middle to go for the climb. Oh! Flit with the perfect wallbang on a leash. As he's trying to climb up and down those boxes, dead man walking, 5v4 looking for Virtus.pro. Looking to get that lead 2 rounds ahead of FaZe if they can convert this man advantage.
I mean, it's a great setup for Virtus.pro, right? 3 players in sight, both 2 of 3 looking down banana, and they go forward with the push. The op in the back should be good. This can still go wrong, but the flash is good enough. No.
Not for the first 2 on the boxes. Player, oh,
it's all about Rain.
3 kills in, double headshot to boot. And you've got Brokey up on that close smoke. Flawless waiting on the other end of it. This could be the back turn guarantee. But all that really matters is the fact Rain didn't eat that flash. The 2 players going for the boost weren't affected by it, and they're the ones that end up coming out with the kill. Too many targets for Virtus.pro to really chew through all of them. Brokey's gonna get the sideline frag to Flawless. Quick one on to Fame.
Nice, man. Drew him back.
AKs thrive in this one, thanks to Rain and Brokey. Full house, all 5.
I guess they had, I don't know how many were playing anti-flash, but it didn't get the full efficacy. And even though it's a 5v4 start, Grain goes back to check on mid, they clear it, they go into their B idea. Yeah, he's the most important player, of course, not blind.
Very good shots.
I told you we win this one.
And that's going to keep the money low for Virtus.pro. So this half, anybody's to take. Electronic continues in cave.
Yeah, true. This one could be worth both to end the half.
Uh-oh. Too strong for his own good.
Yeah, I could do. What is that? It's Norwegian noises.
Okay. Ooh, Lige, you got 2 guys to your left, 2 guys in front of you, but they come through smoke and look towards bottom mid. Flick gonna try to sign up for the trade frag, will find him, and Brokey full disengagement. As that second donut player in Flawless wasn't able to get into the action. Kerrigan's been taking a bit of a sniff at the site. Just missed the walk-up. No, I feel like he saw that. Yeah, sliver of Flit. And so just what he needed to go in for the duel, but Electronics got the trade in the position back behind Pillar. Smoke down in front of the ramp should cool off the attack.
They squeeze, take cave over, and try to open this up again. They kind of want to slow it down, but with the amount of time left over, it'll have to be decisions shortly. Retake spots now for Icy and Electronic. He gets involved, but now moved back, and he won't be able to re-aggress on this angle.
Super close scope as well. He had just scoped on the entry. Can't get the quick scope in. No double spray down for Electronic. And so it's man advantage established in the post plant as FaZe will hunt that 6th. Fast move from Flawless.
And Flawless really wants to win this round. He's going to try, and he's going to be somewhat successful. 40 health left over, but it's a one-on-one. He's got a smoke as well. Brokey cannot just play this full passive.
He's got a smoke and he's got a kit. Brokey wrapping around that long angle. Posted on exactly this. Flawless gonna put that smoke down. Oh man, Brokey doesn't actually get the kill. Now the health has been evened out. Flawless gonna get on bomb, but he fakes it once to swing. And that's where Brokey's gonna catch him in the back pillar. Flawless can't believe it.
Yeah, taking the fact that Brokey runs up to that to catch a push through the smoke instead of someone going back around or just sticking the bomb. It's great option coverage for Brokey. And we'll see now if that round is going to be worth 2. Because as broke as FaZe were, Virtus.pro did not have that much money left over. He is like a cartoon character, man. That's great.
I love the wind up on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's like, what is he doing? You know, why is he doing it like that? It's like, because he knew what you were going to do. Somehow he knew.
Because he got your ass. Easy does it. I love that Brokey has quietly climbed the scoreboard to the 12-6 half.
Brokey is key.
Because he did end up being the lowest rated player back on Anubis. Ended that one with 13 frags, 17 deaths. Fame going to try to mitigate the MP9 disadvantage, play it up close.
Brokey is like the ice cream machine at McDonald's. When it works, everyone's happy.
Okay. feel like that is really just a North American problem, though. I've never been to a European McDonald's that it's not working at. For the record, things work here.
Well, I can't name any other country.
Yeah, exactly. Smokes are going to come down inside this A site. This is where this half ends, folks. It's either a tied game or FaZe's 7th, but they've given just a bit more time for the CTs to get out. Oh, Fame and Flawless. No way. From Donut, 2 kills unanswered. And even the chase is a little delayed. Lige will come out mid-late. You know there's another one in there, but it's this challenge through CT lane in a second that's going to catch Brokey off guard. He's still able to kill Icy, but Flawless hangs on. His 2 kills in from Donut, impactful. It's a tied game at the half. FaZe Clan continue to have their hands full in the Virtus.pro head-to-head. 6-6 at the end of the first half, and a nice little close there as well offered up. It felt like we had a good bataille going down in mid-mo. A little back and forth, a bataille that ends the half tied. But at the end of the day, it's a VPT side and a question around the cave as things move forward. Right now, it's Brokey's Berettas up front.
They're running credit card all the way around, giving up the sound just to keep the CT's attention, but they go by, and Lige will take the first peek. Well, might be for a while. Actually, Frozen's the only one with an open view. Bomb gets planted. Very clean here for Virtus.pro.
Second 5v5 post-plant of the map. Last one featured guns and went the way of the CT retake. So let's see what this one can offer up. FaZe Clan working with a smoke and a flash between Rain and Kerrigan. Flashbang pops above, catches a teammate, unfortunately.
First blood goes the way of Virtus.pro. Dual Beretta's rip.
Gosh.
Broky's got himself the double kill, then the Donut player still smoke. Flom is dead, and that last player is going to just have to desperately try to spam off on the bomb. You've got 3 sets of bodies just standing in front of it. Easy does it. FaZe Clan takes CT pistol.
He was shooting that at max velocity, Brokey, running around default. That was really scary, I think, for the T's holding. Has to be a first bullet headshot or you're simply dead, man. That thing will rattle you just off the noise alone. Retake is solid here for FaZe Clan. A lot to do with these kills. And that's Brokey, top of the board for a reason.
From the bottom to the top in back-to-back maps. We'll see if he can end there. Big buy coming out of Virtus.pro, supported by that bomb plant. So AK and 2 Galils with a healthy amount of nades to go into an A execute, but Elige has already got bottom mid control.
Yeah, they don't have vision outside of B, so there's still a very heavy lean from FaZe, but they have the right positions to block.
Frozen dropping the incendiary ahead of time. Good call.
There's
smoke grenade's going to follow suit, so that's really going to put a dampening on the Virtus.pro attack, you'd assume. They don't have enough for a second volley of an execute because they just used all their smoke. So double Molotov, double flash. That is what they've got to offer. Good flash, in fact, finds Frozen. Now his job's a little awkward. He's going to go down with nothing. Elige can't get out from Donut yet. Pressure here on Brokey. Single kill out of him is all. But the smoke fades and Electronics AK thrives.
Hey, they still got their kills. Block was there. Fame doesn't go down planting.
Frag grenade finds a bit of damage. MP9 swings out from Temple. Good kill here from Kerrigan. It's big pressure on him from the bottom of the board. He will try to thrive. Oh, in a second into the Donut. Rain now 1v2. Electronic locked in up close. Tries to lean back slightly, trying to piece together both these angles. Can't figure it out. They wrap around him, and that's both defenders down with not enough.
Yeah, I mean, extremely well done here from Virtus.pro. The fact is, they had to deal with getting blocked. They know they have no smoke left over, so they've just got to run through it. And with the utility that they have, they make it work really well. Blinding the FAMAS, trying to rotate out from single box. Okay, I think the molly comes his way, so he needs to get out of there. Oh my goodness.
What the hell? What did FaZe Clan get cameramen? 360 super zoom.
Okay. Yeah, that one got turned on its head.
You know what it is? At Pro League last week, there was that whole zoom in on player sequence. And then our blast cameramen were like, hold on, beer. I got tricks up my sleeve. It's a battle of the cameramen in 2025.
Hold my Tuborg.
Everybody flexing. No way. Don't you dare. Don't you dare get crazy with the P2K. Deagle? Okay.
Yeah. Brains Deagle today. It's a little different.
Another one.
What is this spot? I wouldn't expect him to get this close, but not push.
We call this Hobgoblin.
When Kerrigan's dead, he can go back to cave. You know? Oh my goodness.
Don't you dare.
He is in fire.
Plus the reload right there. I mean, he knows Flit's here. Flit's never going to clear this. Flit's going to kill his teammate. Now he's got an AK. Rain from Hobgoblin gets the kill and hangs on to it.
This is now actually maybe a winning position. I mean, there's good guns here. Okay, that kill. Oh,
he hit that for 30, dude. Frozen takes it to the head, and that is going to put him down. Man, disadvantage for FaZe. Despite Rain's best efforts to hold cave, it is him and Elige 2v3. But, okay, I almost sensed that timing. Flawless's face almost on the line, gets away with the bomb plant, and that's going to be VP to the lead.
One good shot back through window. That's all it took. Just to restabilize here for Virtus.pro, and they'll get in the lead.
When's the last time you saw a kill from Hobgoblin?
Well, never, because it's never been named. Could just call it Rain.
Nope.
Fine, but then I get Ramsey.
All right, deal. AKA Dark, AKA Con, AKA E-Box. But really, Ramsey.
Terrorists win.
Ladies and gentlemen, VP in the lead.
Is that a magic guy?
What?
A Hobgoblin?
No, it's not actually. I don't think so. Now, I'm not sure about the difference between goblins and hobgoblins, but
it's just goblins that be hobbling.
Yeah. I feel like hobgoblins live in tinier places, like hobbits. Hobbit goblins, there you go.
More hunched over.
Yeah.
Big feet.
Mm-hmm. Like Freya.
Big hairy feet.
Famas in the front for a leash. No util here for the defense, but you got to be careful because there's that Famas and an AK out there. Oh, he beckons them in. Made it known where he was at, and the trade frag comes out clean for Virtus.pro. But that also starts to bring reinforcements for the fallen Elige.
Yeah, it's definitely worthwhile, even though it's 1-for-1, just to complicate the position. But Kerrigan goes down. Swing back around to the A site. It's open. We'll see if Virtus.pro overthink this, but Flamus is going to hear nothing, see nothing as he moves up. The map starts to illuminate here for Virtus.pro. The gears start turning.
They start turning and they pick up momentum because there's zero resistance, so calls have been good tonight for VP.
Yeah, solid,
This is a solid showing for Virtus.pro. This is, I mean, this is the kind of team that I think you'd want to see coming out. I said this while we were kind of off air, but in contrast to what Astralis offered us earlier today, this is such a good game plan, well-oiled attacks, even back on Anubis, a map where they lost. Look at the timings in their executes, the tethering between the players. You're like, oh, you've been working hard as you awaited a chance to jump back into the server.
Yeah, they made FaZe look genuinely bad there on that T side. They still lost because FaZe got better, but Virtus.pro really...
There's been no sloppiness, really. You know, maybe a moment here or there, but it's much more convincing when it does go well. And I think that's a Virtus.pro that a lot of us have been kind of waiting to get back into form.
Oh, in terms of sloppiness, FaZe have been the throat goat.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Talk about mistakes. A lot of chatter here for Virtus.pro. How do we make this 10?
Fast. Flamus looking for a glimpse into the site already. Straight up that ramp. Into the action with a whole pack behind him. That's what the chatter's for. Let's keep it fast. Pressure's on. Oh, it's VP
no ammo.
with FaZe by the throat. Bomb plant on the other side of Pillar. Can't be stopped. Kills do come back. FaZe, are you still in this? The chase is on for Frozen, and the trade's out of Elige. You've got Electronic now back up from the ramp, trying to get into the clutch. He catches Elige on the side of the obelisk, and now with Molly in hand, just leans this back.
Oh, what is that Molly?
Beautiful throw on top of the bomb. Brokey's gonna have to walk this close. Bomb at the halfway point. Does it burn out in time? He's got the kit, he jumps on it, and that's a FaZe Clan 3v5 retake.
My goodness, man, that's the angle on that Molotov was crazy. An NT there for Electronic. He knew that he was going to get approached. And the entry and the attack go well up until the point of the retake. Through the smokes and all the chaos, they don't have everything under control. FaZe keep up with them. But this is another example of where the CT mollies basically don't exist in any meaningful sense. And the fact is that if you throw them and you can't trust them at all, then all they do is ruin your position when you would have otherwise held with an extra player or a little bit more attentively. And yeah, B rushes can be a lot stronger because of that.
It's a quick reminder that FaZe aren't down until they're done. Keeps that lead within one. But they don't keep VP at bay. Already able to walk up into the red room. First player gets over unspotted. Little jiggle on this timing, dude. Brokey's about to have his hands full. This is Icy still down an elbow with the bomb. Bit of a rumbling outside of the B site with the other two players from Virtus.pro. They're going to come and clear out these corners, but you'd have to push all the way out. And Fame is on a great spot.
Oh, but Frozen just gets the better of the duel, and then they read that there would be a second. Elijah is able to come through, but he lets his guard down to elbow.
Yeah, looks in for more. Electronic does the same thing.
Did he have to? Had Donut to fall back to. Kerrigan's going to get found out, trying to push out from Cave, trying to do something to get this round back into their hands. Is that one of those moments where we have to highlight some of those times where Elige still dies trying to do more?
Maybe. There were so many kills that happened at the same time. I don't really know if they had like a solid position after they got those 2 kills, but it was also 3 players that they had to watch for in mid. I think the idea was win mid.
I suppose as well, a lot of sound made outside of B-site, so he's just thinking somebody's going to peek me from heaven.
Yeah, it could have been also just a good default for like covering those players who had pushed for Virtus.pro. Brokey maybe can survive, and if he does, well, maybe not. Okay.
Op hits the ground, Virtus.pro to double digits. They didn't waste a moment getting into that bomb site either.
It's a lead, but
One more, 15, one more.
can you really have a lead versus FaZe Clan?
Oof. Tough round now for FaZe. Little Hail Mary up into A main. You've got 2 players here to be dropped. Bomb's the 3rd one behind them. That pack is now surrounded. Fire in front of them. Flawless knows they're going to double back to him. Keeps that spray going. And it's all too easy. 4 kills for Flawless. Rain answers back with a double kill. Don't you dare. Oh, don't you dare. Oh. Rain, 3 kills when he should have had nothing.
He actually almost 1v5'd right there. Ooh. 1 or 2 bullets more. And he sets up a very nervous 1v1 situation for Virtus.pro. Lots of kills come down. And at the least for him, it's a lot of value gone for Virtus.pro, but they survive. FaZe immediately go into a timeout. I think Electronic has some ideas of his own.
Look how close this could have been.
Yeah, seriously.
This second peek there.
Ooh.
Oh. Flawless ace instead, I think. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Would have just been an eco ace. Instead it was a saving and denying a 1v5 ace, which is so much more important.
Ace or ace. Elige, this is hectic, dude. Bottom mid, right into the fight. The frying pan that is elbow. Flit's got to let that lane control go. Kerrigan's going to try to go back towards middle to clear out, gain a little bit of information. It's been a rough map for Kerrigan, but we saw what happened back on Anubis when out of nowhere, he then tripled his kills in 2 rounds. That was from 3 to 9, sitting on 5 at this moment.
Rain has found tons of good angles in these last few rounds, just waiting in any given position. These are about to explode on him. It's possible he gets mollied in the corner if they're extremely nervous about this, but it's more likely they flash. Kerrigan will be incidentally playing anti-flash, just checking on elbow. No, they're just coming up with a raw duel. Not good enough.
Really? Then gets the dink. Flit's down to 10. Elige wins his duel on the walkout on Flawless.
And now
the fact he got that dink puts Flit in such a tough position. He's going to be the bomb carrier in this one. Doesn't actually take the same avenue as Icy. We'll see if he can come out through Cave to clean Kerrigan.
Oh my God, he runs through it?
Unbelievable.
I actually can't believe that.
Kerrigan late game, dude, just starts making crazy plays. He's going to finish off the 10 health points of Flit as well.
What possessed him?
2 kills to Kerrigan. What possesses him is the will to win.
True.
That is FaZe's identity. Trailing VP by 2.
A moment where they're expecting a little bit of respect here. The Molly comes out, and it is a spot where they're trusting it, and it feels like one where they should, but I think Brokey pushes through the short smoke at the same time, and they're just on the same page. That's that FaZe chemistry. 2-round game.
Money bottomed out for the Virtus.pro camp. Frozen back into the early fight. Missed jump by Elige. Frag grenade will keep Flawless back, though. Good damage. Here's the pressure. Kerrigan again! We tried to allude to it. The multi-frags that come out late just sometimes make no sense. He burns one to a crisp. He doubles down on the play. And it's FaZe in a 5v3 fighting for 10.
He doesn't care that the maps have gotten more T-sided. He's here to frag on CT side. Anubis and Ancient back-to-back. Brain in the same spot last time they walked into him. This time they have a flash, but he hears it.
Back offered over, just the Tech 9 for Electronic. That's 2 bodies confirmed. Kerrigan's gonna sign up for these fight any day of the week. They're all softened up at this point. Kerrigan gets a triple kill.
And he said, fight me or leave. They smoke him out. Flawless, though, he finds one.
Doesn't double down on Frozen, so it falls on Icy.
Now, this is just exits, but ultimately, Icy saving or any kills that he gets can have a big impact on these last few rounds.
They could line up, but they won't. Frozen instant with a headshot, 10 to FaZe, and a triple kill for Kerrigan. His 3rd late game triple kill so far in this series. 2 on Anubis that kept them in it, and 1 in Ancient that could help tie this up.
Back-to-back frag comebacks, and this position that Rain has picked is working extremely well. Again, it's a spot that could be mollied if they're nervous about it, or flashed from afar if they want to be really careful. But he can spam it if they don't have a good counter. Now Virtus.pro, the team with nothing. They've got Flawless and Flit on Deagles. That's it. Smoke on Electronic. And I ask again, can you really have a lead versus FaZe?
You can, but usually not for long. Singular smoke grenade for Electronic. Where do you put it? Long. It's going to keep Kerrigan open for both options. Obviously, utility of their own. Ooh, Rain wants to push up against this. It's just the Glocks, the unarmored Glocks, and a single Desert Eagle out there. He's going to let them cross, let Kerrigan keep his head down. Kerrigan finds one, then they line up, and he will clean up a couple more. So another triple comes out from Finn. Flit scoops bomb. And we've already got that climb up behind him. Elige is going to contest down on the ramp. They give a little room over for Flit to work. He would have to peek deep, and that's going to burn a lot of time off this clock if he tries to go for kills before the plant.
Second highest performer here for Virtus.pro. But in a position where he's covered on both ends. It looks like they'll give him a plan if he wants to go get it, but they know he doesn't want to.
Trying to layer up and close like they did versus Flawless, and it works yet once more. 11 rounds all. Triple kill for Kerrigan in the anti-eco.
It's uncanny, the CT comebacks here for Kerrigan.
I like this move from Rain, even if it only gets one.
Yeah, because it's a spot that, so when you play these close-up positions, what's nice about it is you see that everyone has to look in his direction. So even if he gets one kill, then 2 guys turn around, that sets up Kerrigan to get easy, free frags. If he's playing any other spot, they're generally looking in the same direction as Kerrigan. So just the aim displacement has its value of its own. He knows there's a big chance they run through this. They don't have much utility. They were spotted at the bottom of B. They've run through smokes before. And it can work as well. Now it'll take a couple of clutch calls here from Electronic. They had the lead that they gave up. Just a slight one over on Anubis, but it was a good T-side. And they've got better fraggers this game overall, so Flawless and Flit. See if they can endow Virtus.pro with a couple of good entries, or FaZe will end up with full control. They win mid early. It looks like Virtus.pro are going to try to reclaim this afterwards.
Feels like this late CT success from FaZe has come with way of mid control.
Oh, they're just going to run it up. And Rain's in another just sort of crouch position, waiting. Let's see if his angle is good.
See if he's ready. He's got to react fast. Electronic. Oh, takes the nades out. Dinks both, cleans him up.
Oh, that's it.
Flit and Electronic can't get through. Side tap down from Rain. A single point of health puts him into the triple. And Flummis will finally put an end to the Norwegian. The rock wall of the B site Ancient defense.
His Ancient performances have been up and down, and he switched to being that hard anchor on the ramp so many times, and the angles that he's been picking have been absolutely perfect. Still having the same impact that he did when he played back on Cave in the last iteration of this lineup.
Ooh, Flummis makes the drop, but it's a fake. He's gonna go double up with his teammate inside Cave. Kerrigan peeks in, gives them what they want. An entry frag to try to get this ball rolling into B, but you will be met by Utility at a crossfire set. Elise tries to play ahead of their response. They're gonna try to flash their way out easy. FaZe Clan, 12 over VP's 11. Yeah. Rock solid defense thanks to Rain.
Absolutely, man. That's the round done. The whole idea when they're feigning mid-control or they're attempting to actually take it for real is they have this walk-up happening at the same time. They have done a great job of keeping two ideas in play at the same time on either side of the map. But you haven't been able to trick Rain into believing that it's the other side of the map, that you can push, that you can... And Rain is not playing totally tucked in. He's taking an off angle, slightly aggressive, slightly open.
Fast round, maybe. Oh, that nade in elbow. That's going to be huge damage for Fame. Elige looking to swing in, but Flummis out in front of it, catches him off guard. Trade frag potential.
Oh,
great
so
flash from
clean.
Icy. Fight's not over yet. Triple kill. Flummis, 26 frags to his name, as it is Virtus.pro to show FaZe how it's done.
And that's his biggest round so far. Starts out amazing for FaZe. Running into elbow, flashes look good. Nade lands in the right spot, but they get eviscerated by one man.
It's a level of performance that'll carry them to overtime as far as he's concerned. On for his second ace in the half. First time versus Glocks. And a pesky Rain this time just makes that mid-fight look easy. Let him loose. Let him charge.
They didn't hear this at all.
The scary reality is obviously back in map 1. It was an entire overtime for FaZe. Not a single round lost outside of regulation. Triple out mid. Nasty Flummis. Electronic's gonna put Rain down from middle. Brokey's gonna go for the impossible. Has to. Bomb already so far gone. He knows he doesn't have a damn chance. 12 all. VP take a sigh of relief. No celebrations from them yet. Job not nearly done.
So they're the ones who have to earn it and get into overtime in this game. But it's another match, again, that's been super close, really competitive, impressive from both teams. I think FaZe are a little bit cleaner now here on Ancient, but the fact that Virtus.pro can still keep up with it on their map pick says a lot. It's just brilliant. Between the flash dodges, the opening kills, that's the kind of spot I think we would have expected to see even more kills from Flummis, but I don't think they used mid over, too many times in this half.
No, they really didn't.
They're mostly obsessed with it over on CT side. It worked out pretty well for them.
Oh my God.
What? Okay.
From that to that. Flick goes up ramp. Oh, almost catches Rain, but overtime's a different beast. Flash,
oh man.
It's not even that good of a flash for Rain to go into the peak, but he still just gets the instant kill on Fame. So 5 versus 2 in the first round of overtime.
Man.
And it is an all too familiar taste.
The best word for Rain right now is durable. It feels like even anybody that peeks him, they're getting some damage, but here they're just never getting the kill. Not with the first guy this round, not with the second.
V5 walk up on the B ramp. That's what Virtus.pro have left in the first round of overtime. And Electronic just walks up with a grenade in his hand. Never would have anticipated Rain in the back corner. Gets a ton of it here in this round. 332 damage for Rain on this B defense. Stone cold.
You couldn't ask for more reliability right now, especially in a climate where, again, teams are running through mollies. They're going for fast B execs over and over again. Oftentimes, Rain has been the solo person there. That means that it could be a good time to hit it, but not when he's on form like this. And it won't be another Flamus triple entry up middle this time. Looks like they want to test his metal again.
Rain's gonna lean all the way back. We haven't seen him this passive on an angle. And now watch VP come up and try to clear all these close corners. Kerrigan gonna go down with nothing, but still it's gonna be this dangerous cross. Elise just trying to come and run over. No real flashbangs to set this up, so Rain's gonna have to give them the angle. That allows them to press up against the closer walls. Elise is dead with nothing. Rain gets a bit of damage out, but it's still a comfortable looking 4v2 for Virtus.pro to get their first round of overtime between these two maps.
Takes a second, but they get that bomb down. CTs are close by, but oh, one goes down.
Yeah, Electronic peeks from backside, finds that scope in from Brokey on the wrong angle. Frozen, no! Don't you count this till it's done. Got a player backside making sound, but there it is. Slow burn from Flit's 13 health. Double kill for Flit in this one. And Virtus.pro will get at least one on this T side.
They tested him so many times. I mean, he still didn't fail. He got a kill and did a little bit of damage, but because he was so passive, this ended up essentially having to be a retake from the jump. And Kerrigan went for the shoulder spot on default. That's a death sentence, of course. Solid few entries. And again, beginning of the rounds are essentially Virtus.pro pretending to take mid or just looking to see what's happening. They're not even really faking. And then going into an idea really quick. They're doing the exact same thing again.
Wow, Flit finds another one. That's Rain dead. Oh, frag grenade from Elige and a peek out of Kerrigan. They're going to fight for this ramp. The success from FaZe has been when they come at this ramp with a bit of bloodlust. Elige going to take over cave control. Frozen can fixate towards ramp instead, but that smoke soon to fade. Players crossing behind it, and Electronic gets the better of him. Electronic finding good impact back here. Him and Flit trying to take to the top of the charts to join Flamus. Brokey on his rotate, already smoked off. And Elige has an op. Oh, that was holding him, but he turns his back. No need, and now Elige comes in to even this out. Somebody's taking the edge in this first half of overtime, and Elige wants to go off the flash. Brokey thinking about going through smoke. Dangerous game. Elige, no immediate trade. Swaps out with Electronic up along the wall, now dead, and he's chasing Flamus on the lower health. He can tap that bomb to try to force the hands of the newest VP member. Flashbang, perfect! And Flamus takes VP to the lead.
Oh, that's excellent right-left click right there from Flamus. Has Elige full blind. And a lead this time instead of getting swept in overtime. Another B attack that goes right. The re-aggression after Rain died seemed like the right play, but Kerrigan only got his kill. And then Electronic got 2 in response.
Turning your back to ramp there. Death sentence.
Yeah, Flamey's Icy's done that a couple of times. Flamus gets his clutch.
Looking like Curious George. How the hell do we lose that one? Quick swap over. FaZe to the offense. Elige catching a player going hyper aggressive. And that's going to be a huge red flag for the FaZe players trying to set up outside B, but it looks like they're going to try to hit this hard. Flit dropping utility. Pressure on him, but smokes on both sides of site would probably put that bomb down. It's going to be planted on the opposite side, denied by Flit first. Good on him to get the kill, but his rotates are currently burned off. Second volley of util comes out for FaZe. This round has a certain electric pace, but it slows down a bit with all these bodies on site.
A bunch of damage done. A dink comes out. Nobody holding for this Kerrigan wraparound. He could just strike them down. He will. Him and Brokey with a kill apiece. It's still the man advantage up for VP, but no bomb planted yet. Frag almost
so
finishes
close.
Flawless. No covered offer. And what do you know? Flawless back to that kill feed. VP take their 15th
That's
round.
right. Guaranteed second overtime. It's a great round from Virtus.pro. It's a nice attempt for the counterplay coming out of Kerrigan. His timing is there. He gets the kill, but he's pretty much the only thing that's good about that post-plan situation. For Virtus.pro, they keep the spams up the entire time. They make sure that the smokes that are there run out and expire in value. And it's their use of ammo, their use of HEs, their uses of spam that end up winning this round.
If that nade banks sooner, Flawless is dead and he doesn't get this double. That nade has his name on it and he dodged it.
Close call, but disaster averted.
The first opportunity that Virtus.pro have had to win this map. And still 2 to go.
Great to know they could do it from behind.
FaZe really signed up for that fight. Lose mid, all in. And the footing looked there, but the pressure was so constant from Virtus.pro. What's the call, Kerrigan? Early eyes on A, caught off, unprepared, but lucky to be alive right now, Kerrigan.
He's only taken 2 bullets of damage right there. 52 health left over. Problem for FaZe is that attack was coming in. A lot of players got spotted.
Fame trying to reposition on green. Kerrigan letting it know that he's close.
This might be unlikely to clear. Looks like a really good spot for Virtus.pro. Let's see if he watches this.
He's got support behind him. Kerrigan bested by Fame. Instant fall off. Chance to close this now. 5v4 and a quick flood from a third member of this defense. Scattering some off shots until Brokey's exposed. Just needed to see a sliver. Slams him and sends FaZe reeling back 3v5. Look at this. Electronic and Shrek. In the depths of the swamp, he'll wait for them to double back. Far removed from that A site, but so be it. Triple stack within it. You've still got Flawless floating in Red Room, playing it safe with the jump spot. There's a world where FaZe can just crank that dial and rush something down. We'll see how much Virtus.pro try to scramble and scatter back to B, because Electronic is in such a killer position. Back turned over by Rain. You'd think he's just a sitting duck. He's gonna take the shot, no spin around this time. 2v5 or Virtus.pro push this series, and they are gonna find only the one. Frozen the single piece of success, dealt with swiftly. VP from behind as they go into overtime. We'll extend this to Dust 2. Our game not done yet. To hang on, man. That is what Virtus.pro face when FaZe are in the server, and Kerrigan said it himself in that interview. He thought this one would be rough. VP deliver.
And they delivered in a big way, besting FaZe in an overtime game where they thought, you know, they would have no chance in a situation like this. It's the wheelhouse of FaZe when you get to overtime. It's their dream scenario. We can always fight back in this. Not this time around, despite some great efforts from Rain on the B bomb side, from some solid fighting from Brokey from the beginning of the map. This VP stepped up, and I think you touched it before, Mary, right? The fact that VP had previously been picking this map, they certainly know how to play it, and they certainly showed up today.
They were confident in their side hits, that's for sure. Even though the heroics of people like Rain and Kerrigan felt like it was going to be the difference maker, VP was still able to sit on their game plan, still fight for mid control in a way that I was surprised how competitive they were on that side of the map, and pull out a win in what usually is a FaZe win when things get that tight. So VP being able to hold on, that's impressive for them.
I think we were ready for the exact same storyline. Kerrigan has like 4 kills. It gets to round 20. He gets a 3K. He gets another 3K. They go 12-11 up. They can't close it. We even had Rain popping off. We had Brokey. Every win condition that you think for FaZe is like not always there was there. They still couldn't get it.
One thing that was positive though, right, was Brokey from the beginning. This was the one that was leading the charge for FaZe early on, but it did slow down more towards the end for this guy.
The opping for Brokey wasn't necessarily where I was blown away. He was pretty good on the trade frags with the rifle. I think a lot of these highlights are probably going to be him in these kind of late round rifle positions, throws some utility and able to just kind of burst out with the rest of his team. Yeah, he was definitely a big positive for FaZe. I mean, some of these wall bangs and everything like that, pretty ridiculous. And he taking first contact in a lot of the late round positions too. So all in all, like, this was a great Brokey rifle game. And the reason I guess it would slow down is that maybe he wanted a little bit more on the AWP.
That's a problem, right? He's supposed to be the AWPer.
Yeah, I mean, going into Dust 2 especially, you want your AWPer to be pulling out the AWP and hitting shots. And we saw in map 1, Brokey was pulling out the AWP and missing some shots. And we saw for the last 6 months, Brokey was pulling out the AWP and missing a whole lot of shots. But heading into Dust 2, we want to see him pull out the AWP and actually hit some shots and carry his team.
One thing I got to touch on though is Rain's performance overall, because even though it wasn't a FaZe win, they might not have got to overtime without him doing what he was doing.
Somebody told him it was a major. Someone said, Rain, this is a major right now. You have to be good. He did it.
They need to hypnotize him, honestly. Whatever kind of form he gets in for those kind of massive tournaments, we need that today, and we need it for Dust 2, or FaZe 2, that is.
They might need it for every day, for every game.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
If you had that as the third string, that's perfect. That's all you want, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that even in some of these defenses where Rain's just tasked with handling so many different bodies, people running at him, he still has been doing a fantastic job. His positioning around smokes has been great. He hasn't been giving up too many losing conditions. Him and Kerrigan together connected really well on those bomb site defenses. I know the stat line isn't jumping off the page, but I feel like it's probably because on the pistol rounds, the anti-ecos, he's not really the one that's finding the most easy kills.
You don't have to justify a 41, 43, 93 ADR stat line.
Okay,
Don't be a
thank you.
stat cell, okay? I'm an eye test Andy. By the eye test, Rain looks sick with it.
He does. I agree.
Now, one thing you guys were selling me on, especially you, Maui, was mid and Elise, Frozen. Oh, it's spectacular, right? What happened?
Not a lot. Unfortunately, not. I mean, Flamus happened, okay? The Virtus.pro happened. They were able to take the fight to them in middle. And honestly, I never really saw the duo, the dynamic duo, the 1-2 punch that I build up for FaZe. One of the reasons they've been picking this map, it was thwarted. It was actually a good combination of efforts from multiple VP players. We're going to throw some credit onto Flamus, but I'd say good utility in their direction made this very difficult for the duo of FaZe. But also, I just think that VP, they kind of had a variety of looks, Vu. I feel like the timings were varied. They weren't always just kind of sprinting out. I feel like if it's a sprint out versus sprint out fight, Frozen and Elige would come out on top, but VP were very good about playing around their own utility.
I think you got it perfectly. That's the depth of Ancient. Ancient's kind of like the new Inferno right now, and you saw a lot of those rounds were later on in the half, because for a few of the first couple gun rounds, they were looking at the extremities. They were looking for the A play, they were looking for the B play. You draw attention off of mid, and then you take a free mid control and you force FaZe to retake it. Then you go for a fast play. The pacing was brilliant from VP, and that's credit to Electronic.
And also huge credit to Flamus for being able to do so much work when he was given the opportunity. We were very critical of him because obviously the new player coming in, he's not in the same roles and positions anymore. This is the Flamus where you say, give him the roles he needs to thrive in.
We're not critical of Flamus. We want him to be parented by Electronic. We want him to grow Flamus into a great player. We all want him.
He's already a great player. They're just not utilizing him greatly.
Well, yeah, I don't think we're necessarily critical of him, James. We're critical of his use in this team. The fit is where we've been scratching our heads because he was so electric for Gamer Legion, and then they quelled so much of that. Like, there could only be one Electronic player per Virtus.pro roster, and Electronic wanted to be that guy. He took it away, took some of the fire away from Flamus, but now on a map like Ancient, he's more enabled. He's fighting in middle a lot more. He's taking the duels that he was so known for on Gamer Legion, and that's why it's no coincidence that he does well on this map, because he's more in his comfort zone.
Yeah, I said FaZe are going to win this one because Electronic isn't going to pull off what he did on Anubis, and he didn't, but I didn't predict Flamus was going to pull this off.
But you say Electronic didn't pull it off. He still dropped 25 kills.
Okay. He did.
What do you mean?
Okay, sorry. No, you're right. No, you're right.
He was having game-changing rounds on Anubis. On this one, he was more of a cog amongst a well-oiled VP machine.
When you look at Electronic, the way he's been playing, the way Electronic has been playing the last 3-4 months, this was a really great pop-off. But if you actually, if you look at Electronic as a 5th best player in the world, like 4 times, this is not Electronic, right?
But how long ago was that now?
I still remember it.
Well, that's just...
Time really flies in this space, okay? Yeah.
It goes in a big way here. But are we now going to be looking a little bit more positively at this VP? Just because this way, it wasn't like the individuals getting blown out either. They went toe-to-toe with FaZe.
And the strategy's good. That's one thing. I feel like when they were losing on their Cluj run as they were outed from the tournament versus Pain versus MOUZ, I look back at some of those games, they felt kind of disconnected. I feel like some of the plans got stuck in the mud. They didn't know how to react next to what's going on. They've ironed out some of the protocols. They've ironed out when we lose a kill like this, we still continue with a plan like that. When we get a kill like this, we know how to converge like this as well. So they have definitely been in the lab, and that's why the tone is so different. When Scrawny and Launders are talking about VP versus how they talked about Astralis in the last one, and it doesn't feel like Astralis did anything in their off time. VP, even though they're 1-1 against a weaker opposition in FaZe than Vitality, I still am seeing so much more that shows me they have been in the lab. They are making sure that they understand how to work off of each other and make game plans that are cohesive.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's looking very good.
It is looking very good for VP. And FaZe, while they might have the name, right now VP have the game. Can they win the game when we go to Dust 2? Well, we'll find out after the break. and this series will now be settled on Dust 2. I don't think too many people expected us to get here, but this is a positive sign for a VP that's taken their time to refine things, to change some things, to show us a different depth to their map pool. But now to rule it out against FaZe on Dust 2, it's a good map for both of them, but Vu, we were talking in the break, maybe a bit more one-sided in FaZe's side just because of the opposition that VP have beaten. The stats don't really tell the full picture.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at VP, they've beaten Wildcard, they've beaten Complexity. Not exactly. They lost to 3 Max. I think they beat Eternal Fire. Then you look at FaZe, their record's probably worse, but they've played like Vitality. And they played these teams close, and they've shown a lot that they can do on this map.
And I also think that FaZe's weak point being generally Vu highlighting anti-ecos, anti-force buys, it's kind of easier to negate that when you're on Dust 2, in my opinion. I feel like you can usually just take the cat control, go with the cat swing. If you have the better guns, it's usually going to favor the team with the better guns in those kinds of situations. And so I feel like the protocols, there's just less steps that you have to go to in order to hit a finisher, and FaZe sometimes get bogged down by all the details.
Well, looking at the finishers and the players who should be doing it, right now, if you're looking at this, yeah, you'd say FaZe have the better players. But if you look at the stats and you look at who's in better form right now, it seems to be VP.
It might be. Yeah, it really,
crazy,
it really might be. I feel like we've seen flashes from certain individuals on FaZe, but it's usually off of a bad start. Like Kerrigan looked so good for a 6-round stretch, but that was after 12 rounds of abysmal play. We see Rain doing some great holds for 4 rounds, but isn't always able to get involved because he's now a side anchor. The guy that I'm keying in on is clearly Brokey, though. I feel like we need a lot more from him, and we also, on the flip side, probably need a little bit more from Icy. So this has been like a rifle v rifle matchup so far, but it's Dust 2, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I think that's where you pointed out last map, and I thought to myself, wow, I really didn't see a Brokey kill. I don't remember a Brokey op shot.
Yeah.
I do remember what was it, Elige picked up the op at some point and got a kill?
True.
Yes. Yeah, that was
on Anubis, yeah.
Both ops have been the weak point for both teams for the majority of this game.
Do we think FaZe can put it over the line? Should they have what it takes to do this, man?
I'm still going to side with them. I can't flip-flop, but VP have looked really competitive today.
It's FaZe.
It's FaZe.
They're winning. 13-0.
No, what?
13-0. Okay, not seriously. It goes into overtime because it's FaZe. It goes in overtime every game.
Well, you know what? Let's just get more overtime. Let's get more action. Let's get more reps on the maps and across all the rounds as possible. With Squaddy and Lawners, they'll be ready for it, surely.
My favorite thing about Vu is that he brings some good analysis and then just drops a bomb like that. And you never know if he's being serious or when you can pin him down. I believe he still believes in the Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
The 13-0 seems a little crazy, Mo.
Yeah.
But at the end of
my favorite part about Vu is the girth.
Okay, yeah. Hey, man, to each their own. I did say when that map ended and I walked out of the casting room, I said, Mo, you know this third map's just going to be the blowout, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is how these series go.
is what you said.
It's just going to be, I think, a moment to click. For which team, I'm not quite sure yet, because we've seen promise. I almost want to be the first guy to flip-flop and say, VP, win this map.
I'm down.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You can see it.
I mean, James said they might have the better players right now. I think if you just remove the logos, I think it'd be easy to agree with that.
Sure.
Just like when you think about, oh, well, where the potential is just teaming for FaZe, it's probably going to be better in the end. That might be true. But right now, from what we've seen, yeah, Virtus.pro are I think, better individually overall. Like, Flamas hit 30 kills in that last map. He had that 3K entry to get them to overtime in the first place. And they didn't get swept in overtime this time. They crushed. So, at the very minimum, they should believe in themselves.
Smoke grenade in hand for Frozen. Puts that down nice and early. So VP will head elsewhere for the time being. Doesn't mean they won't come back. Elige. Ooh, you got caught, bud. Flip from the top box.
And you mentioned Elige in a couple of moments in the last map, and I don't know if it's the same as when it was like that game versus Eternal Fire or some of those really
sure on nuke
plays, but at the same time, he's not been taken over, and he is getting shot on pushes, so there is something not clicking for sure there. Great spot for dualies.
Yep. Not a second kill, though, and Rain dead with nothing from the backside. So putting that fire in the backside makes it awkward. Comfortable for Flit to climb up mid. They would have heard it. Brokey's a little nervous. Maybe not. Kerrigan looking to peel a player off site, but I mean, we've got 3 heads tucked in here. Brokey, it's a long road, brother.
I mean, look at Flit. He's ready to drop into CT spawn. Brokey has no idea where he's gone.
Very long road to get into this site from tunnels, and it's not going to happen. Electronic doesn't have the patience. Goes out for the peek, and it's pistol round Virtus Pro.
They've won a lot of them too, man.
Facts. Nice, dude. That
wow,
flash.
flashing that. That's what you love to see, Virtus Pro.
Oh, that is every step of the process. And a VP pistol to kick off the T side.
Early loss like this at another tournament for FaZe would be pretty devastating.
Sorry, Kerrigan, not going to happen. Too many players already prepared for that one. Could rock the boat back for FaZe from middle into A, but they're still thinking about the possibility of a mid play. What are the odds all 5 long?
What a shot.
Just about to say, like.
Oh, what a shot.
Electronic could have just walked away, decides to pull a nade out and go back.
I think he was going to smoke the door. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
he got smoked all right.
It looked, to be fair, it looked relatively safe.
No further damage out of Brokey. And a bomb plant uncontested. Now, we've got a Liege with the Galil in the armor. Try to get on his tippy toes to look over that smoke. Could have stick around to do some damage, but they'll let it slide and save the majority. A singular death on Kerrigan, but a round in the next that would have featured nothing if they all died. So I think FaZe content that this one just goes down with a single Kerrigan death.
Yeah, agreed. A solid, clean bomb plant here for Virtus Pro. Means they'll be able to stack the money up simultaneously. So 13-4. This is either 2 of the 4 rounds or 2 of the 13, Connor.
Oh, right, because I called 13-4. Right.
Yes.
Yes, true.
He technically didn't say for who.
Well, I did it also off broadcast, so is it official? I'll stand by
I guess I have the power to make it official.
It's true. You seem to just...
I could raise hell for you right now.
Yeah. Beep, boop. See ya.
That was just a flash.
To be fair, his team was in such a good position. He's just trying to be helpful.
That's right.
He's trying to throw a flash, man.
It's the IGL. It's got to be throwing nades.
Not gonna get that enemy splash stat up. Nothing extra in this one for FaZe, so it's a rinse and repeat of the remnants from the last. Electronic will find nothing on his expedition through the lower tunnels. Utility to deny any kind of an aggression, but that's not what they're looking at. They're leaning on this double car and rain mid play. Flash comes out to give Rain a chance to peek in. Kerrigan's going to take over the long control. That sends Brokey back. We saw what that Brokey scout can do. And he's also not trying to lie. Oh, stomping this.
Oh, but he cuts
turns.
No,
icy turned. Yeah, one couple steps too much. And now you know the long player's dead, so they're going to go majority all the way back. That is an open door.
Yeah.
Offered over by Kerrigan.
It's a longer play, but the CTs are just not in a position to get over here. Only Brokey spotting the cross. This would be a miracle. Never happened.
Should have been a suppressive MAC-10 fire.
Quiet 3-0 here for Virtus Pro.
Nothing. The weapons saved from the last net them just as much. It's only Electronic dead again. Ooh, never mind. Frozen gonna have to fight for it all at this point. Stuck out in the open. Double kill is what FaZe will get, but like you said, a quiet, easy 3-0 start.
Following the frags, using their clock effectively. No time trouble so far. Kerrigan.
Yeah, right.
Icy will corroborate that information. And Virtus.pro hot start. And the ops, actually. So, you know, Vu rightly pointed out, it's both Brokey and Icy that have just been like, Icy was just fine last map. I think he went positive. Got a few kills here and there, but in terms of like raw op duels, I don't know if there was a single multi-frag. Brokey as well. One good map out of the two. But not even exclusively because of the op.
Ooh.
Oh, there he is.
Well, you kind of signed up for that one, Rain. Spamming away through smoke.
Could have had the silence M4, but still could have got spotted.
Nobody to press down along the catwalk either. It's just going to be an open door once more for
Why
VP.
does it feel so quiet right now?
Ooh, it's because it's getting late.
It feels so quiet.
Suppose it's our job to change that.
I'm trying.
Loud noises. And a nice flash out middle. But no, it's just been a very cautious approach from Virtus.pro, taking over middle a couple rounds, burning this clock down to 30 seconds, 3 rounds in a row at this point. It's because they're being delicate, Launders.
They are working. They're not just in the clinch right now.
It's crazy the studio's this quiet with Maui Snake in the house. Frozen keeps his head tucked back sight, but that fire is going to spread. Oh, the lineup that could have been. Kerrigan will kill Icy with that mid flank, getting a bit of revenge, but at this point, bomb's still in sight. It's a challenge, and good thing Flom is there to cover. Elige was gunning for fame.
That would have been actually difficult to get the bomb back and plant at the same time. So another quiet close here for FaZe Clan. 4-0 for Virtus.pro. I mean, everything they did was good. It wasn't too complicated, but why should it be? Rain gave him the first kill so early on. And the Kerrigan op.
It's just been a nice slow squeeze from Virtus.pro ever since the pistol win. I suppose you're not... That is bananas. Because you're not ready for Flawless just running away like that. But he had to run. He had to run fast because he was so little HP. The fact he covered that doorway with like 5 health.
At least they did have that second op to use.
That's a tough pill to swallow. Nice headshot out of Flawless. He's got some nasty spray control, doesn't he?
Excellent spray.
Kind of the breakout player of Shanghai in some ways.
Definitely.
You know, you go back to like...
No, actually Magic's was.
That's true. That's true. Definitely hit a hell of a ceiling. Not to say that's his ceiling, excuse me. A new peak. Let's go from
that'd
gamer...
be a pretty good feeling.
Yeah.
I'd say, you know, major final.
Yeah. He could die happy there.
Yeah.
Kerrigan's managed all the way to top middle. How the hell did he get up here? Flit. Gonna hold him and rock his world with the headshot.
Are Virtus.pro gonna lose a round?
No. Why would they?
They're holding everything correctly. Every move they've been able to punish.
Yeah, so why would they lose?
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're working the map extremely well.
And that's cause for concern?
Yeah,
going
your
too
FaZe.
well, huh?
Oh.
Damn.
Shot.
Okay, Frozen, I see you. 5-7 flies out through the mid doors. Fame gets contact over towards B. And a smoke grenade in front of the doorway is going to keep Rain out of the equation. Just leaning back for an op. Rain op.
This is what they've been getting so much better at, though.
Once a year.
That's true. It is finding which site to take at the same time mid control or whatever is being hit. Virtus.pro have been doing this countless times so far. This series, this style is starting to, you know, I feel like it's starting to become their signature move. And it looks like they're finding really reliable ways to find these openings. I mean, they haven't run into like heavily guarded sites too often. And even when they did it versus Rain a lot on Ancient, eventually it ended up working for them.
True, yeah, good point. Yeah, you couldn't convince them to go elsewhere, really.
They found an open site on A on Ancient, B, the same thing.
And I feel like, in a way, stubbornness looks good on Virtus.pro.
Yeah. Yeah, because they got some players that I think you really do want to send out and be aggressive.
Of course.
Always thought Fame, excuse me, could be even more. I mean, he's more of a trader, but he could be even more aggressive, I feel like, with the aim that he's got.
I also feel like I've seen him be more aggressive under James' system back in the past, like Breakout Rio, for example.
Started.
Yeah, Rio, I think was that's what I was always watching. It felt like James really had him signed up to be that soldier, but maybe through the struggles of this reinvention period, you know, I don't deny that it's still in his toolbox. It's just not what it's not his opening moves. Oh God, they're choking.
They're literally choking.
5-0 lead, and they're gonna choke now. But that's a real 5-0 lead, folks. Guns back for FaZe, of course. Missed shot from Icy. How did he get out? There was still 2 players with rifles ahead of the op that got 2 shots off, and Elise still gets out with 40 health.
No problem.
I'm gonna say lucky to be alive in this one. Could have been another opening death for Liege in the series.
They did a good job shutting down the cat play at the same time. They knew that was coming in. Brokey has to move around. Molly's no good on cat. And I mean, if they don't see anyone crossing the doors, I feel like FaZe are actually playing this a little too slow. Because if I'm Virtus.pro, I'm not running into the A site right now. I don't know if door was smoked and Brokey could have come back, but I feel like this is an opportunity for a mid B here for Virtus.pro.
From an opening move and a challenge out of a Liege to a complete lean back out of FaZe Clan. And while that smoke is up in tunnels, they can forfeit B-site control. Oh man, if that opened and exposed Electronic to Brokey, then he could have had his hands full. Challenge off of Palm.
But they are going out mid right now.
And you've got Rain and Frozen locking down this angle, ready for the Swarm to come running out. They're gonna wait for that smoke. Good trades. Fame connects to the head, and Electronic has just been able to lock in behind Gandalf.
Oh man, this was kind of lazy out of FaZe, honestly. The only thing that happened was Brokey, after they got this mid-play shut down, Brokey rotated off to the A site. But if you don't keep vision blocked on middle, then if the T team are watching the doors, then they know how many players you have on both sides of the map. And I don't think they even flashed over the doors, because even if they did that, then they would know the op had to look away for a second. Someone could have jumped across, but they didn't smoke it, they didn't flash it, and they certainly didn't re-aggress. So I feel like they were waiting for some kind of interesting response, but the retake might be coming in.
Trying late. Kit on Kerrigan, the only kit in play, gets dropped. It's gonna have to be picked back up, and no chance. No chance for a second player to scoop it. That'll be Icy to grab the op and save. Just ends up being a costlier round for FaZe Clan as VP go up 6-0.
Yeah, this round looked like it didn't have much communication in it from FaZe. They didn't do anything interesting besides their opening tactic got shut down. And Virtus.pro, it was a perfect use of this, I think. They knew they could eventually walk out mid. They went really low telegraph as they got out before they threw their mid B smoke. And they threw a fake for Electronic that didn't really risk his life too heavily. They had the smokes to make it look like they were going to cross cat, just to protect him from the op on the cross, and they flashed it. And that was it. And again, you know, non-starter here for Brokey, 1 out of 5. Real big contrast to Icy.
Broken first blood. Love to see that for FaZe, trying to get something on the board. 3v5 is what Virtus.pro are going to face at this point. Flashbang delays the full swing, but you know Flawless is still coming. Flit's going to get a response here. He's got the bomb. If he kills Rain, that's bomb spotted. The flanks it. He's still going to find one on Catwalk, but you will thrust Flit into that bomb site from this point on. And they're going to look to deal with Flawless first. He's been silent for a little while. Flit decides not to follow through into what would otherwise be a vacant B site. And now his teammates dinked up on that opposite end. Flit.
Brokey's sitting top of mid with an op, waiting for this to happen. Oh, but the shot isn't there. Brokey looked like he was looking through the door. But if Flit knows that, he should have going A, right?
This is crazy, dude. Kerrigan,
no.
His second victim. Flit, it's a 1v3, but you've written this off. You've got a CT right there in the front. A jump unnecessary, should be dead. Frozen's head. What? Flit clutch. Lights a fire under VP.
That's a play that you cannot predict. FaZe, I think they're scratching their head wondering why he's even running up cap, but then they have two there, and Flit has no idea someone could be in CT spawn.
That play to me makes no sense at multiple moments.
Yeah, I mean, like he saw that Brokey, he saw Brokey was watching mid doors, not even lower B, right?
Yeah. That's why he catches him off guard. He was also on B bomb site smoking mid doors.
Yeah. That's my goat.
I suppose with aim like that, and the fact that he gets away with the
outcome oriented.
Dude, the elbow jump.
Awesome. But he really did catch Kerrigan off guard.
I love a fame smile.
Wow. This is brutal, man.
Voof said it.
13-0.
If only he stuck to his guns. We're not going to let him take credit.
He's still not wrong that it's FaZe that goes to overtime. That's still like a 90% possibility here.
Flit right back into it. Dealt with Frozen. I mean, this is getting into very scary territory. Oh, okay. Good job. There's multiple bodies here. Fame whips it back around. Brokey's Desert Eagle up next. Plenty of targets, but they're all on high alert. Virtus.pro are about to go up 8-0.
Wow.
And now I got to start digging for stats, because when's the last time you saw FaZe get smoked like this on Dust 2?
I don't know. I don't know. Leaving this as a decider definitely made sense for Virtus.pro, even though there's a difference in the competition that they play against. It's not like they picked it. It's just for the end of the night. But I mean, yeah, the way that FaZe have been like starting out this game, it's as if they're not talking, which is the last thing you expect to say as a conversation point about FaZe Clan. And I got nothing bad to say about Virtus.pro. Lots of defaults, very thorough. Options opened, shots being hit, off online. But Brokey's got 2 back now versus Icy. That's something.
Frozen's going to stick around and lower. You'd love to see that. Flawless on the approach. Wow, just so cautious with it. There are so many bodies here. FaZe, it can't be denied, fighting for this control of bottom middle, and the Opera's going to catch them off. Brokey now with a second kill in the round. And no instant trade back from Fame. Him with an op. Rare treat.
Brokey could get flanked.
Flit and Fame in a 2v4. Flit gonna try to sprinkle in a little more clutch. Single-handedly dismantles the mid setup, can scoop up bomb. It draws Kerrigan ever closer, and he's expecting that classic Kerrigan top mid flank. But it's not coming in from that direction. It's coming in from Cat.
Did he miss the bomb? No,
he's
just
just
coming
Flit,
back.
you just saw his gun, 100%.
He's waiting for the timing.
But Kerrigan's actually repositioned now.
Wow, Kerrigan's walking this one back because I guess Rain's full health. He's still staying in B. He's comfortable. Kerrigan has to wonder where this bomb potentially got off to. And it's obviously just a fake, right? Because the bomb's staying in lower, but the bomb has not taken a lead yet. Oh, Kerrigan could get caught off guard. He's asking for this rotate. It's the perfect play. That is genius. I mean, that is actually beautiful.
You gotta plant the bomb, so Flit goes sprinting into the A site with time to spare. Fit and Flame. Excuse me.
Very close.
Flit
Famas
and Fame. Flit and Famas and Fame. And they are going to piece this one together. When have you ever seen a FaZe flop like this?
Man, I was wondering how this fake works if they're not going to join up for the A attack at the same place. They just wanted that Kerrigan rotation. They know he was just on Cat. And he didn't want to push.
Bomb is so perfectly planted for him as well. And you've got Fame further back on Catwalk. This is so desperate for Rain. I mean, the guy doesn't even have a kit. How would you ever be able to piece this one together? Fame's going to go for the contact. That is back-to-back 3Ks for Flit. And a 1v3 on top of that.
Yeah. Doesn't get much better. This map has all the fixings now for Virtus.pro. Every way that they could win a round, they've displayed it. There have been some mistakes from FaZe, but there's still been brilliant defaults here. The cohesion, the shots.
At IEM Beijing 2019, Astralis 16-0'd FaZe on Dust 2.
Being compared to 2019 Astralis, that's good company.
That right? That really says something. If Virtus.pro could smash you like that today. Down to the 4v4 and everybody ready to pounce on B.
They don't like Tamale, so there's a chance Humber works out. Let's see if they clear this. Uh-oh.
Famas with players turn to him. Grenades out. Oh, and they come back. Oh. Clean triple kill from Rain. Somebody had to be the hero. Dangerous.
So dangerous.
Dangerous game. Electronic Plants on the edge of his own fire. Now he's trying to piece together this 1v2 with 13 health. Head tucked.
All right, he's got to get 2 kills, though. How's he going to do that? This should be totally impossible. It's not going to happen. 13 health. This will be the first round for FaZe, 100%.
Smoke for the Molotov, if that's their plan. Oh, boy. Frozen still aware of it. Kerrigan back turned. Molotov for the bomb, but Frozen smokes it. That's all good. Puts it down. He's going to try to push him. Kills him out. He doesn't have a kit. He can't find the bomb, and a 1v3 comes through.
Oh, no.
When have you ever seen a FaZe flop like this?
1,000,000 ways to die. After the 3K here from Rain and the additional dink. Oh my gosh.
They're not standing, brother. They are very much in those seats.
It's actually us who are standing.
10-0. FaZe don't know what's hitting them, and they can't get out. Pain Train so shows no signs of slowing.
I was wondering if we'd ever see this Virtus.pro sort of get online. And it looks like they may have finally done it. They have not run into time trouble. They were a little bit stubborn about their attacks over on Ancient, but they ended up winning off of those.
Yeah, broke through.
And what can you say? Even Ancient was impressive. That was an overtime loss. It could have been a 2-0.
Oh, wow. Man. Even with the flash assists coming through, Fame's saved by Flamas.
And this, conversely, might be the worst FaZe map that we've seen since Alicia has joined the team so far. This is one that has lacked so much communication, ideas, aim.
Alicia could save it, though. Distraction offered over. Oh, my God. Doesn't even get a chance to get the second. And you're going to get this late play up catwalk from Flit that should certainly compromise Brokey, even if he's able to stop that front runner. Icy's got the bomb at 20 seconds in the back. Flit's going to connect, and now it falls on Rain. Broad shoulders, but a tall order, and it gets denied as 11 rounds in a row for Virtus.pro come through.
Whoa. Oh, boy. Wow. No way.
Only Vu stuck to his guns.
I mean, this could have been a 2-0 for FaZe off the last map. They had a lead. We would have never seen this outcome. You thought, and I agree, coming into Dust 2, this could have been just the one that goes one-sided in favor of the team who is favored, which is FaZe. No, that's not the case. The last sentiment that James left on the desk was that, wouldn't you agree, Virtus.pro have the better players right now? And that was hard to disagree with. And now we're really seeing that on display.
Be careful, boys. They're getting a little too rowdy, going into the long play, leaving bomb and spawn. On for the flawless win over FaZe.
Oh my gosh. Okay. They pulled back through the smoke and Kerrigan walked by, so they think they have this pre-cleared already.
This one's just a matter of respect. And if you lose
great kill.
Another 3v5, then Neo better throw in the towel. Wave that white flag. Stomping down in spawns Alige. To open smoke to catch Fame on cross, but he will still get over. Electronics the bomb. Molly onto the ramp. They really want to force fight.
It's only a CT Molly.
And Alige will connect through the smoke spam. There's nobody taking away this lead from Virtus.pro anytime soon, but at least one for the road. A matter of respect as the bomb is not able to cross just yet. 2v4!
No, bro.
Half of the kills found already. Now that Opera's got to get over, but they give him a smoke to cross. They give him that chance to get into this bomb site.
Yeah, and the flash is also good.
Don't you dare do it. Oh no, Fame, he's gonna catch another Frozen on the climb up. Icy's gonna plant in full display for Frozen.
And he knows he can't jump up. 1-on-2 Frozen for one round.
Try to wrap back towards ramp or else it's all on the pistol. Peeks to the ramp, now they know that he's here. He's got two players right in front and a 2v4 for the road. Virtus.pro have a field day. Virtus.pro doing what feels like the impossible. A flawless 12-0 first half after an incredibly close nail-biter series. And suddenly VP, a single pistol round away from sending a statement to FaZe Clan. 2 players on long, and Flit sits bottom tunnels.
They have lost rounds in all of the most undignified ways possible. 3v5s, 1v4s. It has just had, it's been a nightmare here for the FaZe Clan, and a chance to actually get 13-0'd on Dust 2 if they don't win this pistol. That's what it's all about.
Not just a 13-0, but one that featured rounds FaZe absolutely should have won. The amount of near impossible clutches that Virtus.pro picked up. The 2v4s, the Flit 1v3. Oh, and no, Flawless is gonna have backs turned to him. 3 sitting ducks. He taps down long. And if not for a 2v4, FaZe Clan with egg on their face as bomb is dropped on long. Not since IEM Beijing 2019 has FaZe Clan as an organization lost a map of Counter-Strike without a single round. Not since Astralis of 2019 has somebody whooped FaZe like this. VP finally clicks.
It's a great map to get attention for here for Virtus.pro, because in this series, they showed us things on map 1. They had a hard veto coming in, and they lost their map pick, but they brought it back on Ancient. They went the distance on 2 maps, and they were rewarded with this easy Dust 2. That comes not just because they win individual fights, but they win disadvantaged rounds and clutches and have great defaults. This was the full 360 performance.
A full 360 performance indeed, and an impressive one at that. We saw 2 games back and forth, overtime all the way, fighting the whole way through into VP dominance. And the great Vu over here, last thing you said, we weren't sure to take it as a meme. Maui was making strange faces. We didn't know if you just lost your mind. You said 13-0.
Yes, I did say 13-0. In fact, well, we'll say I said VP 13-0.
Okay, okay, yeah. We'll let you take that.
Can I get a quick but actually? Wouldn't a 360 be where you just turn around to where you started? It's the 180 performance. Come on. Had to bring that up. Just had to bring that up. Okay.
Well,
hello guys.
Hello, Electronic.
Congratulations.
Nice to see you. Thank you guys.
Dude, this was an incredible turnaround. If we just look at the first 2 maps, right, a lot of back and forth, a lot of energy spent, must have been a tiring match for you to go through. Then on this Dust 2, you absolutely walk the floor with them. What's going through your mind when you're just dominating like this?
I mean, like, we just did the things that we practiced, you know, before. I mean, we discussed a lot of things before this tournament, you know.
Yeah.
How we're gonna play and stuff like that, you know. I mean, we didn't do anything special for this game, you know.
Okay.
Just usual preparation. That's it.
But did you do something special before coming to this tournament? Because you guys had quite a lot of time off. Like, how much change has this VP gone through since, obviously, Katowice looked really good for you guys. Cluj,
I mean,
disappointing, and now you're here.
I mean, we didn't practice that much. As you could see, you know, we had like for 1 month after Cluj-Napoca, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, we had problem with visa and passport issues, you know, so we needed to fix it. So yeah, I mean, we practice for this quite good.
Yeah.
But still, you know, we want more. We want more. We want to be a S-tier team.
That's what I want to hear from you. That's good. I like that. I like that a lot.
No, that's sick. I mean, how do you think you are progressing as a leader? How do you think your control of the mid-round is improving?
I mean, you need to ask my teammates, you know.
Okay.
From my perspective, I mean, like, I'm trying to be best version of myself, you know. I'm watching a lot of games, how other leaders act in the game, you know, how they control their emotions, you know. So, yeah, I think I'm still far away from the best IGLing, but I'm trying to be the best version of myself.
So how do you actually balance that with your own fragging ability? Today on Anubis, for example, you played really well as an individual. You guys didn't win, but you look good. So how are you trying to just manage all of that?
I don't know. I mean, like, it's better for me when I understand what's going on the map, you know, what we're gonna do. So when you put your crosshair on some position, it's kind of easier to kill, you know. when you understand something, for example.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about Flamus. I mean, obviously he's come to the team, great entry fragger. How is he slotting into the team? Because he had an interview where he said, I didn't know anything before joining VP. Is it you have to teach him tons of stuff?
I mean, he's a young player, right?
Yeah.
The game religion was, he's really, I mean, he's been playing in Amiga before, right? But it's not tier 1 CS.
Yeah.
For example, close to tier 1, it's like game religion, but still, you know, he needs to learn a lot of things, how CS works, you know, because a lot of people don't know how it works, but it's kind of easier than other things, you know.
Can you break it down to us, like what Flamus has right now and what potential you think he has? Because we see these moments where he's so good, and then obviously he doesn't always have the best positions, the best roles. Do you feel like we can see a bigger improvement from him, or more consistent basis from him?
Of course, because especially personally he wants it, you know.
Yeah.
He wants to grow up, he wants to learn a lot of things, you know. He's the guy, I mean, he's the right guy to be on tier 1 scene, I guess.
Nice. Very positive.
His mind is really good, you know.
Yeah, yeah. And for now, VP still, it's like you guys are going through this learning process, right? Icy as well, still young to this level. You as the leader, you're seeing what they're doing, how hard everyone's working. Do you feel like you have the right 5 players now where you can reach the goal you want to be that elite team, that S-tier team?
I wish. I mean, I feel like this, yeah. I like all of these 5 guys, all of these 5 people, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to be S-tier team with them.
Nice.
Especially with them.
I have one last question, I guess. Sometimes on maps, you're not in all the action. Who's the secondary voice?
It's a fleet.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's a good voice to have.
Yeah,
the experience as well in there. This is a really positive sign for you guys. I know this is only the first win, but how does this make you feel overall, just to beat FaZe the way you have and to get this first step here at the Open?
I mean, it's quite good for our confidence, you know, but we still want to go for Lisbon, you know.
Yeah.
So we need to prove in the next games that we're capable of, that we can go.
Well, I look forward to seeing it for sure. Electronic, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you get on, get packed up, and we'll see you soon, mate.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And this is certainly for him a win to be proud of, not just because of the whole 13-0 side of things, but they fought through every game. They fought in these overtimes, you know. They didn't give up, and we had a lot of questions, and we were quite critical of them prior to this.
I love that they just used the clock in the last one. Even when they were in the disadvantaged states that they found themselves in, they played to punish, somehow knew that FaZe was going to make the mistakes that they did. They were ready for them. They never looked like they were caught off guard. It didn't look sloppy. It didn't look like they were the ones scrambling to fix around ever. It actually felt like even in a man disadvantaged situation, they still controlled the power. They made FaZe look like the team that always felt like they were flustered, that always looked like they were scrambling. And that's not easy to do against Kerrigan and Rain and Frozen, who usually can keep their cool in so many situations.
Yeah, coming into this one, I questioned a little bit because when they slow it down, sometimes they look kind of predictable. They don't have the balance for that, or at least they didn't when I looked at them at Cluj. They come into this one and they're constantly stopping, and FaZe are pushing into them because of that balance, because they've shown that we can go completely silent and then just pop out of somewhere, out of nowhere, and explode on the bomb site. So with that balance, FaZe feels uncomfortable the entire game, and that's not something you say about FaZe, right? Like this is completely out of character.
I'm glad you're talking about balance there, though, because Mario, I'm going to take your first point you had at the beginning of this series about the VP you saw in Katowice was more what you liked. The VP you saw in Cluj was not so good. Where are we now? We've just seen this one game. Is there a middle ground they found? Have they gone back to the way of Katowice? What did you see?
This might be better than what I saw at Katowice.
Okay.
Actually. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how deep they're going to go at the tournament just yet, because FaZe are coming in with a kind of a rocky form themselves. I mean, Kerrigan's talked about the lack of practice, I suppose, on their end, and I would say that FaZe showed a lack of discipline today, which to me, it's kind of reminiscent of how FaZe always are. Like, they're always characteristically random. There's always a little bit of flair where they just let individuals do what they want. But for VP to have the game plan that they did on Anubis to look as polished as they did. Like, the only rounds that really FaZe got back in were kind of heroic efforts from individuals. In terms of macro, team CS, through and through this series, VP were the better team.
I just have to say, map 3, that just didn't look like FaZe. I mean, FaZe fight till the bitter end. They make sure every round they're in it, every game they're in it. They looked out of it from maybe 6-0 down. It looked like they were kind of ready to go home.
It's a frustrating prospect for FaZe to be in this situation, because with Elige, they've now had 2 months to embed him. I'm not even really sure if I can say confidently that we're getting the best version of him, because on Complexity, he was given all these resources to flourish in the early round. He's still given some opportunities there, but I think Kerrigan has just divided that a little bit more. I still think Elige is a world-class player, but it's clear that he's not being a pure #1 focal point on this team, and because of that, we're getting just slight inconsistency. Still good, but not exceptionally good.
Can you justify making him the #1 focal point when you've got Frozen on the roster, when you've got Rain? Broky's been struggling, but can you justify that? Should we fight for Elige to be?
There's a reason they got him.
I mean, that's
true.
Yeah.
But should 1A, 1B, no?
I think that Frozen right now is the best player for FaZe. Like, I actually feel like it's pretty clear that he's the best player for FaZe. You just need a way to activate Elige a little bit more in the early rounds. And I also think still to this day, Elige just needs to trust people more. The amount of, like, the term bozo deaths has really caught on this year, thanks to the guy on Twitter, B-Trams. And it's like, FaZe are just constantly giving up kills in man advantage situations.
We saw it today a lot.
And it was on Dust 2, it was like 4 separate times. Like, that needs to calm down for them as a whole.
Especially if they want to be able to take down some of the elite teams. And we're not just talking about VP right now. But this has been a good conversation. We need to start wrapping up the day. And I do want to take a look at our Group A bracket just to remind everyone at home how things panned out here. Because at least for now, right, the only surprise realistically was this VP one.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis, you're expecting them to lose. MOUZ Falcons, obviously, MOUZ are supposed to win. Really no upsets. The upsets are very possible in the next round, though, because I mentioned before, if FaZe lose to VP, they drop to the lower bracket. They've already lost to Astralis. This would be a disaster. This would be a
catastrophic.
Catastrophic.
Yeah.
This would be unbelievable.
It would be unbelievable. What wasn't unbelievable, though, was Spirit beating on the Huns. There was a little bit of fight there on the Anubis, right? There was a chance for the Huns, but after that, Spirit got going, and they didn't falter even on their weakest map. So you don't expect too much from the Huns in here. This is just more of an experience they need to go through, right?
They showed the best highlight maybe of the year. So Nine's Deagle 1v4 is probably the only real reason to look back at that one in seriousness. Like that singular round showed, once again, there is incredible mechanical prowess coming out of Asia.
And then we've also got MOUZ taking on Falcons. And these two teams continue to fight against each other in many different ways. But this time, I don't know, I expected more from Falcons, honestly.
I don't know. I give Falcons some credit there. Nico wasn't having his best performance at times. I think statistically he did pretty well, but there was near the end of these games, they were in it. Both games. They absolutely could have won.
Still not taking over the line.
That's the story of Nico's life, isn't it?
Oof.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, MOUZ have now won that twice in a row, or actually no, 3 times in a row against Falcons. Falcons only beat them in their first showing against each other. And what's kind of becoming a rivalry of the year is now suddenly becoming a little lopsided.
Well, we do move over to Group B for tomorrow, and it's the teams that didn't play out today. 4 more best of 3s coming your way. This is just a quick look at what that will be, because this, I guess, it's a little bit of an easier bracket when you look down it in comparison to Group A, Mario. Would you agree?
I think Group A is ridiculously stacked. It's like a few of these teams are definitely counting their lucky stars that they're in this one instead. I mean, G2 Imperial. G2 easily could have drawn a really tough team, but I think that matchup, just to kick things off, is probably going to be pretty comfy for them.
But G2, in all G2 fashion, could kind of slip that one up.
Yeah, maybe I'm jinxing it, James. Maybe I'm jinxing it on purpose.
The crash outs are going to be even more epic when they happen. When G2 drops out 0-2, that's going to be an even bigger story.
Well, the first 2 games of the day you got on your screen, G2 Imperial and Eternal Fire Liquid, will be done by the lovely Freya, Amazing MBK, and the big PIMP, where M80 Mongols and Furia Na'Vi will be with us as VU continues to get bigger. You've currently got a Death Star floating around you right now. They haven't shrunk Maui down any further.
I still just have to bring up the fact that VU just threw out the random 13-0. Like, it was just such a joke prediction. And then we got a 13-0. Like,
Excuse me.
It was like the least likely outcome. But this guy might be a genius. VU might be a genius.
I knew they were ready to go home.
Wow, you saw something? You saw something that decided that was the end?
I saw someone calling a cab.
Oh, God.
Plane? A plane? Booking a flight? No, not yet. Double M.
2 more days. 2 more days for that. Well, boys, it's been a lot of fun. It's nice to be back on the desk with you guys, but we do have to say goodbye. Thank you very much for everyone for watching. We'll be back tomorrow for more best of 3. It's Group B all the way. We'll see you then.